Chapter 1. The Boy Walking in the Rain. In the realm of Lingxiao, in the southern Hunan province of the Song Kingdom, torrential rains have persisted for 15 consecutive days. The deluge swept across the sky, cleansing the dust and purifying the streets. Flowers and trees flourish vibrantly, and the air is refreshingly crisp. The streets lie deserted, with shopkeepers sighing at the relentless downpour, engaging in idle chatter with neighboring merchants. What has transpired in our Tan province? 15 days ago, dark clouds suddenly loomed overhead, followed by thunder and lightning, and the tempest shows no sign of abating. It must be that a grave injustice has occurred somewhere, inciting the heavens' wrath. I've heard that the provincial lord and his wife vanished overnight. Could this be the cause? Hush! Such words should not be uttered carelessly. They are renowned practitioners of qi, among the elite in our Song Kingdom. Who could possibly make them disappear without a trace? Indeed, such exalted beings are far beyond our reach, yet I still hope for their safety. It is thanks to them that we in Tan Province can live in peace. But somehow, it feels as though their disappearance is intertwined with all of this. The timeline certainly aligns. The provincial lord is indeed admirable, but I simply wish for the rain to cease, even if just a little. With no one venturing out, there are no customers, and thus no income. Oh, look at that figure braving the torrential rain on the street. Turning their gaze, they beheld a silhouette emerging through the misty rain at the end of the street, approaching with measured steps. As the figure drew nearer, they realized it was a young boy. His hair, tied atop his head with a small stick, his tattered clothing clung to him, water cascading down like a waterfall. He bore a peculiar object on his back, resembling a staff. Each step he took submerged his ankles in water, yet he walked steadily, unhurried and composed. The boy appeared simple-hearted, yet his gaze was profound, emanating an inscrutable depth that seemed discordant with his demeanor. They could only observe him from the side as he walked with his eyes fixed forward. As the boy passed in front of the shops, they dared not speak until he had moved on. Why isn't he wearing a hat or raincoat? Is he in a daze? Every step creates a puddle, and he carries a short stick on his back, braving the elements. I must say, the lad is quite impressive. That is not a stick, it is a sword. That it is clearly a mace. A sword has a blade, while a mace has only edges. That it is undoubtedly a sword. A mace has 4 edges, and a square tip. A sword is elongated and pointed. This boy's sword appears to be unsharpened, commonly referred to as a sword blank. However, the quality of this sword blank seems subpar, with an improper hue. Indeed, you have experience in weaponry, Master Fong. Your insights are astute. Flattery aside, this boy appears to be merely 14 or 15. Walking through such a torrential downpour, where has he come from, and where is he heading? If he is in a hurry, why does he walk with such tranquility? Having voiced this, Master Fong called out to the boy's retreating figure. Young sir, why not pause for a moment and wait for the rain to subside before continuing your journey? The boy did not halt, but slowly turned his head. This time, they clearly discerned his features. His brows were like swords, thick and elongated. His eyes were somewhat large, radiating a serene purity. His lips were slightly pressed together, yet conveyed a steadfast character. Overall, he appeared honest and simple. As they scrutinized the boy, he recognized the source of the invitation and replied, "Thank you, but there is no need." With that, he turned his gaze back to the front, maintaining his steady pace and distance. As the boy vanished into the misty rain, the conversation resumed. Master Fong, did you discern anything when you called that boy young sir? Certainly. Our small shop has sold weapons and encountered various martial artists. Did you not notice how each of that gentleman's steps is quite remarkable? Each stride is identical, and he walks through the water without splashing. That boy's gaze is peculiar. At first glance, I felt a sense of panic, but when he turned to look back, his eyes were so pure. Indeed, I too felt a sense of dread, which made me hesitate to speak, but when he turned, it dissipated. Is it merely a psychological effect? I experienced a similar sensation. This boy is truly extraordinary. While some debated, others felt an unsettling chill. As the boy approached a general store named Eagle's Record, the frail shopkeeper within wore a look of astonishment, his mind racing with disbelief. Isn't that the Lord's household's waste? Alive? Wasn't he said to have suffered broken limbs and a fractured skull? Yet he bears no visible injuries. So many attempted to kill him, yet none succeeded. They are all useless. The short and stout shop assistant rubbed his eyes and approached the shopkeeper, whispering in astonishment, Master Wong, wasn't he cast down from the cliff of despair? How could he possibly reappear? Could it truly be that fool? Master Wong replied coldly, whether it is or not, Didn't you, Zhong Dasha, witness it with your own eyes? Zhong Dasha blurted, "Good heavens! Could he have been revived by lightning?" It seems that when that fool was cast down the cliff, a dark cloud rolled in, shrouding the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning, which frightened them into fleeing. Upon returning, they all fell ill, and some have yet to recover. Master Wang's eyes darted rapidly, his face turning pale. Regardless, this situation must be reported. You watch the shop, I will step out for a moment. He produced an oiled paper umbrella, opened the back door, and swiftly disappeared into the downpour. Zhong Dasha gazed at the boy's blurred silhouette, a glint of confusion in his eyes. Could it really be him? I refuse to believe it. No living soul emerges from the cliff of despair. I heard lightning continuously struck him. How could he not have perished, yet instead grown taller and more composed? The boy remained oblivious to their discourse. The torrential rain can wash away dust, and it can also muffle sound. As he passed by another shop, a burly man laughed heartily. "Boy, walking in such heavy rain. Could you be a fool?" The woman beside him swiftly slapped him, scolding, "He walks his own path, what business is it of yours, Wang Dabin? Your loose tongue will surely bring trouble upon you." Wang Dabin instinctively recoiled, chuckling nervously. "They'll be more careful next time, I promise." The woman admonished softly. "A person like that, if not steadfast in will, is surely deranged. Regardless of which, we cannot provoke him." The boy heard their conversation, but did not turn, continuing to walk at his own pace through the rain. After walking a while longer, he turned into a desolate alley. The alley was spacious enough to accommodate 2 horse-drawn carriages side by side, devoid of shops. It was also devoid of people. At the end of the alley stood a large door, above which hung a plaque inscribed with 2 gilded characters, Qin Mansion. Pausing at the entrance of the alley, the boy halted. This alley, once bustling with activity, remained unchanged in storm or shine, now lay abandoned. Upon reaching the door, he looked up, fixating on the characters Qin Mansion for a moment, murmuring to himself, "These characters are quite commendable. They have not lost the Qin family's elegance. Soon, I shall avenge grievances and right wrongs, reclaim your family, and lead them toward glory." Ascending 3 steps, he knocked on the door. Soon, the door creaked open, revealing a head peering through the gap. The head appeared stunned, and a voice emerged. "Qin Ji, who is it?" Another head appeared, pushing aside Qin Ji, peering through the door. "Young master, how have you changed so much? Qin Anyu, why have you returned?" Chapter 2. The Intrusion and its Marks. Bang. The door was forcefully flung open, and in the ensuing chaos, one head flew off, crashing heavily into the flower bed of the front courtyard. Qin Anyu stepped through the threshold, advancing toward the courtyard. The man sprawled on the ground, let out a series of agonized cries before pointing at the young lad, shouting, "Qin Anyu, you fool! Your parents have been captured. Yet you remain so arrogant, so foolish. The Qin residence is now under the authority of my brother-in-law. If you dare to defy me, you shall face the consequences." Having approached the fallen man, the young lad halted and turned to face him. Zhang Fuyuan, the brother of his aunt Zhang Qili, had long relied on his residence at the Qin Manor to commit misdeeds in Tanho Prefecture, until the lord of the manor imposed severe punishment upon him. Initially slated for expulsion from the Qin residence, he was spared after Zhang Qili convinced her uncle, Qin Fong, to intercede on his behalf. Since then, he had reined in his behavior, projecting an air of humility and deference. Yet, with the disappearance of Qin Zhuan and his wife, his true nature resurfaced, and he now barked at the young master without restraint. "Qin Anyu, your father's judgment is lacking, and his ability to manage matters is woeful." As Qin Anyu fixed his gaze upon him, Zhang Fuyuan rose from the flower bed, trudging along the gravel path, his body caked in mud. The torrential rain washed away the dirt, leaving behind a pool of yellow water. Blocking Qin Anyu's path, he shouted, "How dare you kick the door and assault me? Do you even know who holds sway here? My sister, understand? You fool, do you not realize your parents are gone for good?" His vociferous outburst drew the attention of several servants from the East Wing, West Wing, and the main hall, each wearing varied expressions, some anxious, others irate, though the majority merely gazed on with curiosity. Qin Anyu noticed 2 figures seated in the main hall of the back wing, Zhang Qili and Qin Datong. Zhang Qili, the wife of Uncle Qin Fong, was at the 8th level of qi cultivation, while Qin Datong, her son, 2 years older than Qin Anyu, stood at the 6th level. They did not intervene. Instead, they cracked sunflower seeds, wearing smiles as they observed the unfolding drama. Were they hoping to witness my humiliation? Shifting his attention away, Qin Anyu took a step forward, bending his leg before executing a swift kick. Bang! Zhang Fuyuan soared through the air, landing over 10 meters away in the corridor. Thud. He collided with a stone drum, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. As Qin Anyu approached, the defiance in Zhang Fuyuan's eyes faded, replaced by sheer terror. Though he still mustered a faltering shout, "What, do you intend to kill? Damn it, my back is broken," as his voice dwindled into a pain moan. Qin Anyu continued his advance, devoid of any emotion. Just as he set foot on the corridor, Qin Datong came rushing in, his eyes ablaze, with Zhang Qili trailing behind. Exclaiming, "Anyu, show mercy." Witnessing Zhang Fuyuan spitting blood and realizing something was amiss, they could no longer remain passive. They had not anticipated that this fool would resort to violence so readily, and with such formidable strength. Qin Datong assessed Zhang Fuyuan's injuries, his complexion shifting dramatically. He turned to Qin Anyu, shouting furiously, "You fool, how dare you treat my uncle this way?" Qin Anyu regarded him with a cold stare, raising his hand to slap him across the face. Slap. Qin Datong, still seething with anger, suddenly saw a hand coming toward him. By the time he attempted to evade, it was too late. He felt a heavy impact to his face, causing his body to involuntarily spin. The next moment, he found himself colliding with a pillar, desperately clutching it as he slid to the ground, his mind swirling with stars. Who am I? Where am I? Why does this fool dare to strike me? Ah, yes. It is precisely because he is a fool that he would dare to do so. In a daze, he rolled over on the ground to face Qin Anyu, only to discover that the fool was holding his mother's hand. Qin Anyu's expression was devoid of emotion, while Zhang Qili's face was one of shock. After witnessing Qin Anyu's earlier slap send Qin Datong flying, she quickened her pace to confront him, intending to reprimand this audacious, disobedient fool. However, to her astonishment, she found her wrist seized, rendering her unable to move, her heart racing with disbelief. Previously, before leaving the Qin residence, Qin Anyu had only reached the 5th level of qi cultivation, while Zhang Fuyuan was at the 6th. He should have been no match for her, yet Zhang Fuyuan was utterly defenseless against him. And now, she, at the 8th level, found herself caught by him in a similar manner. What had he experienced over the past 10 days? Observing Zhang Qili's astonished expression, Qin Anyu felt no sense of accomplishment. The unparalleled Sword Emperor, if brought low by a worthless individual, would have no reason to continue living. Once the shock wore off, Zhang Qili quickly donned a smile, saying, "Anyu, I didn't expect you to have progressed so greatly, able to withstand an attack from your aunt." As she spoke, she gently attempted to free her arm. And Qin Anyu, in turn, released his grip. In such a scenario, striking her was unwise, considering she was the original's aunt. Nevertheless, he disregarded her, brushing past her as he made his way toward the back courtyard. The back courtyard was where his family resided, Qin Zhuan, Dai Linglong, and the original, along with his younger brother and sister, each occupying their respective rooms. He intended to retrieve some clothing. Zhang Qili's voice followed him. "Anyu, with your parents absent, your uncle has assumed the role of the manor's head, which is why our family has moved to the back courtyard." She was astute, unable to overpower him. She sought to justify her actions, unwilling to suffer immediate losses. Yet Qin Anyu continued forward, seemingly oblivious to her words. When Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong were present, his uncle's family resided in the front courtyard. Now they had moved to the back, a clear usurpation of the nest. Truly, the relatives from her family were rather audacious. Upon reaching the entrance of Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong's rooms, he halted, a surge of unnameable anger rising within him. Everything felt alien. The once simple, elegant bed had transformed into a gaudy spectacle. The modest dressing table, now a convoluted four-poster, the plain wooden stool replaced by an intricately lacquered one, and the simple cabinet had morphed into an elaborate wardrobe. Nothing felt familiar. All traces of Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong had vanished. Hearing hesitant footsteps from behind, he turned without looking back, demanding, "Where are my parents' belongings?" Zhang Qili's anxious voice replied, "They were all damaged. We threw them away." Qin Anyu stepped into the room, removing the sword hilt from his back. With a swift motion, he struck, and the lock on the first cabinet fell away with a clatter. Opening the cabinet doors, he discovered a delicate jade box, a treasured item belonging to his mother. This box was a wedding gift from Qin Zhuan to Dai Linglong, allowed by the Qin residence. But it must be taken away. Zhang Qili's voice rose in urgency. "Only the box belongs to your mother." Seemingly ignoring her words, Qin Anyu grasped the box, tucking it under his arm. Observing this action, Zhang Qili's expression soured. "Damn it, it contains our family's wealth." Qin Anyu paid no heed to her discontent, swiftly severing the lock on the second cabinet, revealing a golden silk Nama box. He dragged it out, declaring, "This is my father's." Upon opening the box, he found a mere collection of a dozen books. After inspecting them, he turned without a glance, asking, "What about the letters?" He recalled that Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong occasionally communicated with the outside world, and the letters were never destroyed, kept alongside the books. Zhang Qili, suppressing her mounting anger, stammered, fearing it would attract trouble, "We burned them all." Qin Anyu felt a surge of blood rush to his head, just as the oblivious Qin Datong shouted, "Qin Anyu, how dare you speak to my mother that way? Have you become so foolish you don't even recognize your own aunt?" In that instant, he found a target for his pin-up fury. Stepping toward the doorway, he swung his fist, aiming once more at that large face. Bang! Thud! Qin Datong soared through the air again, crashing against the wall and creating a hole, before tumbling through it into the hall. It was acceptable to strike him. As long as he didn't die, there would be no issues. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Qili was consumed by rage, abandoning her previous caution. With a piercing scream, she unleashed a punch, exclaiming, "Qin Anyu, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to slay your cousin?" Qin Anyu retaliated with a punch of his own. "If you wish to strike me, then let it be," he declared. Amidst the cacophony of cracking sounds, Zhang Qili was propelled from the hole. Her right arm twisted painfully as it collided with Qin Datong. In the main hall, mother and son wept together in sorrow. A throng of servants gathered to observe. Yet none dared to intervene. With no further distractions, Qin Anyu finally placed the jade box into a wooden crate and began to scrape the ground with a sword hilt, desperately searching for any trace of Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong, but to no avail. He ventured into the chambers of himself and his siblings. Yet even after scouring the area, he found nothing. With no lingering attachments, he grasped the wooden crate and approached the entrance. Just as he was about to step into the porch, a delicate and timid voice broke through the rain. "Young master, I have gathered your clothes." Qin Anyu abruptly turned to see a frail girl, one hand dangling limply while the other struggled to carry a basket, laboriously making her way toward him. A warm surge filled his heart. He had not noticed her earlier, likely because she was unaware of his arrival. In this Qin residence, there remained someone who remembered the eldest young master. Qin Yuqing, a year younger than Qin Anyu, had lost her family at the age of 2. She had been found and taken in by Dai Linglong, who raised her as a maid for the original master. Due to her seemingly naive demeanor, the two had always maintained a partnership, though she consistently referred to him as young master. Upon seeing her arm broken, along with the bruises that marred her face, neck, and other exposed areas, Qin Anyu felt a surge of bloodlust rise within him, compelling him to silently vow, "Rest assured, I shall avenge you." He then muttered, "To think that I, a celestial emperor of great standing, must possess the body of a mere 5th-tier cultivator and still be influenced by you. It is truly beyond words." He stepped forward to take the basket from her, gazing into her eyes as he inquired, "Who struck you?" Qin Yuqing averted her gaze, timidly responding, "Young master, I fell accidentally." Qin Anyu spoke slowly, "If you do not disclose the truth, I shall slay everyone here." A thunderous voice boomed from outside the gate. "Qin Anyu, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 3, Valuing Closeness over Kinship. Upon hearing the thunderous shout, the already frail Qin Yuqing staggered, nearly losing her balance. Instinctively, she grasped the tattered hem of Qin Anyu's garment, resolutely standing by his side. Qin Anyu patted her shoulder and said, "Come with me." He led her slowly into the porch, where they spotted Qin Fong rushing towards the entrance, accompanied by 20 guards. Sensing the emotional upheaval, he silently reassured himself, "No need to be anxious. They are but insignificant threats." He set down the basket, packed the clothes within into a chest, and closed it. Gazing at the approaching Qin Fong as he remarked, "Who authorized you to act as the acting lord? We 3 siblings are still here." The original character regarded this uncle with contempt, hence the lack of closeness. Gasping for breath, Qin Fong retorted, "I am your uncle. With your parents absent, I am the one most familiar with the affairs of Tanzhou. Who else could take on this role? You?" Zhang Qili, sprinting from the back room, shrieked, "We cannot let him escape. He severely injured Datong, crippled Fu Yuan, and stole our techniques and silver notes." Qin Fong's eyes widened, a fierce glare in them as he demanded, "Anyu, is this true?" "This is rebellion against the heavens," he continued. Qin Anyu replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps. However, all of this belongs to my parents." Qin Fong immediately bellowed, "Qin Anyu, have you been feigning ignorance all along? Everything in the Qin residence is the result of my labor and sacrifice. With your parents' capabilities, could they have acquired such a vast estate and ensured your trio's cultivation needs?" Zhang Qili shouted from the corridor, "Especially you, fool. Do you have any idea how much silver you waste every year? After spending so much, you have only reached the 5th level of qi cultivation. Truly pathetic. Such words were shameless. Without the support of Qin Zhuan and Dai Ling Long, could either of you have advanced to the 9th and 8th levels of qi? Without their backing, could you earn any silver? Dream on. The ignorant are truly pitiable. The shamelessness of claiming merit is astounding. He had no desire to argue with the inept and turned to Qin Fang, asking, "Who harmed you, Qin?" This time, both Qin Fang and Zhang Qili were left breathless. "After all we've said, you've absorbed none of it, only caring for that servant girl." Qin Fang seethed. "Do you seek revenge? Why not attack your uncle first?" Qin Anyu immediately responded, "Whoever harmed her, I shall not spare. If no one admits, I shall start with Qin Datong." Both Qin Datong and Zhang Fuyuan were the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. They had always resented the original character. Even if he did not strike directly, he would surely have offered his counsel. Moreover, I, the Immortal Emperor, shall not act with timidity or hesitation in my endeavors. One stroke of my sword shall cleave through the fog, revealing the truth. After speaking, he awaited their response. Qin Fang, ever arrogant, roared, "You dare. Do you think your parents are here?" Hearing this, Qin Anyu placed the chest behind the door and instructed Qin Yuqin, "You stand here." Grasping his hem, Qin Yuqin urged, "Young master, let us leave." Qin Anyu, rarely smiling, asked, "Do you wish to remain here?" Qin Yuqin shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "I will follow the young master." She added, "If the young master finds me a burden, then I." Qin Anyu patted her shoulder and cheerfully said, "Wait." He brushed her hand aside and strode towards the front room. Enraged, Qin Fang shouted, "Do not presume that because you are my brother's son, you can act freely here. I am the acting lord now, and everything here is mine." He turned to the guards, commanding, "Enter and protect the lord of this estate." After a moment's hesitation, the guards followed their captain, Wang Fuli, into the house. At that moment, Qin Anyu had already pushed past Zhang Qili and several servants, seizing Qin Datong. "Tell me, who inflicted harm upon you, Qin?" Upon seeing Qin Fang return with the guards, Qin Datong cackled, "Fool, you cannot even protect yourself, yet you concern yourself with that lowly servant." Before he could finish, Qin Anyu's fist struck, breaking one of Qin Datong's legs. In terms of closeness, Qin Yuqin was far more significant than he could ever be. 1,000 of him would not compare. In the heart of the Immortal Emperor, kinship held importance. Yet closeness was paramount. During Qin Anyu's cultivation at the sect, it was Qin Yuqin who delivered resources to him, even risking herself on numerous occasions. Such resilience, responsibility, and affection were what the Immortal Emperor cherished most. Zhang Qili screeched like an enraged bird. "Qin Anyu, Datong is your cousin. For the sake of a mere servant, you have broken his leg. Are you truly so heartless?" Qin Fang then dragged Qin Yuqin inside, declaring, "Anyu, if I kill her, what will you do?" Despite her trembling form, Qin Yuqin's gaze remained resolute. She was a woman of remarkable talent, yet regrettably lacked wealth, status, and a patron, hindering her cultivation. Qin Anyu was taken aback by Qin Fang's actions, and anger surged within him. He quickly chanted inwardly, "Do not worry, nothing will happen." To the outside world, he replied, "If she dies, everyone in this courtyard will perish." With that declaration, he struck again, demanding, "Speak. Who harmed you, Qin? Otherwise, you shall bear her pain." Qin Datong let out a wretched cry as another of his limbs was severed. Witnessing Qin Anyu's reckless fury, Qin Fang's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily released Qin Yuqin, and Zhang Qili dared not continue her outcry. Clearly, threatening with a mere Qin Yuqin would not suffice. If it continued any longer, Qin Datong would truly be incapacitated. Realizing he could not endure, Qin Datong, tears streaming down his face, confessed, "It was not I. It was arranged by Qin Jiuli and the others." Qin Anyu scanned the room and spotted Qin Jiuli. Although infrequently present in the Qin residence, he was still known to him. Jiuli was the steward, having served Qin Zhuan for over 40 years, now nearing 60. Rising with a grasp on Qin Datong, he confronted the steward. "Are you dissatisfied with your old master, or with me?" Qin Jiuli, maintaining a solemn demeanor, kept his gaze to the ground and replied, "Neither. It was her fault." Qin Anyu approached, delivering a punch. "Wrong answer. Think carefully before you respond." As he observed his own arm dangling, Qin Jiuli gritted his teeth and replied, "It was indeed her fault." Qin Anyu kicked him hard. A servant who betrays their master is committing a grave sin. With a sickening crack, Qin Jiuli collapsed to the ground. Ignoring his broken state, Qin Anyu dragged Qin Datong towards Qin Guli, asking, "Your father betrayed his master. What about you?" Qin Fang bellowed, "Qin Anyu, enough. Do you wish to sow discord among the elders of the Qin family? Your actions, which bring pain to kin and joy to enemies, will jeopardize our family's future. Qin Anyu unsheathed the sword hilt he had been carrying, questioning, what is kin? What is enmity? The sword hilt, riddled with jagged edges and cracks, appeared as a mere broken sword. With a sweeping motion, Qin Guli shrieked in retreat but could not escape the strike. A leg was severed. At that moment, Qin Anyu resembled a demon, his eyes aflame with fury, frightening even himself. Qin Juli sobbed, and Qin Guli howled in agony, paying them no heed. Qin Anyu turned his attention back to Qin Datong. Since they refuse to admit their wrongs, it seems you have lied. Raising the sword hilt, he aimed for Qin Datong's leg. On the brink of unconsciousness, Qin Datong was jolted awake, weakly exclaiming, "It was arranged by my uncle. Qin Jiuli executed it." And the participants include Qin Anyu sheathed the sword hilt, advancing towards the already broken Zhang Fuyuan, delivering a lethal strike. An arm was severed. Qin Anyu spoke softly, "The previous blow was for your disrespect towards your master. This strike is for your treachery against those close to your master." Ignoring Zhang Qili's piercing screams, he turned to Qin Fong and said, "Uncle, please personally sever an arm from those individuals pointed out by Qin Datong." Qin Fong's face turned a deep shade of purple. In the presence of the guards and numerous servants, to inflict such bloody retribution upon his own son within the Qin residence was a humiliation beyond measure. He dared not command the guards to act, for this was merely a family matter. Qin Shuang still held the nominal title of head of the household. This was a conflict between the son of the head and the acting head. Should Qin Anyu assert his claim to act as head, there would undoubtedly be supporters. He also refrained from taking action himself, as he had been informed by a servant that Zhang Qili could not withstand a single punch from him. And given Qin Anyu's current state, he might not regard his uncle with any seriousness. While still hesitating, a desperate Zhang Qili, with one arm dangling, could no longer contain herself. She burst forth, brandishing a dagger, weaving through the servants, exclaiming, "Let me handle this." With limbs scattered about, over a dozen servants were left maimed, and the Qin residence echoed with anguished cries. Observing that those named by Qin Datong had lost an arm, Qin Anyu approached Qin Yu, smilingly inquired, "Have you vented your anger?" Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he nodded vigorously. "Indeed, more than enough." Qin Anyu turned to the Qin household, stating, "Uncle, please find a room. I have further inquiries for you." With his anger quelled, Qin Yu sought to gather information regarding Qin Shuang and Dai Linglong from him. Chapter 4. Take care of yourself. When it came to action, he was ruthless and merciless. When he refrained, he addressed him as uncle repeatedly, which left Qin Fong feeling quite uncomfortable. Even more disconcerting was the formidable combat prowess of Qin Anyu, who, with remarkable audacity, disregarded the soldiers he had brought along and continued to act as he pleased. Had he been merely masquerading as a harmless soul all along, feigning weakness while biding his time? Or had some fortuitous event transformed him into someone entirely different from his former self? As myriad thoughts raced through his mind, he heard Qin Anyu express a desire to inquire about something, prompting him to compose himself and respond. First, release Datong. Qin Anyu glanced at the individual he was holding and casually set him down, momentarily forgetting he was still grasping his cousin. His demeanor was as unassuming as ever. Zhang Qili approached and remarked to Qin Anyu, "Anyu, your cousin is gravely injured and requires immediate medical attention." Qin Anyu said nothing, allowing her to escort Qin Datong away. As they moved a distance of 5 zhang, Qin Fong bellowed, "Seize that rebellious child." Qin Anyu shook his head and sighed. "I anticipated this outcome. Captain Wang Fuli, this is a family matter. I trust you will refrain from involving yourselves. Moreover, internal disputes are not within the jurisdiction of the city guards." Seeing Wang Fuli hesitate, he continued, "My uncle lacks the capability to serve as the head of the household." Qin Fong, filled with fury, lunged at Qin Anyu, throwing a punch. "You are obstructing the Qin family's path to greatness." His movements were fierce, swift, and forceful. Such was the description in Wang Fuli's mind. To Qin Anyu, however, the speed of the attack was sluggish, the force unfocused, and fraught with openings. Recognizing the intent to reason with him, Qin Anyu countered with a punch of his own. In an instant, Qin Fong was sent reeling backward, executing a backflip before crashing to the ground, sending splashes of water flying. The soldiers, poised to intervene, halted mid-motion. While Wang Fuli stood aghast, Qin Fong, sprawled on the ground, was utterly bewildered. Qin Anyu strolled leisurely to Qin Fong's side, sharing in the downpour. Once Qin Fong tilted his head slightly, Qin Anyu crouched down and inquired, "Uncle, may we now engage in a rational discussion?" Turning to Wang Fuli, he added, Captain Wang. We shall handle our family matters without further burdening you. Caught in a dilemma, Qin Fang echoed, yes, you may leave. He understood that this commotion would render any hope of retaining the headship futile. The self-proclaimed agent would likely not last long. Thus, he chose to capitalize on the situation, preserving what little dignity he had left. Once the soldiers departed, Qin Fang rose, his face ashen as he glared at Qin Anyu, forcing a smile that was utterly grotesque. Yet, he restrained himself from retching, fixating his gaze on Qin Anyu's eyes and asking, Uncle, I have a few questions for you. Firstly, where are my parents' letters? If it were still the Immortal Emperor, such complexities would be unnecessary. A mere soul search would suffice, ensuring no falsehoods or omissions. Qin Fang quickly replied, I burned them, fearing they would attract trouble. This answer mirrored Zhang Qili's exactly, delivered without hesitation, akin to an instinctive reaction, suggesting its authenticity. However, he did not fully trust it. Such a reaction could be rehearsed. Thus, he spoke with an undertone of menace, Uncle, you have witnessed my combat prowess. Should discrepancies arise, there shall be consequences. My parents are missing, and I hold no regard for others. Gazing at the seemingly naive Qin Anyu, he felt an inexplicable chill at the veiled thread in his words. Prompting a hasty nod, I truly burned them all, not a single letter remains. Qin Anyu's unwavering gaze bore into him, then elucidate the contents of those letters. Do not tell me you have never seen them. Qin Fang hastened to clarify, I indeed perused them with your aunt, but we read them separately. He then summoned Zhang Qili, and together they recounted the letter's contents. After listening to their account, Qin Anyu pondered for a moment before instructing Zhang Qili to depart. As she turned, a glint of malice flashed in her eyes, unnoticed by Qin Anyu but keenly observed by the vigilant Qin Yuqing, causing her to tremble with fear. He proceeded to interrogate Qin Fang with numerous questions, maintaining his gaze firmly on him, confident that he was not being deceived. The inquiries were scattered, far too diverse for rehearsed responses. Finally, he asked, why the urgency to erase traces of our family? Qin Fang feigned remorse. I have wronged my elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as your 3 siblings. Qin Anyu shook his head. It is not so simple. Speak the truth. After a moment of introspection, he self-deprecatingly remarked, my elder brother has managed the Tanchao estate with great efficiency, and I am widely recognized. Knowing that he cannot return, how can I not wish to take his place? Qin Anyu immediately queried, how do you know they cannot return? News has spread that they were besieged by several flying cultivators. Those capable of flight are at least at the Qi refinement stage. How could they possibly return? Do not look at me like that. I am merely at the 9th level of Qi nourishing, unable to even match you, let alone rescue them. He did not question why someone at the 9th level of Qi nourishing would have the audacity to aspire to be the head of the estate. Instead, he asked, where were they attacked? It is said that the battle spanned hundreds of miles, roughly in the vicinity of Liuguang County. By the time the news reached me, 5 days had already elapsed. Do you know who orchestrated the attempt on my life? Upon hearing this, Qin Fang fell silent. After a moment, Qin Anyu pressed further. Were you involved, or was your aunt? Qin Fang quickly shook his head. I was not involved. It was impossible for me to participate. Qin Anyu rose and headed toward the door, stating, I understand now. I hope you take care of yourself. Reaching the entrance, he turned to Qin Yuqing. Shall we venture forth into the world? She immediately beamed. As long as the young master does not mind, I shall serve at your side. Qin Anyu shook his head and entered the room, retrieving a set of hat and raincoat. Put these on. Qin Yuqing insisted. The young master should wear them. Qin Anyu replied coolly, if you accompany me, you must follow my instructions. Pouting, she complied and donned the raincoat, adjusting the hat. As the brim obscured her brows and the coat trailed on the ground, her petite face appeared even smaller. Qin Anyu chuckled inwardly, grabbing the box and striding out the door. After walking a few meters, he turned to the plaque mounted on the door, muttering, this was written by Qin Zhuang. Qin Fang is unworthy. He re-entered the house, retrieving a table and 2 stools to place beneath the plaque, preparing to remove it. The moment the plaque was taken down, he felt a wave of clarity wash over him, prompting an introspective question. Am I truly this averse to the Qin Fang family? Does the mere act of dismantling a plaque alleviate my burden? Receiving an answer from within, he shook his head. With his left hand holding the box and his right grasping the plaque, while a sword hilt rested on his back, he strode toward the alley, with Qin Yuqing trailing behind in her trailing raincoat. Seeing him take the plaque, Qin Fang's expression darkened, yet he dared not intervene. The words take care of yourself had been uttered. He was well aware of Qin Anyu's intentions. In the front hall, Zhang Qili fixed her gaze on the plaque tucked under Qin Anyu's arm, her eyes brimming with resentment. Their home lay in ruins, the estate plaque stripped away. All plots reverted to square one, even regressing further. Before they reached the alley's exit, the torrential rain ceased, and sunlight flooded the scene. Qin Yuqing looked up at the sky and, removing her hat, exclaimed, "Young master, the rain has stopped." Qin Anyu glanced upward and smiled after the rain. "The sky is clearer and more expansive." Qin Yuqing inquired from behind, "Young master, where shall we go next?" Without turning back, Qin Anyu replied, "First, we shall seek vengeance." Chapter 5. After the rain, the Eagle Gang. As the torrential rain subsided, the sun emerged, illuminating the clear blue sky and refreshing the air. Despite the approaching twilight, the long reclusive townsfolk eagerly stepped out of their homes. Adults stretched languidly, shaking off the remnants of stagnation, while children ran amok, laughing joyously, releasing the pent-up energy accumulated over the past weeks. The streets and alleys teemed with life, buzzing with excitement. Deep within a narrow alley, there lay a spacious courtyard, complete with a gatehouse, an eastern room, a western room, a front yard, and a backyard, housing dozens of rooms. In the front yard, around 40 individuals congregated in the main hall, indulging in barbecues and drinks, engaging in games of chance, while a few others lingered in the remaining rooms. Hearing the long-awaited clamor from outside, a burly man downed his cup and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "After being cooped up for over 10 days, I feel like I've grown moldy. It's time to bask in the sun." A stout man with a heavy-set face chimed in, agreeing, "Indeed, it's time to soak up some rays." Although the afternoon sun was fleeting, it warmed the body, offered the pleasure of beauty, and could even ward off pests. Such eloquent words, however, seemed incongruous with his imposing physique, eliciting a roar of laughter from the others. "Wu Shatzi, you remain as flamboyant as ever." Someone jested. "Your incoherence is amusing, and I admire your shamelessness, haha." One by one, the group sauntered out into the corridor, lining up to gaze at the setting sun. Upon noticing 3 figures emerging from the corridor, they quickly clasped their fists in greeting. "Greetings, leader, deputy leader, and master." If Qin Anyu were present, he would surely recognize the master as Wang, the proprietor of the grocery store. The leader, Yoshikuin, spoke, "In our Eagle Gang, 95% of our missions are successfully completed on the first attempt. The few that fail do so only due to insurmountable obstacles. Yet we always find a way to finish them. This time, we dispatched 12 men for our latest mission. Some of you participated, yet 5 brothers will never return. They cannot come back, but that fool has returned, strutting through the rain on the streets. This is a display, a provocation to our Eagle Gang. What do you think we should do?" Yoshikuin's ability to stir emotions was undeniable, as the coarse men around him quickly rallied, clenching their fists and growling, "Kill. Continue killing." A palpable aura of menace filled the courtyard, yet it did not escape the walls, reflecting the disciplined nature of the renowned gang in Tanzhou Prefecture. As the fervor quieted, the leader instructed, "Now, let us listen to the master's arrangements." After a respectful bow, Wang began, "Everyone, that fool has returned to the Qin residence. I refrained from informing you earlier due to the delicate nature of our situation. Now, however, he has left the Qin residence, even taking away their plaque, allowing us to act without hesitation. Wu Yin, you take 4 men and drive him out of the city. Zhang Qi, you take 10 men and follow suit. There's no need for such trouble. I shall handle it myself." A voice interrupted, and with a loud bang, the door swung open, revealing a figure striding in confidently. It was none other than Qin Anyu, burdened with a sword hilt on his back and a large, bulging bundle in hand, from which red liquid dripped. Upon entering, he shut the door behind him, attempting to latch it, only to find the latch had been removed, forcing him to abandon the effort. The sight of his demeanor sent the Eagle Gang members into fits of laughter. None could fathom how he, who had been grievously injured and cast down a cliff mere days ago, now stood before them seemingly unscathed. "Qin Anyu, how dare he return here? Huh. This saves us a great deal of time. Does he wish to die without making a sound?" Ignoring their taunts, the earnest Qin Anyu stated, "I have 2 questions. Who commissioned you to kill me, and what do you know about my parents? Speak, or you shall beg me for death." His words incited another round of laughter among the gang members. "Even a fool can threaten now. What progress?" They jeered. The incessant rain must have muddled his brain. In the midst of their raucousness, Qin Anyu tossed his bundle onto the grass. 6 pumpkins, or rather, 6 severed heads rolled out, eyes wide open, unblinking. In their rolling, 12 eyes reflected terror, confusion, and despair, a haunting tableau. Silence fell over the courtyard as dread enveloped the Eagle gang, stifling their breath. Wang's heart raced. These were the spies sent to monitor Qin Anyu, now appearing before them in this ghastly manner. Though 3 were ordinary men, the remaining 3 were seasoned fighters, the strongest among them at the 4th level of cultivation. How could they have failed to escape? While Wang pondered, Yushikuin roared. Who killed him? The stout Wu Yin stepped forward, declaring, I shall incapacitate you. With that, he leaped into the air, hurling a punch at Qin Anyu. The gang members relaxed, confident in Wu Yin's strength, a formidable 8th-level fighter capable of contending with 9th-level opponents. Surely, he would incapacitate the 5th-level Qin Anyu. What unfolded next left them aghast. Wu Yin was sent flying, his chest caved in, blood spewing forth, accompanied by a whimper. Qin Anyu remained rooted in place, muttering inaudibly. So weak. Killing a chicken requires effort. If they come at me one by one, I will tire myself out. As Wu Yin collapsed to the ground, Wang finally grasped the situation and shouted, He is different now. Everyone, attack together, use weapons. Instantly, a few rushed into a room, emerging with an array of weapons, broadswords. One by one, the gang members seized the swords and charged toward Qin Anyu, encircling him in a fan-like formation. Witnessing this scene, Qin Anyu's eyes sparkled with delight as he murmured, At last, you understand me. He unsheathed the sword hilt, stepped out from the corridor, and advanced toward them. Clangs of metal echoed. The cacophony of battle ensued. As the sound ceased, the courtyard lay divided. Wails arose amidst a gruesome display of severed limbs and blood. The immortal Qin Anyu had unleashed a torrent of violence. Nearly 20 members of the Eagle gang lay on the ground, each bereft of limbs, a chilling and brutal sight. Qin Anyu stood amidst the chaos, exuding an air of superiority, gazing down upon them. His earlier proclamation still resonated in the air. With half the gang incapacitated, the remaining members recoiled in terror. When had this fool developed such formidable combat prowess? When had he grown so ruthless? The leader and deputy leader's eyes blazed with fury, yet within that fire lay a deep-seated trepidation. His speed was astonishing. They hadn't even perceived how he struck. Only after he departed did they realize that those he passed had been dismembered. Wang's heart sank. The sword hilt had not been present last time. To kill with an unsharpened blade was a feat of a master, yet how could he sever so many limbs in less than 8 breaths? The minimum level of cultivation required was the 3rd level, and the highest was the 5th. It was utterly incomprehensible. Struggling to suppress his fear, Wang clasped his fists and said, Young Master Qin, we concede this matter. Let us go in peace, shall we? Defeat turned to diplomacy, a true sign of a strategist. But Qin Anyu, bearing the soul of an immortal, was impervious to such tactics. He coolly inquired, Did you not hear my words? Chapter 6 Various means of information. Strike fiercely if you can. If not, yield and plead for mercy. This mindset, prevalent among many scoundrels, is untenable in the presence of Qin Anyu. The Immortal Emperor's consistent principle is, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if they provoke me, they shall suffer for a lifetime. Upon hearing his icy words, Manager Wang shuddered. The chill pierced to his bones, freezing his blood and thoughts. After taking 2 deep breaths, he spoke, Young Master Qin, although our gang has targeted you, you appear unscathed. However, your actions leave them with no means of survival. If young Master Qin is unwilling to reconcile, you will soon face 20 more, and our leader is at the 9th level. Qin Anyu turned to Yushikuin and inquired, I wish to hear your decision. He dismissed the notion of verbal sparring. What need was there for such trivial tactics? The only language that mattered was that of fists. Among them, Yushikuin was the strongest, not only as the gang leader, but also the sole 9th level member. Upon being called out, Yushikuin's expression grew grave, and he said, Yushikuin, you shall go and test your mettle. Remember, be cautious. Yushikuin, his younger brother and the only 8th level member of the Eagle gang, felt a surge of anxiety but steeled himself, brandishing his great sword as he leaped forward. Let me see your true worth. His first foot landed on the grass, the second advancing towards Qin Anyu, swinging his sword towards his head. Suddenly, he noticed the opponent move, swift as lightning. He hastily raised his blade to block, only to find that the figure had already reached him, the dark sword slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, he felt his body grow light. Looking down, he realized his right hand gripping the sword was gone, as was his right leg. In a daze, he crashed to the ground, sliding forward. As he slid, he heard a furious roar. Qin Anyu, I will kill you. His brother was enraged, seeking vengeance. But how fast Qin Anyu was! With this thought, he lost consciousness. What he did not anticipate was that his brother did not immediately engage. He merely shouted, then stood in the corridor, panting heavily. It was inconceivable that he wished for his brother to perish. Rather, he wanted him to gauge Qin Anyu's strength and devise an acceptable resolution. To his astonishment, his 8th-level brother had reacted too slowly and met the same fate as those before him, losing a hand and a leg. Anger surged within him, and though he longed to act, he ultimately remained still, trying to calm his breath. With the deputy leader in such a state, the gang leader refrained from action, and the others dared not intervene, casting furtive glances at Qin Anyu, fearful of his retaliation. The atmosphere hung heavy with an eerie silence. Had it not been for the scattered limbs, the blood, and the unconscious bodies, one might have mistaken it for a solemn ceremony. After 30 seconds, Qin Anyu glanced at the sky and said indifferently, "I have matters to attend to. I shall give you 5 counts. 1. Someone in the crowd stole a glance at him before lowering their head. 2. Another glanced at Yoshikuin and then averted their gaze to their toes. 3. A shiver coursed through someone's body, cold sweat breaking out. 4. 2 individuals simultaneously shouted, "I will tell you everything I know." 1 began, and soon over 10 voices echoed the same sentiment. Qin Anyu declared, "Those willing, step forward." With swift movements, more than 10 individuals positioned themselves as instructed, leaving only 4 behind. Qin Anyu coolly commanded, "Go, kill those 4. The 4 were incensed. "Qin Anyu, you despicable coward." He offered no reply. Despicable? Merely a small ploy to conserve strength. Even the inept hold some value. The 10 or so hesitated, then revealed fierce determination, raising their blades in a rush towards the 4. At that moment, Yoshikuin stepped forward with his greatsword. The crowd assumed he intended to assist and slowed their advance, their eyes instinctively darting towards Qin Anyu. They did not anticipate that Yoshikuin would leap onto a stone table and, with a powerful push, spring into the air, aiming for the corridor's peak. He was fleeing. This astonished everyone. His brother was about to bleed out, and his followers were poised to turn on each other, yet the strongest leader, instead of fighting, chose to flee. How ludicrous it was to consider such a person a leader. What followed was even more shocking. A dark figure darted past, and Yoshikuin let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing at the edge of the corridor roof, a knife lodged in his abdomen. The double shock roused the remaining 4, who discarded their weapons and knelt, exclaiming, "I am willing." The suddenness of their cries sent shivers down Qin Anyu's spine. Rubbing his face, he instructed, "Those who can write, jot down what you know. Those who cannot, line up to tell me." With a thunderous rush, the crowd parted. 3 individuals sat in the corridor, producing writing materials, while the others discarded their weapons and formed a queue 3 feet away. Few possessed the ability to write. Casting a glance at the fidgeting manager Wang, he turned to the line and commanded, "Begin." The first individual at the 5th level stepped forward and, upon Qin Anyu's signal, whispered in his ear. After sharing his information, he took his place as directed. 6 more followed suit, and Manager Wang inhaled deeply before stepping out of the corridor towards the half-shattered stone table, hastily writing. Ultimately, he had come to a realization. While 9 remained unspoken in the queue, the 3 in the corridor handed him a stack of papers each. Once the queue had finished, Manager Wang continued to write fervently. Qin Anyu remained patient, seated, and waiting. Finally, after a brief interval, Manager Wang presented a thick stack of paper, substantially thicker than the combined contributions of the 3. Qin Anyu accepted the manuscript, slowly perusing its pages while discreetly observing those among them. After flipping through a dozen pages, he declared, "You may leave now." Manager Wang had provided more information than the others, yet their accounts aligned perfectly, indicating they had not lied. Since they spoke truthfully, he was bound to uphold his promise. However, to his surprise, none of them moved. "Can we truly depart?" A voice filled with uncertainty broke the silence. Qin Anyu coldly inquired, "Do you wish to prepare a meal?" One individual at the 4th level cautiously approached the door, eyes fixed on Qin Anyu. Similarly, the others, though hesitant, kept one eye on him and the other on the advancing figure. At last, the 4th level individual reached the entrance, 1 foot crossing the threshold. Noticing Qin Anyu's lack of reaction, he took a deep breath and bolted outside, disappearing from view. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, though they staggered slightly. This stagger was not from fear or concern, but rather from the strain of forcibly dividing their gaze. After adjusting to their surroundings, some rushed towards the exit while others walked normally. Soon, only Qin Anyu and Manager Wang remained in the courtyard. Manager Wang approached him, humbly stating, "Young Master Qin, may I take Yoshikuin with me? He saved my life." He seemed to think himself quite important. Qin Anyu replied coolly, "What do you think?" With a sigh, Manager Wang's already frail figure appeared even more hunched as he turned toward the door. Chapter 7. The Heart's Inquiry of Yuqing in a modest courtyard beneath the city walls. The frail Yuqing paced anxiously within her room. It had been nearly 2 hours since parting from Anew, and his absence filled her with unease, prompting fears of misfortune. Suddenly, the sound of the courtyard gate creaked open, and she hurried to the window, parting it just enough to glimpse outside. Upon recognizing the figure at the entrance, her heart leapt with joy, and she exclaimed, "The young master has returned." She flung open the door and dashed out. Noticing Anew still holding a horse's reins, she reached for the large bundle atop the horse's back, but Anew playfully pressed her head down, instructing, "I shall carry it. You tend to the horse." Her arms were too short to argue, so she relented, took the reins, and secured them to a post before closing the door behind her. She returned to Anew's side, gazing into his eyes and inquired, "Young master, have you completed the task?" He replied with a smile, "Not all of them." Yuqing, intrigued, pressed on, "Shall we reside here from now on?" Anew turned to her, asking, "Will you join me in the mountains?" Her eyes sparkled with determination. "As long as you do not disdain my disability, I shall follow you until my last breath." Anew sighed inwardly, yet spoke gently, "From now on, do not call me young master, just brother will suffice." She shook her head vehemently, asserting, "Young master is still young master." He countered, "If you refuse, I may have to send you away." After a moment of hesitation, she resolutely stated, "Young master will always be young master. Any other title would sadden me." Anew sighed again, realizing her mind had been thoroughly conditioned. He decided to acquiesce. Before he could speak, Yuqing asked, "Are we heading to the mountains now?" Just then, a gurgling sound interrupted her, and she blushed in embarrassment as her stomach betrayed her. Anew asked, "Have you not eaten?" She feigned calmness, dismissing his concern. "I wasn't hungry then. I planned to cook once you returned so we could eat together." He tapped her forehead, teasing, "You are as foolish as ever, more so than I." She pouted, defending, "It is not I who is foolish, it is those others." Anew ignored her playful banter, unwrapping the bundle to reveal 4 oil paper packages, a clay jar, and a jug of wine. "I knew you would be foolish enough to starve yourself. There is plenty of roast chicken and duck, but only 1 jar of wild mushroom soup." She laughed, "I shall fetch a bowl immediately." Shortly after, she returned with 3 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks, placing 2 in front of him. "Young master, 1 bowl for soup and 1 for wine." After pouring him a bowl of wine and serving soup, she added, "I shall go buy some pancakes." Anew pushed 2 oil paper packages toward her. "There are pancakes in the bundle. First, drink your soup and eat the meat. Sit down and eat." She darted to inspect the bundle, gasping, "So many oil paper packages, so many pancakes?" Anew inquired, "Do you see only the food and not the substantial amount of gold and silver notes, along with numerous medicinal materials?" Yuqing giggled, "I noticed, but with food, I shall not go hungry." Her words trailed off. Anew discerned her implication. It seemed the Qin estate had not fared well of late. "First, drink your soup. Then eat the rest. Hurry, we must depart." She filled a bowl with soup, tore off a piece of pancake, and approached the door, but shook her head vigorously. "No, I am but a servant. I cannot sit at the same table as my master." He glared at her. "Have you learned to be disobedient?" Seeing his fierce expression, she blinked innocently, then placed the pancake and soup bowl on the table, dragging a stool to the wall. "Young master, I shall eat here." After settling down, she took 2 sips of soup, then nibbled thoughtfully on the pancake. Recognizing her effort, Anew refrained from insisting further and asked, "Have those who let you starve received their due punishment?" A month prior, when she delivered the silver notes and medicinal supplies, her face was round and radiant, her limbs plump. Now, her visage was gaunt, her arms bony. Only her bright eyes remained, a stark contrast to her otherwise pitiable state, revealing the torment she had endured. Upon hearing his abrupt mention of the past, Yuqing coughed uncontrollably, hastily covering her mouth with the pancake, before sipping more soup until she could finally speak. "Thank you. Young master, those wrongdoers have received their just deserts." He took a sip of wine, savoring a piece of roast chicken. "I can only assist you in this matter. If there are any left unpunished, you must seek vengeance yourself." Yuqing shook her head. "Young master has already avenged me, exceeding my expectations." Anew asked, "Do you enjoy cultivating your skills?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she opened her mouth wide, revealing the remnants of the pancake. After a moment, she managed to close her mouth, hastily gulping soup and inserting pieces of pancake, replying, "I do not enjoy it." "Truly do not enjoy it?" Anew pressed. "Young master, you have left the Qin estate without access to silver and medicinal supplies. Once we venture into the mountains, I shall seek out the materials to ensure your needs are met. Do you truly not enjoy cultivation? Anew reiterated. Do not attempt to placate me. Regardless of the silver and medicinal supplies, even with this injured arm, I cannot cultivate. Do you wish to cultivate? Anew's persistent questioning prompted her to take a deep breath. Responding emphatically, young master, I wish to cultivate. Then her voice softened, adding, but. Anew interrupted, desire is sufficient. Leave the rest to me. She gazed at him, tears spilling from her eyes, and nodded vigorously, choking out, yes, I shall leave it to you, young master. Unaccustomed to such emotional displays, he tore off a piece of roast chicken and handed it to her. You have drunk your soup and eaten your pancakes. Now finish this half chicken. Observing her hesitation, he added, cultivation requires a robust body. Instantly, she rose to accept the chicken and devoured it hungrily, her eyes sparkling, tears streaming down her cheeks. Witnessing her plight, Anew could only sigh. Though his own powers were still insufficient, he could vaguely discern her promising potential. In a realm of immortals, such talent would have been discovered at a young age, yet here, it lay abandoned amidst the rubble. Geniuses abound, yet without the nurturing environment, they remain ordinary. Contemplating this, an inexplicable joy blossomed within him, and he mused, if she is your friend, she is my friend as well. But he also recognized her excessive adherence to decorum. He could hardly blame her, as he had never succeeded himself. After reflecting on these thoughts, he found humor in the absurdity of it all. When had the mighty Immortal Emperor become so patient as to explain trivial matters to a mere mortal? Chapter 8. A new path in the enigmatic city. After finishing a bowl of wine, Anew devoured half a roast chicken and a whole duck. Noticing that Qin had yet to finish her half of the chicken, he spoke sternly, you must finish it, otherwise you shall not accompany me into the mountains. With wide eyes, she hastily took a couple of bites, but it was merely a meager amount. Seeing him fixate on her, she pitifully said, eldest young master, I am already full. Observing her expression, Anew decisively turned away to organize his belongings, stating, hurry and finish, we shall depart once you are done. As he turned his back, Qin beamed with a radiant smile, thinking, eldest young master, your angry demeanor is not frightening at all. In fact, it is somewhat endearing. This girl, in good spirits, even dared to jest. Anew, still avoiding her gaze, continued to sort through his items while inquiring. Can you ride a horse by yourself? As her dedicated maid, she had frequently ridden to deliver supplies, but now, with one arm incapacitated, it was uncertain. Qin, taken aback, asked, eldest young master, are you not going? He replied impatiently, if I do not go, how would you know where to venture? Her eyes widened in realization. There was only one horse. Oh, you mean I should lead the way? Anew found himself speechless. It was as if a celestial being were attempting to communicate with a mere mortal. Just admit whether you can ride or not, he urged. I should manage, she responded. Then ride ahead. If it does not work out, we shall figure something out. If I need to ride, there are plenty of horses in the Eagle Gang. Acquiring another is trivial. While Anew organized his items, Qin chattered incessantly, transporting pots, pans, bedding, firestones, staple foods, and cooking utensils from the kitchen. Oh, chopsticks can be omitted. I can craft them from bamboo or wood. Once eldest young master heals my hand, I can manage myself. You need to cultivate and teach me as well. We will need many medicinal herbs. With no silver coming in, we will have to forage for herbs in the mountains. We will need a hoe for that. And it will be dark in the mountains. We must bring a lamp. As her ramblings extended, the number of packages increased from 2 to 3, ultimately reaching 4 before she ceased. The plaque she had wrapped was not even counted. Observing the half-empty courtyard, Anew could not help but smile wryly. You truly are quite unrestrained. This courtyard belongs to Gusu. Internally, he felt vexed. Without proper storage, accumulating so many items was quite cumbersome. Nevertheless, both of them required sustenance, otherwise they would starve. With these provisions, life would be a tad more comfortable. She chuckled. Gusu is eldest young master's good friend. He will not mind. With all arrangements made, what more could he say? As the evening glow settled, Qin led his horse with his right hand, guiding her to walk on his left, locking up the courtyard as they proceeded toward the city gates. Upon exiting the city, he instructed Qin to mount her horse. Observing her maneuver with ease, he urged her, follow me. Stunned by Anew's swift departure, Qin felt a surge of emotions, wanting to call out but hesitating. Finally, with a gentle squeeze of her legs, she urged her horse to chase after him. In a large courtyard within the city, a middle-aged man sat in a grand chair, while a frail elder knelt before him. Are you saying the Eagle Gang has disbanded? Indeed. Brother Yoshikuin is dead, and over half the members have perished. Why has such a seemingly incompetent fool undergone such a transformation? The subordinate expressed his confusion. Despite his foolish demeanor, his actions were now ruthless, a stark contrast to his previous self. Gather the remaining members of the Eagle Gang, the middle-aged man commanded. It may no longer be feasible. Upon my return, I found none of the squad leaders. They have evidently fled. Do they dare to escape? How infuriating. The frail elder rose, revealing himself to be Manager Wang. Bowing his head, he humbly addressed, "Thank you, my lord." The middle-aged man inquired, "Do you believe the Qin residence, which cannot be called that anymore, is worth supporting?" "Everything depends on your wishes, my lord. You are quite cunning. No wonder they call you King Fox. Alas, she is merely a distant cousin. In a situation where no one else is available, it could be advantageous for her to assume the position of the residence's master. It is unfortunate that we are currently weak, allowing him to escape and decimate an Eagle Gang. My lord, why pursue him across borders rather than eliminate him on the spot? I do not know. I merely follow orders. And let us not discuss this further. Continue searching for manpower to capture him. My lord, if I may dare suggest, we could send a couple of Qi refinement experts. It would be more straightforward. The Qi refinement experts are currently occupied. Had Yoshikuin not been so cowardly and eager to flee, but instead faced us head-on, he likely would not have faltered so easily. It is easy to find those in the later stages of Qi refinement. Yes, I shall pursue that. No, you need not involve yourself further. Thank you for your consideration, my lord." After leaving the courtyard, Manager Wang, who had initially appeared spirited, now hunched over like an old man, shuffling along and muttering to himself, without offering support, merely issuing commands. Resorting to any means to achieve their goals, how can such an organization thrive? Do they rely solely on the kin of those they hold captive? Do they think I am unaware that you are merely a Qi refinement practitioner? How could you know that the squad leaders fled under my suggestion? Moreover, Qin Anyu is quite mysterious. He was gravely injured, believed to have plummeted to his demise, yet now he appears unscathed, his combat prowess and demeanor transformed. Could it truly be related to that thunderstorm? Those 3 days of lightning seemed to envelop the entire Tanzhou prefecture, yet I sense the epicenter lies in that direction. Did he encounter some fortuitous event there? Enough of this. I am merely a Qi refinement practitioner of the 6th realm. Violence is not my forte. Unbeknownst to him. After he exited the room, a hidden door opened, revealing a robust man of the Qi refinement realm. Approaching the middle-aged man, he calmly stated, "I believe it would be more prudent for me to handle this personally." The middle-aged man shook his head. There is no rush. With his level of cultivation, accompanied by a maid, he cannot escape far. Do not be too swayed by that old fox. His apparent strength is merely a result of the remote location of Tanzhou Prefecture and its lack of martial prowess. The strong man countered, "You may be overestimating your position. Anyone capable of severely injuring a 9th realm with a single strike in the 5th realm is a genius, no matter where they are." After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man replied, "Very well, I shall entrust him to you. However, our arrival has already raised the vigilance of certain factions in this city, and the provincial government is also keeping an eye on us. I hope you will proceed with caution." Upon hearing this, the strong man pondered briefly before stating, "I shall pursue him myself." The middle-aged man smiled. "With 2 significant events unfolding in the city today, do you think he can escape? I suggest you pay a visit to the Qin residents to reassure them and instill a sense of threat among those factions." "Very well. Find 2 Qi refinement experts to accompany you." The strong man then exited the room, not through the hidden door but through the main entrance, heading towards the former Qin residence. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Qin residence was tense, with dark clouds looming over everyone's faces. Just moments ago, Zhang Qili had declared that all disabled individuals must leave the Qin residence. She subsequently dispatched people to expel both the conscious and unconscious injured, with the exception of Zhang Fuyuan and Qin Datong. This maneuver not only incited anger among the injured, but also instilled fear in the remaining servants. After all, most of these individuals had suffered due to her son and brother, and the majority of the actions had been taken by Zhang Qili herself. To now discard them so callously was a display of profound cruelty. As soon as the Qin residents questioned the appropriateness of her actions, she unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them. He berated him as a useless fool, unable to control his foolish nephew. He scolded him for being able to act as the deputy lord, attributing it to the assistance of her distant cousin, which had no connection to the Qin family. He warned him against harboring any sentiments of mercy for all the silver notes in the household, had already been seized by Qin Anyu, leaving them in dire straits. He could only obediently endure her scolding, clearly observing the spittle flying from her lips, and only after her fury subsided did he leave, dejected and downcast. Chapter 9. A soliloquy on the official road. Qin Anyu sprinted ahead with a sword embryo slung across his back, while Qin Yuqin rode behind on horseback. The two enveloped in silence. Qin Yuqin refrained from speaking, having witnessed her young master's arduous training for the first time. The trials of cultivation weighing heavily on her heart. Qin Anyu's silence stemmed from an inner monologue, pondering how he, the illustrious Immortal Emperor, had found himself ensnared in the constraints of a clumsy body. It seemed the heavens sought to test him. While such a body might spell doom for an ordinary individual, it still afforded him the opportunity to cultivate. He marveled at the strength of the soul force emanating from this barren spirit bridge realm, capable of influencing the consciousness of an immortal emperor like himself. Undoubtedly, this formidable soul power had aided in fulfilling certain aspirations and uncovering vital information. Yet, he reminded himself that they were now a singular entity, and though he inhabited this body, it did not imply he was incapable of suppressing or extinguishing it. One must not presume they could always exert influence over him. At present, he refrained from confronting adversaries due to his low cultivation level. As the shopkeeper Wang had advised, matters concerning the Qin residents involved practitioners of the Qi cultivation realm. Although he could rely on his past life's understanding of cultivation to eliminate them, the limitations of this body would leave him vulnerable should he succeed. His ancestor had always proclaimed that safety must come first. Thus, one should avoid unnecessary risks. Good fortune does not arise from haste, and impatience does not yield fruitful results. The priority now was to elevate his realm and strengthen his abilities, rather than seeking revenge fueled by anger. If he were captured or met with death, the opportunity for vengeance would vanish. Do not rely on that brother of yours. It remained a mystery which powerful entity he had offended in his past life, or what transgressions had led to his being burdened with this inherently clumsy body. Even in the celestial realm, such a physique was deemed the most useless, rendering martial pursuits extraordinarily arduous, with a lifespan merely half that of others. Had it not been for his knowledge that a clumsy body had once attained divinity in the awareness of all the cultivation nodes involved, his existence would have been irrevocably doomed. Despite the challenges, he resolved to strive for success. Regrettably, the supreme sword techniques he had mastered in his previous life would now serve no purpose. He would have to start anew, a thought that pierced his heart with anguish. While others experienced a smooth transition after seizing control, reaching unprecedented heights, his path had to be fundamentally altered. You cherish family and friends. Appearing simple-minded yet possessing a stubborn core, a stark contrast to my own disposition. As the Immortal Emperor, familial ties held little significance for me. What mattered was closeness. Yet, I have changed, betrayed by so-called friends during my tribulation, leading to my current plight in this lowly realm I had never even heard of. I am handsome and charming, well-versed in various fields. While you are clumsy and dull, focused solely on cultivation, our natures are utterly incompatible. Do not feel indignant. The truth is as it stands. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you. If your parents are still alive, I will ensure their rescue. If they have perished, I shall avenge them. I shall endeavor to elevate your family to a higher realm, including that self-important brother of yours, if he is willing to listen. As Qin Anyu ran with unwavering focus, those approaching from the front were taken aback, while those following waited to witness the spectacle. Why? The horse ridden by Qin Yuqin was of exceptional quality, capable of covering 100 miles in a single hour, albeit at a moderate speed. The official road stretched long ahead, with 300 miles remaining to the next town, and several perilous locations lay in between. How long could he maintain such a display? What would happen upon encountering danger? Fortunately, those traveling understood the need for discretion and restraint, thus no one dared mock him. Some even kindly advised him to conserve his energy for the long journey ahead, but Qin Anyu, lost in his thoughts, responded only with a simple, hearty wave. Others cautioned Qin Yuqin about the dangers ahead, advising against exhausting their strength so early, but upon seeing Qin Anyu's unyielding demeanor, she simply smiled and remained silent, trusting his judgment without questioning it. As their conversation faded, two horses thundered from behind, their riders brandishing large sabers. As they sped past, one glanced back at the pair. Qin Anyu returned the gaze momentarily before focusing on the weapons at their backs. Though standard in design, the quality of these blades far surpassed that of the Eagle Gang's. He had only encountered inferior-grade weapons among them, while these were of superior quality, indicating either their significance or the formidable and wealthy organization to which they belonged. He silently deduced this while recalling that Qin Zhuan, the mansion's master at the Qi cultivation stage, wielded only inferior-grade weapons, and his wife, at the same cultivation level, also possessed only superior-grade ones. Soon, he witnessed the two swordmen pivoting their horses, charging toward them. A cold smirk crept upon his lips as he patted Qin Yuqing's horse, signaling her to halt. As he spoke, he unslung the sword embryo from his back and dashed forward, swift as the wind, stirring up dust in his wake. Silence enveloped them, save for the sounds of hooves and footsteps. As Qin Anyu sprinted, Qin Yuqing felt a flicker of confusion. Did her master truly revel in battle? His movements appeared far more agile than before, yet the pressure she sensed rendered her bewilderment fleeting. The atmosphere in the canyon grew oppressive, the air thick with impending violence. The sounds of hooves and footsteps echoing disturbingly, making it hard for her to breathe. Suddenly, three voices thundered through the canyon. Kill. The two sword-wielding men leaped from their horses, blades raised, lunging toward Qin Anyu. One approached from the left, the other from the right. Both blades aimed to restrict his movement. In response to their battle cries, Qin Anyu accelerated, swinging his sword with ferocity. Crack, swoosh, ah. The sounds melded seamlessly. In his headlong rush, the sword of the ninth realm shattered, and the man's body was severed. His head propelled forward while his body continued to run, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Thud. The body collapsed, the head fell, and one ninth realm warrior met his demise. The eighth realm warrior halted, terror-stricken as he beheld the fate of his companion, roaring in disbelief. Who are you? Having landed, Qin Anyu swiftly turned, his face ashen. The exertion of his sprint and explosive strike had drained much of his strength. The realm is still too low, this time. I must elevate it to the ninth realm before I can emerge. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he slowly retraced his steps while dragging the sword embryo, bellowing. Speak. Who sent you? At this moment, the eighth realm finally remembered to flee. However, in their panic, they chose the wrong path and dashed towards Qin Anyu, presumably intending to mount a horse. As the eighth realm drew closer, he swung his sword and surged forward. The eighth realm, being swifter, soon evaded his reach, leaping onto the horse and striking its flank with the flat of his blade, urging it onward. Both man and steed swiftly vanished into the twilight glow. When faced with the precipice of life and death, individuals often unleash astonishing potential. Observing this, Qin Anyu could only shake his head in resignation. Qin Yuqing hastily rode over, noticing Qin Anyu's pale complexion, and asked with concern, Young master, what shall we do next? Qin Anyu inhaled deeply, indicating a narrow path ahead. We shall take that route. Qin Yuqing whispered, but young master, that path leads to the bandit territory of Mongshan. Without elaborating, Qin Anyu replied, just follow me. Chapter 10. The inevitable descent into the abyss on the mountaintop. Beneath the dim night, Qin Anyu sat cross-legged on the ground, a wine bowl in one hand and a roasted chicken in the other, savoring each sip and bite with unwavering focus. Beside him, Qin Yuqing also sat on the ground, holding half a roasted chicken, her gaze fixed on Qin Anyu's face, brimming with concern. As the last sip of wine was consumed, Qin Anyu rose to his feet, stating, It is time for us to depart. After the journey along the official road and dining thus far in silence, Qin Yuqing finally broke her silence. Young master, I notice your steps are somewhat unsteady. Would you not rest a while longer? Qin Anyu stretched his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds, and chuckled. I thought you were frightened. He then packed away the wine bowl into his satchel, placing it on the horse's back. Finish the chicken as we walk. I shall lead the horse, and you follow closely. Ahead lies a rugged and steep path, unsuitable for riding. Qin Yuqing stood, clutching the roasted chicken, and inquired again. Young master, perhaps you should rest a moment. This girl is indeed quite stubborn. Qin Anyu replied with a smile, No need. A mere chicken and 2 bowls of wine could not possibly hinder me. Yet, in his heart, he felt a tinge of helplessness. As the esteemed Immortal Emperor, to vanquish a slightly formidable foe in the ninth realm of Qi cultivation required a substantial portion of his strength, truly, a dragon trapped in shallow waters. In the hazy moonlight, the two traversed the mountain ridge. Upon reaching the highest crest of Mang Mountain, the sounds of battle echoed in the air, accompanied by a blinding light. Qin Yuqing swallowed her morsel of chicken. Young master, it appears that mountain bandits are engaging in a robbery. Noticing Qin Anyu's lack of response, she continued, Young master, I have heard tales of tranquility in Tanho Prefecture. How could there be mountain bandits here? My father is the governor, and our house never lacks for food or drink. Why then do you bear an injury? How is it that you have grown so frail? Why do factions like the Eagle Gang exist in the city? Where there is light, there is darkness. Both coexist. One cannot thrive in isolation. Qin Yuqing fell silent. Her appetite for the roasted chicken diminished as she followed closely behind the horse. After some time, the battlefield came into view. It was a minor skirmish. One side boasted over 30 men, while the other had little more than 20, with several bodies strewn across the ground. Qin Yuqing gasped, "Young master, the bandits are winning. Do you know which ones are bandits?" Indeed, as we traveled, I observed many faces and attire. Those encircled are among them. Young master, I shall not intervene. It is not out of fear, but rather, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. To survive, one must fight fiercely. If all else fails, one must flee. If strength is lacking, fleeing is no disgrace. After all, life is paramount, and wealth is but a fleeting possession. Young master, I see someone attempting to escape. Oh, the one you killed, the remaining one. You possess remarkable eyesight, discerning their features from such a distance, far superior to mine. Young master, shall we not assist them? Why would we? They intend to kill you. He has fled. My time is precious. I shall not waste it on such failures. Oh. After traversing the highest ridge for a while, Qin Anyu led the horse while Qin Yuqing rode down a long, descending ridge. After a spell, Qin Yuqing asked, "Young master, does this path lead to Linxia sect?" Qin Anyu inquired with a smile. Would one require such a treacherous mountain path to reach there? That is true. She conceded. Are you tired, girl? I am not. Then why do you ask? Because you seem preoccupied. Qin Yuqing giggled softly before falling silent once more. Under the chilling light, the pair maneuvered across various ridges. Finally, at a steep incline, Qin Anyu halted. Can you still proceed, my dear? A weary voice responded, Young master. I can still walk. Where are we? I feel as though the depths on either side are unfathomable, and a cold breeze whistles, which is quite frightening. With that, Qin Anyu helped Qin Yuqing dismount, removing all the bundles from the horse's back. He then gave the horse a gentle pat. Go now. Live freely. The horse neighed and galloped down the ridge. Qin Yuqing, bewildered, asked, Young master, shall we reside here henceforth? Although it is cool, there is neither water nor trees, and it offers no concealment. Qin Anyu flicked her forehead lightly. You think too much. Afterward, he reorganized the bundles into a larger one, securing it on his back with a rope that bound them at the waist. One end attached to Qin Yuqing, the other to him. The rope stretching 5 or 6 feet between them. My dear, our perilous journey is about to commence. With you by my side, young master, I fear nothing. Seeing Qin Anyu approach the precipice, she nervously asked, Young master, are we to leap from here? If so, I could manage it alone. Being tied together, I would only hinder you. Qin Anyu was nearly amused to the point of exasperation, replying sternly, Follow closely, and do not speak. Oh. Reaching the cliff's edge, Qin Anyu grasped a cluster of exposed shrubs, then slid forward, vanishing from sight in an instant. Qin Yuqing screamed in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rushed to the edge, calling out, Young master. A voice echoed from below, Child, are you foolish? Sit down and extend your legs. Oh. She obeyed, sitting and extending her legs, bracing herself with one hand as she gradually moved forward. Just as she felt her backside teetering at the edge, she sensed the rope tighten around her waist, and in an instant, she plummeted down the cliff, only to feel another tight grip as she was pulled against the sheer rock face. As she braced for impact, everything seemed to cease. An arm encircled her waist. How steep! How dark! You silly girl, are you not afraid of falling? I am not. The rope is secured to your waist. Can you see? Those protrusions, those clusters of shrubs, and those little trees are our path ahead. How thrilling! Faced with the audacity of this naive girl, Qin Anyu was left speechless, merely placing her beside him to rest before continuing on. Young master, why did we not come by day? This is a secret path I discovered. It must remain unknown to others. When we reach the bottom, you will see that night and day are nearly indistinguishable. After a brief respite, they pressed on, skirting the sheer cliff as Qin Anyu wielded a torch at the forefront, navigating over the outcrops, through dense thickets and small trees. They finally arrived at a large platform after 5 hours of travel, where they unpacked provisions to eat. Qin Yuqing took a piece of flatbread, biting into it, and gazed up in astonishment. Young master, how far have we traveled? We can no longer see the sky, yet it is not dark here. If we consider a direct descent, it is 8 li. If measuring the distance we have traversed, it is 30 li. Wow, after such a long journey, we have only covered so little ground. Are we truly so inept? Devour your meal quickly, eat, and then rest. The journey ahead will be far more perilous. Oh. Chapter 11. Perilous Cliff. After a satisfying meal and a restful slumber, the duo resumed their descent, continuing their arduous climb. 2 hours into their descent, Qin Yuqin exclaimed. Young master, look. There are many large snakes below. Qin Anyu replied nonchalantly. They won't come up here. The real danger has yet to begin. Oh, snakes are terrifying, she remarked. I don't see you afraid. With a playful smile, she added, that's because the young master is here. Would you be scared if you were alone? I would never venture to such a place alone. At last, they reached the valley floor, and Qin Yuqin noted, young master, why is everything so murky? Has it grown dark? No, we've long lost sight of the sky. Upon reaching the valley's bottom, Qin Yuqin chattered incessantly, posing questions and answering them herself. Qin Anyu produced some provisions, and after a hearty meal and a brief rest, he retrieved a ceramic pot and kindled a fire, subsequently unveiling a bundle of medicinal herbs. As the pot changed color slightly, he intermittently added herbs to it. Observing his serious demeanor, Qin Yuqin sat quietly, her gaze flitting between his face and the pot. Although she did not comprehend his intentions, she found the process captivating. After a considerable time, Qin Anyu removed the pot from the fire, exhaling a sigh of relief. It was complete. Curious, Qin Yuqin leaned in to see 5 verdant pills within the pot. Young master, what are these? She inquired. Elixirs, he replied. You can concoct elixirs as well? Your young master possesses many talents. He poured out the elixirs, carefully stowing them in his pocket, then prepared another batch, still 5 pills. But notably smoother, indicating a higher grade. Quite an accomplishment, to refine such low-grade materials into superior elixirs. I do not tarnish the reputation of my celestial emperor. After pouring them out, he handed her one, instructing, consume this. Why must I take medicine? She questioned. What you perceive as murkiness is actually miasma, toxic in nature. This is a miasma cleansing pill. It neutralizes the miasma. Oh, I shall take it. Qin Yuqin examined the pill before witnessing Qin Anyu swallow one himself, prompting her to hastily do the same. After a moment, she smacked her lips and said, young master, this miasma cleansing pill has a sweet, fragrant taste. It's quite delightful. He chuckled reproachfully. When did you become such a glutton? From now on, you shall walk ahead of me and think of nothing else. Remember, I am right beside you. Do not panic, no matter what occurs. Understood. Having packed their belongings, they ventured less than half a mile when a gray serpent leapt from the sheer cliff ahead, darting towards them like an arrow, causing Qin Yuqin to squeal in fright. Qin Anyu stepped forward, drawing his sword in a swift motion. The serpent's body severed, collapsing onto the ground. That startled me, Qin Yuqin exclaimed, patting her chest. Young master, how much further do we have to go? Not much farther, he assured her. What is it? She pressed. In the past, my father and mother often boiled snake soup, claiming it was. Young master, I apologize. It's nothing. Snake soup is indeed delectable, but not in this place. Oh, I see. The miasma. Before she could finish her thought, another long serpent approached and was similarly dispatched by a swift sword stroke. Young master, this snake is different from the last. It's shorter and thicker, she observed, her scrutiny evident. Watch your step, Qin Anyu instructed, sweeping his sword to dispatch 2 more snakes that lunged from the ground. Witnessing this, Qin Yuqin fell silent, focusing on her footing. For a while, Qin Anyu's sword danced tirelessly, claiming the lives of numerous snakes along their path. With each step, serpentine corpses littered the ground. As Qin Anyu cleaved yet another snake, Qin Yuqin gasped, young master, there's a ghost. He swiftly retrieved a miasma cleansing pill from his pocket, advancing toward her and commanding, open your mouth. With her vision slightly clearer, she obediently complied, and he placed the pill in her mouth. With a swift motion, he severed a snake that slithered toward them. Moments later, her gaze sharpened, and she asked, young master, did I just see a ghost? I saw nothing. Focus solely on your path. Do not entertain other thoughts. The miasma cleansing pill he crafted utilized celestial formulas, effective in detoxifying and clearing the mind, making it perfectly suited for their current predicament. Subsequently, Qin Anyu wrapped an arm around her waist and quickened their pace, continuing to wield his sword against the serpents. This experience was meant to fortify her resolve. Having achieved his objective, he sought to waste no further time. Gradually, the serpents diminished, yet the ground began to reveal skeletal remains. He administered another miasma cleansing pill before hastily guiding her onward. After traveling an indeterminate distance, Qin Yuqin's eyes widened in alarm. Young master, the pill has lost its potency. I see a skeleton. It's approaching us. The pill has not lost its efficacy. That is merely a skeleton. Hearing this, Qin Yuqin, rather than panicking, fixated on the skeleton. Qin Anyu swung his sword, shattering the skeleton into pieces. It was merely a skeleton from the qi cultivation stage, incapable of withstanding his strike. The skeleton posed little delay and did not hinder his speed. He continued to hasten forward, cleaving through more skeletons along the way. However, as they progressed, the time taken to shatter each skeleton increased due to their growing size and number, while his energy waned. Upon encountering another skeleton, Qin Yuqin remarked, "Young master, this one is far stronger than the previous. Its eyes blaze with fire. Leave me here. You should go on alone. I am a burden to you." She had discerned that her young master's speed was diminishing, and the time required to break the skeletons indicated his dwindling strength. "Do you wish for me to avenge you?" he inquired. "If the young master has time, I would appreciate it. Less chatter. You are not yet burdened." "Understood." Yet, Qin Anyu set her down, relinquishing his burden as well. He retrieved a half-finished flask of wine from his pack and downed it in one gulp before hurling the flask at the skeleton. He then hoisted his pack, clasped Qin Yuqin, and charged at the skeleton with his sword drawn. This particular skeleton was on the verge of the qi cultivation stage. He could not afford to be careless. With a resounding crash, the skeleton shattered the wine flask, fragments scattering. Qin Anyu retaliated with a sword strike against its fist, severing several bones. The skeleton staggered back, as did he. Clutched under his arm, Qin Yuqin glared fiercely at the skeleton, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet her anger was futile. Only Qin Anyu's sword could yield results. With another leap forward, he aimed a strike at the skeleton's crown, which instinctively raised a hand to defend itself. With a cacophony of clattering bones, fragments scattered across the ground. Qin Anyu swung his sword once more, striking the top of the skeleton's skull. The skeleton, unable to regain its balance, toppled backward. Qin Anyu paid it no heed, continuing his sprint until they had covered 5 or 6 miles before slowing his pace. Qin Yuqin exclaimed, "Young master, such a large pile of bones, can bones also obstruct our path?" She fell silent thereafter. 30 meters ahead, a massive heap of white bones lay in wait. Upon their approach, the bones swiftly rearranged themselves, assembling while emitting ghostly wails. Soon, a colossal skeleton materialized before them, towering at 8 feet, the largest they had encountered. Its body was a dense mass of bones with glimmering green eyes, unlike the previous skeletons, which had faint green flames flickering in their eye sockets. This one's fiery glow was vivid and stable. This skeleton was not from the qi cultivation stage, but rather, it had reached the initial stage of qi cultivation. However, due to the insufficient energy in this place, it appears rather feeble. Qin Anyu has already sprinted 15 meters ahead of the skeleton, gently placing Qin Yuqin down, unburdening the package to carry it in hand. "Dare to take a few steps with me?" Qin Yuqin exhales a heavy breath. "I dare." Although her voice trembles slightly, it resonates with clarity. "Excellent. Your mind is mature, and your willpower is formidable. You are indeed a natural cultivator." As he spoke, disregarding the already assembled skeleton, he extracted a jar of wine from the package, uncorked it, and consumed a substantial portion before offering it to her. This wine not only fortifies courage but also replenishes energy. "Drink if you wish. If not, seal it for me." Qin Yuqin immediately took a sip and chuckled. "Wine emboldens the timid. The young master does not require it, but I do." Her ability to jest indicates she remains untroubled. "You must stand firm here. There is only the path ahead, no retreat. Once I vanquish it, we shall reach our destination." With that, Qin Anyu twisted his neck, swung his arms, and kicked his legs, approaching the skeleton in a state of relaxation. The skeleton leaped forth, swinging its fist towards Qin Anyu, with both hands wielding his sword. Qin Anyu roared and charged at the skeleton. The skeleton's fist struck out, but Qin Anyu's sword blade met it, colliding with a resounding thud. As the skeleton's frame veered, Qin Anyu staggered back. He halted his retreat and lunged forward with another strike, accurately hitting the same fist once more. The skeleton swerved again, turning its back to Qin Yuqin. "Child, run past me on my right. Keep running until you reach the expanse of blue skies, white clouds, and lush mountains." "Oh." She complied without a thought for the package, sprinting away. Aware of her own burdensome presence, she understood that the young master had no desire to abandon her. So her only course of action was to heed his words and refrain from distracting him. Qin Anyu continued his assault, bellowing as he swung his sword again, landing another blow on the same fist. The skeleton turned once more, this time losing several bones in the process. Qin Anyu unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving the skeleton no time to regain its posture, forcing it to spin continuously. Finally, after a moment of stumbling, He struck its hamstring with a decisive blow. The skeleton collapsed to the ground. Instead of delivering a finishing strike, he seized the package and fled, running until he escaped the fog-laden area and entered a realm of azure skies, white clouds, and verdant mountains. He placed the package on the ground and collapsed, sprawled out in the shape of a large character, breathing heavily like a bellows. Witnessing his state, Qin Yuqing rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears. "Young master, I wish to cultivate and protect you from now on." Qin Anyu coughed a few times and laughed heartily. "Very well. Young master, where are we?" "At the base of the Cliff of Despair, within a secret realm." Chapter 12. Qin Yuqing's enlightenment and cultivation once his heartbeat had subsided. Qin Anyu turned over and sat up, retrieving a wine jar to take several hearty gulps. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Let us seek out medicinal herbs." Qin Yuqing promptly extracted a hoe from her bundle, laughing joyously. Of course, of course." Witnessing her exuberance, he felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia. In the celestial realm, there existed a little being who spoke in such a carefree manner. Was she faring well now? Before the age of 10, Qin Yuqing had also embodied such innocent joy. But then she changed. Today, she seemed to have returned to that state, and it felt delightful. Taking the hoe from the young girl's grasp, Qin Anyu strolled towards the gentle slope. In the realm of the spirit bridge, the cultivation of qi is classified into 9 realms. "Oh, young master, what are those 9 realms?" He explained. "The heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys constitute the first 5 realms. The 6 bowels are considered one realm, refining the gallbladder, stomach. Small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner comprises another, while the skin, flesh, bones, and tendons are categorized into the final 3 realms." "Young master, why is the heart placed first?" she inquired. "It may not necessarily be first, but the heart is not merely one of the 5 vital organs. It also represents one's spirit. The strength of the heart can enhance one's state of mind, which serves as the foundation for future advancements." "Young master, this is rather intricate. Thus, cultivation must be a step-by-step process, avoiding the pitfalls of overambition." "Oh, I understand. It's akin to living life. One must take it day by day and strive to make each day worthwhile." This perspective was refreshingly novel, causing Qin Anyu to pause momentarily before affirming, "Indeed, precisely so. In fact, there exists a 10th realm, known as the ultimate realm, achieving unity through the soul." "How do you know this? Are you more knowledgeable than the master and mistress?" "Your arm is broken. This is an opportune moment to refine your flesh and bones." "Very well. Do you understand why we must first cultivate the heart? It must be to endure greater suffering, correct?" "Do not worry, young master. I am quite resilient. When they broke my arm, I only cried out once. For days, the blisters on my feet have repeatedly burst and renewed, yet it has not hindered my speed." "You are remarkably strong, possessing formidable willpower, an excellent foundation for cultivation." "Hee, that is only because I have you by my side. This is pearl-through bone grass, a primary herb for treating bone injuries. Gather its roots. Here, we have specimens over 100 years old, belonging to the higher echelons of the spirit bridge realm." "Young master, why are we digging 3 plants? Will you not use them if I do?" "Ah, forgive me. How did you know of this place?" "Take this." "How did I know?" "Your esteemed young master was pursued by the Eagle Gang to the Cliff of Despair, eventually chased to the brink of death, plummeting into the abyss. It was then that this celestial emperor, in a moment of serendipity, was transported here, residing within the clumsy sword. Upon realizing the power of this celestial emperor, he insisted on seeking vengeance without delay, yet I insisted he heal fully before doing so. Thankfully, this place is replete with medicinal herbs. Otherwise, his severely injured body would have remained irreparable, and I too would have perished. This is a 100-year-old oak fern. This is bone-fragmenting supplement. Gather its roots. This is earth poria. Gather its roots." The duo excavated over 60 varieties of medicinal herbs, piling them in the clearing where they had arrived. Qin Anyu pointed to a cliff ahead, where 12 caverns awaited. "You take half. I shall take the left 6. "Young master, I wish to reside with you to better serve you. You currently have only one hand. I am the one serving you. As cultivators, our time must primarily be devoted to practice. Take a bedding set and tidy up. I shall fetch water to brew the medicine." The young girl said little more, retrieving a bedding set from her bundle and then making her way towards the left cavern. Observing her, Qin Anyu shook his head, snatched the bedding from her hands, and hastily proceeded to the cavern. The young girl puffed her cheeks, casting a glare at his back before carrying another bedding set towards the right cavern. When Qin Anyu emerged again, he bore 2 large wooden buckets. Upon seeing him boiling medicine, the young girl approached, astonished. "Young master, can you heat such a large ceramic pot? We only have this one. There is no smaller pot. But we brought a cooking pot. Why not use that?" Brewing medicine is akin to alchemy. It is best to avoid using vessels made from ores, as it may diminish the efficacy of the medicine. "Oh, you tend to the fire while I catch a fish." "Ah, I forgot. Seasoning. Without seasoning, the fish will be rather unpalatable. You shall understand once you taste it." The young girl settled before the stone mortar, her gaze fixed on Qin Anyu as he approached the pool, uprooting a plant and tossing it into the water. Soon, ripples emerged, and several fish surfaced, swimming towards the plant. A splash erupted as a fish leapt from the water, heading for the lure. In that instant, Qin Anyu drew his sword and struck. One fish head met a crushing blow, sending its body soaring out of the water. What a lengthy fish! As it fell to the ground, the fish flailed about. Qin Anyu swiftly gutted and cleaned it, seizing the gills to carry it back to the stone mortar. This fish weighed around 50 pounds, sufficient for a hearty meal. "Young master, have you not eaten enough?" The young girl's line of thought often caught him off guard, but he could only respond, "Watch me." He placed the fish on a large rock, then retrieved pots and bowls from his bundle. He set up a stove, filled a pot with water, while the young girl kindled the fire, and Qin Anyu sliced the meat until the pot brimmed. Next, he gathered bamboo poles and tree branches to fashion a roasting rack. He skewered the fish and requested the young girl to retrieve charcoal for roasting while he ventured into the woods, returning shortly with a bulging bundle. Unwrapping it, he revealed an assortment of flowers, fruits, and tree bark. With swift and vigorous motions, he transformed the ingredients into a paste. Adding a bit of the paste to the pot, an aromatic fragrance immediately wafted through the air. The young girl exclaimed, "How fragrant!" After he brushed the paste onto the surface of the roasted fish, she echoed the same exclamation. Qin Anyu smiled. The first step in cultivation is to ensure one does not go hungry, and to eat well to the fullest extent. Unlike ordinary mortals, this celestial emperor has always relished culinary delights, seeking both flavor and quality, with a wine jar never far from reach. As the stew simmered without a lid, the fragrant aroma of the roasted fish filled the air. After slicing off a small piece to sample, Qin Anyu nodded in approval. He then offered a piece to the young girl, who widened her eyes in surprise after taking a small bite, quickly finishing it. She then asked, "Young master, this is exquisite. What kind of fish is this?" Qin Anyu shook his head. "This is a jaws of the shark. It is invisible from the outside. Yet the flavor is not solely attributed to the fish, but also to the seasoning." The young girl's eyes fixated on the roasted fish, her head nodding vigorously. Observing her eagerness, Qin Anyu chuckled, slicing off a substantial piece and passing the knife to her, encouraging her to cut her own portion. He then patted his forehead, handing her the large chunk of fish while he cut himself another sizable piece, reaching for the wine jar. After enjoying the roasted fish for a while, the stew was finally ready. The young girl sipped the fish broth, her astonishment evident as she exclaimed in delight, quickly slurping up the entire bowl. "Young master, when did you learn to cook?" In cultivation, one must not only focus on the fundamentals but also be adaptable. It was a difficult question to answer, so he could only mask it with a hint of arrogance. Having finished the stew and consumed a significant portion of the roasted fish, the medicinal broth was finally ready. Qin Anyu poured half a bucket of the broth into a stone trough within Qin Yoqin's cave, beckoning her to join him. "You, Qin, are you prepared to endure the pain?" The young girl nodded vigorously. "Young master, I am ready." Qin Anyu, with a stoic expression, stated, "The bones in your arm are dislocated and require re-breaking. Can you endure this?" The young girl exhibited no signs of fear and boldly replied, "I can." As she uttered this word, a glimmer of hope illuminated her eyes. Qin Anyu further inquired, "This process of refining blood, flesh, and bones deviates from the conventional regimen for cultivating vitality. It will be exceedingly painful. Are you able to withstand it?" The girl's eyes sparkled with fervor as she excitedly proclaimed, "Young master, I can endure." Observing her determination, Qin Anyu proceeded to pat her fractured arm repeatedly. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and the girl's complexion turned ashen. Yet, she gritted her teeth resolutely, refraining from uttering a single cry, though beads of sweat cascaded down her face. After examining the fracture, Qin Anyu stabilized her arm and gently placed her into the stone trough. "From here on, your sole task is to persevere. It is best if the color of this medicinal concoction fades, and you must avoid losing consciousness." As he poured half a bucket of the medicinal liquid into the trough, her face visibly flushed, veins bulged on her forehead, and her jaw clenched so tightly that her visage contorted, yet she remained silent. Her willpower was truly commendable. Inwardly, Qin Anyu praised her resolve, then fetched a bucket of clear water for the final rinse. Upon completing this procedure, he added several herbs into the mortar to continue brewing the medicine. His energy for refining blood, flesh, and bones had reached its peak, and it was time for an elevation. The previous dosage was only suitable for Qin Yuqin, as a selfless celestial emperor with a rudimentary physique. That meager amount was utterly insufficient. Chapter 13. The clumsy body and the clumsy sword. Qin Anyu lay in the stone trough, immersed in a thick medicinal broth. Gazing at the sword embryo resting upon the stone, he once again quieted his mind to contemplate the past and the future. He considered himself charming and dashing, with countless friends, yet he found himself the target during the Divine Tribulation. Individuals from the divine realm hunted him down, and friends conspired against him, leaving him surrounded by enemies. Despite his powerful family background and myriad skills, he managed to gravely injure one deity and drive off another friend. But the lightning tribulation remained unfinished, leaving his primordial spirit severely wounded and hope for success extinguished. Facing relentless pursuit, he fought desperately, carving a bloody path, yet could not shake off his pursuers, and ultimately took a perilous risk to disband his essence. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, he grasped the sword embryo and traversed through countless realms. The tribulation was indeed ruthless. Sensing he had not completely perished, it relentlessly pursued him, smashing through various dimensions. One could say he was fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate. The fortune lay in the fact that after the clumsy sword entered the abyss of despair, it fortuitously encountered Qin Anyu, who had been cast down into that very chasm. Feeling unable to withstand the tribulation any longer, he entered Qin's soul sea, only to discover that he was on the brink of death, his soul dissipating. To his surprise, upon entering, his own soul halted its dispersal, and instead, it launched a counterattack, vying for dominance over the soul sea. However, the disparity in strength was glaring. Ultimately, he was consumed by the celestial emperor, activating the mode of seizing a new body and rebirth. Unfortunately, Qin Anyu was the most lamentable clumsy body in the cultivation world. Initially intending to leave, he found himself unable to escape due to the ongoing tribulation outside, having already consumed a significant portion of his essence. With no strength to continue fleeing, he could only remain, striving for complete integration amidst the thunderous chaos. Unexpectedly, despite his low realm, Qin Anyu possessed a formidable tenacity. Upon learning of his identity as the Celestial Emperor, he relentlessly demanded vengeance. After extensive communication, a promise to heal his wounds before seeking retribution quelled that restless spirit. What perplexed him further was the battle-scarred sword embryo. He recalled that during the counterattack, he had only gravely injured that deity. Yet the sword he had sent flying did not return to its owner, but instead soared downward into the mortal realm, an enigma he could not comprehend. In such a fierce battle, all weapons were his life-bound instruments. As long as the host remained alive, they would return autonomously. Some would even seek revenge for their fallen host or flee. In this instance, none of those scenarios unfolded. He remained uncertain whether the incessant thunder was targeting the Celestial Emperor's spirit or the sword embryo. Regardless, they were treated equally and bombarded relentlessly. After being pursued and struck through several realms, his spirit lay prostrate upon the sword embryo. Throughout the journey across countless dimensions, the thunderstorms ceaselessly pursued and bombarded him, weakening his divine soul, yet the severely damaged sword embryo remained unscathed, showing no signs of deterioration. When plunging into the abyss of despair, the sword embryo pierced through Qin Anyu's thigh, allowing his soul to enter the latter's soul sea, ultimately plummeting to the abyss's bottom. Following his entry into the soul sea, under the relentless bombardment of the tribulation for several days, the sword embryo surprisingly recognized him as its master, revealing its name, Clumsy Sword. A clumsy body paired with a clumsy sword, such irony. In the subsequent days, he discovered that his low realm hindered his complete control over the clumsy sword, which exhibited only two functionalities: the ability to mentally regulate its weight, ranging from a minimum of 50 pounds to a maximum of 50,000 pounds, in increments of 50. And it contained 3 strands of lightning sword intent capable of slaying those at the nascent soul stage. This trio of sword intents was the root of his escape through countless realms, initially intended to slay lower deities. They were now limited to defeating only those at the nascent soul level due to the heavenly strikes. Strangely, the continuous onslaught of thunder did not obliterate his body. Rather, it facilitated the repair of his bones and gradual recovery. After 3 days, he could stand and walk amidst the thunderstorm. Ultimately, he discovered the secret realm while the thunder continued to strike, as if venting its displeasure. Truly, fortune and misfortune coexisted. His clumsy body rendered cultivation arduous. Yet the clumsy sword served as a tool. Arriving amidst such turmoil, he lacked strength and influence, yet possessed 3 strands of lightning sword intent. As the situation had become a fait accompli, he could not escape this body and thus chose to accept it all. If a clumsy body could cultivate to become a deity, then this celestial emperor, with a relevant system, could certainly do more. Those good friends in the celestial realm and those powers in the divine realm were still awaiting his reckoning. In this life, he would not merely be a celestial emperor but would aim to suppress the divine realm, following in the footsteps of his ancestor and venturing further. During the tribulation, while his family provided protection, the multitude of assassins had emerged, yet his family did not appear. Was there a problem? If they targeted the Qin clan, he would ensure they faced total annihilation in the future. Alas, now was not the time for such thoughts. Returning swiftly was the true path. Having recultivated the first 5 realms to a supposed pinnacle standard was a positive sign. Though he possessed a clumsy body, he had never yielded, continuously striving in his training, allowing him to reach the 5th realm by the age of 14. This was a foundation in itself. This clumsy body was indeed peculiar, regardless of the path taken. It was notoriously difficult to cultivate, yet he held an expansive soul sea. If provided with appropriate resources, he could embark on the path of soul cultivation. Thus, in a strict sense, he was not entirely a clumsy body. While the door appeared to be shut, a crack remained through which he could squeeze inside. During the chi-nourishing phase, he recultivated each of the first 5 realms every 2 days. The subsequent 5 realms could not be rushed, requiring at least 3 days. That fellow swung the sword, chopping, slashing, and sweeping 10,000 times each day, squatting with 100 pounds for 5,000 repetitions, truly a brute. However, without alternative methods prior to the transformation phase, he had no choice but to resort to such clumsy tactics. Even afterward, life would be more arduous and busy than for others. Now, with the ability to adjust the weight of the clumsy sword, his cultivation methods required some adjustments. After enduring a prolonged period of intense pain, Qin Yuqing finally fell asleep. Upon awakening, she felt an unprecedented surge of strength. In her excitement, she moved her right hand. It was functional and entirely natural. She touched and pinched herself, feeling no pain at all. Sitting upright, she nearly gasped in surprise. A layer of gray oil floated on the surface of the trough's water. She quickly understood why the young master had brought her a bucket of water, saying it was for bathing, merely to wash away the grime on her body. After cleansing herself, she donned fresh garments, drained the trough, and went to check on what the young master was doing. As she approached the cave's entrance, she halted. Qin Anyu stood bare-chested atop a massive rock, legs in a bow stance, wielding a sword. Sweat poured down his back, his trousers drenched. He held the sword upright, striking downwards, then sheathing it. Again he stood. Again he struck, and again he sheathed. After observing for a while, she stepped out of the cave and walked beside the great stone. Qin Anyu continued his repetitive motions, completely oblivious to her presence. After watching his relentless practice, she quietly approached her bundle, retrieving a clay pot and some rice. She rinsed the rice in the flowing water at the cliff's edge, then returned to the makeshift stove where she had cooked fish before, igniting a fire to prepare a meal. As the flames flickered to life, she rested her elbows on her legs, propping her chin in her hands while watching Qin Anyu, who continued to repeat his sword strikes. When the aroma of the cooking rice wafted through the air, Qin Anyu changed his movements. He stood with the sword, sweeping it upwards in a graceful arc against his body, then sheathing it. He maintained this motion until the rice was cooked before finally ceasing. At that moment, his trousers were soaked in the flowing water. This time, he did not switch to a new action but instead calmed himself, gathering focus before leaping down from the stone. "Why are you watching me like that?" he inquired. Qin Yuqing stood up with a giggle. "Young master, you just performed that sweeping sword strike 10,000 times. Didn't you?" Qin Anyu looked at her in surprise. "You counted?" "Not only did I count, but I remembered. Was it truly so unique?" She replied with a clear, melodic laughter. "You looked incredibly imposing while practicing your swordsmanship, young master. The aura of dominance is palpable, truly remarkable. Have you gained anything from this experience? It is rather monotonous, yet quite intriguing. No wonder that scoundrel could not withstand a single strike. It turns out the young master possesses such a solid foundation. What weapon do you prefer?" "A sword, supreme and precious, revered by both mortals and deities alike." "Where did you acquire such nonsensical notions?" "Hee. I read it in a book. The lady has mentioned it as well. In any case, I am not fond of large sabers. They are cumbersome and clumsy. After finishing a shower and during dinner, Qin Yu inquired, "How does it feel to refine your bones?" Qin immediately clenched his fists inward, replying, "Young master, I feel an inexhaustible strength, and my right hand is completely free of pain. I am fully recovered and ready to cultivate." Qin Yu nodded. "There are 13 fundamental sword techniques. You just witnessed 2 of them. There are books in the box. Feel free to take a look at them." "Young master, how long will you be gone?" "Not long. The round trip will not exceed 3 days." "Oh, young master, please return swiftly. Let us eat first." Chapter 14: A forceful strike against the bandits of Mongshan. Mongshan, located over 100 miles from the city of Tanzhou, boasts a diverse topography of towering mountains, deep gorges, and rolling hills, interspersed with dense stone forests. Remarkably, along a sheer cliff, numerous caverns exist, some extending deep into the earth while others break through the precipice to reveal an exit on the opposite side. Furthermore, Mongshan lies not far from the dreaded Death Cliff, which has long been regarded as a haven for nefarious activities and a favored retreat for those seeking solitude. Recently, Qin Yu had observed the mountain bandits hiding within Mongshan. In their last encounter, the bandits suffered over a dozen casualties while mercilessly ambushing all who passed by, subsequently tending to their wounded and burying the dead in hastily dug graves. After several days of recovery, the fatigue of battle had dissipated, the lightly injured had nearly healed, while the severely wounded showed signs of improvement, prompting a renewed desire for sustenance. Although scouts had yet to return, a feast had already been prepared within the bandit lair. In a vast cavern, more than 30 individuals were seated, clamorous and boisterous. The bandit leader, Wu Fei, a formidable figure at the 9th stage of cultivation, occupied the main seat. Beside him sat a venerable elder. Wu Fei cleared his throat, and silence enveloped the table as he proclaimed, "This feast serves 2 purposes. First, to compensate for the lack of a victory celebration due to our previous losses. Second, as a send-off for 2 sizable merchant caravans expected to pass through in the coming days." He then raised a large bowl, exclaiming loudly, "The heavens are high and the seas vast, allowing me to roam freely. All things under heaven are mine to seek. We, the heroes of Mongshan, shall prevail in all endeavors. Let us toast to a successful venture with no casualties and abundant spoils." The crowd raised their bowls in unison, responding boisterously, "No casualties. Abundant spoils." With that, they brought their bowls to their lips. At that moment, a piercing scream rang out from outside, followed by a figure hurtling into the cavern. Sideways, the bandits turned to the entrance, their bowls in hand, and beheld the figure crash to the ground. It was Zhang Huitil. "Someone has intruded. Who dares to seek death here?" As the chaos erupted, Wu Fei set down his bowl and swiftly retrieved his weapon, 2 hefty hammers, letting out a thunderous roar as he charged toward the entrance. "Grab your weapons." The others followed suit, abandoning their feasting to retrieve their arms from behind the stone walls, the air thick with shouts and clamoring, descending into utter disarray. Midway through his charge, Wu Fei spotted a hand climbing up from the precipice, followed by a youth with a sword strapped to his back, leaping into the cavern. Upon recognizing the newcomer, astonishment rippled through the bandits behind Wu Fei. "You're not dead? How is that possible? Who is he?" "The foolish heir of the Qin family." The newcomer was none other than Qin Yu. During the meal, he had not revealed his intentions, however. Qin had gleaned his intentions from his words, a true display of insight, to prevent her from worrying. He had chosen not to disclose his mission to confront the Mongshan bandits. After learning from the Eagle Gang that individuals were involved in the assassination attempt against him, he resolved to pay them a visit. His previous journey along the ridge had been postponed due to Qin's presence, the nighttime travel, and his exhaustion. This time, however, there was a pressing reason for his arrival. The 8th stage practitioner who had failed to kill him seemed to have developed an amicable relationship with the bandit leader. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is certainly something amiss. Initially intending to cultivate to the 9th stage before emerging, he feared that news of the situation would leak from the Eagle Gang, prompting their flight. Thus, he decided to confront the bandits, considering them mere trifles unworthy of serious concern. Upon hearing Qin Yu's identity, Wu Fei ceased his advance, placing his hammers back in their place and returning to the head of the table, laughing heartily. "Such a little fellow nearly spoiled our revelry. Capture him, and let him observe our feast." The elder beside him cautioned, "Leader, do not be careless. Even the foolish would not come here to seek death without some form of support." Wu Fei waved his hand dismissively, asserting in Mongshan, "Not even his father could serve as support. Send 4, and if that is insufficient, send 8. Surely that will suffice. The elder retorted, last time. There were over 20 pursuing him, yet he still appeared here. Wu Fei chose to ignore this, pointing decisively, the first 8, go. The 8 bandits surged forward, colliding with tables, toppling wine jars. The cavern echoed with shouts and the sound of shattering pottery. Qin Anyu observed their antics until one charged directly at him, prompting him to brandish his crude sword. The blade swung wildly, sending assailants scattering. Some crashed against the stone walls, falling vertically. Others landed on the table, shattering jars and bowls beneath them. Cries of alarm erupted, mingled with screams of agony. Within 5 breaths, Qin Anyu stood at the end of the table, poised and formidable, radiating an aura that commanded respect and astonishment. Wu Fei, taken aback, rose in shock, rendered speechless. The elder, after a moment of daze, discreetly tugged at Wu Fei's sleeve, murmuring, "Leader, this youth is not to be trifled with. We must resort to some measures." Wu Fei, shaken from his stupor, quickly rubbed his face, bursting into laughter as he clasped his fists in greeting. "A tiger begets no dog. The eldest son of the Qin family truly is a dragon among men." He then circled the table toward Qin Anyu, saying, "Today, we gathered to drink, and I did not anticipate the arrival of young Master Qin. It is indeed a great honor. This morning, I heard the magpies chirping outside, but I paid it no mind. Now I see how oblivious I was. Had I waited a moment longer, we could have commenced our feast with young Master Qin. However, we have yet to commit any offense. We merely lifted our bowls and have not yet begun." As he approached Qin Anyu, the latter raised a hand to halt his pretense, stating coolly, "I have come seeking 3 answers. First, who commissioned you to pursue me last time? Second, who was the 8th stage practitioner that stood with you that day? And what was his purpose in contacting you? Third, how much do you know regarding my parents? Each of you must speak, one by one. Or you may choose to write it down. Those who refuse both options shall meet their demise. Wu Fei, you shall begin. Speak or write." Wu Fei's countenance shifted to a deep shade of purple, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his rising fury. From a corner, a voice interjected, "Who do you think you are to command us?" Qin Anyu swiftly grasped a wine jar and hurled it. The individual raised a hand in defense. The jar shattered, sending him staggering back until he collided with the stone wall, his arm hanging limply by his side, his face flushed. Qin Anyu cast a dispassionate glance at him. "Am I not in a position to give orders?" Wu Fei took a step back, resolutely declaring, "Young Master Qin, this contradicts our profession." Boom. Before he could finish, he was propelled into the air, sliding across the long table until he crashed into his seat, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Qin Anyu repeated his inquiry, "Is there any dissent?" After 5 breaths of silence, he coldly concluded, "Then it appears there is none." Pointing at the elder, he commanded, "Fetch paper and ink, and write before me. You have 3 counts to comply." 1. Judging by his demeanor, the elder likely possessed some education. Such a cunning strategist would know far more than the others. The information penned by Wang, the leader of the Eagle Gang, would surpass the collective knowledge of the Eagle Gang's members, compounded by what Qin Fang knew. It was imperative to treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Every creature has its path. One must not underestimate them simply because they dwell in darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, one individual declared loudly, "I know nothing. I have nothing to say." In a flash, Qin Anyu returned to his original position. The one who had spoken was now a severed corpse, blood spraying like a fountain. His decisive action extinguished any remaining flicker of hope among the onlookers. Under the elder's guidance, they each made their choice. Chapter 15. Seeking clues in the capital city. In a modest courtyard within the eastern district of the capital, a family enjoyed a harmonious moment. In the main hall, an elderly man sipped tea while an elderly woman swept the floor. A middle-aged woman busied herself in the kitchen preparing lunch, and 3 children either read or played, leaving the middle-aged man sitting in the courtyard, lost in thought as he gazed at the sky. A single drifting cloud obscured the sunlight, yet to him, the heavens appeared grim and foreboding. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the front gate, jolting him from his reverie. He sprang to his feet, his expression shifting between anxiety and uncertainty as he stared at the door. After a deep exhale, he approached and cautiously opened the door, just enough to see a young man outside, sword in hand. At that moment, his face turned pale. His fears were realized. He had suspected this day would come. Others might not know his whereabouts, but that sprightly elder surely did. And indeed, he knew more than even Wu Fei. One stood at the threshold, the other outside, one with a face like scorched earth, the other rather simple-minded. "Qizan, young master, I have found you," announced the young man. "Master Qin." I implore you to spare my family. They have never been involved in these matters and are unaware. Then let us see how much information you can provide. I must inquire, how did you locate my home, especially at this hour? Though the mountain bandits were fierce, before the specter of death, one ought to recognize the truth. Indeed, who is not afraid of death? As for me, I have other matters to attend to. Speak satisfactorily. Alas, if I have escaped, I am fated to forever evade. I am merely a bodyguard for Huji Escort Agency, and due to insufficient earnings to provide for my family, I took on an external job. A few days prior, a middle-aged man approached me, asking me to assassinate someone you know all too well. Who was that middle-aged man? Where does he reside? I know not. I had never seen him before. Draw his likeness. It was too dark that day, I could not discern his features. Yet his aura was formidable, instilling a profound sense of dread within me. He must be at the Chi training stage. Only based on his aura? No. After he departed, I discreetly followed him for a while, observing him traverse an open area, covering 5 zheng in a single stride. How many assassination contracts have you taken previously? None. This is my first. Were it not for the prolonged slump in escort business, I would not have accepted. And how did you become so close to Wu Fei? He is my senior apprentice. Though our paths diverged later, we maintained a good rapport in the past. Who was the individual I killed? Where did he hail from? He was also affiliated with our escort agency, yet we had no prior knowledge of one another's external contracts. From whom did he receive his assignment? Likely the same man. He too sensed the overwhelming pressure and claimed that declining the offer could have led to his demise. I felt similarly. I hope you do not speak falsely. As he watched the young man with the sword depart, he felt his strength wane, nearly collapsing until he grasped the doorframe to steady himself. How could the pressure he exerted be so profound? It was no less intense than that of the unknown middle-aged man. What is this world coming to? At the Eagle's General Store on the main street, the clerk, Zhang Dashan, attended to customers while the storekeeper, Wang, idly sipped tea, surveying the pedestrians outside. Suddenly, tension gripped him, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his gaze fixed on a particular spot on the street, muttering to himself, "Why has he appeared again? Is he coming for me? He must be coming for me." After 2 deep breaths, he discarded the tea from his cup and, maintaining a normal tone, said, "Zhang, I shall step out for a moment." Zhang, grinning, replied, "Old man, this customer is about to settle the bill. Just hold on to it for now. I shall take a few to buy some sweet rice cakes," he exclaimed, but before he could finish, Wang had already dashed out the back door, leaving behind a fragment of his words echoing in the room. Wang appeared hurried, traversing through a narrow alley before entering another. Upon reaching the third, he halted. Ahead stood the simple-minded Qin Anyu. With a sigh, Wang respectfully addressed him, "Master Qin, I have pinned everything I know for you. This young master is a fool. The true wisdom lies with you, master. What is your intention in seeking me, old man? If it is news, I have none new to share." "What of the mysterious organization?" Wang stumbled, his heart raging. "Who has betrayed me?" Having gleaned no useful information from Qin Anyu remained undeterred. His return to the capital today was prompted by the sprightly elder's mention of a recent tea gathering with Wang, where he had expressed his helpless sigh. His family was ensnared by a powerful organization linked to the disappearance of the capital's lord and his wife. Thus, Wang was of utmost importance. Wang had his secret hideaways, yet those sanctuaries were known not only to the mysterious organization but also to this young master. As he had participated in actions against my parents, I too harbor no qualms about retaliating against his family. The lord and lady were at the Chi training stage. And they are merely my parents, my family. Master, you cannot stand against that organization. They are too powerful. This is not a concern for you." Wang, looking bereaved, lamented, "Master Qin, please accompany me to my humble abode." Qin Anyu understood his words well. His family was his own, and Wang's parents were also family. There was no distinction between ordinary people and those at the Chi training stage. The organization could leverage family against him, and he could do the same. He shook his head, sighing. Fish thrive in shallow waters, oblivious to the predator's gaze, until they are targeted, becoming mere prey. After navigating through several narrow alleys, they finally arrived before a small courtyard. Qin Anyu surveyed the surroundings, silently admiring the serene environment. It was clear that the inhabitants sought tranquility. The road was scarcely populated, the pavement clean, with each courtyard adorned with water bamboo and grapevines. Wang's yard also boasted a cluster of water bamboo and a couple of century-old dwarf pines, all enveloped in quietude. "Master Wang, your earnings from the Eagle Gang must have been substantial. With the gang gone, how shall you sustain your household?" "Master, The store remains. Though the income has dwindled, it suffices for living. I have heard your eldest grandson possesses commendable talent for cultivation, yet cultivation demands substantial finances. I am aware. And rest assured, I would rather sell this estate than engage in the organization's nefarious deeds. That is your affair. I merely wish to know about that organization. Master, allow me to elaborate. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Anyu stepped out of the small courtyard. The honest Fade and profound gaze seemed incongruous. Could he truly be a distant cousin of exquisite beauty? It was essential to seek her out first. Soon, he found himself outside the original Qin residence, clutching a jar of wine in his left hand. It was still the Qin residence, yet not the same. The entrance bore a new plaque, still inscribed with the characters for Qin residence. He refrained from criticizing the unsightly letters and ascended the steps, standing before the grand door. With a swift kick, he made his entrance. Chapter 16. Qin Mansion encounters Zhang Zhongyan. Qin Fong remained the acting head of the household. Yet his standing within the family had plummeted to a state barely above that of the servants, even lower than Zhang Qili's personal maid. Today, a feast was laid out in the main hall of the inner quarters, where a middle-aged man occupied the seat of honor. He sat at the lower end, with Zhang Qili to his left and an empty space to his right, while four maids stood nearby. Noticing that the middle-aged man's cup had run dry, Zhang Qili swiftly turned to Qin Fong and exclaimed with ire, "Do you not see my cousin's cup is empty? Hurry, refill it." A flicker of anger ignited in Qin Fong's eyes but was quickly extinguished. He obediently rose from his seat and approached to pour wine for him. With a beaming smile, Zhang Qili said, "He possesses no discernment. I hope you will not blame him, dear brother." The middle-aged man remarked, "Qin Fong, the title of acting is not easily discarded. What tasks have you undertaken?" Qin Fong hurriedly stood, bowing and scraping in response. "Cousin, the officials of the city are divided. 30% support, 30% remain neutral, and 40% are merely observing. Among the three prominent families in the city, two have not opposed us, while we have yet to make contact with the last." He continued, "Next, I." Zhang Qili abruptly interrupted, her anger boiling over. "That fool is truly detestable. If not for him, the situation would not be as it is now. You are utterly useless. With my brother here, what do you have to fear? Why not adopt a firmer stance? What of those confidants you cultivated within the provincial army?" The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively and posed another question. "That fool has ventured into Mang Mountain. Do you have any updates?" Qin Fong shook his head. "No, the bandits in Mang Mountain are a mixed lot, highly resistant to outside influence. Even with my brother's presence, outsiders would hesitate to enter." Zhang Qili's fury reignited. Your brother, he nearly brought about our demise. Were it not for my brother's support, would you still have a chance to act as head of the household? This matter must be resolved for my brother. With so many provincial soldiers at our disposal, I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish those mountain ruffians. Perhaps that fool has even become one of them." The middle-aged man nodded, acknowledging the possibility. Against such bandits, decisive measures are necessary. When it's time to strike, we must do so with thunderous force. Qin Fong, trembling with trepidation, replied, "Cousin, even if my brother, the former head, does not wish to attack Mang Mountain, the terrain is far too intricate, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. There have been previous attempts, all ending in utter defeat." Furrowing his brow, the middle-aged man questioned, "Should we then allow them to persist?" Qin Fong nodded. "They operate with great discretion. They avoid provoking major families and powerful backgrounds. Even when provincial soldiers attack, they do not employ lethal force. Though they may seem to suffer great defeats, in truth, few are seriously injured." The middle-aged man appeared enlightened, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, they navigate life with remarkable clarity. A group of chi-nurturing practitioners, their matters are not grand, and they disdain to take action, thus they thrive." Then, shifting his tone, he inquired, "However, I still wish to know the whereabouts of Qin Anyu." At that moment, a loud crash reverberated through the air. Qin Fong quickly lifted his gaze towards the entrance, while Zhang Qili turned with fury to see the source of the commotion. The doors swung open, and two crossbars flew off as a figure stood at the threshold. This individual bore a sword hilt on his back and clutched a jar in his left hand, closing the door with his leg. Zhang Qili shrieked in an instant. "Qin Anyu, do you dare seek death?" She turned to the middle-aged man, her voice trembling with rage. "Brother, that fool has returned. He has severely injured your nephew, who still cannot rise. He has incapacitated my brother, who may never rise again. Brother, I implore you, help me kill him." The middle-aged man recoiled in his seat, evading the spittle flying from her lips. Qin Anyu, upon spotting the three figures in the inner hall, recognized the middle-aged man seated in the grand chair and mused. So this is the so-called adult, truly a chi-nurturing practitioner, indeed, one of mid-stage. To kill him would come at a great cost. Yet allowing this so-called dignitary to remain is utterly inconceivable. Raising the jar, he gulped down nearly half its contents and unsheathed his crude sword. Under the watchful eyes of the servants, he lightly treaded toward the inner quarters. As he reached the eaves of the front hall, the middle-aged man also approached the eaves of the back hall, speaking indifferently. You are Qin Anyu, the eldest son of Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong? Qin Anyu replied coolly. Who are you, and where are my parents? The middle-aged man responded, You may call me Lord Zhang. Qin Anyu retorted, Mongrel, reveal your name. How dare you presume to act as a lord before me, the Immortal Emperor? The middle-aged man's face darkened instantly. A fool dared to insult him thus. What audacity! Qin Fong was equally bewildered. How could one so audaciously speak against a chi-nurturing practitioner? No, this was a statement of suicidal recklessness. Zhang Qili, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure. She rushed in front of the middle-aged man and berated. You fool! How dare you speak so to my brother? Do you desire 1,000 cuts? I always thought you were merely foolish, but now I see your stupidity knows no bounds. You must understand, your parents have already been captured. At this juncture, the middle-aged man waved his hand, sending Zhang Qili hurtling backward as if propelled by an unseen force. Crack! Her head broke through the wall, her shoulders and below remaining in the hall. Her limbs flailed, and a wail echoed from the back room. The middle-aged man dusted off his hands, as if brushing away dirt, and coldly remarked, Interrupting my speech is quite impolite. He turned to Qin Fong and stated, The Zhang family must discipline their own. Qin Fong nodded vigorously, understanding the implication. Qin Anyu had to concede that this man had indeed succeeded in his pretense, having disgusted Qin Fong to such an extent that he wished to sever this feeling. He drained the jar in one go, bellowing once more, Mongrel, reveal your name. The middle-aged man, whose complexion had just returned to normal, darkened again. His temples throbbed, and he spoke in a heavy tone. It seems you wish to meet your end sooner. If that is the case, I shall oblige you. With that, he stepped down from the dais, advancing towards Qin Anyu, leaving a footprint with each step. The scene left Qin Fong astounded and the servants frozen in shock. How could one person achieve such a feat? Qin Anyu found it amusing. The inconsistency of the footprints betrayed his attempts at intimidation, merely aiming to frighten the common folk. He took a step forward into the courtyard, awaiting the man's approach. As they moved, the middle-aged man sensed something awry. He had only taken one step, while Qin Anyu had moved towards him, making it appear as though he were receiving an audience. Realizing this, he halted, leaping towards Qin Anyu, declaring, I shall ruin you. Just as he struck out, he met Qin Anyu's gaze and was suddenly engulfed by visions of hellfire, bloodshed, and the wails of countless souls. Horrific scenes crashed into his mind. He immediately clutched his head, emitting a wretched scream before collapsing to the ground, landing at Qin Anyu's feet. Qin Anyu, seemingly startled, turned pale but nonetheless raised the jar to strike, exclaiming, What are you pretending for? Get up and fight. He presented a perfect facade of a fool severely frightened. At this moment, Zhang Qili had pulled her head from the wall and arrived at the threshold of the hall, just in time to see Qin Anyu raise the jar to smash it against the middle-aged man. She cried out, Qin Anyu, should you strike him, your parents shall perish. Crack. The jar shattered, leaving the middle-aged man's head unscathed, with only a few drops of unconsumed wine spilling forth. A common jar could not harm even the weakest chi-nurturing practitioner. The crude sword, however, was a different matter. With 2 swift slashes, he severed the man's hands before striding towards Zhang Qili, coldly stating, You two were complicit in the disappearance of my parents? Chapter 17. Retribution against Zhang Qili. Zhang Qili believed she could intimidate Qin Anyu, but to her astonishment, he remained unfazed. Without uttering a word, he severed her cousin's hands. And before she could fully comprehend the situation, his sword was poised at her throat. She could hardly discern his words, only letting out a reflexive gasp. Qin Anyu lightly tapped her face with the blade and coldly inquired, Were you involved in the disappearance of my parents? Only then did Zhang Qili grasp the severity of her predicament, crying out in panic, I had no part in it. I don't know anything. As Qin Anyu's sword slid downwards, 3 of Zhang Qili's fingers were severed. You refer to this man as your cousin, yet he is affiliated with a clandestine organization. Terrified, she turned to Qin Fong, pleading, Brother Fong, you know I am innocent. Qin Anyu's sword descended again, albeit more slowly this time. Suddenly, Zhang Qili seemed to recall something. Shrieking, I truly had no involvement. I did not seek out this cousin. He approached me at a gathering, claiming that we were related by less than 5 degrees of kinship. His name is Zhang Yuan, a citizen of the Dali Kingdom. Seeing Qin Anyu's impassive expression, she continued. I only know that Zhang Yuan commands many followers. A few days ago, I overheard that your maternal family had offended a powerful force, and they sought revenge, intending to capture your family. Your parents were taken by Zhang Yuan's organization, and I heard they killed several practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Confused, Qin Anyu asked, what connection does Zhang Yuan's organization have with my maternal family? Zhang Qili shook her head vigorously. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea why they came here. Anyu, I am your aunt. I would never betray the Qin family. What was his purpose for coming today? Qin Anyu pressed. He came to see me and to inquire about Brother Fang's control over the Tanzhou prefecture. Are you acquainted with others in his organization? Yes, there is another practitioner. And he has visited the Qin residence once. Qin Anyu swiftly changed his line of questioning. Why did you disclose the timing of my parents' journey to Liuguan County? A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Qili's face. I never mentioned it, not a word. Feeling the sword pressed down further on her neck, she cried out. He said he rarely sees his brother and sister-in-law and wished for a chance encounter on the road. I thought it harmless to share this with him. After all, more friends mean more paths. Qin Anyu inquired, how did you convey this information? Zhang Qili lamented, I told him directly when he came to my door. Just as she felt the blade withdraw, relief washed over her, only to be replaced by excruciating pain in her right shoulder. The sword struck her again, and she felt a sharp throb in her head as her body was flung against the wall. A chilling voice echoed in her mind. Marrying into the Qin family while aiding outsiders against them warrants punishment. For now, I shall spare your life. But should you lie today, or should my parents perish, I will return for your head. After executing his grim task, Qin Anyu cast a glance at Qin Fang and said, Uncle, is this the woman you insisted on marrying, pressuring my father for consent? I hope you have not participated in any actions against my parents. Since Qin Anyu's arrival, Qin Fang had remained silent, even as Zhang Qili lost 3 fingers. Only when she was disarmed and sent crashing into the wall did he finally stir, but still, no words escaped his lips. Hearing Qin Anyu's accusation, Qin Fang's posture slumped further. I have wronged my brother and sister-in-law. Approaching the table, Qin Anyu seized an unopened jar of wine, took a hearty swig, and declared, This residence was purchased by my parents. I expect you to vacate once you have tidied up. With that, he sheathed his sword and strode toward Zhang Yuan. Upon reaching him, he found Zhang Yuan unconscious and delivered a crushing blow. With a resounding crack, the melon split open, revealing its crimson insides. Zhang Yuan is dead. In the next moment, a ring appeared on his right-hand index finger. Qin Anyu removed the sword, sliced through the ring, and held it aloft. I surmised he carried no possessions, yet it seems he possessed a storage artifact. How intriguing. However, the dimensions were rather diminutive, measuring merely 3 feet in length, width, and height. In times past, such a trinket would have failed to catch the attention of an emperor. How the mighty have fallen. Yet, within these constraints, 3 feet will have to suffice. It is far more aesthetically pleasing than wandering with a cumbersome pack. Regrettably, he had not moderated his force adequately, obliterating this man's soul sea, leaving him without any information. It was clear he would need to seek out that practitioner. As he pondered, he exited the Qin residence with the wine jar in hand and his sword slung across his back. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan remained at the Qin estate, a robust man stationed in the courtyard. It was midday, the weather splendid, and he ordered a feast of 4 dishes and a soup to be served beneath the grand tree in the backyard, indulging himself without care. In the vast Tanzhou prefecture, practitioners in the Qi refinement stage numbered no more than 20, most of whom had retreated into the mountains, rendering them a scattered force. With the strongest among them, Qin Zhuan, captured, what was the point of covert operations? A direct assault would suffice. He mused, why the hesitation? Without Qin Zhuan, Qin Fang, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, is inconsequential. Who would heed him? To support him, they must eliminate his adversaries entirely. Why dance around the issue when a straightforward resolution is possible? It is rather vexing. As he dined, his grievances spilled forth, reflecting a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. In a drunken stupor, he heard voices from the front courtyard, followed by muffled sounds. He bellowed, I am dining. Keep it down, or I shall kill you. Moments later, sensing something amiss, he detected the steady, rhythmic sound of approaching footsteps. Turning to investigate, he saw a youth bearing a sword, and carrying a wine jar. "Who are you? And how did you enter?" he demanded. The youth was, of course, Qin Anyu, who replied coolly, "I have come to ask you a few questions." The middle-aged man sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger. "You are Qin Anyu." Without pausing, Qin Anyu responded, "Indeed, it is I. I have questions for you. Answer correctly, and I may spare your life." The man laughed heartily. "I know what you wish to inquire, and I shall tell you." Drawing his sword, he declared, "Since you seek death, I shall ensure you understand your fate." This man, too, possessed a storage ring. Was it customary for members of this organization to have such artifacts even among practitioners in the mid-chi refinement stage? Qin Anyu took a sip of wine and smiled. "Then let me enlighten you." He swung his sword, shouting, "I have changed my mind. I shall not reveal anything to you. Instead, I will leave you in ignorance." His capricious nature, marked by whimsy and volatility, betrayed his true malevolence. Qin Anyu unsheathed his sword, downed 2 generous gulps of wine, and hurled the jar with force, sending it crashing onto the stone table, where it came to a steady stop. Chapter 18, Shadows and Broken Clues with the clumsy sword in hand. Qin Anyu awaited the approach of the man, his mind racing. In the city, if no significant commotion was stirred, the local military would remain indifferent. His internal organs had been reforged, and this time he had undergone bone refining. He should be able to withstand a few of the man's strikes. He possessed a spatial ring, from which he could seize valuables for himself or for the girl. As a mid-level chi practitioner, the man should be aware of the organization as circumstances. This time, he would employ soul force to attack, being careful not to kill him. He must swiftly enter the chi stage. Otherwise, the soul-searching technique would remain beyond his reach. Just obtaining information from him. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the man turning to flee, leaping onto the roof with a hearty laugh. "Qin Anyu, I have no desire to battle you today. Rest assured, you cannot escape your fate of being captured." It seemed all his prior bravado had been mere bluster, devoid of truth. Awakened from his shock, Qin Anyu retorted, "You, a chi practitioner, are frightened away by a mere energy cultivator? How shameless can you be? A dignified celestial emperor, mocked by a small fry. This was utterly disgraceful." Throughout history, he had never encountered such audacity. In the past, he might have brushed it off, but the original owner's anger was infectious, amplifying his own frustration. The man continued to laugh heartily. "Good things come to those who wait. You and your brother and sister will eventually belong to us." Feeling blood rush to his head, Qin Anyu declared inwardly, "As long as I am here, they can do nothing." Approaching a stone table, he seized the dishes and hurled them forth. The man dodged with a laugh, evading the flying plates and wine jars. Qin Anyu then struck the main pillar with his sword, severing it significantly. With a powerful kick, the pillar broke and shifted, causing the roof to sag slightly as tiles began to fall. He threw the descending tiles at the fleeing figure, whose complexion paled as he darted into the neighboring courtyard. He had fled. It must have been a humiliating experience for a chi practitioner to retreat without a fight, especially after having their abode dismantled. Observing the man's escape, Qin Anyu felt a mix of anger and amusement, having encountered countless cultivators. This was a first for him, and left him somewhat vexed. With the man's departure, he had lost the spatial ring and the trail of clues. Regaining his composure, he ordered the servants to divulge all they knew before preparing to leave. Before they could depart, they heard a flurry of footsteps from outside. Soon after, Wang Fuli entered, accompanied by 20 or so soldiers. Spotting Qin Anyu, Wang Fuli asked, "Young Master Qin, what brings you here?" Qin Anyu was equally surprised and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Wang Fuli replied, "Someone reported that dishes and debris were hurled from here, damaging their property." Qin Anyu felt a bitter smile creep upon him. How had he overlooked this detail? "The owner of this courtyard is connected to the kidnapping of my parents. We just had a confrontation, but he escaped." Wang Fuli was taken aback. "Connected to the abduction of the Lord?" Qin Anyu nodded. Wang Fuli gestured for his men to interrogate the servants and then pulled Qin Anyu aside to the back courtyard. "How do you know this?" "I have been investigating. They are from the Dali Kingdom and have already killed one person in the Qin residence. This was the second." "Wang, has there been any news regarding my parents from the residence?" "Young Master Qin, although the information gate exists, it is limited to internal matters within the Tanzhou Prefecture." "Wang, to my knowledge, this group has been active in Tanzhou Prefecture for quite some time, even within the city. Could you inquire about the information gate?" "Never mind. Please tell me the name of the captain. I will seek him out myself." Alas, Guoheng has met with misfortune prior to the Lord's incident. Someone returned his belongings to his family, warning them to be cautious. This enraged the Lord, prompting a full-scale manhunt, yet it yielded no results, and soon after, the Lord faced his own crisis. Upon hearing that Captain Guaheng's troubles preceded those of Qin Zhuan, Qin Anyu fell silent. The situation was growing increasingly complicated. Could this organization truly be so formidable? After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "May I peruse the relevant documents from the information gate?" Wang fully nodded, "Of course. You are the Lord's eldest son and are involved in the matter concerning Guaheng." Understanding the potential for discovery, Qin Anyu swiftly made his way to the military garrison, finding the current captain, Guiqi, and explaining his purpose. Upon learning that he wished to examine the documents regarding Qin Zhuan and Guaheng, Guiqi readily agreed. Together with a soldier, they presented over 100 documents for his review. "Young Master Qin, all the materials are here. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask." As Qin Anyu perused one of the documents, he expressed his gratitude and then inquired with a smile, "Captain Guo, are you related to Captain Guaheng?" Guiqi chuckled, "By name, it seems so, but in reality, we are not. We are 5 degrees apart." After a brief exchange, Guiqi instructed the soldier Song Yi to remain for assistance while he attended to other matters. Qin Anyu watched Guiqi's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Then casually asked, "Song, Captain Guo must possess formidable combat prowess, correct?" Song Yi replied, "He used to be slightly inferior to Captain Guaheng. As for now, I cannot say." Qin Anyu remained silent, focusing intently on the documents. After reviewing 116 records, he thanked Song Yi and requested that he convey his appreciation to Guiqi before departing the information gate. Walking alone on the bustling streets, he hastened toward the city outskirts when suddenly, he sensed someone rapidly approaching. Turning, he recognized Ji Yuan, a dear friend from the Linxia sect, with whom he had often practiced sword techniques, performed squats, and occasionally shared drinks. With a broad grin, he turned to face him. "Qin Anyu, shall we go for a drink?" Hearing this jovial invitation, Qin Anyu readily agreed. "Sure." The two found a small tavern and settled in. Ji Yuan patted Qin Anyu's shoulder, maintaining the familiar tone. "I heard about your parents' troubles. I hope you are not too sorrowful." Qin Anyu nodded and asked, "What are you up to these days?" Just then, the server brought 2 small jars of wine. Ji Yuan eagerly accepted one and handed a jar to Qin Anyu. After taking a sip, he declared, "I am still cultivating. I refuse to believe that leaving the Linxia sect means I cannot make a name for myself." He clinked his jar with Qin Anyu's and inquired, "Are you still at the sect?" Ji Yuan shook his head, "No longer." After another sip, he continued, "I will be 14 soon, yet I have not reached the 6th realm. With my family as troubles. You still have a few months until you turn 14. Right? I applied for it, and the sect approved it immediately. Heh, for people like us, we are dispensable. Truth be told, we lack talent and are rather dull. In a real fight, how many of those at the 6th or 7th realm could defeat us? It all comes down to realm and talent. What about you? What are your plans moving forward?" "To cultivate and find my parents. Do not hesitate to call upon me if you need anything. I do not even know where you are. How could I call? You are as straightforward as ever. I am at Mongshan, beneath a 15-zhang high stone with a crooked pine atop. Are you not afraid that stone will collapse? Get lost." They continued to drink, each time only consuming a small jar. After 2 jin of wine and finishing their food, they decided to part ways. Qin Anyu intended to accompany Ji Yuan to see his training grounds, but Ji Yuan had matters to attend to in the city, and thus they went their separate ways. Chapter 19. The charge of Qin Yuqin. Upon returning to the precipice, Qin Anyu observed Qin Yuqin diligently practicing her swordsmanship. Though her technique was not fully refined, her earnestness was commendable. The sword she wielded was merely a wooden replica fashioned from common timber. Noticing her serious demeanor, he internally applauded her efforts. Splendid. Mastering the fundamental movements is essential for future combat, as all martial techniques are derived from these basic actions. The more one integrates them, the more advanced their martial prowess becomes. A certain esteemed predecessor, who had achieved godly status without ever practicing martial arts during the Golden Core stage, relied solely on fundamental movements, ultimately excelling beyond his peers. He vanquished numerous foes, including the Eagle Gang and the bandits of Mongshan, employing merely 3 basic techniques: cleaving, lifting, and sweeping. Engrossed in her sword practice, Qin Yuqin did not notice his return until she completed a set of movements and paused to rest, at which point she spotted him preparing 2 rabbits. She exclaimed with delight, "Young master, you're back." Qin Anyu inquired, "How have you sustained yourself these past 3 days?" She trotted over, saying, "Young master, has it truly been 3 days? It feels as though no time has passed. How many meals have I had? Oh, quite a few. I devoured the entire fish you roasted for me, and also enjoyed a chicken and a duck. Strangely, I still feel quite hungry. Have you read any of the books? Not at all. I was wholly absorbed in practicing my swordsmanship. Time flies when one is training. Are your hands not weary? Oh, they are indeed sore and fatigued. But at that moment, I was simply hungry, just in time to cook and eat. His response left him speechless. Is it truly so? Is it out of sheer interest or urgency that fatigue can be so swiftly alleviated? He could only suggest the books in that chest, whether on martial arts or other subjects, are worth perusing. Oh, I understand. The master and madam often say that reading broadens one's knowledge and enhances one's vision, which is beneficial for cultivation. Ah, I almost forgot. Young master, how could you return in just 3 days? When we entered, I felt as if it took 4 days to reach here. Have I slowed you down? Indeed. In truth, he had spent less than half a day in the capital and nearly 2 days descending the cliff. During those 2 days, he had exhausted his physical strength, pushing his capabilities to the limit in order to solidify the first 5 realms and refine his blood and bones. Oh no, I must hasten my progress, otherwise I shall continue to burden you, young master. That would be troublesome. You might perpetually hold me back. This statement left Qin Yuqin momentarily bewildered, staring at him blankly. Qin Anyu smiled. This time, I brought back some rice and flour. Young master, how can I catch up with you? If you were to catch up, it would only reflect poorly on your young master's intelligence. But I wish to protect you, young master. You mentioned that life must be lived day by day. I have trained for over 6 years more than you. Let us not dwell on that. Have there been any unusual occurrences in the vicinity these past few days? Yes. I heard the calls of birds, the grunts of pigs, and even the bleating of sheep. Therefore, I intended to sleep outside but had to retreat to the cave, even blocking the entrance. Very well. Today, we shall feast on fresh meat. Are there truly that many creatures here? Young master, I wish to come along. I bought you a sword. Take a look and see if it suits you. Qin Yuqin eagerly dashed to the bundle, drew the sword, and practiced a few swings. Young master, it fits perfectly. She turned and strode up the slope, exclaiming, Let us go find some food. As they advanced, Qin Yuqin became increasingly astonished. She had initially believed this was merely a small gorge, but upon reaching the ridge, another appeared ahead, revealing numerous animals within, such as wild boars, goats, and birds, albeit seen only in vague outlines. Younger master, why haven't those beasts approached? They are contained within a formation. We are in a secret realm, a place for lower-level cultivators to practice and rest, while ahead lies the battleground. The reason you see haziness ahead is due to the formation. He had previously wandered here, thus possessing a clearer understanding. He knew that the foundation of this formation primarily relied on the terrain, with only a few materials involved. Due to environmental changes, the efficacy of those materials had waned, causing the formation to gradually weaken. Otherwise, the beasts would remain hidden from view. The creatures in this gorge were all at the Qi nourishing stage. Yet ahead lay another gorge filled with those at the Qi training stage. When he had only reached the 5th realm, he had been swiftly expelled by several beasts upon entering. He had concluded that this place was once a stronghold for nurturing lower-tier disciples, which was precisely why he chose to cultivate here. Younger master, is there indeed a legendary formation here? Why would there not be? Formations are not mystical. They can be constructed based on the terrain or forcibly established through various means. Younger master, you are remarkably knowledgeable. The Lin Xia sect possesses such resources. No wonder everyone desires to cultivate within a sect. Qin Anyu found himself at a loss for words. An outer disciple has limited access to literature. Noticing his silence, she continued to chatter. The Qin residents once had many books, which Madame often read and insisted we study. However, later on, those books were taken away by the second Madame and have since vanished. From now on, do not mention her in my presence. Oh, I understand. Qin Anyu pointed to a goat ahead. Can you kill it? The goat stood nearly 4 feet tall, equivalent to the early Qi nourishing level, which includes the 1st to 3rd realms. She immediately grew excited, brandishing the sword. I can. Seeing her enthusiasm, Qin Anyu chuckled. How do you plan to slay it? She replied, I will stab it to death. Young master, I have witnessed sheep being slaughtered before. Excellent. The fundamental principle is the same. However, this goat is at the early Qi nourishing stage. Is it also a cultivator? Indeed. With so many inferior medicinal herbs around, and no one to harvest them, they might just eat and sleep their way to advancement. Let us proceed. The two entered the formation, and instantly the surroundings became as clear as outside, prompting Qin Yuqin to exclaim in astonishment, "Young master, the ground is littered with bones." Although her exclamation was brief, it drew the attention of some beasts, some of which approached them or flew towards them, including the goat. Qin Anyu asked, "Do you still wish to slay that goat?" Seeing the imposing creature with its sharp horns, Qin Yuqin felt apprehensive but did not retreat. Instead, she resolutely declared, "Yes." "Then go and slay it." "All right." With iron sword in hand, she advanced step by step towards the goat. When she was about 10 feet away, the goat suddenly reared up, bending its front legs, and charged at her with its head lowered. She did not panic but sidestepped to avoid the goat's initial assault. The goat quickly turned and repeated the charge, yet she evaded once more. After several attempts, the goat maintained the offensive, while Qin Yuqin began to breathe heavily, her limbs growing increasingly uncoordinated. Qin Anyu advised, "Regulate your breath. Find the most efficient way to conserve energy and breathe comfortably. Combat awareness is cultivated through experience. And with a celestial emperor like me present, your growth will be expedited." "Yes, young master." After a standoff that lasted the duration of half a cup of tea, Qin Yuqin finally seized an opportunity, swinging her sword to stab the goat in the neck. However, the goat, with its wealth of combat experience, retaliated with a desperate strike, sending her flying. Though she soared through the air, she did not release the iron sword, and the goat's blood sprayed behind her. The goat collapsed, and she too descended to the ground. With the goat slain, she found herself unable to rise, having expended all her strength. Seeing this unfold, the surrounding creatures surged towards them. Qin Anyu swung his clumsy sword and bellowed, "Get back," driving them all away. As I approached to assist her, I discovered that her right scapula, 3 ribs, and humerus had sustained fractures, and blood trickled from her mouth. "Young master, am I not utterly useless for being so grievously injured by a mere sheep?" she lamented. This sheep has survived in such an environment, demonstrating a far superior combat instinct. It is already in the early stages of qi cultivation, whereas you have only been refining your bones for 3 days. Do you not see the disparity in worth? She chuckled softly, "Yet, I still consider myself quite formidable. I take pride in serving you. Now, return to recuperate, reflect on the experience, and indulge in some mutton." Chapter 20. The second canyon battle with the jackals injured. Qin Yuqin found herself under the attentive care of Qin Anyu, who carried her into the stone trough, fetched water, and brewed medicine for her, facilitating her arduous process of refining her flesh and bones. The cultivation of the 9th realm of the Qi nourishing stage required 3 iterations for each realm, with each iteration involving slightly different herbs and progressively larger dosages. Normally, the timing for her bone refinement would have been unsuitable due to the insufficient interval between sessions, but given the intensity of her recent battle and her injuries, the timing proved fortuitous. After preparing the medicinal concoction, he shouldered his crude sword and ventured into the Qi training canyon. Having been expelled by beasts during his last attempt, he was determined to engage in combat this time, to test his strength and procure some herbs. Exhausted from his previous efforts on the sheer cliffs, he had not fully tapped into his potential. His earlier confrontation with Zhang Yuan had not showcased his true capabilities. Now, he yearned for a vigorous battle to unleash the advantages of his organs and bones and to awaken the latent potential within his other bodily systems. Only through this activation, combined with the appropriate herbs, could he achieve the most significant enhancement. This was also where the differences between the cultivation methods of the Spirit Bridge realm and the Immortal realm lay, revealing the Spirit Bridge realm's understanding without insight. Upon entering the first canyon, he traversed its expanse, driving away the intrusive beasts and discovering 17 varieties of herbs that were not found outside. Before proceeding to the second canyon, just as he crossed the formation, a wild boar charged at him. He swung his sword down, causing the boar to slow its charge, a gash appearing on its head. He felt a tremendous force and found himself unable to maintain his ground, retreating from the canyon. His power still fell short. Returning to the first canyon, he muttered under his breath and crossed the formation again into the second canyon. The wild boar, still agitated by his previous presence, grunted as it saw him return and backed away before charging once more. This time, he opted not to test his strength. Instead, he sidestepped its attack and delivered a punch to its side. The boar was sent sprawling, stumbling as it landed, eventually turning to face him again. It lunged at him once more. He swung his sword out, then sidestepped again, delivering another punch. With a clang, the boar's right tusk shattered, sending it flying away. After a staggering landing, the boar looked at him for a moment before retreating and then bolting away. The wild boar, despite its intelligence, chose to flee rather than risk a sneak attack from him. He refrained from pursuing it, instead focusing on gathering herbs. His purpose here was combat and resource gathering, not indiscriminate slaughter. Such opportunities were better suited for the younger disciples. He, as an esteemed Immortal Emperor, had no need for such trivial engagements. The boar had lost its fighting spirit and was no longer worth pursuing. Following the refinement of his flesh and bones, he now needed to prepare herbs for the subsequent refinement of his visceral organs: gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and sanjiao. Previously, he had lacked 5 herbs. Having found 3 in the first canyon, he still needed dragon bone and dendrobium. On 2 occasions visiting the city's apothecary, he found the dragon bone's age unsuitable and the dendrobium completely unavailable. Without these 2 herbs, the effectiveness of his refinement would diminish, yielding results only marginally better than those from the Spirit Bridge realm. Such herbs should naturally be available in a place designated for training lower-tier disciples. After dispelling several bothersome beasts, he reached a cliff base where he spotted a 10-foot-high rock crevice, adorned with a row of tree ferns, the smallest being 4 feet and the tallest 8 feet. Ascending 6 more feet, he came across a profusion of dendrobium, densely packed. These substantial tree ferns could provide ample resources for many. Climbing up the crevice, he reached the highest tree fern, which had not yet matured into a human-grade herb despite being 300 years old. The artificial environment clearly fell short. The dragon bone was derived from the trunk of the tree fern, necessitating the felling of the tree. The trunk proved resilient, and even while standing on the cliff, he found it challenging to exert full force. His sword merely carved a half-inch deep notch. Just as he prepared to strike a 3rd time, he caught sight of approaching beasts out of the corner of his eye. Turning, he was pleased to see 3 jackals, ready for an exhilarating fight. In his 5th realm, he had struggled against 3 beasts at the chi-nourishing level, but now, in the 6th realm, he could dispatch a single chi-training wild boar with relative ease. With 3 jackals before him, he could practice his body's coordination and reaction abilities. Jackals, being social creatures with a strong craving for meat, would not simply leave upon spotting him, so he ignored them and continued chopping. Once the tree fern was severed, it plummeted down the cliff. Instead of descending immediately, he clung to the protrusions and crevices of the cliff face and continued his ascent to harvest dendrobium. When he was but 10 feet away from the dendrobium, a green snake sprang from the thicket. With a swift punch, he sent it flying, then resumed his climb. After a couple of steps, he pondered why not give the jackals something to occupy themselves with, allowing them to warm up. Consequently, he repeatedly dispatched green snakes towards the jackals, letting them have some fun. Upon reaching the area where the dendrobium thrived, he carefully extracted 3 clusters of 200-year-old herbs. The necessary materials for refining the 6 viscera were now complete. Descending from the cliff and leaning against it, he gathered 3 segments of tree trunk under the watchful gaze of the 3 jackals, ready to engage in combat. Despite their higher realm and greater numbers, the inherent caution of the jackals prevented them from launching an immediate assault. Instead, they communicated in low tones. Seizing the opportunity, anew grabbed the tree fern crown from the ground and proceeded onward. Although small, the crown's branches were exceptionally sturdy, providing a shield against potential attacks from all sides. While confident in his ability to escape, he was not arrogant enough to assume it would be effortless. As he dragged the tree crown forward, the 3 jackals ceased their communication, swiftly dispersing. One leapt at him while the other 2 charged on foot. Anew hurled the tree crown forward, obstructing the 2 rushing jackals, while he swung his sword at the airborne one. The descending jackal collided with the stone wall, producing a muffled thud. One jackal tore through the tree crown and lunged at him. He responded with a swift strike, leaving a deep gash on its neck, followed by a kick that sent it reeling backward. Blood poured from the injured jackal as it fell, though it managed to remain standing. Its feeble howls indicated its impending demise. With 2 jackals wounded, he finally abandoned reliance on the tree trunk, casting the crown behind him to cover the incapacitated jackal, and charged toward the 3rd. It lunged at him, and he braced himself, delivering a powerful strike. Both he and the jackal retreated, although he positioned himself slightly farther back. The jackal lunged again, and after his strike, he sidestepped, delivering a punch that sent it crashing into the already injured jackal. The 2 beasts collided heavily, the wounded jackal crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. The jackal that had been dazed regained its senses and, upon seeing its companion in distress, surged forward, tearing the tree crown aside. Seeing this, anew swung his crude sword to deflect its attack, easily brushing aside its leg while its gaping maw proved ineffective. A sudden gust of foul air enveloped him as the previously repelled jackal charged from behind. Qin Anyu evaded, deftly slashing its belly with his sword, forcing it back. At that moment, another jackal pounced. The jackals began to coordinate their efforts. Qin Anyu chuckled softly. This was ideal. The most essential aspect of the qi nourishing stage was honing the foundation of his physicality. He secured his crude sword on his back and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the two injured jackals. In the canyon, a singular figure battled against two beasts, dodging and weaving as they circled. Time slipped by, and the two jackals, now positioned before Qin Anyu, growled simultaneously before turning to retreat. Realizing they could not overcome him and would not gain a meal, they chose to conserve their strength. He panted heavily, letting out a chuckle at them. Though today's battle was rather trivial, it was indeed exhilarating. He approached, grasped the treetop, and made his way back. Chapter 21. The 9 Realms of Cultivation and the Movements of Enemies. Upon returning to the training area, Qin Anyu immediately engaged in his second blood and bone refining session, incorporating 2 additional herbs compared to his first attempt, with an increase in quantity by 30%. After exiting the cave, he sought a nearby platform to practice fundamental movements. Having completed his planned repetitions, he refreshed himself with a quick shower before taking a few sips from a jug of wine. Noticing Qin Yuqing practicing swordplay atop a massive rock, he observed her considerable improvement in form, which brought him satisfaction as he proceeded towards the formation. Just as Qin Yuqing completed her training quota for the day and began preparing a meal, she spotted him and cheerfully inquired, "Eldest young master, have you undergone body tempering again?" He nodded. "Are you hungry?" "Somewhat," she replied. "What are you planning to do?" "Engage in combat at the canyon. You may join as well, but I have not trained in combat techniques. The essence lies in spontaneity. The current objective is not to kill, but to engage in battle, utilizing this opportunity to refine your body and sharpen your reflexes. The more you endure, the more vigilant you will become." "Oh, I understand. Please wait. I shall fetch some dried meat to snack on as we walk." Before long, she emerged from the cave with several pieces of dried meat and handed him a piece, exclaiming, "Eldest young master, I made this. It tastes delightful." He took a bite and found it indeed pleasing to the palate. Qin Yuqing giggled. "I learned this in the kitchen. The master often goes on long journeys, so we must keep supplies of dried meat." He lifted the wine jug for a sip, remarking, "The environment here is quite conducive to cultivation. The sheer cliffs can be scaled. The first canyon offers opponents, and this area is perfect for foundational practice." She furrowed her brow. "Eldest young master, there are also drawbacks. There is a lack of staple foods such as rice and flour. What we brought initially, and what we purchased later, is nearly depleted. Am I perhaps consuming too much?" He playfully flicked her forehead. "You can now be considered a cultivator. Your appetite will naturally surpass what it once was. Come, I shall show you which foods can serve as staples." As they traversed the grass and hills, he educated her about the various species they encountered. "This is yam, a food that can also serve medicinal purposes. It can be boiled and peeled." "Oh, this is the yam vine. I see how it grows now. And this is taro, which you have eaten before." "Oh, yes. I have consumed quite a bit. But this is my first time seeing the leaves. This is 5-star grass." "Yes, I know. It is Jerusalem artichoke." "Ah, there is also sweet dew and raspberries." "Eldest young master, the variety of edible items here is truly abundant. This place was once a training ground for lower-tier disciples. It is evident why." "Indeed. They must have provisions for their extended stay, or they would starve." After completing their exploration, her dried meat was consumed, and they entered the first canyon. Following Qin Anyu's guidance, she targeted 2 wild boars without utilizing weapons, ultimately driving them away, though she emerged exhausted and covered in bruises. Afterward, Qin Anyu ventured into the second canyon to engage in combat with beasts, returning weary yet fulfilled. He practiced fundamental movements again, and after dining with Qin Yuqing, they retired for the night. Upon awakening, he again fulfilled his quota of foundational movements, then safeguarded Qin Yuqing as she battled in the first canyon before returning to the second for his own combat training, exhausting himself once more before resuming his swordplay practice. As the 4th day approached, he sensed it was time for the first refining of his 6 viscera, and without hesitation, he proceeded with the process. Following this, he continued his routine of training and elevation of his cultivation level. Qin Anyu re-entered the Qin residence, severing Zhang Qili's arm and slaying Zhang Yuan, which left Zhang Qili and Qin Feng feeling that their aspirations of becoming the lord of the residence were utterly dashed. Not only had hope vanished, but they had also become the subject of ridicule. Once, they were frequently visited. Now, they ventured out only to find no one willing to meet them. Days later, Zhang Qili's injuries had largely mended, except for the severed arm, which could not be reattached, and she sat by Qin Datong's bedside, seething with resentment. That wretched beast. Not only has he inflicted grave injuries upon us, but he has also severed our foundation. We cannot remain here. Qin Datong queried, Mother, if we do not stay here, where can we go? In the past, I was unaware that Zhang Yuan's faction thrived in the Dali Kingdom. We could certainly seek refuge there and find resources for cultivation. I refuse to believe that they can reach the Qi training stage while we cannot. Our parents must. Do not speak of that coward. If he had any sense, he would have seized control of the residence long ago. As the Lord, what resources could he not acquire? Now that Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong have been captured, he cannot even assume the lordship. He is utterly useless. Mother, he is our father. And what of it? Have you not heard? Many have killed their fathers and mothers for resources. We do not intend to slay him, merely to depart without him. Moreover, we are headed to the Dali Kingdom. He is Qin Zhuan's biological brother, which poses even greater peril. Mother, when shall we depart? I have heard that the journey to the Dali Kingdom is fraught with difficulties. With just the three of us, we may not reach our destination. Do not fret. Your brother Huitong is already at the initial stage of Qi training. Furthermore, I am aware of a secret base belonging to Zhang Yuan's organization. If I claim to be his sister, requesting assistance in transporting his body back, they will surely help. Mother, if my brother is at the Qi training stage, he may not accompany us. Does he dare to be unfilial? These matters are for me to manage. The middle-aged man, having fled from the residence's courtyard, concealed himself in an abandoned compound. Gradually, he sensed something amiss. The patrols of the residence's soldiers had increased, and they were conducting searches house by house, claiming to be capturing spies from the Dali Kingdom. Although he was unafraid of such soldiers, the sheer number of them, combined with the presence of the old relics from various factions in the city, led him to choose evasion over confrontation. He quietly departed the residence and ascended a mountain. On this mountain stood an old courtyard, solitary on the hillside. Flanking the entrance were 3 towering cloud pines, and in front lay a pond surrounded by weeping willows. He approached the entrance, rapping on the knocker with one hand. Soon, the door opened a crack, revealing a face peering through. Shen Qi, has something happened? It turned out that the middle-aged man was named Shen Qi. Upon hearing the inquiry, he sighed. Hu Luo, Zhang Yuan may be in trouble. Hu Luo pulled the door open wider and invited him in. After allowing Shen Qi to enter, Hu Luo promptly closed the door. This courtyard served as a liaison point for their organization. Usually, 3 to 5 people would be present, but during these tumultuous times, only Hu Luo stood watch. Once Shen Qi conveyed the purpose of his visit, Hu Luo's expression darkened. So you mean to say you came here without confirming Zhang Yuan's situation? Shen Qi nodded. If Qin Anyu could find this courtyard and the resident soldiers are searching every household for Dali Kingdom citizens, I believe we have been exposed. It is prudent to report this information first. As for Zhang Yuan, being a mid-stage cultivator, he should have no trouble escaping. Hu Luo, with a grave demeanor, stated. That Qin Anyu. They say he is a fool, but from what you have described, it seems those who speak such are the true fools. Enough of this. I will contact others to investigate Zhang Yuan's status and to ascertain where Qin Anyu is hiding. At the edge of the precipice, Qin Anyu emerged from the stone trough, cleansing his body with pure water, muttering, in these 40 days, I have accomplished the 2nd and 3rd stages of refining my flesh and bones, and completed the process of tempering my 6 organs, skin, and sinews. My inner energy has already manifested. In the realm of the spirit bridge, this signifies the completion of the Qi nurturing phase of cultivation. Once the spiritual energy enters my body, I can advance to the Qi training phase. Otherwise, I will be confined to this realm for eternity. However, the aspirations of this immortal emperor lie beyond such limitations, aiming for heights greater than in my previous life. Thus, I must forge the ultimate state, achieving unity of body and mind. Despite traversing this secret realm, I have yet to discover any magnetic stones. Without such minerals, the ultimate state remains unattainable. The girl has completed her flesh and bone refinement. Once the energy connection manifests, she can refine her heart. It is time to venture forth. Information must be sought, and magnetic stones must be found. Chapter 22. Qin Fang's Abandonment and New Revelations. Qin Anyu arrived at the former Qin residence, where he found the main gate ajar. Upon entering and surveying the surroundings, he noticed no one else was present. Only Qin Fang seated at a stone table in the courtyard, sipping wine, with no dishes in sight. Approaching the table, he frowned and inquired, Uncle, where is everyone? Neither the Immortal Emperor of the Void nor the original master held any affection for him. Qin Fang lifted his head, his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes presenting a stark contrast to his previously neat and tidy appearance. Upon recognizing Qin Anyu, he forced a smile that threatened to dissolve into tears. Anyu, you're here. They've all left. Everyone has gone. I am the sole survivor in this desolate Qin residence. Qin Anyu frowned, responding, Did I not instruct you all to move out? Why haven't you departed yet? He harbored no fondness for Qin Fang or his family, yearning only for their departure from the premises. Qin Fang laughed heartily. They have all left. Only I remain. I stayed behind to await your arrival. I have arrived. You may leave now, Qin Anyu retorted. Suddenly, Qin Fang lamented, They are gone. Qili, Datong, and all the servants vanished. I stepped out for a moment, and upon my return, they were nowhere to be found. Ah, there seems to be a hidden truth here. The departure of one differs from that of another. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Anyu asked, What of Zhang Fuyuan? Is he also missing? Qin Fang mournfully replied, Indeed, he too has vanished. Not only are they gone, but everything movable within the house has disappeared. Scanning the surroundings, Qin Anyu observed that the doors and windows of the rooms stood wide open, leaving them eerily vacant. It appeared that Zhang Qili and the others had indeed departed. If Qin Fang spoke the truth, he had been abandoned. Those who suffer often possess traits that incite disdain. He is a true embodiment of this. The two brothers had grown up without parents, relying on Qin Zhuan's relentless efforts, which gradually improved their lives. Later, Qin Zhuan provided him with techniques and medicinal herbs, urging him to cultivate diligently. Yet, he squandered many herbs for wine, remaining stagnant at the third realm of Qi, nourishing by the age of 14. Eventually, he encountered the Zhang family, becoming infatuated with Zhang Qili. Despite Qin Zhuan's warnings about her unreliability, ignoring his brother's advice, he even pilfered money and herbs from their home to support them. When Qin Zhuan discovered this and confronted him sternly, he threw a tantrum, declaring that if he could not marry her, he would disown Qin Zhuan as his brother. Qin Zhuan, unable to forsake his younger brother and concerned for his pride, acquiesced, albeit with the stipulation that he must focus on his cultivation, to which he agreed. Thus, they wed, while Qin Zhuan remained single. After their marriage, the entire Zhang family moved in with Qin Zhuan, enjoying the fruits of his labor and resources. Their aptitude for cultivation was commendable. Both he and Zhang Qili embarked on systematic training only after turning 17, achieving the 8th realm of Qi, nourishing by their mid-30s. While Zhang Fuyuan reached the 6th realm. Once the Zhang siblings were of age to cultivate, he frequently complained to Qin Zhuan about the inadequacy of resources, insisting they were still young and did not require such immediate investment. Ultimately, it was Dai Linglong's insistence that ensured the siblings received their share of resources. It was evident that Zhang Qili had divulged Qin Zhuan's movements to Zhang Yuan, leading to the couple's ambush and subsequent disappearance. Following their vanishing, he eagerly aspired to become the head of the residence, wishing to erase all traces of Qin Zhuan's family. His impatience betrayed his foolishness. Now unable to assume the role of residence head, with Zhang Qili and the others missing, he sat alone, drowning his sorrows in wine, his face reflecting despair as he gazed at his nephew. Qin Anyu, indifferent to his uncle's plight, turned to leave. Uncle, since they have departed, you should too. I shall procure a lock to secure the gate. After taking a few steps, he turned back and added, Uncle, I ascend Qin Huitong at the Leaving Fire sect. You should seek him out. By the time he returned with the lock, he found himself alone in the courtyard, Qin Fang having also left. Good riddance, fewer nuisances, he thought. After locking the door, he walked several paces down the alley before glancing back hesitantly, then continued onward, his next destination being the information gate. Though Captain Guichi was absent, the guard Song Yi provided him with the latest reports. After perusing one of the documents, he inquired, Have the personnel from the information gate departed? Song Yi nodded. Aside from me and a few on duty, the others have left. By whose orders? He asked. From the provincial command, came the reply. Have we discovered the whereabouts of those from the Dali Kingdom? Song Yi shook his head, offering no further response. Whether it was ignorance or a refusal to speak remained unclear. Qin Anyu merely posed the question casually, not expecting a definitive answer, as their relationship had not reached that level of intimacy. Exiting the military compound, he departed the city, traveling westward. After several dozen miles, he heard a cacophony of footsteps around a bend ahead and quickly concealed himself among the rocks and foliage. Soon, a disheveled group of guards appeared, many of whom bore injuries. As they approached the rocky area, someone exclaimed, I can't go on. Let us take a break. Immediately, others echoed in agreement. Indeed, we may not have perished, but we're on the brink of exhaustion. A figure resembling a captain eventually commanded them to rest. Around 60 guards collapsed onto the ground, presenting an unseemly sight. Suddenly, a voice rang out. This operation must have been compromised. I concur, another responded. Otherwise, we wouldn't have faced ambushes from practitioners of the Qi nourishing in the third realm. It's as if they aimed to annihilate our 300 men. Listening to their exchange, Qin Anyu found their predicament perplexing, prompting a re-evaluation of the situation in Tanho Prefecture. Previously, he believed it a tranquil place. But after reading the documents from the information gate and hearing their discussion, he realized the undercurrents were far more complex than he had imagined. Their conversation continued for a moment before another contingent approached, nearly 100 strong, with nearly all of them wounded, the lightly injured supporting the severely hurt. This group appeared more disciplined, resembling an army. Among the wounded, he spotted Wang Fuli, who was now missing his left arm. Despite this, he clutched his broadsword tightly. After the severely injured were laid down, he caught sight of Guoqi, whose face bore a gash and whose armor was shattered at the chest, revealing bloodstains. This new squad showed no intention of pausing to rest. Instead, they pressed on. As they passed where the previous group rested, a verbal altercation erupted. Some from the later group expressed their outrage, accusing the earlier group of cowardice and abandoning their comrades to peril. They claimed that spies dwelled among them, causing the ambush. The first group, too, had their grievances, arguing that the newcomers were merely playing the victim, suggesting that had they not been at the Qi nourishing or third realm, they would have been obliterated already. With each side shouting their perspectives, the atmosphere grew charged with indignation. Finding no merit in continuing to eavesdrop, Qin Anyu resolved to leave the area and seek out those behind the ambush. Just as he was about to act, he noticed figures approaching over the ridge, some at the Qi nourishing realm, others at the Qi nourishing third realm. Was another attack imminent? He swiftly altered his course, seizing 2 stones to hurl at the guards before making his escape up the slope. Chapter 23. Refusal of heavenly gifted talent. Qin Anyu threw 2 stones that struck 2 individuals from the earlier group, causing them to bleed profusely from their heads. This sudden turn of events halted the argument, redirecting everyone's attention towards the jungle. The leader of the initial group promptly summoned 6 men to search the thicket. With the objective of throwing stones accomplished, Qin Anyu felt a sense of relief. He would no longer be caught off guard. However, the ensuing situation left him astonished. There were only 8 individuals on the ridge, 2 at the Qi training stage and 6 at the 9th level of the Qi nourishing stage, led by a young man, seemingly no older than 18 or 19. They did not rush down the slope into the jungle, but instead crouched behind the bushes, observing the movements of the government troops. After a period of searching, the troops found nothing, and those who had been resting resumed their duties. Some forged ahead, while others provided support from behind, and a few even took it upon themselves to carry the injured. The leader, along with 6 others, moved along the edges of the jungle. Human nature is intricate. Emotions such as shame, compassion, honor, and morality manifest differently at various times. At that moment, they exemplified the demeanor expected of a military unit. The 8 individuals remained crouched until the troop passed from their sight, at which point they stood, their gazes fixed on the young Qi training leader. "Young master, what shall we do next?" inquired one of the Qi training initiates. It was evident that the 7 middle-aged men were taking orders from the youth. Furrowing his brow, the young man replied, "The government troops exhibit unusual behavior. We must continue to track them. Jitsong, send word back." "Very well, I shall make the arrangements." "Fu Bo and Shai Chang, you 2 return and ensure the message reaches General Zhang." Jitsong, the Qi training initiate, immediately responded, "Young master, they have departed, and our numbers are fewer. If we are targeted, you will be in danger." The young man addressed the 2 middle-aged men. "You may go." Once they had left, he remarked, "They wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have halted midway. Even if we confront them, you ought to trust in my abilities. As for you, should you find yourselves outmatched, retreat immediately to avoid unnecessary loss of life." Seeing that he was about to speak further, the young man gestured emphatically and called out, "Friends hidden beneath that cluster of thorns, would you care to show yourselves?" Aside from Ji Tsong, the other 4 men, armed and vigilant, approached the young man, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Qin Anyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had thought his actions were subtle, only to realize he had been discovered long ago. Rising to his feet, he sheepishly explained, "I was merely passing through and decided to rest here. I had no other intentions." Ji Tsong interjected, You are Qin Anyu, the eldest son of Lord Qin Zhuan. What brings you to this place? Qin Anyu was taken aback, realizing he had been recognized upon revealing himself. The young man's face broke into an inscrutable expression, as if to say that the majority of the world was indeed foolish. He then burst into hearty laughter, musing that while people might call the son of Lord Qin Zhuan a fool, they were oblivious to the truth of his own nature. After his laughter subsided, he clasped his hands in greeting, Yi Tian, from the Xing province. Qin Anyu returned the gesture, Qin Anyu, from the Tanzhou prefecture. The gathering, including Ji Tsong, was left bewildered. The young master's status and prowess were unparalleled among his peers, so why did he express such genuine delight and courtesy towards this allegedly foolish individual? Qin Anyu's thoughts raced. The young man had introduced himself as Yi Tian from the powerful Yi family in Xing province, which meant he was privy to the affairs of the Qin household, particularly Lord Qin Zhuan. His implication that others were the true fools hinted at an understanding that transcended mere appearances, likely concerning their respective realms of cultivation. The Qi nourishing stage is usually difficult to discern. That he could perceive it indicated he possessed a remarkable background, perhaps even that of a celestial emperor. Were it not for such a foundation, one would only grasp the truth when confronted with the other's full strength. Yet Yi Tian's discernment suggested he was exceptional. Ji Tsong then added, young Master Qin has vanquished the Eagle Gang, defeated the mountain bandits of Mongshan, and even slain a mid-stage Qi practitioner from the Dali Kingdom. I'm in awe. Qin Anyu sighed inwardly, realizing that a vast organization knows no bounds. What he deemed covert was crystal clear to others. Nevertheless, he felt no need to be overly cautious, as he was a celestial emperor in his own right. Thus, he responded modestly, it was merely luck. Ji Tsong continued. Young Master Qin was pursued and gravely injured, cast down the death abyss, yet quickly retaliated, achieving such results. Truly commendable. While the words sounded complimentary, Qin Anyu detected an undercurrent of malice, prompting him to clasp his hands and say, young Master Yi, esteemed guests, I must take my leave. Whatever his intentions, they fell on deaf ears in the realm of the celestial emperor. Yi Tian quickly interjected, Qin Anyu, I am aware you seek clues regarding Lord Qin Zhuan. Why not join us? As you can see, we are numerous, and our capacity to uncover leads far exceeds your solitary efforts. You are about to advance to the Qi training stage, which requires substantial medicinal resources, appropriate techniques, and a tranquil environment for cultivation. With Lord Qin Zhuan no longer present, obtaining these will prove difficult. Joining the Yi family would change that. We can provide everything you need for a smooth progression. His words were indeed a blend of enticing benefits and rational persuasion, meticulously crafted to recruit him. Little did he know, the path laid out by the celestial emperor was one that none in this realm could comprehend. Qin Anyu did not dismiss the young man's goodwill, responding gratefully. I truly appreciate your offer, young Master Yi. Should you be able to provide some leads, I would be more than willing to reciprocate. However, regarding joining, I must respectfully decline. Once a prominent figure of the most powerful family in the immortal realm, he understood the intricacies of such matters, even if he rarely sought to recruit others. Yi Tian replied, you understand that these leads are classified. Before he could elaborate, Qin Anyu turned and made his way down the path, swiftly disappearing into the thicket. Observing the retreating figure, Yi Tian's expression shifted multiple times. This individual was audacious and seemingly formidable. Ji Tsong inquired, he has accomplished those feats. He indeed appears strong. Young master, do you hold him in high regard? A 14-year-old at the 9th level is certainly noteworthy. I had not anticipated that the so-called fool, so widely discussed, would be a cultivation prodigy. 9th level? How is that possible? If he were at the 9th level, how could he have been so severely injured by a ragtag group and ultimately fall into the death abyss? It is implausible for him to ascend from the 5th level to the 9th level in less than 2 months. Are you questioning my judgment? Not at all. I assure you, I merely find it astonishing, unless he has been biding his time, or perhaps he obtained a tremendous opportunity in the death abyss. In any case, his visage is exceedingly deceptive. Young master, shall we not investigate the death abyss? There may be no peril as rumored, nor such grand opportunities. Otherwise, he would have advanced to the Qi training stage directly. You make a valid point. With Lord and Lady Qin missing, he seeks vengeance and will stop at nothing to elevate his realm. However, we could send a few individuals to scout. Your foresight is commendable, young master. Qin Anyu remained oblivious to their discourse, standing at the center of a ridge, his gaze fixed intently on the old courtyard nestled within the mountainside. Chapter 24. Assassination. In the small courtyard at the entrance of Huai Mountain, Qin Anyu sat upon a stone, with dried meat in his left hand and a wine jug in his right. Through the gaps in the trees and leaves, he gazed at the old courtyard nestled in the mountain hollow across from him, alternating between bites of meat and sips of wine, occasionally relishing a cooked yam. He found this moment quite poetic. As dusk approached, he finished a 2-pound jug of wine, tucked it away, and cautiously made his way toward the opposite side. After a half-day of observation, he had grasped the basic situation here. The terrain formed a semi-ellipse with Qin Anyu positioned at the edge of one opening, while the old courtyard lay at the other, merely over a mile away in a straight line, yet requiring a trek of 5 miles to reach. The intelligence gate suspected that the courtyard was a contact point for a mysterious organization, and he confirmed their suspicions were indeed valid. During his surveillance, several individuals entered and exited the courtyard, among them a middle-aged man named Shen-Chi. Behind the courtyard, on the mountainside, there was a cave housing at least 5 individuals at the Qi refining stage and 21 at the later stages of the nourishing Qi stage. Surrounding the cave were 5 hidden sentinels, all at the 8th stage, and those within the courtyard could observe each one of them, the closest being merely a mile away. Perched on a low cliff, the task of the sentinels was simple yet monotonous: to watch the entrance below the courtyard and prevent any surprise attacks. Not only was he stationed there, but 3 others were as well. 20 or so miles from the main road, the terrain grew more complex, with bandits lurking nearby, making it too risky for the provincial army to venture here. Although he harbored grievances in his heart, he succumbed to the intimidating watch of the courtyard, not daring to abandon his post except to address his physiological needs, intermittently scanning the entrance. Suddenly, he spotted a figure darting out ahead, rushing towards him with a sword like lightning. He was momentarily stunned, instinctively shifting back, letting out a loud shout. However, the figure's speed was overwhelming. By the time he registered the command to retreat, the sword had already penetrated his mouth and continued onward. An excruciating pain surged through him, and as his consciousness faded, a singular thought lingered. How could this person ascend so silently and with such swiftness? It was only as he succumbed to the abyss of darkness that he failed to comprehend it all. Qin Anyu swiftly drew his crude sword, propped a stone against his back, and as he departed, he severed 3 rhododendron trees, placing them before the fallen, allowing him to admire the flowers as he continued to crouch toward the ridge. Upon the ridge, 2 individuals at the 8th stage kept watch, one gazing into the hollow, the other towards the opposite mountains. He acted according to plan, striking violently. One sword stroke claimed a head, while a kick propelled the other off the ridge. Disregarding the headless 8th stage, he pursued the one he had sent tumbling down. Upon catching up, he was met with an absurd sight. The kick had split the man's head, distorting his features and causing blood to flow from all orifices. Originally intending to extract information, he now found his target's skull surprisingly fragile. Was it his own strength that was too formidable, or the adversary's weakness that was to blame? In this unprecedented scenario, even the Immortal Emperor could not fathom. Dragging the corpse back to the ridge, he quickly discerned a problem. 6 grand trees outside the courtyard now bore red lanterns. A Qi refining mid-stage individual stood at the entrance, scanning the valley, while someone emerged from the cave on the mountain. Soon, the valley echoed with various avian calls. This surveillance was indeed remarkably effective. Muttering under his breath, he discarded the body and vanished into the forest. A nourishing Qi 9th stage individual had just curled his left index finger to his mouth when he suddenly spotted a shadow lunging toward him, hastily emitting an urgent bird call. Hearing his own call, and then his own agonized scream, he watched his body drift further away, soon engulfed by endless darkness. With only one thought remaining, this person was swift. Shen-Chi dashed through the mountains, perplexed by the rapid bird calls, questioning who had intruded. Was it a late-stage Qi refining practitioner? Abruptly, he noticed a figure charging toward him from the side. Before he could react, he felt a heavy impact, followed by another. As his vision dimmed, he saw a person approaching. Struggling to focus, he realized it was Qin Anyu. Indeed, his combat prowess was formidable. Avoiding confrontation in the provincial city had been wise, yet ultimately, he fell to Qin Anyu's hand. Attempting to speak, he coughed up blood, producing only incoherent sounds. Qin Anyu swept his sword, and a head flew away. Subsequently, a spatial ring appeared on the corpse's finger. Qin Anyu retrieved the ring, muttering, "You escaped in the provincial city, yet here you are in my grasp." What was the point? In the provincial city, he sought not only the spatial ring but also the information Shen-Chi possessed. Now, however, he desired only the ring, for the individual within the courtyard likely held far more knowledge. Following the urgent bird calls from the nourishing Qi 9th stage, the valley's bird calls intensified. Did they hasten their communication? Qin Anyu pondered, Yet Shin-Chi offered no response as several bird calls converged toward his location, which he was well aware of. Nevertheless, he paid it no heed, continuing his advance toward the courtyard. Anyone passing by his trees or thickets met their end at the edge of his sword. With each step, fewer bird calls echoed, and he acquired yet another spatial ring. It seemed that not every individual at the chi refining stage possessed a ring. Such items were reserved for the mid-stage and beyond. Regrettably, neither of them had a magnet. After dispatching a beginner, he concluded this based on the absence of a ring. The spatial rings were not particularly spacious, measuring only 3 feet in length, width, and height, hardly accommodating many wine jugs, necessitating a numbers game. He felt disheartened, as after slaying this beginner, no one else appeared nearby, depriving him of further rings. They remained silent. The birds had long since fled, and the valley fell into silence. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of something slicing through the air. In his peripheral vision, a dark object hurtled towards him. An arrow. He swung his sword, deflecting the arrow, which embedded itself into a 2-foot-thick tree trunk, leaving only the fletching exposed. What immense power! This was clearly the work of an expert archer. Moments later, he heard bird calls again, this time from the archer. Just as Qin Anyu intended to turn and pursue, a cacophony of bird calls erupted ahead. They had the wit to use sound as distraction impressive. Bestowing a silent commendation, he quickened his pace towards the archer's location, surmising that despite the absence of a quiver, arrows must be present, likely within a spatial ring. The archer released another arrow, and upon seeing Qin Anyu approach, he hastily nocked another arrow, retreating while drawing his bow. Observing his demeanor, Qin Anyu shook his head inwardly. This individual lacked experience. After a few evasive maneuvers, he caught up to the archer, who, in sheer despair, could only use his bow for defense. With a swift motion, Qin Anyu seized the bow and, in one stroke, severed the archer's head. Such a level of skill. And yet he had failed to land a single hit. To remain still was to invite death. A spatial ring from a nourishing Chi 9th stage practitioner was 2 feet larger than the others, indicating its value. Additionally, it contained over 100 arrows. What a delightful surprise. Strapping on his crude sword and claiming the ring as his own, he tested the bow, finding it could withstand 80% of his strength. Stowing the bow away, he retrieved a jug of wine and, sipping as he walked, approached the courtyard. Soon, he beheld the row of 6 red lanterns and the 20 or so individuals standing outside the courtyard. They were all present. Chapter 25. Innovation amidst the tempest. The pace at which Qin Anyu advanced was astonishingly swift. His opponents, unable to withstand his formidable strike, could only remain entrenched within the courtyard. 3 mid-stage Qi practitioners, 7 early-stage Qi practitioners, and a dozen or so at the nourishing Qi stage congregated by the pond beneath the willow tree. With such a multitude, could they possibly be the ones who had attacked the government troops? Yet, that was of no concern to me. I sought merely to gather some intelligence. As I observed him approach, sword in tow and wine jar in hand, leisurely sipping as he walked, a surge of fury ignited within those gathered. Upon drawing nearer, an astonished voice rang out from an 8th-stage nourishing Qi practitioner. It's Qin Anyu. Shifting his gaze towards the source of the exclamation, he recognized the familiar face of Qi Zan, the honest fellow he had encountered on his way to the abyss of death. Having learned of his home address through the bandits of Mang Mountain, Qin had spared him, finding him sincere and burdened with family. Yet here they were once more. A reminder that one should never fully trust the words of a seemingly honest man. Are you still with the Huji Escort Company? Though merely an insignificant figure, Qin had resolved that this man was destined to meet his end. Qi Zan's expression twisted with bitterness as he confirmed this. Qin pressed further. Did you participate in the assault on the government troops? Before Qi could respond, an early-stage Qi practitioner interjected, Qin Anyu, I never imagined you possessed such lethal prowess. Have you considered what might happen to your parents if you continue to oppose us? What are you? Qin demanded. Why do you seek to capture my parents? The early-stage practitioner dismissed his inquiry with disdain, stating, that is of no concern to you. I merely wish to inform you that if you surrender, Qin Zhuan and Dai Ling Long may fare a little better. After taking a sip from his wine jar and stowing it away, Qin replied coolly. Listen well, should a single hair on my parents' head be harmed, I will eradicate your entire clan. The 8th-stage practitioner's face turned ashen at this threat. Yet the early-stage practitioner laughed maniacally in response. I had thought you had grown wise, but it appears you remain a fool. If you possess any courage, come and fight us. A mid-stage Qi practitioner sneered. Both Qin Zhuan and Dai Ling Long are merely at the Qi stage. They have been captured by us. What audacity grants you the courage to boast? Laughter erupted among the crowd. It is foolishness that grants him such bravado. Qin Anyu committed the identity of the boisterous speaker to memory and continued forward, indifferently stating, "Those who can escape should carry my message back. I have no desire for a river of blood. Should no one manage to flee, then so be it." Suddenly, a thought struck him. He must allow one or two to escape to convey his warning. Otherwise, it would be in vain. As he fully exited the woods, mere yards from the pond's edge, a mid-stage chi practitioner bellowed, "Seize him." The audacity of this individual was remarkable, brazenly uttering such words. With that shout, he leaped into the air, striking a pose reminiscent of a great rock spreading its wings, an ostentatious display, visually captivating. Seeing his confidence, the others sprang into action. The early-stage practitioners leaped skyward, while the nourishing chi practitioners dashed forth, their battle cries echoing. Qin Anyu halted, a look of disdain upon his face. Was this all they could muster? Drawing his rudimentary sword, he pivoted and lunged forward, sweeping the blade towards the mid-stage practitioner who had foolishly attempted to block his retreat. The man had positioned himself behind Qin, but as Qin turned, he saw a flash of sword light slicing toward him, sharp and menacing. In panic, he drew his spear. But the rudimentary sword cleaved through it with a crack, leaving the spear in two pieces. The force of the sword continued, striking his right arm and severing it from his grasp. Qin Anyu surged forward, delivering a swift kick. The mid-stage practitioner hurtled into the underbrush, colliding with several small trees before being halted by a larger trunk. This sudden turn of events ignited fury among the early-stage practitioners. "Curse be him. He has ambushed us successfully. We must kill him and seize the peculiar sword." Upon landing, they all armed themselves, their initial objectives thwarted. Qin Anyu unleashed a tempest of attacks, rendering his foes incapable of retaliation while breaking free from their encirclement. Yet, rather than fleeing, he turned back to confront a nearby early-stage practitioner. With a single strike, he deflected the man's dual hammers, shattering his right shoulder. Next, he delivered a kick toward another early-stage practitioner charging in with a spear. The practitioner, startled by the sight of his comrade flying through the air, instinctively dodged, unwittingly positioning himself directly in Qin's path. A powerful kick sent him sprawling to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt, blood spraying forth, causing the approaching nourishing chi practitioners to leap back in fright, fearful of stepping upon him. In mere moments, one mid-stage and two early-stage practitioners lay incapacitated, their fates uncertain. The fervor that had gripped the crowd began to subside, replaced by a chilling realization. Qin Anyu was no ordinary adversary. His combat prowess warranted a re-evaluation. Hu Lian exchanged glances with another mid-stage practitioner, and they swiftly drew closer, shouting, "Do not separate. Attack in unison." Their prior defeats had stemmed from one-on-one encounters. They had not anticipated suffering such losses at the hands of a single opponent. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Anyu had refrained from killing with abandon, fearing that a battlefield devoid of survivors would yield no answers. As the two charged together, Qin sighed inwardly. Though they were indeed flawed, they were mid-stage practitioners, and he could not rely solely on their mistakes. He would have to revert to his previous techniques. Thus far, he had employed the 13 foundational movements of swordplay: thrust, stab, slice, sweep, lead, draw, intercept, wipe, flick, strike, hang, support, and block. His footwork had been improvised, adapting to the paths of his opponent's attacks, seeking his most comfortable stance. Footwork techniques had been synthesized by others, while mastering existing techniques could enhance agility. They ultimately fell short of unleashing one's true potential. This was the essence of the scholar's life and the practitioner's demise. The previous incarnation of the Immortal Emperor had possessed unparalleled talent, while Qin Anyu now found himself in a less-than-ideal body, requiring a comprehensive re-evaluation of techniques and strategies. Thus, he had been diligently striving to forget the combat techniques of his past life, seeking the most comfortable, efficient, and least wasteful methods to adapt to his current form. Now, as the two surged forth, he resolved not to retreat or evade. He would have to rely on his prior techniques. As he prepared to shift right, a voice resounded in his mind. "No, you must persevere." His eyes ignited with clarity. He stamped his right foot firmly on the ground, adopting a bow stance. The tip of his rudimentary sword pointing downward to the left, elbows bent, hands firmly gripping the hilt. As they charged, weapons raised. He grasped his sword and swept upward toward the right. In an instant, brilliance erupted forth, as radiant as the sun's rays. Chapter 26. Forcing the informant to change their name with a swift motion of his sword, Qin Anyu felt a surge of clarity within him. as if everything was within his grasp. His clumsy sword struck with a precision akin to the elusive horns of an antelope, leaving no trace behind. To the left, Hu Liao barely caught a glimpse of a flash of light before his right arm felt a sudden lightness, and something sliced through his neck. In the next instant, he was astonished to see blood gushing forth from his neck, while his body continued to run forward, his right arm, still gripping the dagger, seemingly acting on its own. Have I been killed? This thought crossed his mind as darkness enveloped him. To the right, a mid-stage Qi practitioner raised an axe in defense. With a resounding clang, the axe rebounded, striking him in the face before shattering. In his shock, he leveraged the momentum to leap sideways, covering over 10 paces, and disappeared into the thicket. To elaborate would be redundant, for the entire ordeal transpired in but a fleeting moment. With this one strike, Qin Anyu had slain a mid-stage Qi practitioner and frightened another into retreat, all while he himself had merely taken 5 steps back. Pleased with the outcome, Qin Anyu reflected that, despite having created numerous techniques in the past, there was no denying the potency of this particular move. What name should he bestow upon it? Naming had always been a tedious task for him. With the sword concealed as if it were in its sheath, and its draw resulting in enemy demise, he decided to call it the sword draw technique. Yes, that name seemed fitting, far superior to any he had previously devised. While he reveled in the efficacy of his swordplay, the onlookers were gripped by terror. The Qi practitioners instinctively halted their advance, yet did not flee. Their gazes fixated on the 5 mid-stage Qi practitioners ahead. The 2 paused momentarily, 3 resumed their advance while 2 hesitated briefly before following suit. With the sword in both hands, Qin Anyu began to sprint forward. As he prepared to engage the 3 mid-stage Qi practitioners, his stance crystallized. He adopted a bow stance. His right leg forward, the sword's tip directed towards the lower left, elbows bent, both hands firmly gripping the hilt. As the trio launched their attacks simultaneously, he swung his sword. Sword draw technique. This moment was indeed the perfect opportunity to practice his new skill. A flash of blacklight erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. The first man's long sword shattered, his upper body separated from his lower half. The second's large blade splintered, sending his head soaring into the air. The third's hook fell away, taking his arm with it. The third mid-stage Qi practitioner let out a blood-curdling scream, retreating sideways to the edge of the thicket before hastily diving into the woods to escape. As he fled, the other 2 followed suit, leaping away. The Qi practitioners behind them scattered in all directions, fleeing in alarm. With another execution of the sword draw technique, Qin Anyu felt a significant drain on his energy, his complexion turning pale. Faced with the retreat of the mid-stage Qi practitioner, he felt powerless, indifferent to the escape of the other 2. He produced a wine jar and took several hearty gulps. At this juncture, had they chosen to attack him instead of fleeing, he would have had no choice but to retreat, barring the use of life-preserving measures, which were out of the question. Stowing the wine jar, he then conjured a bow and arrow. Drawing the bowstring taut, he declared, "I have memorized your faces. Mark my words, and relay them back, lest your family incurs calamity." As he spoke, the arrow was loosed, striking one in the head, eliciting a shriek. It was Chizan from the Huji escort, who had initially registered for the task, and thus met his fate first. One brash mid-stage Qi practitioner, who had boisterously proclaimed earlier, ventured a step towards the cliff. An arrow struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, despair evident in his eyes. Another loudmouth practitioner of the 9th level of Qi, hiding behind a tree, deemed the area safe before darting towards another tree, only to be pinned there by an arrow that pierced his body. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Anyu emerged from the forest, carrying the mid-stage Qi practitioner on his back. He unceremoniously dropped him to the ground, took another swig from his wine jar, and then slapped his face. "Stop sleeping. Speak." The mid-stage practitioner opened his eyes, revealing a pained and bewildered expression. Upon recognizing Qin Anyu, he attempted to roar, but was met with another slap. "Assess the situation before you howl." His head was turned at an angle, just in time to see his own arm grasping a broken spear shaft, plunging him deeper into confusion. Qin Anyu drew his sword, flicking it to summon the spatial ring on his finger. "Care to try and see if you possess the ability to wield this ring?" He truly attempted it, but the result was that it would not budge from Qin Anyu's palm. "Now you comprehend the chasm between us, do you not? Do not rejoice. There are those who will aid me in avenging this wrong. Do you see that companion of yours atop the mountain? He watches us, yet does not come to your aid. Your attempts at sowing discord bear no fruit with me. Now, let us discuss your organization and my parents. To speak is death. To remain silent is also death. Why should I speak? Previously, he had encountered 2 practitioners at the 9th level and 2 mid-stage ones. They too had clung to their secrets, but you want to know the outcome? I tell you, in their desperate plight, they revealed everything. Are you a demon? Only a demon would target another's kin. If you wish, I can become that demon. Our aim is not you, but Dai Ling Long. She is my mother. They are Qi practitioners, and you are merely at the Qi nurturing stage. You are the true kin. They are my parents. At last, the man broke down, recounting everything he knew in detail. Outside the Lihua sect, a grand carriage approached, halting 50 paces from the mountain gate. The one-armed Zhang Qili disembarked and walked to the gate, addressing the guards with utmost respect. Esteemed sir, I am the mother of Qin Huitong. Please convey my message that I must see him due to urgent family matters. In the presence of a 5th-level Qi guard, her demeanor was earnest and humble. Despite knowing her son's esteemed position within the sect, she discreetly produced a silver note, slipping it into the guard's hand. The note was modest, merely 20 taels, earned from the sale of furniture from the Qin estate. The guard glanced at the silver note, then coldly replied, "Wait here." He turned and entered the mountain gate, soon re-emerging with a youth in tow. Upon seeing the young man, tears streamed down Zhang Qili's face as she cried mournfully, "Huitong, you must avenge your mother." The young man was Qin Huitong, 5 years elder than Qin Anyu. He rushed to her side, gripping her hand with anger. "Mother, who did this?" Through her sobs, Zhang Qili replied, "It was that beast, Qin Anyu." Qin Huitong released her hand, frowning. "That fool? Did not Qin Zhuan and his wife get captured? How dare he?" "Wait, I recall mother is at the 8th level. How could she have fallen to that fool?" Zhang Qili pulled him towards the carriage. "Not only your mother, but your uncle has been incapacitated, and your brother is gravely injured and yet to recover." He lifted the curtain to see the interior, a look of deep revulsion flashing in his eyes. Turning back to Zhang Qili, he asked, "Mother, where is my father?" As he questioned her again, his expression shifted to one of deep concern. After Zhang Qili recounted the recent upheavals within the Qin household, he inquired, "So, if I continue my training here, the family will be unable to provide resources for cultivation?" Zhang Qili nodded. "Thus, we must go to the Dali kingdom. You brothers must change your surname to Zhang." Qin Huitong hesitated. "Mother, everything there is uncertain, and if I remain here, once I reach mid-stage, I can stay in the sect as a steward and seek vengeance." "Huitong, my cousin has said that the cultivation resources in the Dali kingdom surpass those of the Qin kingdom, and their family possesses formidable strength. Mother, I will go to the Dali kingdom. I will change my surname." Chapter 27. Seeking Guiqi and following Yitian, the individual known as Fu Li, a practitioner in the mid-stage of Qi training, was the orchestrator behind the assault on the provincial military. After divulging all he knew, he gazed listlessly at Qin Anyu and inquired, "Can you grant me a swift end now?" Qin Anyu nodded in assent. With a swift swing of his crude sword, he alleviated Fu Li's suffering. He then tilted his head towards the heavens, murmuring, "The Putian Gate is manipulating affairs. There are participants from the provincial city in the administrative region. This situation has become intricate." Turning his gaze towards the courtyard ahead, he resolved to eliminate all involved. A bitter smile crossed his face as he reflected. How could a mere obsession affect a dignified immortal emperor like myself? Who would have thought that a simple, earnest cultivator would harbor such a fervent fixation? This must be why even the most honest men can be driven to wrath. However, he acknowledged, one must act according to one's stage of development. I have long since distanced myself from the base level. Nonetheless, if they dare to target us again, let them be slaughtered. Upon inspecting Fu Li's storage ring, he found no trace of the magnetic stone. He then examined Hu Mo's ring, yet still found nothing. Could the magnetic stone be so elusive? That seems unlikely. After clearing the battlefield, he ventured into the courtyard to tidy up, reaping substantial rewards. Not only did he discover a wealth of gold, silver, and medicinal herbs, but he also stumbled upon over 100 jars of aged wine, which filled him with immense joy. The wine he had previously consumed, purchased from the provincial city, was mediocre at best, merely a faint consolation. He had relied on it out of necessity, as his stomach had grown accustomed to it over millions of years. Abstaining was not an option. The habits ingrained over eons could not simply be discarded at will. This was a subjective truth. During battle, energy was paramount, and no alternative means of replenishment existed. Only wine sufficed, a reality he could not deny. Yet these newfound wines were different. Their taste was tolerable, barely bordering on the exquisite. Observing the empty jars and the wine, he surmised that this contact point had been established for quite some time, with many mid-stage Qi practitioners having passed through. Fortunately, He had secured several 5-foot storage rings, otherwise, he would have been unable to contain his findings. After sweeping through the courtyard, he proceeded to search the upper cave, only to discover its vastness, punctuated by numerous small chambers, most of which bore signs of habitation. Presently, some of these small chambers still housed individuals, severely injured practitioners in the Qi training or Qi nurturing stages. Those capable of movement had either joined the fray or fled. The remaining were incapacitated. Qin Anyu endeavored to rouse those who could be awakened, seeking information on the Pu Tian Gate and verifying the intelligence he had previously gathered, which bore little difference from what he had learned before. Beyond this, there were no additional revelations. As he exited the cave, he noticed a gathering of 20 to 30 torches surrounding the courtyard below, identifying them as the provincial military of Tanzhou. Among them were also Yu Tian and a few others. His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned towards the mountain ridge. Hearing murmurs behind him, the Yi family certainly wields considerable influence. Let us hope they do not provoke me. By the time he returned to the provincial city, the night had deepened. Qin Anyu traversed the streets, bearing his crude sword, until he reached a narrow alley, stopping before a small residence. He knocked at the door. A provincial soldier opened it, and upon seeing Qin Anyu, panic flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by a fade of surprise. "Who are you? Who do you seek?" Qin Anyu extended his hand, stating, "You're mistaken." The soldier, merely at the 6th stage of Qi nurturing, instinctively recoiled as Qin Anyu reached for him. But it was too late. His neck was swiftly ensnared, leaving him gasping for breath and teetering on the edge of suffocation. Qin Anyu closed the door with his foot, maintaining his grip on the soldier's neck as he stepped into the small courtyard, bellowing, "Guiqi, I have come for you. Reveal yourself." A feeble voice emerged from within. "Young Master Qin, I am gravely injured and cannot adhere to the proper etiquette." As these words were spoken, doors from the main room and 2 adjacent chambers swung open, revealing a pair of Qi nurturing soldiers. Upon recognizing him and the soldier in Qin Anyu's grasp, their faces contorted with fury, yet they still bowed respectfully. "We have the honor of meeting young Master Qin." Qin Anyu dismissed them with indifference, fixating intently on the main room, demanding, "Guiqi, are you certain you will not come out to meet me?" Before a response could be rendered, he flung the soldier towards the main room. He then produced a jar of wine, uncorked it, and took a couple of swigs. The soldier stationed at the doorway of the main room reached out instinctively to catch his comrade, only for the two to collide and tumble into the room together. The soldiers stationed outside the 2 adjacent chambers advanced into the courtyard, positioning themselves before him. "Young Master Qin, our captain is severely injured and cannot meet with you." Qin Anyu retorted, "The provincial lord has been captured. You are no longer the provincial lord's eldest son. It seems you are aware of something." As he spoke, Qin Anyu surged forward, seizing the soldier's neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground, stepping upon him as he leaned down to inquire, "Speak. Reveal all that you know." The other soldier, enraged, shouted, "Qin Anyu, we respect Lord Qin Zhuan, which is why you are regarded as young Master Qin. Without that respect, you are merely a fool." In an instant, Qin Anyu darted away, prompting the soldier to retreat hastily. Crack! The soldier spiraled into the air, blood and teeth scattering as he spun. The one on the ground attempted to rise, only to feel a foot pressed down upon his chest, forcing him back to the ground, unable to catch his breath in utter frustration. The soldier spiraling through the air soared over the courtyard, barreling through the corridor and crashing into the 2 soldiers who had just begun to rise in the main room, sending all 3 crashing to the floor once more. Seeing that Guiqi still had not appeared, Qin Anyu lifted his foot and stomped down heavily. The anguished cries that ensued echoed through the air as the source of the sound rapidly approached the main room. Bang! 4 soldiers fell in a heap upon the ground. "It appears I must compel you to come forth," Qin Anyu remarked coolly, striding with purpose towards the main room. At that moment, the front door was violently struck, and 2 figures burst into the courtyard. "Qin Anyu, what are you doing here?" Qin Anyu cast a nonchalant glance at Yi Tian and Ji Tsong, stating, "My parents were ambushed and murdered. It pertains to Guiqi. What brings you here?" Ji Tsong shouted in anger, "Qin Anyu, when did you assume the authority to enforce the law on behalf of the provincial military?" Qin Anyu retorted furiously, "When did I ever take on such a role? My parents were slain. Am I not entitled to inquire? Pray tell, who are you? What is your purpose here? What collusion do you have with the Dali kingdom?" Yi Tian interjected hastily, "Brother Anyu, you must choose your words carefully." Qin Anyu disregarded him entirely, stepping closer to Ji Tsong, accusingly pointing at his nose. "Why will you not answer me?" As Ji Tsong bristled with rage, Yi Tian pulled him back protectively, apologizing profusely, "Brother Anyu, Jitsung often speaks without thinking. Please forgive him. Qin Anyu shot him a disdainful glance, muttering, your pretense of civility is truly nauseating. With that, he continued towards the main room, leaving both Yi Tian and Jitsung with ashen faces, veins throbbing in their temples. The Yi family, a prestigious clan renowned throughout the administrative region and highly regarded within the Song Kingdom, had been humiliated by a mere chi-nurturing practitioner from a remote locale. Chapter 28. The Li family's guest token. As Qin Anyu approached the main house, he muttered to himself, I say, you are becoming rather arrogant, indulging in the abuse of power, which is quite unbecoming and inconsistent with your usual demeanor. Though this emperor does not particularly care for the two of them, nor even for the Li family, being so confrontational may unwittingly sever a valuable source of information. In my eyes, the Li family, to which Yutian belongs, is a mere insignificant clan, yet in this realm of spiritual bridges, they still hold some influence. If they choose not to participate, they could offer me some clues. Despite having already unearthed some leads, avenging myself solely on my own is impractical. After all, one cannot afford to overlook any potential threats. Even if I could succeed, what if they send 2, 3, or more adversaries? Would I squander my means of survival? That is simply unacceptable. You, with your limited understanding, only see the rapid ascension through the chi-nourishing stage, failing to grasp the arduous path that lies ahead in cultivation. Let me enlighten you. The speed at which you sense and absorb the essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy pales in comparison to mine by 1,000-fold. My guiding principle is, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but should one provoke me, they shall suffer for a lifetime. However, this is contingent upon not seeking trouble. My recent actions have already traversed the boundaries of my tolerance. Of course, this release of pent-up frustration is permitted, but I hope you learn to grow and not remain stagnant, lest you fail to perceive higher realms. As he walked and murmured, the blood rushing to his head quickly subsided, and he felt his fixation diminish somewhat. Initially, he had not realized how strong Qin Anyu's obsession was, nor had he perceived his cleverness in seizing opportunities. Truth be told, he bore no ill will towards Yutian, as the targeting by Jisung was excessively direct, and his thought processes were convoluted. One must confront when necessary, and clear the fog to reveal the truth, since fate has brought him to this unique body. He must tread a different path, hence he did not suppress the outburst of his fixation. Each eruption of obsession would diminish with time, benefiting his future development. Upon reaching the door of the main house, the 4 guards were no longer standing idly. 2 stood upright while the other 2 leaned against the wall, seated. They had become docile. Guichi lay on the bed, swathed tightly, with only his mouth, nose, and eyes exposed. Upon seeing Qin Anyu enter, he weakly inquired, Young Master Qin, what is your intention? I wish to know how you orchestrated Guaheng's demise and how you leaked my parents' itinerary. Spare me your ramblings. Simply reveal the identity of your contact. Young Master Qin, you are questioning my sincerity towards the Song Kingdom. Pa, you, a citizen of the Dali Kingdom. With your family residing there, how could you possibly be sincere to the Song Kingdom? Young Master Qin, you are unjustly accusing me. I'll make it clear. I have already sent word to the Putian Gate. Should a single hair be harmed on my parents, I shall annihilate the families of those involved. Do you believe I cannot locate your family hidden away in the Dali Kingdom? At these words, fear sparked in Guichi's eyes. The term Putian Gate was unknown to the peripheral members. Only those with a certain level of power in the chi-nourishing or chi-refining stages were privy to it. His ability to utter those 3 words indicated that someone had betrayed the organization. Qin Anyu, after inquiring with a few chi-refining practitioners, learned that this purported unifier of the spiritual bridge realm, the Putian Gate, operated with utmost caution. Manager Wang had mentioned it twice without revealing the name. As his status was too low, he was merely a pawn within the Eagle Gang, thus unaware. Qin Anyu's words not only instilled fear in Guichi, but also in the 4 guards. They did not know what the Putian Gate represented, but having aided Guichi in clandestine matters, his evident terror suggested they had been exploited. One standing guard, after a moment of panic, charged at Qin Anyu with a roar. Qin Anyu seized the incoming fist and forcefully hurled it to the ground. The guard's head struck the floor, crashing through the corridor and into the courtyard. When he looked up again, his face was a grotesque sight, bloodied and mangled. After dispatching the guard, Qin Anyu grasped one of Guichi's feet and turned to leave. I would have preferred to grant you a swift end, but you failed to appreciate it. You'll have to endure this a little longer. Guichi, dragged from the bed, emitted pained groans. Enveloped so tightly, he had not anticipated encountering such a predicament. Qin Anyu paid him no mind and continued onward, descending 3 steps into the courtyard. moving towards the main gate. Guoqi's head struck the ground repeatedly, producing a series of thuds. Yution and his two attendants stood by, witnessing Qin Anyu drag Guoqi out in such a manner, their expressions reflecting bewilderment. As Qin Anyu passed by, Yution could not help but remark, "Brother Anyu, are you not concerned he might attempt a sneak attack?" Indeed, this individual possessed a peculiar ability. Guoqi was merely at the initial stage of qi refining, and few in the guard knew of this. His grave injury was feigned, unbeknownst to the soldier who had carried him back, nor to these four guards. Yet Yution was aware. Qin Anyu scoffed, with such grievous injuries, bound up like a rice dumpling, if he could launch a surprise attack, he would not be hiding among the guards but would have long since ascended to a more prominent role within the Putian Gate. Seeing Qin Anyu respond, Yution's face lit up with joy as he stepped forward. "Brother Anyu, we are also investigating the Putian Gate. Could we take him into our custody? Rest assured, any information gleaned from him will be shared with you." Qin Anyu shook his head. "No need. I shall extract the answers myself. May I ask how you came by this information?" Yution replied with a smile. "There is nothing to conceal. In a cave on Mount Huai, we discovered some injured disciples of the Putian Gate, and coincidentally, one of them was Guoqi's superior. Ironically, that fellow is merely at the 8th stage, while Guoqi is at the initial stage of qi refining." Qin Anyu was taken aback. He had awakened all those whom he could and posed several inquiries, but none recognized Guoqi. He had learned of Guoqi's affiliation with the Putian Gate through Su Li, leading him to seek out his superior. It was indeed a twist of fate to find the superior in such a state. Fortunately, he had seen them on the brink of death and had not killed them. Otherwise, he would have missed a crucial lead. Yution continued, "That fellow superior is named Hu Wan, a practitioner at the mid-qi refining stage. The guards are here. I hope you can hand him over to them." As they spoke, a squad of guards entered through the main gate. Upon seeing the one-armed man at the forefront, Qin Anyu felt a surge of respect. Wang Fuli, who had lost an arm only this morning, was already out on a mission that evening, truly a man of grit. Upon noticing him, Wang Fuli expressed surprise. "Young Master Qin, what brings you here?" Releasing his grip, Qin Anyu replied earnestly, "I heard he was involved in the attack on my parents, so I came to inquire. Yet I did not expect him to be in such a state. Since Hu Luan was the superior of a superior, he was of little use now. It was better to hand him over promptly." Turning to Yution, he asked, "I will surrender him to the guards. How shall I receive information from you in the future?" Yution quickly responded, "Just approach the guards directly." Qin Anyu shook his head. "The relevant information is likely scant with the guards. It may well be that only your Li family possesses it." Yution realized that his earlier remarks seemed to contain a flaw, yet he could not retract them. He produced a wooden token and tossed it over. "This is the family guest token. With it, you can access the listening tower of the Li family to obtain pertinent information. There is a listening tower in the capital." But Qin Anyu had long been unaware that it was a Li family establishment, nor did he know it served as a conduit for information. After receiving the token and examining it thoroughly, he pocketed it and then bid them farewell as he departed. Watching his retreating figure, Ji Tsung expressed his discontent, saying, "Young master, this fellow truly dares to demand it. What if he misuses it?" Yution replied nonchalantly, "I possess an inexplicable feeling that he is far more formidable than he appears." Ji Tsung, perplexed by this sudden remark, chose to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 29. The first meeting of the siblings in the western outskirts of the provincial capital, Majuan City, one of the finest sects in the Song Kingdom, Wuyuan sect, is situated. As one of the 3 major sects in the kingdom, it is home to several cultivators in the later stages of qi refinement. Thus, despite its remote location, it maintains high standards for the quality of its recruits. The 3 siblings, Qin Anyu, the 12-year-old brother Qin Wushuang, and the 10-year-old sister Qin Lingxue, all exhibited exceptional talent, becoming disciples of the sect at the age of 8. However, Qin Anyu, who was taciturn in nature and slow to learn, clumsy in his actions, despite his parents, Qin Zhuan and his wife, being practitioners in the qi refinement stage and somewhat respected figures, found himself rejected during the initial selection process and was ridiculed as a waste. Fearing for his mental state, his parents sent him to Linxia sect as an outer disciple. Stung by the label of being a waste, Qin Anyu dedicated himself fervently to cultivation. In time, it became evident that the selection criteria of Wuyuan's sect were indeed justified. 2 years ago, Qin Wushuang had successfully entered the qi refinement stage, while Qin Lingxue had just ascended to the 9th level of qi nourishing, both becoming elite disciples of their respective inner and outer sections. As for Qin Anyu, nearing the age of 14, He remained at the 5th level of Qi nourishing, failing to meet the requirement of reaching the 6th level by the age of 14, leading him to request departure from the sect once his parents encountered misfortune. His request was granted without hesitation. In Wuyuan's sect, any disciple who had not reached the 7th level by the age of 12 or transitioned to the Qi refinement stage by 18 would be compelled to leave. Wuyuan's sect enforces strict regulations. Generally, outsiders are prohibited from entering its gates. Disciples are not permitted to leave the mountain except once every 2 years. Resources required for cultivation must be delivered by family members, who may only remain in the open area before the gates, under the watchful eyes of the guards. Currently, Qin Anyu stands at the edge of the expansive open area before the grand gates, surveying the sect. Soon, 2 youths emerge from within, a boy and a girl. Unmistakably Qin Wushuang and Qin Lingxue. Upon noticing him in the distance, Qin Wushuang's eyes flash with a mix of helplessness and disdain, while Qin Lingxue, momentarily surprised, dashes towards him. "Big brother," she calls out. Hearing her voice, Qin Anyu shifts his gaze to the approaching girl, as she leaps towards him from 3 meters away. He opens his arms to embrace her, his expression as earnest as ever. She leaps into his arms, and he takes a couple of steps forward to catch her. "Big brother, I've reached the 9th level of Qi nourishing." "Huh, my little sister is indeed the most remarkable." "Big brother, what level are you at now? Can you stay at Linxia sect?" "Me? I suspect I will soon be leaving Linxia sect." "Why?" "The rules of Linxia sect state that if one does not achieve the 6th level of Qi nourishing by the age of 14, one must leave the sect." "I am almost 14 now." "Second brother, don't you want big brother to do better? What good would it do for me to wish him well? He needs to prove himself. Look at him, flaunting a broken sword on his back. Didn't our parents provide him with cultivation resources comparable to ours? Can he even afford a sword sheath? Even if he cannot buy one, surely he can make one himself. Don't say second brother, that's enough. Big brother. Don't listen to him. Are our parents doing well? Weren't they here to see you 2 months ago? 2 months ago? No, it was 4 months ago. Then how did you get your cultivation resources in the past few months? Big brother, is this outfit of yours meant to borrow some from us? I tell you. No way. Just honestly bring the resources our parents gave us. Big brother, second brother, and I truly have no cultivation resources left. I advanced to the 9th level thanks to second brother borrowing some herbs from his friends. Big brother, why haven't our parents sent resources on time? Did something urgent happen? Didn't you hear any news from outside? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Qin Anyu speaks directly. 2 months ago, they were captured by Putian's sect and taken to the Dali kingdom. By now, you should be aware of certain family matters. Whether you are in the Qi refinement stage or at the 9th level of Qi nourishing. After a moment of further confusion, Qin Lingxue asks in a crisp voice, "Why did they capture our parents?" Qin Wushuang points an accusing finger at Qin Anyu, enraged. "Did you offend someone? Did you come to tell us only when you knew you couldn't keep it a secret?" Qin Anyu brushes aside his finger, calmly stating, "One must remain calm in the face of great matters. One cannot act recklessly in crucial times." He continues, "I came here to ask whether you would prefer to continue cultivating here or come with me. If you stay, you will have to secure your own resources from now on. If you come with me, it will be more arduous, and you may encounter many dangers, as I intend to seek them out soon." Qin Wushuang immediately replies, "I will not leave the sect. I will improve my cultivation and then find our parents. I will work hard to earn the resources my little sister needs. You need not worry about that." Qin Lingxue chimes in, "Second brother, this is not merely a matter of resources. It's about our parents. We should go find them." She turns to Qin Anyu. "Big brother, do you think so too?" Qin Anyu ruffles her hair, saying, "With your current strength, you would not be able to find them, and even if you did, it would only lead you into peril." He then shares the information he has gathered. In essence, it appears that Dai Linglong's family had inadvertently offended someone, who subsequently issued threats, prompting the Dai family to capture Dai Linglong's family members to appease the other party. From the instructions he received from Fu Li, this was all he had learned, the most he could gather, as he had received even less from others. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang speaks up. "If they wanted to capture us, why didn't they take you from the capital city?" Qin Lingxue, infuriated, scolds, "Second brother, do you want them to take Big Brother away? Humph. I will leave the sect and follow Big Brother to find our parents. I refuse to believe I cannot advance to the Qi refinement stage." Qin Anyu places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "There are many in the Qi refinement stage on the other side. Here, you can still be protected within the sect. Which is safer?" Qin Wushuang hurriedly adds, "Little sister, they are formidable. We cannot do anything with just our Qi nourishing stage. if we wish to seek revenge. It is vital to become practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, and staying at Wu Yuan sect is the best choice for that. Qin On Yu shakes his head. What I mean is that it is safer within Wu Yuan sect. If the sole purpose is to advance to the Qi refinement stage, then there is no need to remain here. Qin Wushuang glares at him. In your view, advancing to the Qi refinement stage seems as easy as drinking water. If you have the ability, why not try advancing to the Qi refinement stage yourself? Qin On Yu nods. At that level, it is indeed not difficult for me. Qin Lingxue, her small face flushed with anger, declares, second brother, I'm going back to apply for leaving the sect. You should stay here and cultivate properly. Qin On Yu inquires. Have you thought it through? Qin Lingxue nods vigorously. I have thought it through. Her resolve is unwavering. As Qin On Yu gazes into her eyes, he perceives the pain within, and a faint smile tugs at his heart. Chapter 30. The reunion of the siblings. Qin On Yu understood that Qin Lingxue's desire to leave Wu Yuan's sect was motivated by her wish to secure cultivation resources for Qin Wushuang. Thus, she was willing to sacrifice her own future to afford him this opportunity. In other circumstances, he might have deemed her actions foolish, however. Her decision to follow him was, in fact, a stroke of fortune. He turned and retrieved a bundle from his horse, handing it to her. This contains some cultivation resources that were originally meant for both of you for several months. As Qin Lingxue opened the bundle to inspect its contents, her eyes widened in astonishment. Elder brother, have you sold the Qin residence? Qin Mian chuckled and asked, is the Qin residence worth this much? He then briefed them on the actions of the Qin family. Upon hearing his account, anger surged within them. I always knew that family was not composed of noble souls. That aunt, no, Zhang Qili, out of jealousy for my mother, lacks the capability and constantly incites uncle to demand this and that. She even wanted us to wait until we were 10 years old to participate in the selection, so that Qin Huitong, Qin Datong, and Zhang Fiyuan could have ample cultivation resources. I've heard that uncle has been using my father's name to amass wealth, all of which he gives to Qin Huitong to help him forge connections and procure resources, all in a bid to surpass second brother in cultivation level. Furthermore, Zhang Qili has been spreading rumors that my father's position as the lord of the residence will be passed on to Qin Huitong. Qin On Yu interrupted their tirade. If you've made up your mind, then we shall act separately. I have matters to attend to in Majuan City. Qin Lingxue handed the bundle to Qin Wushuang. Second brother, the resources here exceed what our parents provided us for half a year. Keep them all to pay off my debts, and retain the rest for your own cultivation. Qin On Yu added, the Qi refining stage also requires physical conditioning. There are ample herbs inside. As Qin Wushuang prepared to examine the bundle, he scoffed at Qin On Yu's remark. As if you possess any understanding of the Qi refining stage. In your Linxia sect, the highest level achieved is merely 2 at the initial stage. And they cannot even match me. You, an outer disciple, have only recently reached the 5th level of Qi cultivation. What audacity to speak of the Qi refining stage. Qin On Yu chose to disregard his attitude. Since you've decided to remain in the sect, seek your own cultivation resources from now on. Moreover, ensure you do not get captured. I cannot afford to rescue you. Despite his desire to incite trouble, Qin Wushuang's impulses were forcibly subdued. The path he chose was his own. And Qin On Yu felt little attachment to him, thus he would not impose any assistance. Qin Wushuang cast a sidelong glance at him. I only hope you remain discreet, and do not bring calamity upon our younger sister. As for our parents, do not concern yourself. I shall take vengeance in due time. Qin On Yu paid no heed to his words and patted Qin Lingxue on the shoulder. Do you truly wish to abandon cultivation in Wu Yuan sect? She nodded resolutely. I do not wish to. Qin On Yu acknowledged her decision. Then go attend to your matters. I shall await your return here. Without delay. Qin Lingxue dashed toward the mountain gate, while Qin Wushuang slung the bundle over his shoulder and glared at Qin On Yu. Remember, do not allow our younger sister to fall into peril, nor should you bring additional danger to our parents. Their capture does not signify they cannot be rescued. If your actions exacerbate their predicament, I shall not spare you in the future. Qin On Yu regarded him coldly. When do you plan to rescue them? They have dispatched 15 at the Qi refining stage. The number would be greater if they intended to save them. How do you propose to effect their rescue? Before speaking, consider your words carefully. With that, he ignored him and resumed admiring the scenery of Wu Yuan's sect. At the sight of his expression, Qin Wushuang's heart sank. A chill running down his spine as he found himself at a loss for words, standing there in a daze. What a chilling gaze it was, devoid of warmth. Freezing to the core. Thus, they remained silent until Qin Lingxue emerged, her eyes slightly red, without any exchange between the two brothers. Qin Wushuang's silence stemmed from being intimidated by Qin Anyu's piercing gaze, which was a kind of coldness he had never encountered before, suffocating him instantaneously. Conversely, Qin Anyu remained silent due to the utter lack of common ground between them. Although he still bore the name Qin Anyu, the essence of his soul belonged to the woming Immortal Emperor. In truth, the original host had seldom communicated with Qin Wushuang. The two brothers had little interaction, yet their inner monologues diverged significantly. His character was not one of arrogance, but rather a lack of insight, coupled with signs of indifference to familial bonds. Since he was unwilling, Qin Anyu would not force him. As a practitioner at the Qi refining stage, one should possess a relatively accurate self-assessment. In the Spirit Bridge realm, the initial stage of Qi refining was already considered advanced, and one ought to have a plan for the future, something he evidently lacked. Lingshua's willingness to accompany him would lead to a different destiny, and he hoped that Qin Wushuang would refrain from causing trouble. Should he do so, Qin Anyu would not hold back. With such family ties, it was plausible that their parents would not accompany him, and in that case, he would not impose. The essence of the soul was engaged in dialogue and communication, a means of assimilation to avoid sudden impulsive actions in the future. He was uncertain how others experienced soul possession, but after absorbing the remnants of that soul, he discovered his soul power had grown formidable. Otherwise, he could not have frightened Zhang Yuan into unconsciousness. During the third refinement of the Nine Realms, he had unexpectedly caught a glimpse of the Sea of Souls, which was no smaller than the one he had when establishing his foundation, an astonishing sight. In gratitude, he intended to coexist peacefully with the remnants of the original host's soul rather than forcibly consume it. Qin Lingxue had grown accustomed to the dynamic between her two brothers. Approaching them, she pulled Qin Wushuang aside. Second brother, cultivate diligently in the sect and strive to ascend to a higher realm as soon as possible. Elder brother asserts that the sect is safer, but do not let your guard down. In the wake of their family's abrupt upheaval, the young girl matured instantaneously, taking on the role of an elder sister. Qin Wushuang, however, displayed impatience, waving his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with me. Prioritize your own safety. Younger sister, remember to be clever. I am counting on us to rescue our parents together. Qin Anyu, overhearing his words, felt exasperated. It was only after their conversation concluded that he led Qin Lingxue toward his horse. Upon mounting, Qin Lingxue noticed Qin Anyu did not follow, but instead began to run ahead, prompting her surprise as she called out, "Elder brother, are you not coming with me?" Qin Anyu raised his right hand above his head in a wave. "No need. I will run ahead." Seeing this, Qin Wushuang shot him a disdainful glare. Fool." This remark went unheard by both Qin Anyu and Qin Lingxue, as they were absorbed in their own thoughts. "Elder brother, what is your purpose in Majuan City?" "Primarily to procure a specific herb and also to seek someone." "What herb is it? May I know?" "Of course. It is a magnetite, beneficial for soul cultivation." "Is such an herb available?" "Strictly speaking, it is a type of, or that you will also find useful in the future." "When will I need it?" "We shall discuss it on our return." "Could you elaborate on the emergence of your inner energy?" "Elder brother, have you also manifested inner energy? Is it so surprising for your elder brother to possess inner energy?" "Not that. My inner energy is." As Qin Wushuang reached his residence and opened the bundle, he was immediately astounded. What astonished him was not the gold and silver ingots, but rather the herbs, bundles upon bundles of them. After rummaging for a while, he was incensed. "Did you truly sell the Qin residence? Or did our parents bestow upon you a substantial sum?" As a practitioner at the Qi refining stage, he held little interest in mundane wealth, yet the age of the herbs within was something he rarely encountered. Some were even 50 years old, while the oldest reached 400 years, many of which were irreplaceable regardless of wealth. As he sifted through the contents, his mind seethed with indignation. Such high-grade herbs, such a variety and quantity, how much wealth would that require? As a Qi refinement practitioner, this is utterly impossible. He contemplated pursuing them for answers but realized they had departed some time ago, leaving him to sit and catch his breath in frustration. Chapter 31. Seeking news in Majuan City. As they approached Majuan City, Qin Anyu ceased his running and transitioned to a brisk walk. Observing this, Qin Lingxue contemplated dismounting to accompany him, but he swiftly dissuaded her. Although she too was at the 9th stage of Qi cultivation, her shorter legs rendered her unable to match his pace. He produced a storage ring and presented it to her, saying, "Little sister, I have a gift for you." Qin Lingxue received it with astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, so much gold and silver. There are even silver notes and high-grade medicinal herbs. Brother, how did you come by this storage ring and all these treasures?" The people of Pushimin possess such items. Thus it is as if I do as well, he replied. But I know that storage rings are typically affordable only to those at the chi cultivation stage, and one must reach such a level to safeguard them. Brother, did you eliminate their members? I killed a few, he admitted. But what if they torment our parents in retaliation? They would not dare, nor do they possess the capability. Brother, I want to find our parents as soon as possible. Finding them is feasible, but if we do, what then? Will we rescue them, and how? Could it lead to our own downfall? But didn't my father have friends? None have come to assist us. Relying on others is far less dependable than relying on oneself. When Pushimin acts, they dispatch over a dozen at the chi stage. A couple of allies would be of little use. So, does that mean we cannot rescue our parents? Not at all. We must depend on ourselves. But I am still at the 9th stage of chi cultivation. I do not know when I will ascend to the chi stage. Have faith in your elder brother. It will come soon. Upon entering Majuan City, night had already fallen. Qin Anyu first sought a tavern to register, settled their horse, and changed into clean clothes before they began to explore the streets. Noticing her heavy-hearted demeanor and lack of interest in the sights around them, he understood her worries for Qin Zhuang and his wife. Rather than urge her to dismiss her concerns, he guided her to sample various snacks, purchase clothing, and visit herbal shops. Gradually, she became more engaged with her surroundings, eagerly acquiring this and that, her spirits lifting as she savored her favorite treats. Observing this transformation, he felt reassured. The rescue of Qin Zhuang and his wife was not the entirety of their forthcoming life. He too needed to find contentment. He mused internally. Do not allow anger to consume you. This is the essence of the matter. If I cannot thrive, how can I hope to rescue them? Can we truly reunite in their prison? Feeling the surge of emotions rising again, he reflected, my entanglement with myself is indeed intriguing. Noticing Qin Lingxue return to her youthful demeanor, he inquired, Little sister, is there anything else you wish to purchase? She looked up at him and asked, Brother, are you not angry? Her voice was bright as she continued. So many people say you are pretentious, unwilling to buy a proper sword, parading around with a broken sword hilt to showcase yourself as a sword cultivator. Qin Anyu chuckled. Let them speak. Their words bear no weight on me. Look, I have not lacked a single morsel of meat. I am perfectly fine. The echoes of such remarks had accompanied them since their entrance into Majuan City. Yet he had chosen to ignore them. Some revel in pointing out flaws in others to assert their own existence, and to engage with such individuals is to concede defeat. As they walked, he spotted an elegant and ancient sign for Listening Wind Tower, still open for business. He patted Qin Lingshue's shoulder, encouraging her to enter. Brother, they do not sell medicinal herbs here. Everything else is quite expensive, she cautioned. He gently nudged her forward. There will be something of value. Upon entering, a clerk promptly approached, his gaze briefly resting on the broken sword before he greeted them with courtesy. Welcome. His demeanor reflected the professionalism expected of a true merchant. Qin Anyu inquired, Do you have any magnetic stones? The clerk pondered momentarily before responding, I am afraid we do not. Understanding this would be the case, Qin Anyu revealed a token. I wish to inquire about some information. Please guide me. The clerk's eyes widened in surprise as he took the token and inspected it thoroughly. Before gesturing, please, write this way. Upon receiving the negative response regarding magnetic stones, Qin Lingxue prepared to leave, just as Qin Anyu unexpectedly brandished a small wooden plaque, requesting assistance in gathering information. The clerk, to her astonishment, readily agreed. Under the clerk's guidance, the siblings exited through the back of Listening Wind Tower and ascended to the 2nd floor. At the door of a room, the clerk knocked gently and announced, Master, a distinguished guest has arrived. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a robust man, one at the initial stage of chi cultivation. The clerk presented the token, saying, This is the young hero. The man scrutinized the token before looking up, assessing Qin Anyu with a discerning gaze. Is this yours, young friend? Qin Anyu nodded, explaining. Yitian mentioned that this token could be used to inquire about information at Listening Wind Tower. Indeed, the man affirmed, Please come in. Addressing Yitian directly carried significant weight, and, with the token in hand, many would be swayed. Upon entering, the clerk served them each a cup of tea before departing. Qin Anyu gently ruffled Qin Lingshue's hair and, after taking a sip of tea, stated, Master, I seek 2 pieces of information. First, where can I procure magnetic stones? And second, the location of Pushimin's stronghold in Majuan City. The master returned the token, replying, Magnetic stones are quite rare in our Song nation, though not entirely unavailable. They were recently auctioned, but at an exorbitant price, 10 times the price of gold for common grade. Qin Anyu sighed inwardly, I see. The master continued, even at such a price. They are light, weighing only 5 coins. Qin Anyu calculated. 5 coins equate to half a tael, insufficient for my needs. He then inquired, if I were to request Listening Wind Tower to procure some, would that be possible? The master responded promptly, yes, but it will be costly. It won't be much cheaper than the auction price. Qin Anyu replied, that is acceptable. I will reserve 5 pounds of common grade, and if any higher quality is available, please acquire that as well. He was not overly concerned about the price. Having dismantled the Eagle Gang's lair, searched the lair of the Mongshan bandits, and raided the Huishan contact point at Pushunmen, he had seized 6 3-foot storage rings and 1 5-foot ring. Not to mention the considerable amount of medicinal herbs he had collected from the secret realm. Purchasing 10 pounds of common-grade magnetic stones would be a trivial matter. The master inhaled sharply before stating, however, higher quality stones are outrageously priced. Even the initial grade may cost 1,000 times the price of gold. And even common-grade stones yield no more than 10 pounds from a mine. Qin Anyu replied, a guarantee of 10 pounds of common grade. And please gather as many higher quality stones as possible, corresponding to 20 pounds of common grade. Additionally, I require some medicinal herbs. The master nodded, understood. He produced a seal and began to jot down notes before handing it to Qin Anyu. Please pay half the deposit. Qin Anyu offered a stack of silver notes, asking the master to verify them. After counting, the master accepted the notes, confirming that half of the deposit was paid, and instructed them to return in 10 days for updates. Qin Anyu pressed, is there no way to expedite this? The master shook his head. 10 days is already quite swift. Now, regarding Pushunmen's stronghold. As they stepped out of Listening Wind Tower, Qin Lingxue exhaled a long breath, as if releasing a great weight from her mind. She looked up at Qin Anyu and said, brother, I completely trust you now. Qin Anyu affectionately ruffled her hair again. Let us go for a meal. And after dinner? She asked. Then we shall sleep. Chapter 32. Siblings' Night Adventure in Hushan. The two entered one of the finest establishments in Majuancheng, the Fengxian Tavern. Qin Lingxue ordered 4 dishes she had long desired, while Qin Anyu added 2 more and ordered a jar of Fengxian wine, relishing a delightful dinner. When it came time to settle the bill, Qin Anyu intended to purchase some additional Fengxian wine, but was informed that as a distinguished guest, he could only take 1 jar. He expressed his disbelief, questioning, if one were to order dozens of jars during dinner, would you not allow anyone to take them away? The staff merely smiled and explained, each guest may only order a maximum of 2 jars. Your sister is too young to order. Realizing he had been unaware of the rules, he begrudgingly agreed to buy just 1 jar to take with him. Upon returning to the inn, Qin Lingxue pulled Qin Anyu into her room and, looking up at him, said, elder brother, I know you wish to go out. Take me with you. Noticing his silence as he gazed at her, she grasped his arm and gently shook it. Little sister will follow your lead, all right? Qin Anyu nodded in agreement. His hesitation was not a matter of pretentiousness, but rather a surprise at her perceptiveness. She had merely sought information at the Listening Wind Tower, yet she emerged with complete faith in him. She had not revealed her intentions until they were back at the inn, and now boldly declared her desire to accompany him. Seeing him acquiesce, she joyfully released her hold, asking, elder brother, are we heading to the Pudiangman stronghold? Indeed, he replied. The innkeeper mentioned there are 3 within the city and 1 outside. Which shall we visit? The one outside, he decided. He stated they couldn't pinpoint its exact location. So can we find it tonight? We must at least try. Let us rest for an hour first. Brother, fearing you may not keep your word, I shall rest in my room. Have I ever? Not before, but today is uncertain. After resting for an hour, the two stealthily departed from the inn, traversing various alleys under the dim starlight. To avoid drawing attention, Qin Lingxue chose not to ride a horse, keeping pace with Qin Anyu. As they neared a gorge after a brief period, she finally spoke, breathless, brother, may we pause for a moment? I cannot run any further. After catching her breath, she sat on the grass. Observing her exhaustion, Qin Anyu halted as well, turning to offer her a century-old ginseng root. Well done for making it this far. Chew on this. It will replenish your energy and alleviate fatigue. They had covered nearly 80 miles from the inn in less than half an hour, demonstrating her remarkable stamina as a practitioner of the 9th stage of qi cultivation. She accepted the ginseng and bit into it, letting out a soft gasp. Brother, where did you acquire such high-quality medicinal materials? Upon returning to Tanzhou Prefecture, I shall take you to gather them personally. Oh, splendid. Brother, how can you run so swiftly? A fool must rely on foolish methods. You are not foolish at all. It is those who consider themselves clever who are truly the simpletons. Brother, you cannot be running at full capacity, can you? What do you think? No. Including the journey from Wuyuan sect to Majuancheng, you were still holding back. Brother, I refuse to believe you are merely at the 5th stage. Believing otherwise is wise. What stage are you at then? The same as you. The same as me. The 9th stage. My heavens. How deeply have you concealed this? Hush, quiet now. There are people nearby. Upon hearing Qin Anyu's warning, Qin Lingxue immediately fell silent. Suppressing even the sound of her chewing to a minimum, her eyes sparkling with excitement as they gazed at her brother. This revelation was astonishing. She had assumed she could not outrun him due to his relentless training, unaware that he too had reached the 9th stage. If her brother was indeed at the 9th stage, many things fell into place. The gold, silver, and medicinal materials were not traded from the Qin residence but rather sourced from the Putiangmen stronghold. Sensing her gaze, Qin Anyu turned and ruffled her hair. There are 2 individuals in the forest ahead. Let us eavesdrop on their conversation. The gorge ahead was suspected to be a Putiangmen stronghold outside Majuancheng, prompting him to exercise caution. Indeed, 2 figures were stealthily searching the area, conversing in hushed tones. I clearly heard a girl's voice just now. How could it suddenly vanish? You must have misheard. This desolate wilderness, with its steep terrain and dense forest, combined with the odd occurrences we previously created, likely Dieter's newcomers. True as that may be, I still trust my ears. So do I. Otherwise, I would not accompany you on this wild goose chase. That is odd. It should be right here. Why have we seen nothing? Let us head back. Unless one is truly determined, they would not dare to wander far, only lingering in the areas still somewhat illuminated. After thoroughly scanning the small patch of grass, they faded back into the forest. Unbeknownst to them, a sword-wielding youth and a little girl trailed closely behind, maintaining silence. Navigating through the underbrush, over rocky terrain, scaling cliffs, and crossing small streams, they arrived at a sheer cliff. Croak, croak, they mimicked the sound of frogs. Thump, thump, the cliff responded with the echo of stone frogs. Such sounds harmonized with the gentle trickle of water, creating a symphony rather than an intrusion. After repeating the call, a voice emerged from the cliff center. 6th group. Is there anything unusual? Below came the reply. Boss, I vaguely heard a woman's piercing voice. But we found nothing upon searching. Not sure if that counts. Good. Remain vigilant. 1st to 3rd groups, accompany the 6th group for a thorough search. 4th group. Take to patrol. Soon, for dimly lit torches appeared on the cliff at varying heights, revealing the indistinct faces of 8 Qi practitioners. Faintly, a dozen cave entrances became visible. The commander's cave entrance also materialized, positioned among the 4 torches, though no person was present. Qin Lingxue tugged at Qin Anyu's sleeve, whispering, Brother, what shall we do? Wait for them to leave. I will deal with the leader. Is it a member of the Putiangmen? Do not make a mistake. Mistakes are not an option. Let us handle them all. Though he spoke with confidence, it was clear he would not err. Before his demise, Fu Li had revealed that the Putiangmen's main stronghold in Majuancheng lay within Hushan. The innkeeper at Listening Wind Tower had indicated 3 suspected strongholds in Hushan, suggesting the innkeeper's information was but a fade, not touching the core of the matter. When the 4 pairs descended from their respective cave entrances, extinguished their torches, and dispersed, Qin Anyu instructed Qin Lingxue to remain in place while he stealthily approached the caverns. Inside one cave, 2 Qi practitioners lay fast asleep, suddenly struck down without a sound. In another cave, 2 more practitioners occupied the space, one snoring loudly, the other tossing and turning restlessly. The restless one suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the shadow entering the cave, softly asking, Who goes there? Sensing something was amiss, he realized none of these figures bore swords and was about to shout for help when a dark object flew into his mouth. Instantly, the shadow struck like an arrow, and as he stood to defend his head, he heard the sound of his arm bone snapping, followed by a swift blow to his head. The other, roused from slumber and still acclimating to the darkness, felt a sudden impact to his head. In the dark, a muffled voice emerged. There are 2 Qi practitioners in that cave, one at the initial stage, the other at the mid-stage. We can take them down. Chapter 33. Infiltrating the enemy's camp to capture a tongue within the cavern. 2 practitioners of the Qi refinement stage were engaged in conversation, one reclining and the other seated in meditation. Captain, the woman remarked sharply. Could that voice belong to someone trying to create a diversion? Impossible, he replied. The distance is over 10 miles. It serves no purpose. If they intended to strike, they would not alert us. Merely a group of Qi refinement cultivators. Yet, Their alertness cannot be dismissed. I believe they heard correctly. Then why would they make noise there? Instead of, no, we have been deceived. Captain, what do you mean? Quickly, we must leave. They must have come in with them. Both men swiftly rose and approached the cave entrance. Midway through their exit, a dark figure emerged, crashing to the ground with a thud. Instantly, they halted, drawing their weapons and demanding, "Who goes there? Who are you under?" Came the cold voice from the shadow. "Who is your master?" They hesitated, reluctant to reveal their superior's identity. I ask again, "Who do you serve?" The figure's anger was palpable, releasing an aura of murderous intent that chilled the air. The mid-stage practitioner felt a tightening in his chest and quickly stated, "We serve Lord Zhou Wuqi. Is he here, or has he returned to the Greatly Kingdom?" "Reporting to you, my lord, Lord Zhou has escorted the Qin couple back." "Oh? What prompted the Putian sect to capture a provincial governor? Does he harbor secrets?" "Forgive me, my lord, but are you not aware? I have just returned from the capital of Song. Answer my questions without inquiry of your own. Forgive my insolence." "My lord, he is not the focus. It is his wife, Dai Linglong, who is of interest." "Continue." "I possess little knowledge, only that the main sect demands them alive, resulting in casualties among our Qi refinement members. The main sect's orders must not be compromised, regardless of the cost. Indeed, we will resolutely execute the main sect's commands." "Who else is involved?" "I wish to inquire about their circumstances." "Reporting, my lord, only 3 of us are involved at this moment." "Regrettably." "They are accompanying Lord Zhou and escorting the Qin couple." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the depths of the cavern, interrupting his words. "Apparently, there are intruders. Your vigilance is lacking. Deal with the assailants first, then we shall continue our discussion." With that, the temperature within the cavern soared back to normal. The 2 Qi refinement practitioners bowed deeply, acknowledging their oversight, and hastily proceeded to address the situation. As they neared the shadow, a surge of murderous intent struck them again. More intense than before. The initial practitioner, hasty in his response to the attack, was taken aback by the sudden hostility. Was it a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner? The mid-stage practitioner, quicker to react, sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the shadow and straightened to question, only to see the figure swing a sword at him. Caught off guard, he received a crushing blow to the side of his head, collapsing to the ground. Hearing a muffled groan from behind, the initial practitioner turned, only to be met with a fist the size of a bowl charging toward him. With a resounding thud, he too fell. The shadow sighed. "I did not wish for collateral damage, but alas, control eludes me. I hope they remain innocent." He then produced a tattered cloth to stifle their voices, binding them tightly with ropes, and joined them together before hoisting them up, descending the cliff with ease, having scaled treacherous heights many times before. Since Qin Anyu's departure, Qin Lingxue had dispersed her focus, remaining vigilant of her surroundings while silently praying for her elder brother's success. Upon hearing a scream, her hair stood on end, nearly propelling her toward the precipice. Yet, as she began to rise, she quickly crouched back down, reasoning there were no sounds of weapon clashes. "It must be under my brother's control. His storage ring surely contains items acquired from the Qi refinement practitioners." He wouldn't falter before them in her musings. She spotted a shadow rushing toward her, burdened with a heavy object. Her eyes fixed intently on the figure, fingers gripping her sword tightly, ready to strike if he approached. "Little sister, we must leave." His voice rendered her weak at the knees. Though at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, she had never faced such a scenario. Her body, tense for so long, succumbed to exhaustion upon hearing Qin Anyu's voice, leading to a sudden loss of strength. Yet, unwilling to appear timid before her brother, she quickly replied, "All right." She sheathed her sword, took a few bites of red ginseng, and swiftly followed Qin Anyu. After walking for a while, feeling her strength returning, she asked, "Brother, if we proceed this way, we won't encounter the patrols, will we? If they leave us be, all is well. If they provoke us, they shall face death." "Oh, brother, have you killed many? Why do you think that? You seem completely unperturbed. In time, you too will become unafraid." As they moved quickly, engaging in sporadic conversation, their fortune seemed to favor them. They encountered no patrols until they exited Hu Mountain, arriving at a small river 6 or 7 miles outside Imo1 City. Qin Anyu unceremoniously dropped the 2 captives to the ground and produced a flask of wine. "Little sister, do you have any questions for them?" Qin Lingxue approached, taking a few bites of red ginseng before exclaiming, "Are they even human? I thought they were spoils of war." In the dim moonlight, she approached for a closer look and chuckled, "You've bound them like wooden dolls. How could I not be mistaken?" She then waved her hand. "Brother, you may ask." Qin Anyu took a couple of swigs from the flask, then separated them, forcefully slapping the mid-stage practitioner's face. Dazed, the mid-stage practitioner awoke to see the shadow looming above him, mustering his strength to inquire, "Who are you?" With a sword in hand. Qin Anyu placed a foot on his chest and coldly replied, "I am Qin Anyu, the eldest son of Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong. Now, we shall continue our previously unfinished discussion." Qin Anyu, "Impossible. Why is your murderous intent so palpable? You have captured my parents. Can you blame my intensity? From now on, I shall ask the questions, and you shall answer. First question, what is your name? Dream on if you think I will betray you. Answer incorrectly, and this sword serves as punishment. Continue, and we shall see whether I will betray. Another wrong answer, and I will take a hand as recompense. Let me tell you, Hulan, Fu Li, were wise enough to divulge everything they knew to seek a swift death. You are a demon, a true demon. It is you who captured my parents. Delay no longer. Speak. I will. Just grant me a swift death. Do not attempt to deceive me. I possess knowledge that may rival yours. Your capture serves merely to verify the truth of several claims." Chapter 34. The Return Journey of Reforged Bodies. After examining two practitioners at the Qi refinement stage, Qin Anyu and Qin Lingxue hastened their steps towards Majuan City. As they walked alongside Qin Anyu, Qin Lingxue occasionally glanced at him, her eyes brimming with an enigmatic expression. It seemed she was encountering this elder brother for the first time. Beneath his seemingly simple exterior lay a soul she had yet to comprehend. Noticing her constant glances, Qin Anyu turned to her and asked, "Why are you looking at me instead of focusing on the road? Elder brother, how did you manage to capture two practitioners at the Qi refinement stage?" One of them, Lu Hu, was already in the mid-stage. With a bit of intimidation and swift action, it was quite straightforward. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Elder brother, why didn't you kill them? They did not partake in the assault against our parents, but they may seek revenge in the future. To capture them alive is to have the capacity to eliminate them as well. They have already disclosed certain matters concerning the Putin sect. They would not dare to admit to their capture and might even claim to have been ambushed. Elder brother, I never anticipated their objective was to unify the Spirit Bridge realm. This implies that the Song Kingdom may be in peril. This does not concern us, as long as they do not provoke us. Elder brother, when shall we journey to the Dali Kingdom? Given our current strength, we would achieve little there. It is wiser to first enhance our abilities. However, our parents are in constant danger. The significant losses incurred in their capture suggest they will not be easily executed. Elder brother, having departed from our sect, the prospect of advancing to the Qi refinement stage feels distant, and hope of rescuing our parents seems bleak. Little sister, do not be so pessimistic. The Qi refinement stage is quite attainable. The foundation establishment stage is also manageable. Simply follow my lead. As they continued at a brisk pace, they returned to Majuan City just as dawn broke. The streets were bustling, with many pedestrians and breakfast shops opened. After enjoying their meal, they returned to the inn and slept until well past noon. Reflecting on the events, Qin Anyu felt that remaining there held no further purpose. Aside from the scheduled magnetic stones, all matters had been addressed. It would be prudent to escort Qin Lingxue to the Cliff of Despair to undergo another round of body refinement before their magnetic stones arrived, allowing them to achieve the 10th realm. Upon hearing Qin Anyu's intention to return to Tanzhou Prefecture, Qin Lingxue was puzzled. Elder brother, we are not short on silver now. Why not wait a few days until we retrieve the magnetic stones? I have discovered an excellent training location for you. As for the magnetic stones, I can retrieve them myself later. The round trip will take 6 days, which should not be a waste of time. I do not require 6 days. For you, 6 days may seem ample. Acknowledging his words, Qin Lingxue seized her persuasion. After finishing their lunch, they departed from Majuan City, heading towards Tanzhou Prefecture. Much like their exit from Wu Yuan's sect, Qin Lingxue rode on horseback while Qin Anyu ran alongside, carrying a crude sword. Observing his steadfast figure ahead, Qin Lingxue's thoughts swirled. Had her elder brother always trained in such a rugged manner? Compared to her and their second brother, his training appeared to be far more arduous. The Linxia sect likely lacked superior training techniques, thus necessitating this brutal approach. Was her elder brother's formidable combat prowess a result of such rigorous training? Capturing 2 Qi refinement practitioners, her second brother was utterly no match for him. It seemed even the elders of Wu Yuan's sect could not achieve such feats. Was this truly the outcome of his training? Something felt amiss. Every step he took was consistent, solid, and deliberate. One ran with strides, while the other observed from horseback, until they entered Liuguang County. As dusk approached, with over 200 miles of mountainous terrain ahead, Qin Anyu decided to rest for the night. Leading her horse alongside him, Qin Lingxue surveyed their surroundings. Elder brother, do you think we might find any clues here? We have already gathered a wealth of information. The public figures in the provinces and the capital have been identified. Deeper secrets require the capture of Zhou Wuqi. However, it may not be necessary, but he is a late-stage qi refinement practitioner. Qin Anyu patted her shoulder. You will soon realize that a late-stage qi refinement practitioner is nothing before you. Now, let us seek sustenance and lodging. Her elder brother's earlier words left Qin Lingxue bewildered. Will I truly be that formidable? Upon hearing the mention of food, her stomach audibly protested, diverting her attention entirely. The streets were replete with enticing aromas, igniting her appetite. Elder brother, this Liuguang County is quite lively. The foot traffic and shops are comparable to Majuan City and the capital. Liuguang County is merely 100 miles from Majuan City, yet the prices are cheaper here, enticing many to stay overnight to save costs. As per their usual routine, they first sought an inn to stable their horse before venturing out for a meal. Unexpectedly, finding suitable accommodations proved challenging. After inquiring at 5 establishments, they found them all fully booked. At the 6th inn, the innkeeper informed them that standard rooms were occupied, leaving only a small courtyard available for 50 taels of silver for a single night. Qin Anyu requested to see the courtyard. In the past, when Qin Zhuan and his wife were present, he had solely focused on cultivation, neglecting monetary matters. Now, silver was merely a figure to him. As long as it met his safety and comfort needs, it sufficed. To his surprise, the courtyard's amenities exceeded his expectations. It comprised 6 rooms, each distinct in layout. According to the attendant who guided them, this courtyard had once housed a senior practitioner at the qi refinement stage, who had resided there for over a year. And the room's arrangement was tailored at his expense. Qin Anyu immediately inquired about the name of that practitioner. The attendant shook his head. I have only been here a short time. Only the innkeeper would know. Upon confirming their interest in the courtyard with the innkeeper, Qin Anyu also inquired about the practitioner's name. The innkeeper shook his head, saying, the name of such a figure is not for us common folk to know. When he arrived 3 years ago, he instructed us all to address him as Lord Zhou. Lord Zhang? A sudden realization struck Qin Anyu. He seized a piece of paper and pen from the innkeeper's desk, sketching a likeness while confirming with the innkeeper. Ultimately, he verified that this Lord Zhou was indeed Zhou Wuqi, the orchestrator behind the capture of Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong. Indeed, the Putian sect had long infiltrated the Song kingdom, but due to the kingdom's widespread suppression, they had to operate covertly. The incidents involving Dai Linglong and Qin Zhuan were merely recent assignments. After treating Qin Lingxue to her favorite snacks and concluding with a hearty dinner, they returned to the courtyard. Little sister, your 9th realm requires re-refinement. Shall we conduct the blood, flesh, and bone refinement tonight? Elder brother, I feel my 9th realm has already been refined to perfection. Why should I undergo refinement again? You will understand after experiencing it. Trust me, it is the right choice. Very well. Elder brother, why are there 37 kinds of medicinal herbs? Should there not only be 24? The potency of herbs aged at least 50 years should yield varied effects. Chapter 35, The Assault during the reforging of the body on the following day. Amidst the morning glow, Qin Anyu and Qin Lingxue departed from Liuguang County, embarking towards Tanzhou City. This time, Qin Lingxue chose to run alongside her brother, who was leading a horse, eager to partake in his method of cultivation. Qin Anyu did not oppose her decision. This approach to training was designed to invigorate every cell in the body, unleashing its latent potential, beneficial for any form of cultivation. His insistence stemmed from the fact that he possessed a clumsy physique, necessitating a harsher regimen to endure. The seemingly worn sword he carried was, in truth, quite heavy, weighing 150 pounds over the past few days. As they galloped along the official road, radiant in the morning light, Qin Lingxue exclaimed, Brother, the effects of this reforging are undeniably apparent. I feel immensely stronger than yesterday. How did you come to know all this? I have acquired much knowledge, he replied. The herbs you sent us were meant for me and second brother to undergo reforging, weren't they? Indeed, he confirmed. Brother, I doubt second brother will undergo it again. By the way, can one still refine their body during the qi training stage? The body is a vessel. Everything else is merely filling. Without a sufficiently large and strong vessel, the contents will inevitably be limited, he explained. Now, focus on understanding the rhythm of your heartbeat, your breath, and the relationship between your movements. Strive to run as far as you can. Qin Lingxue immediately fell silent, dedicating herself to the run until they reached a rocky area by the roadside. She dashed over, plopped down on a stone, leaning against a larger one. "Brother, I can't run anymore." Qin Anyu guided the horse into the rocky terrain to graze on the grass, then handed her a flask of water. "You managed to run over 100 miles? Did you not expect that?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, I ran over 100 miles? He nodded. "We are but 200 miles from the city." She took the flask, grinning. "We can have lunch in the city." "Oh, speaking of food, I'm hungry again." After gulping several mouthfuls of water, she produced a roast goose, offering it to Qin Anyu. "Brother, have some." Qin Anyu shook his head, pulling out a jar of wine. "I have wine." Without hesitation, Qin Lingxue seized the roast goose, devouring it voraciously. After consuming a third of it, she looked up at her brother. "Brother, when did you start drinking?" Qin Anyu chuckled. "Only a few months ago. The original owner enjoyed wine but had no addiction. For me, it has become a part of my cultivation." Qin Lingxue retrieved the remaining half of a red ginseng, taking a few bites before stowing it away. "Brother, I have come to a realization. You were right. Since they went to such lengths to capture our parents, they likely pose an immediate threat to their lives. I have decided to focus on refining the other 8 realms, striving to advance to the Qi training stage before seeking vengeance." After sipping his wine, Qin Anyu replied, "That is the right mindset. The prerequisites for vengeance are to survive, possess the capability, and then the will. We must avoid a mutual destruction unless absolutely necessary." Qin Lingxue nodded in agreement while continuing to nibble on the goose. Once half was gone, she lifted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Brother, you seem to speak more than before. Each word used to be worth its weight in gold. Is that bad?" he inquired. "No, it's good," she giggled. "Having run over 100 miles, do you feel any different?" "Indeed, I have felt a shift. Previously, my cultivation techniques were merely practical. I had never considered the interconnectedness of my heartbeat, breath, and movements. After today's run, I sense that employing those techniques will significantly enhance their potency. I could easily defeat one of my former selves." After a brief rest, Qin Lingxue stood to stretch her limbs and proclaimed, "Brother, I feel invigorated and ready to continue." Qin Anyu finished the jar of wine, saying, "Let us go." He stored the jar in his spatial ring and resumed running alongside her. As they covered another 20 miles, the sound of galloping hooves approached from behind, prompting him to glance back. He beheld a formidable troop of 9 horses, all of superior breed and more robust than his own, ridden by 9 individuals, 1 at the mid-Qi training stage, 4 at the initial stage, and 3 at the 9th level of Qi nourishing, with only 1 at the 8th. This team was undeniably powerful. He called out to Qin Lingxue, "Sister, take the reins." Upon seeing the approaching group, she tensed immediately. Qin Anyu reassured her with a pat on the shoulder, handing her the reins. "Stay calm. I am here." With that, she relaxed and led the horse along the path beside the cliff. Qin Anyu positioned himself in the middle of the road, though he didn't look back. The impressions of the newcomers lingered in his mind. Their intentions were dubious. 5 of them concealed their qi well. Yet 4 of the qi-nourishing individuals exuded a palpable murderous intent. How would they proceed? Would they approach individually, then unite? Or would they strike as a collective from the onset? With his sister present, he could not afford to take risks. If they attacked together, he might need to unleash his sword intent. If they came one by one, he could eliminate them sequentially. While he calculated his strategy, the troop closed in. Now merely 10 yards behind, their pace slowing. One of the qi-nourishing individuals called out, "Are you Qin Anyu and Qin Lingxue?" Qin Anyu turned to respond, "Indeed." "What is it?" The man, exuding confidence, laughed heartily. "It is truly you two. Do not be alarmed. I am Kai Yifan, a former friend of your father. After he ascended to the Qi training stage, I traveled to the provinces, while he remained as the governor of Tanzhou. It has been quite some time since we last communicated. I recently heard of his troubles and felt deeply saddened, hoping you siblings are faring well." Qin Anyu replied, "Thank you very much. We will be fine, and so will our parents. We do not wish to delay your journey, so please proceed." Yet inwardly, he pondered how his movements had been detected. It was only natural. The siblings strode confidently, making it astonishing that they remained unnoticed. This could work to their advantage, drawing out more hidden adversaries into the open. However, the presence of a friend of Qin Zhuan added an unexpected twist. Kai Yifan shook his head. "There is no rush. I understand that you are searching for the governor and his wife, but I doubt you will succeed in this manner." Noticing Kai Yifan pause mid-sentence, Qin Anyu chose to remain silent. Had he not sensed the man's murderous intent, he might have pressed for further inquiries, but now he was intrigued to observe his performance. When he did not respond, Kai Yifun's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, unsure of how to proceed. After glancing at the mid-chi training individual, who offered no response, he continued, "Anew, you could hire us with silver to journey to the Dali Kingdom and rescue them together." Without turning around, Qin Anew replied, "I have no silver. Are you not planning to rescue them? We lack the capability at present. Once we are able, we will certainly go and eliminate those who threaten them." Qin Anew's tone suddenly turned fierce, his voice cold, causing Qin Lingxue to shiver and glance at him in confusion. He returned her a sincere smile, whispering to himself, "Do not be agitated. If mere words can provoke such fury, how will you handle greater grievances in the future? Will you lash out in anger?" As their conversation unfolded, Kai Yifun's party encircled them, skillfully completing a three-sided blockade. One of the qi-nourishing individuals tilted his head towards Qin Anew, coldly stating, "Qin Anew, Qin Lingxue, we are taking you to the Dali Kingdom." Qin Lingxue glared at him in fury, while Qin Anew placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, replying, "No more pretense? Who are you?" The man did not answer his question but continued, "We harbor reservations regarding your father, fearing for your mother's safety. However, with you two, we will act without hesitation." Qin Anew unsheathed his crude sword and said indifferently, "So, you were also involved in the ambush against my parents?" The man shook his head and chuckled, "Not at all. However, we heard about it later." Qin Anew halted his advance, his body poised in a bow stance, the tip of his sword directed toward the lower left. With his elbows bent and both hands firmly gripping the hilt, he coldly warned, "Do not provoke us, or you shall meet your demise." Chapter 36. Nonchalantly facing a formidable foe, the posture and tone of Qin Anew left the 9 individuals momentarily stunned, followed by uproarious laughter. "Do not provoke him, or we shall meet our demise. Do they think we are akin to the Eagle Gang or mountain bandits? Rumors suggest he is not foolish. However, I believe they are the truly foolish ones. With 2 at the initial stage of Qi cultivation, we dispatched merely a dozen at the Qi stage. He, a 5th realm practitioner, accompanied by a 9th realm, has brought forth for initial stage and 1 mid-stage Qi cultivators. Does he truly believe we shall perish? Ha! The ignorant are indeed fearless." As they erupted into laughter, Qin Anew turned to Qin Lingxue, asking, "Are you afraid?" Holding her sword, Qin Lingxue's face turned slightly pale. Yet with resolute spirit, she replied, "Not afraid." Qin Anew nodded gently, then observed closely how your elder brother slays Qi practitioners as one would slaughter chickens. His voice resonated clearly, silencing the laughter, leaving the crowd aghast. The mid-stage Qi practitioner was the first to recover, closing his mouth before reopening it. Kai Yifun. "Go test his capabilities." Kai Yifun promptly responded, "Understood." He leaped from his steed, raising his large blade to strike at Qin Anew, his momentum causing tremors through the mountains. Seeing this, Qin Lingxue's complexion paled further, and she instinctively shouted, "Brother, evade." Yet Qin Anew stood firm, shifting from a 2-handed grip on his sword to one. He swung his sword, producing a resounding clash as Kai Yifun's descending blade veered to the right, shattering into pieces. With a swift motion, Qin Anew launched a powerful kick, sending Kai Yifun hurtling backward, blood spurting forth as he emitted choking sounds. In his flight, Kai Yifun collided with his horse, causing both to topple. Describing this sequence would require several seconds, yet the events unfolded in merely a couple of moments. Time seemed to stand still. Just as Qin Lingxue's warning crossed her mind, Kai Yifun was already sprawled on the ground, his feet resting atop the fallen horse. Looking back, she saw her elder brother return to his previous stance, body in a bow stance, sword tip directed to the lower left, elbows bent, hands firmly gripping the hilt. After a brief moment of astonishment, the mid-stage Qi practitioner shouted, "Yang Liqui, you go next." The Qi practitioner aligned with Qin Anew responded loudly, "Yes." He leapt from his mount, legs bent, hands curling into talon-like claws, embodying an eagle's descent. This was not a technique of cultivation, but rather pure martial skill. Qin Anew regarded him with disdain, thrusting his sword into the ground, propelling himself upward. One kick struck the man's bent legs, while another connected with his chin. In a contest of martial prowess, any strike that lands is deemed effective. Upon landing, Qin Anew resumed his original stance, while the initial stage practitioner executed a backflip mid-air, scattering teeth and blood before crashing heavily onto the ground, face down, raising a cloud of dust. Qin Anew emerged victorious once again. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Lingxue released a breath of relief. Indeed, she underestimated her brother's formidable strength. After 2 consecutive defeats, the remaining 7 adversaries wore grim expressions. This Qin Anyu could not be treated lightly. The mid-stage practitioner clenched his fists tightly before releasing them, commanding, Lai Yuan, Yang Guli, you two must take him down. The 2 initial stage Qi practitioners charged forward, brandishing long knives as they galloped towards Qin Anyu. Witnessing this, Qin Lingshue's complexion turned ashen once more. Yet Qin Anyu appeared unfazed. As they approached, he lifted his left foot, stepping forward while swinging his sword. A flash of darkness cut through the air, the blade on his left shattered, and blood erupted from the wielder's waist. Qin Anyu's foot landed upon the horse's thigh, deftly avoiding the blade that came from the right. He pivoted, slashing with his sword before retreating to his original position, though now he was slightly breathless. To his left, a horse galloped away carrying only a lower half of its rider. To his right, another horse collapsed, its rider decapitated. The rapidity of the events rendered spectators speechless, and the atmosphere grew suffocatingly silent. The wind ceased, the birds fell silent, and the entire gorge enveloped in tranquility. Qin Anyu regarded the 5 remaining opponents with indifference, while they stared at him in shock. Elder brother is truly formidable. In the midst of this eerie silence, Qin Lingshue's clear voice suddenly pierced through. Following her declaration, the mid-stage Qi practitioner commanded, Zhou Jiqi, you and I shall slay Qin Anyu. The rest shall deal with that girl. After suffering significant losses, the gravity of their situation weighed heavily upon him. From 9, only 5 remained. From 4 initial stage practitioners, only 1 was left. If Kai Yifan and Yang Liqui had initially ventured forth to test the waters, Lai Yuan and Yang Guli now approached with the intent to inflict serious harm, only to meet their demise instead. This revealed that Qin Anyu had been concealing his true strength, luring them into a divided assault to facilitate his gradual annihilation of them. They had fallen into his trap. They could not afford to be ensnared any longer. As they charged forward, Qin Anyu called out, Sister, are you afraid? Qin Lingxue boldly replied, Brother, I am not afraid. She felt invigorated. Her brother could defeat those of higher cultivation. And with her body having been reforged through last night's trials, coupled with today's synchronization of heartbeat, breath, and movement, she was confident in her ability to vanquish opponents of the same realm effortlessly. Although Qin Anyu yearned to allow his sister to demonstrate her prowess, he remained cautious, aware of the unpredictability of battle. As 2 ninth realms and 1/8 realm approached, he stepped forward, swinging his sword downward. 1 ninth realm practitioner was sent flying from his mount, their body severed. He then leaped onto the horse, confronting the incoming initial stage Qi cultivator. In midair, he swept his sword and delivered a kick, sending the initial stage practitioner hurtling backward, their arms severed from their body. Qin Anyu utilized the momentum to retreat, returning to his original position, once again adopting the same stance. The mid-stage practitioner, initially inclined to leap, witnessed the 2 ninth realms and the 8th realm rushing forward. As Zhou Jiqi also soared past, he forcibly quelled his impulse to leap and instead strode forward. However, as he took his first step, 1 ninth realm was cleaved in 2. Upon the second step, the 8th realm was pierced through, and as he settled his foot, Zhou Jiqi staggered back, heavily wounded. Yet, astonishingly, Qin Anyu had returned to his original position, steadfastly standing before him. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Was Qin Anyu fearful of him capturing Qin Lingxue as leverage? If so, then he would seize her. He was 2 yards away from Qin Anyu and 1.5 yards from her, with a single stride. He could cover 4 yards, reaching her rear. He had no time to waste. This decision filled him with glee, and he leaped towards Qin Lingxue. Though described as flying, a Qi practitioner cannot truly soar. It was merely a large step, perhaps 10 feet, but generally no more than 10. With proper techniques, a Qi practitioner could ride the winds, yet due to the limitations of their internal energy, they could not traverse great distances. Meanwhile, the mid-stage practitioner, satisfied with his decision, was startled to find the sword in Qin Anyu's hand had vanished, replaced by a bow and arrow. Swish, swish. Chapter 37. Ling Shue's first kill. In the midst of his self-satisfied reflection on his decisive transformation, he suddenly noticed 2 arrows whistling towards him, prompting an instinctive drop to the ground. The arrows missed their mark, and Qin Anyu, undeterred, sheathed his bow and sprinted towards his opponent. This body had never wielded a bow before. His previous success at Huai Mountain had been largely due to the 2 hapless foes, who, paralyzed by fear, could only run in straight lines, effectively turning them into stationary targets. Nevertheless, the Qin clan possessed formidable archery skills. It was merely the poor quality of the bow and arrows coupled with his lack of practice, that diminished their efficacy. As he released another arrow, the mid-stage Qi cultivator struck the ground with both hands and retreated, albeit slowly. While the frog technique allowed for forward movement, this opponent's ability to withdraw was impressive in its own right. However, he was soon caught up by Qin Anyu, who, in a display of cunning, executed a roll to evade the incoming assault. This maneuver, while clever, proved to be a source of frustration for Qin Anyu, as the opponent remained grounded, refusing to rise and thus complicating the pursuit. Casting a sidelong glance towards Ling Shui, he noted that while the danger was minimal, she was still engaged in her own struggle. Although her physical stature, short arms and legs, rendered her at a disadvantage against her 8th-stage foe, her cultivation at the 9th stage allowed her to outmaneuver him. The sight of Qin Anyu dispatching one adversary after another instilled panic in her opponent, who was increasingly desperate to flee, allowing Ling Shui to maintain her grip on the battle, with Qin Anyu having dispatched the strongest of her opponent's allies. The 8th-stage cultivator became increasingly reckless, exposing several vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity presented by the third opening, Ling Shui plunged her sword into his thigh. This provoked a frenzied response from her adversary, who, realizing he was cornered, launched a desperate assault against her, forcing her to retreat. "Calm down, little sister. It is he who should be afraid," Qin Anyu advised with a steady demeanor. Ling Shui exhaled deeply, reminding herself of the truth. Why should she be anxious? Her composure returned, and she swiftly regained her previous training standards, applying the strategies she had gleaned from Qin Anyu over the past 2 days. The 8th-stage opponent, now at the end of his strength, crumbled under the pressure, ultimately succumbing to a lethal strike that severed his abdomen, followed by a swift beheading. After dispatching her foe, she stepped back, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, and took a bite of ginseng. Observing her first kill, Qin Anyu turned his attention to the remaining adversaries, only to find them all deceased from excessive blood loss or the force of gravity. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. They were all Qi cultivators, akin to mortals, and in this barren realm, there were no high-grade elixirs to staunch their wounds. If such remedies even existed, they were beyond the reach of such individuals. Realizing the lost opportunity to trace the one still pursuing him, he soon recalled that Qin Zhuan and Dai Ling Long had been sent to the Dali Kingdom. What concern was it of his now? His current objective was to elevate his own strength swiftly and then set his sights on the Dali Kingdom, treating any remaining foes as mere targets to eliminate. With this clarity, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders and began to gather their possessions, determined not to squander their efforts. In the celestial realm, such tasks were typically beneath him, reserved only for treasures of significant value. But the persistent complaints of his sister about insufficient funds compelled him to seize this unexpected wealth. Methodically, he scavenged through their belongings, collecting all manner of yellow and white objects, along with medicinal herbs. Seeing him rummaging through the spoils, Ling Shui swallowed the last of her ginseng and stood up, offering her assistance. "Big brother, may I help you?" she inquired. Qin Anyu smiled and asked, "Have you adjusted?" "I have," she replied. "If I hadn't killed him, he would have killed me. They came solely to slay us." "Indeed, little sister. If you wish to become a cultivator, preparation is essential," he remarked. "What is a cultivator?" she asked, curiosity piqued. Taken aback by her question, Qin Anyu pondered for a moment before responding. "What is your purpose in joining a sect?" "To enhance my combat prowess and protect our family," she answered, realizing that perhaps the low rank of this realm had left her unfamiliar with the concept of cultivators. He inquired, "Do you know what stages follow the Qi cultivation realm?" Ling Shui shook her head, bewildered. Thus, he explained the stages leading to immortality: nourishing Qi, Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, Tao integration, and great ascension, detailing the characteristics of each. Upon hearing this, she marveled. "Big brother, there are so many stages. How do you know so much?" Feigning a cough, he replied, "I too have had my share of fortunate encounters, which is how I came to know." In truth, in the celestial realm, one was born into the Qi cultivation stage, while the nourishing Qi stage was exclusive to the lower realms. As they continued their search, Qin Anyu found himself disappointed when he discovered that the mid-stage Qi cultivator storage ring was only 3 feet in length, filled with little more than yellow and white trinkets, lacking any noteworthy medicinal herbs. While he found the contents unimpressive, Ling Shui was thrilled, exclaiming, "Wow, this Qi cultivator is quite wealthy, with at least 350 taels of gold." As they prepared to depart, she gathered the remaining horses, gleefully stating, "Big brother, these horses are also worth several taels of gold." Qinan Yu ruffled her hair, asking, "Are you really so in need of gold?" She nodded vigorously. "Without our parents to provide resources, we must save every copper coin." Speechless, he wondered if she could not mature without rushing. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead accompanied her in driving the horses onward. Upon reaching the city, they sought out a horse market. Unsure of the process, Qinan Yu let Ling Shui handle the negotiations. After some haggling, they sold the horses for 95 taels of silver. Though it fell short of a single tael of gold, Ling Shui was elated. Qinan Yu opted not to take the silver, allowing her to manage it entirely. Chapter 38. Lin Shui meets Qin Yuqin at the abyss. Upon arriving at the abyss of despair, Qin Lingshui stood resolutely, allowing the chilling winds to envelop her as she gravely inquired, "Elder brother, are you truly hiding down here?" Qinan Yu chuckled, surprised. "Aren't you?" She nodded in affirmation, genuinely taken aback. Then, gazing upwards at him, she continued, "Elder brother, our sect has sent others here to explore, yet none have returned, including those at the chi refinement stage." Understanding her unspoken concerns, Qinan Yu refrained from elaborating and merely asked, "Are you brave enough to descend?" Taking a deep breath, she resolutely declared, "I am." He nodded, "Then follow me. As long as you possess courage, there is no need for further explanation." Being at the 9th level of chi cultivation, he significantly surpassed Qin Yuqin, allowing them to reach the platform within half an hour. Upon arrival, he instructed Qin Lingshui to consume some provisions to replenish her energy, while he gathered herbs to concoct a clear miasma pill. The result was a smooth, dark blue pill, a marked improvement from his previous attempt. Observing the successful creation of the pill, Qin Lingshui finally spoke, "Elder brother, you can refine pills as well?" Qinan Yu replied with a smile, "Did I not inform you? I possess many skills. Most advanced cultivators are adept at pill refining, albeit with varying levels of proficiency. Only specialized alchemists are sought for particular elixirs. Otherwise, it is impractical to rely on external resources." Despite his background in a formidable sect, he adhered to the practice of pill refining, as it serves as a means to enhance one's spiritual power. After descending the platform, Qinan Yu handed her a clear miasma pill, remarking that the miasma was dense here, necessitating its consumption to proceed. Gazing at the hazy gray ahead, Qin Lingshui asked, "Elder brother, is that gray the miasma?" He nodded, cautioning, "Within it lies not only the miasma but also venomous serpents and other dangers, so remain vigilant." Thereafter, the task of clearing the path fell to Qin Lingshui, with Qinan Yu following closely behind, safeguarding her. At that moment, the foundation of a disciple from a major sect became evident. She adeptly dispatched serpents attacking from various angles with precision, leaving no foe unvanquished. Upon encountering the first skeleton, she gasped, "Elder brother, I think I saw a skeleton moving. Am I hallucinating?" He chuckled, "No, that is indeed a skeleton. A necessary adversary we must confront to reach our destination. Only by shattering the encountered skeletons can we proceed." In disbelief, she questioned, "How can such a place exist?" Perhaps our sect's disciples were unaware of the miasma and the skeletons, which explains their fate of entering but never returning. Qinan Yu nodded. "Observe the skeleton. It possesses various bones. It is possible that it includes contributions from those from your sect." Unlike the previous expedition with a mere girl, this time, they faced 2 skeletons, one of which was remarkably powerful. Perhaps it was due to the individuals present. The previous girl was merely immortal and thus overlooked, while he himself was only at the 5th stage. Qinan Yu, unfazed by the skeleton, quickly dispatched it once he deemed it of little value. However, Qin Lingshui faced a more challenging battle due to her shorter limbs, making combat difficult. Nevertheless, under Qinan Yu's guidance, she abandoned her habitual tactics, focusing all her attention on the fight, resting after shattering each skeleton, consuming ginseng to regain stamina, and reflecting on her combat experiences. After defeating the 9th and final skeleton, she collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted yet exhilarated. "Brother, I feel that my practical experience has improved significantly. If I encounter that 8th stage opponent again, I could defeat it in a single strike." Qinan Yu nodded in agreement. "Your previous lack of combat experience led to reliance on predictable patterns." Nibbling on some ginseng, she mused aloud, "Elder brother, I never imagined that forgetting established patterns could yield such significant improvement. Our sect has never mentioned this. Does Lin Xia's sect possess such formidable cultivators?" She assumed that these insights were gleaned from her brother's teachings at Lin Xia's sect, unaware that had he known such things, the title of Immortal Emperor would not be his. He replied nonchalantly, "For a cultivator to progress further, one must develop unique combat techniques and methods. Only that which is most suitable for oneself is truly the best. The ancestors of the Immortal Emperor advocated this philosophy, and it is the family's cherished doctrine, which has allowed their lineage to remain the foremost power in the immortal realm. Qin Lingxue pondered over this perspective. Such notions were absent from her sect's teachings, where all practiced the same routines. In combat, if an opponent executed a well-practiced move, one would instantly anticipate their next strike. These past 2 days alongside her brother had brought about remarkable changes. They had faced life and death battles, where established patterns proved useful, yet defeating opponents remained arduous. Had it not been for her brother's guidance, not only the skeletons but also the 8th stage adversary would have posed a formidable challenge. If only second brother could join us, under your mentorship, his combat prowess would surely accelerate. Yet, she lamented, alas, second brother. After regaining some strength, she continued alongside Qin Anyu until they arrived at a vast expanse of azure waters and verdant mountains, leaving her momentarily speechless. Elder brother, where is this place? Qin Anyu smiled. This is the bottom of the abyss of despair. She swallowed hard, understanding that this was indeed the abyss's depths. Yet how could such a serene vista exist in such a profound chasm? He chuckled. This was once a low-tier disciple's training ground of a sect, not entirely ruined, but nearly so. His conclusion stemmed from observing the once stable azure sky now teetering on the brink of collapse, the protective formations around the beasts nearing disintegration, and the skeleton's combat abilities being severely mismatched. Had the formations here been intact, her entrance would not have been so effortless. Scanning the surroundings and not spotting Qin Yuqin, he added, I shall show you another place. Leading her to the outskirts of the Qi refinement beast area, he discerned the sounds of battle within. Realizing that the girl must be inside, Qin Lingxue gasped, Elder brother, are there still people and beasts within? Are they disciples of this sect? Ruffling her hair, Qin Anyu remarked, what are you thinking? That is Qin Yuqin. Do not underestimate her. She has also reached the 5th stage. Qin Lingxue rubbed her cheeks, overwhelmed by the day's astonishing events. Elder brother, how long has she been cultivating? He calculated the time, less than 2 months. Her talent is commendable, and she possesses great perseverance, employing effective methods, coupled with ample medicinal resources, thus her progress is swift. As she processed this revelation, Qin Yuqin emerged, dragging a hefty cow behind her. Spotting the two, she exclaimed joyfully, young master has returned, and the young lady is here. I had no meat to eat, so I took down a cow. Seeing her transformation, Qin Anyu smirked. Only a few days apart, and she has already reached the 6th stage. Chapter 39. Enduring pain to the extreme upon returning to the secret realm, Qin Anyu resumed his ascetic training, diligently practicing the 13 fundamental sword techniques daily. Subjecting his body to rigorous training and entering the Qi-nurturing beast zone to engage in combat with the beasts. He relentlessly trained himself to the point of being covered in bruises, and at night, he would soak in medicinal baths. Qin Yuqin adhered to her own method, practicing the same 13 basic movements and battling beasts in the Qi-nurturing beast zone, exhausting herself to the brink of collapse. However, her efforts bore fruit, as she demonstrated significant progress, advancing to the late stage of the 6th realm. Seeing their relentless dedication, Qin Lingxue was unwilling to lag behind. She cast aside her obsession with hastening her advancement to the Qi-nurturing realm and began to practice the sword techniques, engaging in battles within the Qi-nurturing beast zone, pushing herself to exhaustion and rejuvenating her body with medicinal baths each night. On the evening of the 3rd day, Qin Anyu announced, I shall be venturing out tomorrow. You all should continue your training here. Qin Lingxue inquired, Elder brother, are you going to retrieve the magnetite? May I accompany you? Qin Anyu, somewhat surprised, replied, you have only just arrived 3 days ago and have recently refined your heart. Why would you wish to venture out? She responded, I want to summon second brother. The environment here is different from that of the sect, superior and conducive to quicker enhancement. Seeing her determination, Qin Anyu could not outright refuse her request and merely remarked, this secret realm's existence is uncertain. Qin Yuqin turned her head to survey the surroundings and asked, young master, how do you know that? He pointed upward. Do you see those black lines in the sky? They are harbingers of the secret realm's impending collapse. Once it crumbles, the medicinal herbs will rapidly degrade into mundane products or perish. The realm will soon be shrouded in miasma, collapsing and rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. Qin Yuqin looked up, then said, indeed, I did not notice the black lines upon my arrival. I have been remiss in my observations. If the secret realm collapses, will not the Qi-nurturing beasts escape? Alas, would that not lead to a waste of the precious herbs within? She pondered how this girl could suddenly recall so much. Qin Anyu replied, I have already collected most of the valuable herbs within. The mundane ones are also plentiful, so little would be wasted. He then spoke gravely. The collapse of the secret realm equates to the disintegration of the array. Areas close to the array are perilous and may result in grievous injuries. During my absence, you must keep a vigilant eye on those black lines above and remain alert to any unusual sounds. This rudimentary artificial secret realm poses little destructive threat. Yet caution is warranted, for both of them are merely at the chi-nurturing realm. The disintegration of the array can lead to spatial fragmentation. Even a low-tier array should not be underestimated. His reluctance to let them venture out stems primarily from the abundance of medicinal herbs remaining here. The environment is uniquely suited for lower-tier disciples, with a density of vital energy greater than the outside world. He was uncertain if there existed another place with such concentrated energy. Although the secret realm faced collapse, the uncertainty about another location with similar energy density compelled him to expedite his advancement to the chi-nurturing realm, a risk he felt compelled to take. He needed to ascend. And so did Ling Xue, requiring substantial vital energy. If the time until collapse was substantial, the girl might also achieve advancement here, necessitating even more vital energy. Thus, he internally wished to prevent any other chi-nurturing practitioners from arriving. He could not afford to manage more. He could only ensure the swift elevation of himself and the two others. Qin Anyu's outing proved fruitful. He not only retrieved the magnetite from the listening wind tower, but also secured medicinal herbs, much of which was of exceptional quality. However, the acquisition of these high-end goods drained his resources considerably, and he had also sold a considerable amount of aged and quality herbs. On his return journey, he encountered no anomalies, but crossed paths with Ji Yuan, and the two shared a drink once more. Before parting, Qin Anyu bestowed upon him a set of inhalation techniques, a method that could be cultivated to the Yuaning realm, widely regarded as the most common technique among human practitioners in the celestial realm. The gift was given with the thought that they might never meet again, serving as a token to commemorate their shared days at Lingxia sect. Upon returning to the secret realm, witnessing the conditions of the two, his heart stirred with emotion. Qin Yuqin had reached the 7th realm, and Qin Lingxue had refined 5 minor stages, with both making incremental progress each day. Their cultivation talents were commendable, and in such an environment with intense oppositional training, their advancement was rapid. While Qin Yuqin continued to seek opponents in the chi-nurturing beast zone, Qin Lingxue had grown bold enough to provoke beasts within the chi-nurturing realm. After 2 consecutive days of battling in the chi-nurturing realm, he sensed that the moment for the extreme realm had arrived. That evening, he gathered 56 varieties of quality and aged medicinal herbs, along with the quality magnetite, to concoct a potion. As he brewed the concoction, he mused whether the sect within this secret realm knew of the extreme realm, for there were numerous herbs suitable for extreme realm refinement. However, the absence of 3 primary ingredients and the magnetite suggested they remained unaware. Once the herbal concoction was ready, he promptly poured it into the stone basin in his cave and leapt in, allowing the potion to engulf him. Instantly, he nearly leapt out in shock. The heat was unbearable, the pain excruciating. The agony was profound, akin to the torment of a shattered soul. Every pore in his body was inundated with the concoction, each one aflame with pain. He could not help but emit muffled groans to relieve the suffering. Yet fearing they would hear, he stifled his cries. Nevertheless, they did hear and rushed over, seeing him submerged in the herbal bath, occasionally bubbling up with muffled cries of anguish. They understood they could not assist and could only stand by, clenched fists and gritted teeth, as if their solidarity could somehow alleviate his torment. 3 hours later, when the potion cooled and lightened in color, and he no longer felt the infusion of the herbal essence, he sprang up, bolting from the cave towards the chi-nurturing beast zone, declaring, I must engage in battle. You both attend to your tasks. He sought to fight, believing this method would stabilize his realm and unlock greater potential. If conditions were unfavorable, he would resort to self-harm, employing savage methods as a substitute. The two watched him enter the chi-nurturing beast zone and instinctively drain the water from the basin, cleaning it thoroughly. Miss, are you going to cultivate or continue with the herbal bath? My bath has just begun. My body has recovered, and I cannot continue. I must fight first. You finished your herbal bath, Sister Yuqin? Not yet. I need to engage in a battle first. Miss, I realize our understanding is lacking. The young master clearly stated that the process of the extreme realm's herbal bath is torturous, advising us not to concern ourselves with him, yet we still made a fuss, causing a day's delay. Indeed, a day's delay is not in vain. We have gained insight. Next time, when we undergo the herbal bath before the extreme realm, we will not panic. That is true. I shall practice the fundamental movements now. Let us go together. The two set off to practice their basics. While Qin Anyu sought out the chi-nurturing beast for combat, opting to face individuals rather than groups. At this moment, he wielded his body rather than the sword, engaging in fierce battles, defeating his opponents one by one until they fled at the sight of him. After traversing half the chi-nurturing beast zone, he emerged, battered and bruised. Just as Qin Lingxue was preparing to practice, she noticed his condition and anxiously asked, "Elder brother, are you all right?" He laughed heartily. "I feel splendid, better than ever." Chapter 40. The collapse of the Three's Chi Training Secret Realm. After indulging in a medicinal bath, Qin Anyu felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Although his body, being of a crude constitution, shouldn't exhibit such phenomena at this stage, he nonetheless experienced a vague sensation. What did this signify? It indicated that his body was not purely of the crude type. The exact nature of this anomaly required further investigation. Upon observing her elder brother, though battered and bruised, exuding an air of confidence, Qin Lingxue felt reassured and ventured into the beast zone of the Qi training realm. Following the emergence of his indistinct energy sensation, Qin Anyu spent the subsequent time boiling herbs, continually reflecting on the elder's words, as well as the scant descriptions of crude bodies from the celestial realm. The general portrayal in the celestial realm is as follows. The acupoints are sealed and cannot be opened. The 5 palaces are firmly locked and cannot take root. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth cannot enter the body, rendering it a waste. However, there are those of great determination among the crude bodies who toil diligently, ultimately achieving a level of innate martial artist. This implies that the acupoints of a crude body are closed, incapable of opening. The corresponding 5 palaces like the heart and lungs cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even if it were to enter, it could not be retained. Those who defy fate and toil in their training ultimately only reach the realm of innate martial artists, which corresponds to the Qi training level. The hierarchy of physical refinement before attaining immortality is delineated as follows: acquired martial artist, innate martial artist, warrior, martial master, martial sect leader, martial king, martial emperor, and martial venerable. In essence, regardless of effort or hardship, a crude body can only cultivate to the level of innate martial artist, equivalent to the Qi training realm. The elder's description aligned closely with this view. The acupoints are arduous to open. The 5 palaces are strongly locked. Yet the spiritual energy can force its way into the body. Both descriptions bear significant resemblance, with the elder acknowledging the prevalent narrative while asserting that cultivation is indeed possible, albeit without the proper methods identified. He murmured to himself, perhaps the descriptions of crude bodies are flawed or at least incomplete. The notion that a crude body cannot cultivate, as the elder suggested, is erroneous. However, having originated from a minor family, he was abandoned upon being labeled as a crude body, with no one observing his circumstances. Unlike others, he harbored the soul of an emperor, albeit feeble, with many memories locked away, yet still, he possessed an extraordinary perspective, enabling him to sense the vital energy. Nevertheless, all of this could only be determined after achieving stability in the extreme realm. After preparing the medicinal concoction, he reserved half for his bath. Following his soak, he sought out beasts in the Qi training realm for combat, returning for another medicinal bath afterward. After this session, he finally confirmed the existence of the energy sensation, albeit fleeting like passing through a tree's shade, leaving no trace of vital energy. He admitted to himself that he had taken things for granted. The observations made by others were the results of long-term scrutiny rather than hasty conclusions. Thus, he could only brace himself for greater tribulations ahead. Subsequently, he refrained from seeking out beasts for combat, but practiced fundamental movements, honing a newly created sword-drawing technique, striking trees and rocks, and using iron implements to beat his body, leaving himself bruised before heading for another medicinal soak. Fortunately, there were only the 3 of them, and the abundance of medicinal materials could withstand their consumption. On the 13th day, Qin Lingxue completed her refinement of the Qi training stages, significantly increasing her internal energy. With her bare hands, she defeated a Qi training realm jackal, which elated her, affirming that coming here with her elder brother was indeed the right decision. On the 16th day, Qin Yuqing personally reached the 9th stage of Qi training, generating and clearly manifesting internal energy, astonishing both Qin Anyu and Qin Lingxue. Remarkably, her cultivation time amounted to less than 3 months. Though the environment was favorable and resources plentiful, achieving such a level in such a short span indicated her exceptional talent and dedication to training. By the 18th day, Qin Lingxue felt she had reached the pinnacle of her 9th stage. Under Qin Anyu's guidance, she concocted a large pot of medicinal soup for bathing, successfully entering the extreme state. After her bath, she emulated Qin Anyu, venturing into the beast zone to engage in combat, swiftly dispatching a snake, followed by 13 Qi training realm opponents, ultimately battling a bear. The contest was evenly matched, and she withdrew only due to exhaustion, later soaking in the medicinal soup prepared by Qin Anyu, achieving stability in this minor stage after 4 days. On the 22nd day, Qin Yuqing sensed her 9th stage had peaked. With the aid of medicinal power, she successfully reached the extreme state, her combat prowess slightly surpassing that of Qin Lingxue. Her first opponent was the bear, which she defeated, followed by vanquishing 16 Qi training realm adversaries. By the 24th day, Qin Lingxue felt her internal energy stagnate, becoming turbulent. Realizing the moment for advancement had arrived, Qin Anyu recognized this as well, understanding she had reached the zenith of her Qi training realm. If she did not advance, she would develop resistance to the medicinal effects. Consequently, he crafted several essence-enhancing pills for her, derived from celestial text regarding the lower realms. Upon consuming the pills, she seated herself atop a massive stone, and soon a vortex of energy enveloped her, growing ever larger. This was the process of drawing in the vital energy of heaven and earth, though it remained uncertain how her internal energy would transmute into true energy. Qin Anyu and Qin Yuqing refrained from any other actions, solely observing her advancement. In truth, only Qin Yuqing was watching. Qin Anyu was attentively monitoring the secret realm's condition. This realm lacked any external energy source, relying solely on the vital energy within the vicinity. Should the concentration fall below a certain threshold, the realm would collapse, hence his vigilant observation. As time passed, the dark lines in the sky gradually transformed into dark bands. Extending further, 3 hours later, Qin Lingxue successfully completed her advancement, becoming a Qi training realm cultivator. For hours after that, the dark bands ceased to expand or elongate, stabilizing. Qin Anyu exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, hopeful that the two of them might also ascend to the Qi training realm. Perhaps having gleaned insights from Qin Lingxue's advancement, within 3 hours, Qin Yuqing proclaimed she had touched upon the opportunity for elevation. Thus, Qin Anyu promptly provided her with a Qi cultivation pill. After another 3 hours, she too became a true cultivator of the Qi training realm. Among the three, only Qin Anyu remained in the Qi cultivating state. Initially, it was presumed that Qin Yuqing would be the last to ascend to the Qi training realm. Yet it was he who found himself in that position. He felt no embarrassment, merely concern over the potential destruction of the secret realm. The dark bands in the sky had doubled in width and tripled in length, with the entire realm emitting a hissing sound, signaling an impending collapse. He informed them of the situation, urging them to leave, but both refused, insisting on staying with him, stating they would refrain from cultivation until he ascended to conserve vital energy. On the 26th day, Qin Anyu found self-harm nearly impossible, except with a sword, as other objects struggled to pierce the skin or cause serious injury. Thus, he prepared for his advancement to the Qi training realm. First, he concocted a medicinal ointment, utilizing magnetism and 72 medicinal ingredients, boiling for 8 hours to produce a salve. Once completed, he instructed the two to securely bind him to a massive stone, guiding them to apply the ointment around his upper, middle, and lower dantians. This ointment, known as the breaking barrier ointment, was intended to stimulate these 3 dantians as well as the body's meridians and acupoints, expanding them externally to be more receptive to vital energy, enabling the retention of true energy. As the ointment was being applied, he endured excruciating pain, gritting his teeth and emitting beast-like roars that alarmed the two. The agony in his meridians was profoundly intense, causing his entire body to convulse. Witnessing their alarmed expressions, he stubbornly suppressed the pain, gritting his teeth and urging them to feed him the medicinal soup. This soup, prepared during the ointment's creation, was made from 81 medicinal ingredients known as Heavenly Passage soup, serving a purpose similar to that of the breaking barrier ointment, albeit through a different process. The elixir of cleavage operates from the outside in, while the celestial brew works from within outwards, stimulating the 5 palaces, the dantian, the orifices, and the meridians. This process invigorates the 5 palaces, expanding the dantian, orifices, and meridians from the inside, harmonizing with the primordial energy and enabling the retention of true qi. During the consumption of the celestial brew, he became oblivious to his own body, perceiving only the imminent dissolution of his consciousness. Several times, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, yet he persistently bit his tongue, striving to remain alert. After an indeterminate passage of time, he finally felt a refreshing sensation sweep over him, alleviating his pain. Could it be that the primordial energy had transformed into true chi within him? His sluggish mind swiftly regained clarity as he endeavored to assess his bodily condition, swiftly confirming that indeed, the primordial energy had converted into true chi and was retained. A surge of elation welled within him. The method of that esteemed elder was indeed effective. His crude body was capable of cultivation. Soon, he sensed the primordial energy coalescing into a vortex around him. Instinctively, he glanced upwards, noticing the black bands rapidly widening and elongating. He shouted urgently, "Release me." As the two individuals began to untie his bindings, he bellowed once more, "Get down." Before he could finish his command, a resounding crash echoed as the heavens changed hue and rocks crumbled. The secret realm was collapsing, with two massive boulders plummeting mere yards away from them. Instead of obeying his command, they continued to free him. Soon, the dust and miasma obscured his view of the two figures. Using one hand to free himself, he retrieved the purifying pill and shouted as he forcefully stuffed it into their mouths. Consumed the purifying pill. He then seized his crude sword, severing the remaining bindings, and pulled the two of them towards the central area of the secret realm, ultimately seeking refuge beneath a colossal stone. Chapter 41. The surprise of the transmission technique. The secret realm was crumbling, cliffs were collapsing, and beasts were howling in chaos. The once tranquil sanctuary now reflected the visage of a world in ruin. The three of them took refuge beside a massive boulder, while Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin gazed in alarm at the unfolding calamity. They had never witnessed such a scene. The seemingly sturdy cliffs gave way without warning, and the ground, which appeared solid, cracked open. The water level of the reservoir, usually abundant with fish, plummeted dramatically, causing the creatures to leap wildly from the surface. Previously confined beasts now roamed freely, some bursting forth in confusion. Qin Anyu remained unfazed by the turmoil around him. He felt a strange blend of fortune and misfortune. On one hand, he had ascended after enduring 3 months of tribulation, reaching the level of his birth in the celestial realm. On the other hand, just after his advancement and before he could stabilize, the secret realm began to collapse. If he could not swiftly locate a place rich in vital energy, the suffering he had endured might be in vain, necessitating a fresh start. Starting over was not a concern, but the lack of resources posed a significant issue. He had already exhausted most of his gold and silver, and his stock of medicinal herbs had diminished substantially. It was evident that he wouldn't have another opportunity to return in the near future. He also had little time to spare. Qin Zhuan and his wife had been captured for over 100 days, and he was unaware of their current plight. A persistent urge surged within him, compelling him to seek them out. As their child's father, he felt an obligation to rescue them swiftly, lest he be haunted by regret. Before long, he sensed his internal vital energy beginning to dissipate. Not only did the external energy fail to flow in, but his own energy was also leaking out, allowing miasma to invade. Alarmed, he realized he could not allow such a reversal to occur. Upon inspecting his storage ring, a pleasant surprise awaited him. 2 human-grade ginseng remained. Previously, while foraging for herbs in the Qi Beast Zone, he had discovered 5 human-grade ginseng, 7 ordinary-grade ginseng aged 300 years, and several dozen younger varieties. After rescuing Qin Lingxue from her sect, he had given her 1 ordinary-grade ginseng. His recent purchase of magnetic stones had left him short on resources, and he had sold off all the ordinary-grade herbs, retaining only the 5 human-grade ones. He took out a piece of ginseng and bit down hard, then activated the Kaidian Haomingju, a family legacy cultivation technique reserved for those who had proven their mettle and possessed unwavering will. Otherwise, even the core lineage could not practice it. The slightly bitter taste of the ginseng stimulated his taste buds as ample vital energy surged into his body, absorbed and transformed into true energy and power. The technique enabled the energy from the ginseng to be rapidly converted into the energy his body required. As well as true energy, the miasma that entered his body was also accelerated into absorption, with some transformed into essential energy while the rest was expelled. This outcome filled him with excitement. The wisdom of his ancestors was indeed profound. Such a technique could even be refined to extraordinary heights. Before he had opened his acupoints, this technique had been utterly ineffective, leading him to believe he would have to create a new method from scratch. However, once he unlocked his acupoints, he expanded his horizons immeasurably, paving a luminous path straight to the celestial realm. Now, all he needed to do was seek out the herbs that nourished the meridians and endure the excruciating pain. This celestial emperor was destined to forge a magnificent road, to ascend to the divine realm and subdue it. Soon, he calmed his mind and began to contemplate the changes within his body. 5 million pores felt cool, filled with miasma, vital energy, and waste gas. Yet, under the influence of the technique, most of the waste gas and miasma was rejected shortly after entering the pores. The power of this ancestral technique was truly remarkable. The medicinal concoctions he had consumed were nothing short of brilliant. He marveled at how the predecessor had discovered such unique herbal combinations that yielded transformative effects. Though his body remained in its rudimentary state, vital energy was now able to enter, flowing into the upper, middle, and lower dantians. The true energy within these 3 dantians was rapidly increasing. But the meridians and other acupoints remained unchanged, showing no signs of activation. Indeed, the rudimentary body was akin to a waste body, devoid of vitality and requiring forceful stimulation. He would have to endure considerable suffering for the foreseeable future. Faced with such circumstances, he could only find joy amidst despair. Gradually, he uncovered a new revelation. He was able to clearly introspect, a feat only achievable in the advanced stages of chi cultivation. He quickly deduced the reason. The original host's soul power exceeded that of his peers, allowing for a counterattack. Now that he had taken possession, it was only natural that he became stronger. The inability to introspect previously stemmed from the absence of true energy. With true energy now within him, previously unknown, vague abilities began to manifest. As the technique continued to operate, the skin cells surrounding his 5 million pores began to transform, becoming more vibrant and robust, even extending into his muscles. His ancestors had left no specific instructions regarding this, nor had the family mentioned it. Was this his own newfound discovery? With this revelation, he felt a surge of excitement. From this moment forth, there would be no one in the world incapable of cultivating, only those who were not informed. Ancestral Master, you refine the body, the soul, and the path. I too shall pursue all 3 concurrently. However, I now comprehend the mechanics of this technique, and my future shall undoubtedly surpass yours. Observing these changes in his body, his confidence surged and his ambitions grew bolder. As time passed, the catastrophic upheaval outside began to subside, and Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin had regained their composure. Nevertheless, they feared inhaling too much miasma and waste gas, apprehensive that their cleansing elixirs might be insufficient, thus refraining from cultivation. After an indeterminate period, they noticed a disturbance of dust swirling around Qin Anyu. This was clearly not a result of the secret realm's collapse, but a byproduct of his cultivation. Qin Lingxue anxiously called out, "Elder brother, this place is not suitable for cultivation. Cease at once." Qin Yuqin echoed her concern. "Young master, the miasma here is too dense. It could lead to illness." Qin Anyu chuckled in response, his light laughter blossoming into hearty amusement. After a brief bout of laughter, he remarked, "I am quite well. Have you not yet begun your cultivation? I shall impart a technique to you now." He then added with gravity, "This technique may incite intense greed. Can you both manage it when the time comes?" Though it seemed a trivial caution now, it might not be in the future, hence it was essential to forewarn them. Indeed, he intended to pass on the Kaidian Hongming Ju to them, rather than the more temperate starlight technique of the family. Both women, recognizing the sudden change in his demeanor, nodded solemnly, affirming their capability. He continued, "Without my express permission, this technique must not be shared with anyone. Can you adhere to that?" They responded affirmatively once more. Qin Anyu elaborated, "Cultivators must strive to contend with the heavens, the earth, and one another, but not with the weak. As you cultivate to the Qi realm, you shall contend with the heavens. The herbs and ores you acquire are a testament to your struggle against the earth. Our battles with numerous Qi and Qi cultivators are a fight for survival. The spoils we claim, including the secret realm, are the fruits of our labor. However, we must not engage with mortals or those cultivators who have not wronged us, nor should we covet what they possess simply because it may be beneficial to us." Seeing them nod repeatedly, acknowledging his words, he declared with solemnity, "Listen closely." The two immediately adopted serious expressions. Qin Anyu began to recite slowly, "Endless wilderness, all can see. The vast universe, all for my use. Understanding the subtle and the obvious, knowing beginnings and endings." Chapter 42. Leaving attachments behind to forge new paths in the former residence of the Qin family, Qin Anyu, Qin Lingxue, and Qin Yuqing stood in the desolate backyard, gazing at the crumbling structures. Qin Lingxue inquired, "Elder brother, shall we truly never return to this place?" Qin Anyu nodded. explaining that the concentration of spiritual energy here was far too low to facilitate further cultivation. Qin Yuqing asked, "Elder young master, will our father and mother not return as well?" With a gentle smile, Qin Anyu replied, "Like us, they are venturing towards distant horizons." After the collapse of the secret realm, he had harnessed the Kaitianhong Mengju, and the attachment he felt had significantly diminished. Logically, he could sever ties with them. Yet this body was their eldest son's, infused with a part of his soul. Such a bloodline connection could not be easily severed. Therefore, promises made must be honored. He would take them along to ascend to a higher plane. Qin Lingxue suggested, "Since we will not return, let us sell this residence." Surprised by her astuteness and her knack for financial matters, he acquiesced, "As you wish." However, Qin Lingxue soon expressed her concern, "If we sell in haste, we may not fetch a fair price. Shall we first place it with the pawn shop and have second brother retrieve the silver?" Qin Anyu nodded in agreement. "If you believe it prudent, then so be it." The estate could fetch a maximum of 50 taels of gold, yet their spatial rings contained at least 400 taels, rendering it a rather trivial sum. As cultivators, many items could not be purchased with mere gold. They either had to be crafted or sought after, or exchanged for something of value. Having dispatched numerous qi-nourishing and qi-cultivating disciples from the Putian Gate, he had not encountered a single talisman, puppet, or even a low-grade medicinal pill, underscoring the low level of cultivation in this realm. Emerging from the secret realm, the trio had continuously circulated their cultivation techniques. Yet their bodies bore no whirlpools of spiritual energy, nor had they absorbed much energy, signifying the poor cultivation environment. Yearning to leave this place and ascend to a higher realm, they arrived at the pawnshop where Qin Lingxue became decisively proactive. Presented with two options, sell the property for 50 taels of gold with no further ties, or allow the pawnshop to sell it while taking a 15% commission. With no guarantee of when it would sell, she promptly chose the former, negotiating the price to 52.5 taels. Once the estate was sold, Qin Anyu felt a slight alleviation of his attachments to this place, subconsciously releasing a breath of relief. The trio entered a tavern for a meal, drawing many curious gazes. "Isn't that the young miss and maid of the Qin family? What brings them here?" One whispered. "How can you only recognize the miss and maid? Do you not know the young master?" Another retorted. "The young master of the Qin family has a fearsome reputation. He not only severed his aunt's arm, but also drove his uncle's family from the Qin estate." "Ah, you know nothing of the true circumstances," another chimed in. "I know plenty, but I simply choose not to tease." The Qin family's head couple had been captured by a group known as Putian Gate, but prior to their abduction, certain intelligence had been relayed by his sister-in-law, the young master's aunt, leading to questions of culpability. In that case, it would not be unjust to eliminate them, someone mused. But what did Putian Gate intend to do with them? Who knows? Yet I do know that they sought to capture the three siblings. But the young master eliminated many of their members. Surely not? It is said he was expelled from Wu Yuan's sect. How could he possibly slay sect members? Who are you listening to about the Eagle Gang? The gang leader and deputy leader are both dead at his hands. Rumor has it he annihilated a bandit den and slew numerous disciples of Putian Gate. Qin Anyu chose to disregard the prying eyes and quickly placed their order, finishing their meal in haste before making their way toward the outskirts of the city and heading towards Wu Yuan's sect. Once outside the city, Qin Lingxue remarked, "Elder brother, I felt as though everyone in the tavern was watching us, and there were some malevolent gazes among them." Qin Yuqing concurred, "Indeed. I noticed 6 individuals whose stares were filled with ill intent. Could they be from Putian Gate?" With a smile, Qin Anyu reassured them, "Pay no mind to those petty individuals. You must realize that you are now qi cultivators. After a month or 3 in the secret realm, you could defeat anyone in the Lingxiao realm. Henceforth, we shall embark on a campaign to obliterate any obstacles in our path, vanquish those who wish to thwart us, locate our parents, and escape this realm for a new one." His fervent declarations of conquest stirred both apprehension and excitement within them. "Indeed, we are now qi cultivators. The spiritual energy here is sparse. We should strive towards realms rich in energy to advance to higher tiers of cultivation. We are merely at the qi cultivation stage. With foundational building, core formation, nascent soul, transformation, void, unity, and ascension still ahead of us. Only by reaching higher realms can we ensure our safety and that of our loved ones." Gradually, a spark of ambition ignited in their eyes. The 3 did not procure horses, opting instead to run. This time was different. All 3 were qi cultivators, having exhausted themselves daily within the secret realm. Thus, even the two younger ones moved with remarkable speed. However, they ran rather than leaped. For the difference between running and leaping mirrored the distinction between chi-nourishing and chi-cultivating realms. Chi-nourishing practitioners were akin to mortals, possessing greater strength and endurance due to rigorous training, while chi-cultivators transformed spiritual energy into true energy, endowing them with greater power, stamina, and the ability to leap great distances. In their sprint, they heeded Qin-An's instructions, running while circulating their techniques, mastering the regulation of their exertion and breath. Finding it ineffective to run empty-handed, they carried silver and gold upon their backs to increase their burdens. Qin-An increased the weight of his sword to 250 pounds, matching their pace. Even so, no horse could surpass them. Rather, they outpaced every steed they encountered. Upon reaching the entrance of Wu Yuan's sect, Qin Lingxue requested the guards to summon Qin Wushuang. Meanwhile, Qin-An observed the sect's conditions. Noting that the spiritual energy within was denser than that of the secret realm, yet still inferior overall, he surmised that without special arrangements or high-grade medicinal materials, the highest cultivation tier achievable here would be the late stages of qi cultivation. When Qin Wushuang emerged and recognized the trio, his demeanor shifted. While he regarded Qin Lingxue with neutrality, his gaze toward Qin Anyu and Qin Yuqin was laced with disdain. A young man carrying a tattered sword, and a young woman burdened by a large pack. Were they here to seek refuge? The contempt in his expression faded swiftly as he smiled at Qin Lingxue, asking, "Little sister, have you made up your mind to return to the sect? You know that while you may return, there is no possibility for them to join." Chapter 43. Qin Wushuang's encounter at the sect. Although the fleeting glimmer in Qin Wushuang's gaze did not escape Qin Anyu's notice, he remained unperturbed. His heart as tranquil as still water. On the other hand, Qin Lingxue was somewhat irked and retorted, "Second brother, is there something wrong with your eyes? Which one of them saw us expressing a desire to join the sect? We are here merely to inform you that we intend to seek out our parents. If you wish to accompany us, you may. If not, you may remain here. However, my elder brother has stated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, we shall not return to the Song Kingdom." Having spent over a month in the company of Qin Anyu and Qin Yuqin, she had come to a profound realization. The sect was rather mediocre in comparison to her elder brother. Not only was her cultivation progressing rapidly, but the unnamed technique she practiced allowed her to make tangible advancements every day. Thus, hearing him speak in that tone incensed her greatly. Qin Wushuang, however, lacked such awareness. He advised, "Little sister, your primary objective at present should be to advance to the Qi refinement realm. Only then will you possess the capability to rescue our parents. I have already entrusted someone with gathering information about them, and once I receive news, I shall engage some masters and senior brothers to take action." Uncertain whether his arrogance blinded him or if he simply could not perceive Qin Lingxue's cultivation level, he failed to notice that she had already ascended to the Qi refinement realm. In Qin Anyu's eyes, the density of true Qi within him was significantly inferior to hers. He inquired, "Do you have any news at present?" Qin Wushuang shook his head, indicating that he did not. He then addressed Qin Lingxue, "Little sister, it would be arduous for you to search aimlessly with them. If you encounter danger, will you be able to protect them?" Qin Anyu replied coolly, "Had it not been for my sister's insistence, I would not have come. You two are in the Qi refinement realm. Could you not discern that among the four of us, you are the weakest? After years of cultivating in the Wu Yuan sect, have you not learned to observe with intent?" Seeing his continued blindness, Qin Anyu felt compelled to offer a reminder. Qin Wushuang's anger flared, "I am the weakest." Qin Lingxue promptly interrupted, "Second brother, the medicinal herbs from last time were all gathered by elder brother and sister Yuqin. You must have used them well. Both sister Yuqin and I can independently slay beasts of the Qi refinement realm. Have you ever done so?" Upon exiting the collapsing secret realm, the beasts beneath the cliff of desperation had been in disarray. Though they had been subdued by the trio, the miasma had emboldened them to attack once more, resulting in the demise of all attackers. She produced a 300-year-old ordinary medicinal herb, saying, "Second brother, can you exchange for the same herbs from the sect? I must inform you that I have advanced to the Qi refinement realm, and elder brother and sister Yuqin have also ascended. Such herbs, we can use at will, though they are currently of no use to us." It was now Qin Wushuang's turn to be astonished, not only by the fact that the three of them had all advanced but also by the herb in her hand, particularly the assertion that they could use such items at will. Qin Anyu remarked, "According to the information I have, our parents have been captured and taken to the Dali Kingdom. I believe I mentioned this to you previously. If you wish to participate in the rescue, you are welcome to join. If not, there is no obligation. However, I must inform you that after rescuing our parents, we shall depart from this realm. This revelation left Qin Wushuang's mind in disarray. Had he not heard anything about their capture by the Dali Kingdom? What did it mean to leave this realm? Qin Lingxue did not allow him time to ponder and continued. After rescuing our parents, we will venture to a higher realm. At that point, you will be left behind here. Only then did Qin Wushuang grasp the implication of this realm. Qin Lingxue, having previously heard Qin Anyu speak of such matters, responded, "Our realm is known as the Lingxiao realm, where the highest cultivation level one can attain is the Qi refinement realm. To cultivate to a higher level, one must venture outside. The reason why the predecessors of the sect have gradually vanished is likely because they have left. Reports of practitioners in the mid and late stages of Qi refinement disappearing from the Wu Yuan sect were well known among the sect members, though ordinary disciples remained oblivious. Even if they had heard such rumors, they presumed these individuals had died natural deaths. Qin Wushuang was aware of these tales, yet upon hearing Qin Lingxue's words, a thunderous realization struck him. There were indeed higher realms to pursue. He promptly declared, "Wait a moment, I will accompany you." Qin Lingxue handed him a 3-foot spatial ring, saying, "Did you not envy others possessing spatial rings? Here, take it." Qin Wushuang glanced at the ring, then at her, and finally at Qin Anyu and Qin Yuqin, asking, "Are you not using it?" Qin Lingxue chuckled, "Who said we are not? We all have one. Elder brother has slain numerous mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners from the Putian sect, reaping considerable rewards. Hurry along, we are pressed for time." As he accepted the spatial ring and dashed into the sect, Qin Yuqin smiled and remarked, "Young master, miss. It seems that second young master misunderstood upon seeing us carrying our burdens." Qin Lingxue nodded in agreement, indeed. She then turned to Qin Anyu and asked, "Elder brother, can you distinguish between practitioners of the Qi refinement and nourishing Qi realms with the naked eye?" This question left him momentarily bewildered. "Can you not discern?" Both women shook their heads, their eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. He rubbed his temples, eventually realizing that the issue lay with his formidable spiritual power, while theirs was merely average, preventing them from perceiving the difference. An awkward expression crossed his face as he thought, "Perhaps I possess some unique abilities." He silently resolved to teach them techniques for cultivating their spiritual essence, striving to significantly enhance their spiritual power before they located their parents. After waiting for 2 hours with no sign of Qin Wushuang's return, Qin Anyu frowned and instructed the two to wait while he approached the gatekeeper, stating his intent to retrieve Qin Wushuang. The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, immediately refused, barking, "Who are you? Do you not know the rules of our sect? No outsiders are permitted entry." Qin Anyu replied kindly, "I am at the Qi refinement realm. I should be allowed inside." The gatekeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. "You claim that just because you say so?" Not wishing to engage in further dialogue, Qin Anyu strode past him. As an Immortal Emperor, he had already shown considerable patience with such a lackey. Since the gatekeeper failed to recognize his standing, he would not hesitate to express his disdain. The gatekeeper, also a Qi refinement practitioner, attempted to block Qin Anyu's path, brandishing a large blade while shouting, "Alert! Someone is attempting to force their way into the sect." Before the sound of his blade could fade, he was sent crashing into the gatehouse, shattering the door frames in his wake, blood spraying into the air. The other guards, being merely at the nourishing Qi level, hesitated upon witnessing the fate of their leader, but in the next moment, they charged forward nonetheless. As members of an organization, they could not afford to falter at such a critical juncture. Retreating would only lead to dire consequences in the days to come. Qin Anyu surged forward, sending 10 guards flying in all directions, some soaring through the air, while others fell back in retreat. Seeing the sudden escalation, Qin Lingxue's face betrayed her concern. Has elder brother become too impulsive? Conversely, Qin Yuqin held a different perspective. "Miss, second young master has not emerged for a considerable time. It is likely he has encountered some difficulty. I believe the most probable cause is that someone has discovered the spatial ring, inciting envy. If it were for any other reason, he would have come out to inform us. Only in this scenario would he be unable to do so. If he were injured or imprisoned, he would lack the opportunity to exit." As she spoke, she drew her sword, stowing their belongings in the spatial ring as she headed toward the gate. Seeing this, Qin Lingxue followed suit, securing her belongings and drawing her sword as she advanced toward the entrance. Chapter 44. Advancing towards the inner sect, Qin Anyu proceeded forward, heading towards an area where the concentration of vital energy appeared particularly dense. The injured gatekeepers struggled to rise from the ground. Those who could run followed him, shouting in pursuit, while those unable to ran in place, one of them sounding a bell as he yelled, conveying a singular message, someone was forcefully breaching the sect. At the rear, Qin Lingxue continuously explained, "My elder brother is merely anxious. He harbors no malice." One gatekeeper, recognizing her, bellowed in anger, "Qin Lingxue, you leave the sect only to bring harm upon it. How ungrateful." This remark left her feeling embarrassed, and a twinge of guilt stirred within her. However, Qin Yuqin would not indulge such nonsense. He rebuked, "Nonsense. My second young master has been inside for far too long. It is evident that your sect is treating him unjustly. Should we simply stand by and watch him be humiliated or even perish? I warn you, if anything befalls my second young master, my eldest brother will annihilate your Wu Yuan sect." He urged her to quicken her pace, saying, "Miss, disregard such drivel. Keep close to the eldest young master. He is unfamiliar with this place." The shouts of the gatekeepers attracted the attention of nearby disciples, who armed themselves and rushed towards the entrance. Upon seeing Qin Anyu advancing with a broken sword and a grim expression, two gatekeepers pursued him, shouting for him to halt. They demanded he stop, yet they themselves did not cease their advance, brandishing their weapons as they charged. Qin Anyu, of course, did not relent. Wielding his crude sword, he moved with precision, sending the assailants flying in all directions. No matter their level of cultivation, any who dared to attack him found themselves sent sprawling, often further than those at the Qi refinement stage. Observing this, Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin harbored diverging thoughts. Qin Yuqin scrutinized his movements and attacks. Exhilarated yet acutely aware of his own limitations, he silently resolved to train harder in order to ascend to a higher level alongside Qin Anyu. Meanwhile, Qin Lingxue felt heartache for her former companions and concern for her elder brother, despite her newfound faith in him. She was acutely aware that Wu Yuan sect was one of the premier sects of the Song Kingdom, with countless cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, with their parents still missing. Should her elder brother encounter peril here, it would also implicate her second brother, leading to the ruin of their entire family. As Qin Anyu continued onward, felling wave after wave of Wu Yuan sect disciples, his anger mounted after dispatching nearly 500. He declared, "If anyone dares to obstruct me, do not blame me for drawing my sword to kill." As an immortal emperor, he typically would not concern himself with the lives of such insignificant beings. However, he remained mindful of Qin Wushuang and Qin Lingxue, for this was a sect they once called home, and he must consider their reputation. To his dismay, this act of restraint was misinterpreted as weakness, and waves upon waves continued to charge at him, as if to test whether an immortal emperor would truly dare to kill. Faced with yet another onslaught, he finally lost patience and struck with lethal intent. In an instant, limbs flew, heads were severed, and cries of anguish echoed throughout. In this fray, anyone who dared to attack met with death or injury, with only a handful managing to escape unscathed, fleeing in panic after a single shout. Witnessing this, Qin Lingxue's features contorted with distress. Qin Yuqin, noting her expression, remarked, "Miss, after our father and mother were captured, when the eldest young master first returned home, Zhang Fuyuan berated him, Qin Datong attempted to strike him, and Zhang Qili scolded him. You saw it yourself. The Qin residence has been reduced to a shadow of its former self, devoid of any trace of our parents. The techniques and texts were forcibly extracted by the eldest young master. And here, this is merely a sect. The challenges we face will be even greater." Qin Lingxue's countenance gradually shifted to one of seriousness as she nodded. "I understand. If they take action against us, I will not stand idly by." Qin Yuqin smiled, saying, "The eldest young master is right. A cultivator must be resolute. If one can avoid being bullied, one should. Otherwise, one should abandon the path of cultivation. Now, let us hasten and guide the eldest young master." Qin Lingxue commented, "It is curious. Despite the many forks in the path, my elder brother has not faltered." Qin Anyu, indeed, could not err, as he was heading towards the area rich in vital energy, though he was unaware of the reasons for its abundance. He recognized it must surely be the location of the inner sect, where Qin Wushuang was a disciple. Following the carnage, the remaining disciples no longer dared to confront him. Instead, they parted ways, standing at the sides of the path, watching him approach the inner sect with a sense of reverence, as though welcoming him with open arms. Qin Yuqin smiled at this sight, remarking, "The eldest young master is truly remarkable. Once he truly engages, there is nothing to fear." Indeed, as he stated, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. A single decisive blow prevents 100 retaliations. In the absence of casualties, everyone believes they are capable. Everyone can display their bravery, but once death occurs, they quickly realize their inadequacy and become timid. Upon reaching the entrance of the inner sect, Qin Anyu discerned the reason for the apparent richness of vital energy. There was a natural formation harmonized with an artificial one. Observing this formation, he regarded Wu Yuan's sect with newfound respect. Although this composite formation was indeed fragile, it indicated that Wu Yuan's sect had once basked in glory, with individuals knowledgeable in formations. Even if the artificial formation crumbled, the natural one ensured that the vital energy within was denser than outside. As he paused before the entrance, the disciples trailing him displayed expressions of mockery, their minds swirling with countless thoughts. Yet, Qin Anyu paid them no heed, turning instead to beckon his two companions. Upon entering, he fully mobilized his techniques, absorbing as much as he could. Qin Yuqin promptly responded, "Yes, eldest young master." After a moment of hesitation, Qin Lingxue nodded. She understood this was a contest, competing with Wu Yuan's sect for vital energy. Approaching the grand entrance, Qin Anyu addressed the two gatekeepers at the Qi refinement stage, stating, "We wish to enter and seek someone. Please open the door." One gatekeeper, wide-eyed, barked, "Get lost." In an instant, Qin Anyu stepped forward, waving his hand. A loud crack resounded as the gatekeeper was sent flying. The other gatekeeper drew his sword, swinging it towards Qin Anyu. In response, Qin Anyu effortlessly blocked the strike with his crude sword and retaliated with a punch, sending the gatekeeper crashing into the wall. Qin Anyu then approached him leisurely, seizing his throat and retrieving his formation plate. "Were it not for the concern that my younger siblings might feel guilt, I would destroy your pitiful formation." With that, he tossed it aside as if it were mere refuse. With the formation plate, he traced a line at the entrance, causing the grand doors to swing open. This revelation dawned upon the other disciples who had followed him, realizing how the doors were opened. As the doors parted, Qin Lingxue and Qin Youqin's expressions transformed, reflecting their astonishment. Behind the doors stood over 300 disciples at the Qi refinement stage, far more densely clustered than the beasts encountered in the secret realm beneath the abyss of despair. After eliminating one wave of disciples, no further Qi refinement cultivators had emerged, as they had all been waiting here. Qin Anyu, however, remained unfazed, casually stating, "So you are all here. Splendid. Who among you knows my brother, Qin Wushuang? Kindly lead me to him, and I would be most grateful." Chapter 45. Breaching the inner gate to seize individuals. As Qin Anyu stepped into the inner gate, he realized that there were not merely over 300 practitioners at the Qi refinement stage, but rather more than 500. Such a multitude had gathered for his sake. Was this not a testament to their negligence in cultivation? It stood to reason, for the Lingxiao realm had largely fallen into disrepair, and many were oblivious to the essence of training. Noticing the absence of Qin Wushuang, he turned to Qin Lingxue and inquired, "Sister, how did you manage to locate our second brother before?" This limitation of the lower realms restricted one's divine consciousness from extending outward, rendering it impossible to find anyone. Qin Lingxue, initially apprehensive, felt a wave of reassurance as his hand rested on her shoulder. She shook her head and replied, "I have never entered this place. It was always our second brother who came to find me." Qin Anyu nodded, patting her shoulder before addressing both her and Qin Yuqin. "Perhaps. Our campaign shall commence from here. Anyone who dares to strike at you shall be slain." Qin Yuqin responded with unwavering determination, "Understood, young master." After a moment of hesitation, Qin Lingxue echoed, "Understood, big brother." Qin Anyu nodded once more, then turned his gaze towards the 500 Qi refinement practitioners and declared, "Upon seeing you, I am inclined to act, yet I shall grant you an opportunity. Deliver my brother to me." A practitioner from the front row, in the mid-stage of Qi refinement, bellowed defiantly, "And if we do not?" As the final syllable escaped his lips, he witnessed Qin Anyu advance towards him. Unfazed, he wielded his large blade and charged forward, completing his sentence, though the last word was rendered feeble as his head was sent soaring into the air. With a single stroke, Qin Anyu had slain a mid-stage practitioner. Such ferocity evoked not fear among the disciples of Wu Yuan's sect, but rather intensified their rage, prompting two more to charge forward. Qin Anyu smirked at their cunning. They were wise not to swarm him, fearing that he might extinguish their lives. He stepped forth, wielding his sword with deft precision, and then retreated to his original position. The events transpired with such swiftness that it was as if lightning had struck. Half a second after retreating, the upper halves of those two assailants erupted in a spray of crimson, their bodies sliding downwards, as they beheld the four dismembered corpses descending to the ground. The 500 practitioners finally grasped the sheer magnitude of his combat prowess and the ruthlessness of his strikes. Some were left gasping, not in tears but retching, while others staggered back, unable to endure the gruesome scene. The brutality was unbearable. Some faces turned ashen, gripping their weapons tightly, their bodies trembling in fear. Others, with eyes ablaze, raised their arms and shouted, "This individual slaughters wantonly, even within our sect's inner sanctum. If we do not eliminate him, what will become of our sect's honor? How shall we face the cultivation we have received? Kill." In response to their fervor, Qin Anyu remained unperturbed, merely tightening his grip on his crude sword and adjusting his stance. He planted his right leg firmly on the ground, adopting a bow stance with the sword's tip pointing downward, elbows bent, hands firmly clasped around the hilt. If faced with few adversaries, he would slay them himself. If overwhelmed, he would unleash his sword intent. Do not blame him for the ensuing carnage. As the individual and a dozen practitioners charged toward him, he felt assured sword intent was unnecessary. Grasping his sword, he swiftly drew it upward. In an instant, the sun's rays glinted like daggers, illuminating the surroundings. The sword-drawing technique. Among the 5 leading practitioners, 3 were cleaved in twain, while the remaining 2 were left with severed limbs. The onlookers were stunned. 2 dashed over the fallen bodies, while the others halted in terror. Those who had crossed the corpses hesitated, turning to flee in fear. Witnessing such carnage, Qin Anyu nodded inwardly, having ascended to the qi refinement stage. The might of the sword-drawing technique had magnified significantly. Should he cultivate sword intent in the future, its power would be formidable. With no one daring to step forward, he called out, "Do you prefer death over delivering my brother?" A sigh echoed through the air, accompanied by a palpable pressure. Moments later, several late-stage practitioners emerged from beside a building. They were the sect's higher-ups, hastily approaching. An elder with white hair descended from a distant peak, appearing slow yet rapidly surpassing the sect's senior disciples, standing before them. This elder, a Foundation establishment cultivator, was the source of the sigh and the oppressive aura. The inner disciples instinctively parted ways, bowing their heads in deference. Qin Anyu glanced at Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin, observing their struggle against the overwhelming pressure. Though trembling, their eyes harbored no fear, earning his silent admiration. Though their realm was insufficient, their resolute spirits suggested they could go far. Turning his attention back to the Foundation establishment elder, he remarked indifferently, "Old man, do not deceive yourself. You are scarcely in your early 120s, with another 70 or 80 years ahead of you. Thus, I suggest you temper that feeble aura, lest you face consequences beyond your capacity to bear." This elder was a pillar of the Wuan sect, rarely appearing unless the sect was under severe threat from outsiders. To be seen through so easily by a mere practitioner astonished both him and the sect's higher-ups. How dare a qi refinement practitioner threaten our ancestor? How could he discern my age? Why is he so unfazed by my oppressive aura? No, his gaze was icy, and that battered sword appeared extraordinary. Perhaps he should treat this individual with caution. Had Qin Anyu known that the elder considered himself this immortal, he would have laughed heartily at such audacity. The elder quickly regained his composure, retracting his aura and forcing a strained smile. "Might I inquire which faction you hail from, young friend? How have my sect's disciples offended you to warrant such brutality?" The Wuyuan sect's higher-ups were bewildered by their ancestors' unexpectedly gentle demeanor. Was this truly the same elder who would swiftly dispatch any who dared offend him? Qin Anyu replied coolly, "I am a loose cultivator. I have come here to locate my brother, and after 2.5 hours without sight of him, I suspect he has been ambushed by your sect's members." The elder inquired, "Who is your brother?" Qin Lingxue answered loudly, "My second brother is named Qin Wushuang, an inner disciple." The elder responded, "Locate Qin Wushuang and bring him here." Qin Anyu observed the gathered practitioners, noticing 3 of them displaying signs of panic. He pointed at them and declared, "No need for further trouble, let those 3 guide me." One of them immediately knelt and cried out, "Ancestor, sect master, elders, it has nothing to do with me. I was merely on lookout." Another, witnessing his plea for mercy, turned to flee. Qin Anyu remained still, uttering no sound, simply shifting his gaze to the elder, awaiting his response. The elder snorted coldly, pointing at the fleeing disciple, whose head exploded instantaneously. Among the higher-ups, one displayed an expression of agony, trembling uncontrollably. The elder seized the neck of the kneeling disciple, lifting him with indifference and asking, "Where is Qin Wushuang?" The disciple, terrified, replied, "In his dormitory, currently unconscious." With a slight increase in pressure, the disciple's neck cracked, his head drooping lifelessly. The elder then pointed at the quaking disciple, commanding, "Lead the way." That disciple, trembling violently, stammered, "Why yes." The elder beckoned Qin Anyu, "Young friend, let us proceed together." Qin Anyu nodded, gesturing for Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin to follow closely behind him. maintaining a distance of 5 feet from the elder as they moved onward. Chapter 46. The transformation of Wushuang. Qin Anyu dared not approach the old man too closely. A distance of 5 feet felt just right. At the foundation establishment stage, one could soar into the air, and if the old man truly erupted in aggression, Qin Anyu could, with the intent of his clumsy sword, swiftly vanquish his opponent. Yet, any closer would render him unable to react, and he could not allow himself, nor Qin Lingxue and Qin Yu, to be placed in peril. The old man seemed to grasp his thoughts, although he said nothing outwardly. He grew increasingly suspicious of Qin Anyu's origins. He resolved to investigate the young man's background thoroughly once this matter was settled, hoping to turn misfortune into fortune. Qin Wushuang was not in his own quarters, but rather in the dwelling of the disciple who had knelt in supplication before the old man, only to be slain. All 4 of his limbs had been broken, and he remained unconscious. Fortunately, Qin Anyu's timely intervention spared him from being discarded in the wilderness. He was merely left in the courtyard. Noticing the pallor of Wushuang's countenance and the flames of fury in his eyes, the old man inquired about the circumstances, then casually snapped the disciple's neck, seemingly to atone for the sect's transgressions, thus providing Qin Anyu with a form of explanation. However, Qin Anyu had no intention of allowing Wu Yuan's sect to escape unscathed. He first demanded 67 types of healing herbs, specifying that they must be of human grade or above, and that none could be less than a century old. The herbs used for advancing to the Qi refinement stage differed from those for the foundation establishment stage, necessitating a higher quality and greater variety. Some of the herbs he requested were unavailable, and acquiring them here would be ideal. The sheer number of herbs demanded left the sect's higher-ups in a state of distress. But he feigned ignorance and proceeded to present a second request: compensation of 1,000 yuan stones. Yuan stones, the crystallization of vital energy, could be found in areas rich in such energy or condensed by cultivators at the foundation establishment or golden core stages. Naturally, higher-tier cultivators found it easier to condense these stones, yet few would invest time in such a mundane task. He was uncertain if the Lingxiao dimension possessed yuan stones. Yet the old man, being at the foundation establishment stage, could not stabilize his cultivation without them. The few hundred meters of flight he had previously boasted would have consumed at least 2 yuan stones. The Immortal Emperor, born in the celestial realm, had never used or seen yuan stones. His knowledge stemmed from notes he had perused, revealing the existence of such items in lower-tier dimensions. This demand darkened the old man's expression. Qin Xiao, your awareness of yuan stones suggests your origins are not simple. However, you must realize that the current concentration of vital energy in the Lingxiao dimension is quite sparse, insufficient even for the late stages of Qi refinement. Hence we cannot fulfill your request. Qin Anyu replied coolly, it is impossible to maintain stability at the foundation establishment stage without yuan stones. Wu Yuan's sect must have a source for them. Requesting 1,000 stones is not excessive. He was resolute. He desperately needed a substantial amount of vital energy. Having only opened 3 dantians, many acupoints remained closed, and his meridians were yet to be unblocked. Without ample vital energy, he could not open the acupoints or unblock the meridians. Failing to accomplish these tasks would render his foundation establishment impossible, a lamentable plight for one with a clumsy physique. Unlike the non-clumsy physique, which could gradually open and unfold, the clumsy physique was bound. The meridians resembled rivers, while the acupoints were akin to bends or deep pools within those rivers. For the clumsy physique, the rivers were narrow and obstructed, with bends and pools either non-existent or filled in, necessitating excavation. Conversely, the rivers of the non-clumsy physique flowed freely, abundant with resources, albeit in a state of drought. The old man commanded the sect's higher-ups to gather the herbs, then stated, Qin Xiaoyu, I am Fu Peng. While I cannot provide 1,000 yuan stones, I can offer 500. This is all I possess. If you're willing, I can provide them to you now. In front of Qin Anyu. He no longer dared to refer to himself as an immortal. Qin Anyu replied coolly, Taoist Fu, your readiness to produce yuan stones suggests you have ulterior motives. Fu Peng, undeterred by being addressed as Taoist by a young man, nodded and said, you see, at my current stage, it is quite challenging to exist in the Lingxiao dimension, otherwise one cannot maintain their cultivation level. Qin Anyu nodded in acknowledgement but remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Noticing the young man's silence, Fu Peng felt compelled to elaborate, mentioning that many from Wu Yuan's sect had ventured to the Qinqiao dimension and thrived there. The sect indeed possessed yuan stones, all brought back from the Qinchao dimension to sustain the sect's basic development and nurture its disciples, ensuring a continuous influx of fresh blood. Qin Anyu found it curious. Having established a sect in the Qinchao dimension, why did they not recruit disciples locally? Fu Ping's face displayed a hint of awkwardness, quickly masked. We are, after all, an external force, and the pressure we face is quite apparent. Understanding that their development in that realm was likely lackluster, Qin Anyu chose not to respond. Fu Ping, sensing the young man's continued silence, continued, "We have discovered a yuan stone mine, yet our strength is insufficient to fully control it. Thus it remains unexploited. If you are willing to join us, our sect can offer you 20% of the yuan stones." Having witnessed Qin Anyu's combat prowess and his unflinching demeanor, coupled with the seemingly tattered sword he wielded, Fu Peng believed he might be connected to a powerful force or possess a formidable master. If he could recruit this young man, surrendering 20% seemed acceptable. Far better than allowing the mine to fall into the hands of others and risk the sect's influence being diminished. Hearing of the unexploited yuan stone mine piqued Qin Anyu's interest. How many yuan stones could that mine yield? At least 50,000. Fu Peng quickly responded. What do you think? Are you prepared to accompany this old man? Qin Anyu mused. 50,000 stones, 20% would yield 10,000, not an insignificant sum. If Fu Ping knew his thoughts, he would surely be dismayed. 10,000 is not much? With nearly 100 of us, we barely accumulate 6,000 stones in a year. Qin Anyu shook his head. I have matters to attend to. I cannot go. Fu Ping hastily reassured him. Do not worry. Your brother is safe here. I guarantee nothing untoward will occur as before. He assumed Qin Anyu was waiting for Qin Wushuang's recovery, hence his eagerness to provide reassurance. Qin Anyu shook his head again. No, I need to travel to the Dali Kingdom. He must accompany me. As for Qin Wushuang's injuries, they could be healed within a day, and his physical strength would see a significant enhancement due to it. Of the 67 herbs he requested, 39 were meant for Wushuang's healing, while the rest were for his own needs. The concentration of vital energy here was adequate. He intended to utilize this day to open more acupoints and unblock his meridians, so he would take advantage of any opportunity to gather resources. Upon learning that Qin Anyu was headed to the Dali Kingdom, Fu Peng felt a twinge of disappointment but dared not express it. Next, Qin Anyu inquired about the Wu Yuan sect's situation in the Qinchao dimension, subtly mentioning the Putian Gate. Fu Ping responded candidly to several inquiries, particularly regarding the Putian Gate. After a short while, the sect leader personally delivered the herbs, reporting that the cow tendon grass and 2 others were unavailable, and that 9 of the remaining herbs were insufficient in quantity, which caused Qin Anyu's expression to darken. Noticing his discontent, the sect leader anxiously glanced at Fu Peng, who ignored him entirely. From his own storage ring, Fu Ping produced the missing herbs, compensating for the 3 that were lacking. However, he could only provide 4 of the 9 insufficient herbs. The remaining 5 were also unavailable. The herbs he presented were of significantly superior quality compared to those from the sect, with the least being of initial human grade and the best being advanced human grade. This revelation surprised Qin Anyu and further solidified his determination to depart the Lingxiao dimension at the earliest opportunity. After receiving the herbs and yuan stones, Qin Anyu stated his intent to heal Qin Wushuang and promptly ushered them all out. Chapter 47. The new dimension will not be tranquil. Once the courtyard was occupied solely by the 4 of them, Qin Anyu commenced the preparation of medicinal herbs. He needed to open his acupoints and circulate his meridians, while Qin Wushuang required treatment for his wounds. Upon examination, it was determined that his injuries were purely physical. Though it remained uncertain whether his soul had been affected, this was something he could not ascertain. After the herbs were meticulously prepared, Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqing began the process of concoction. As they operated their cultivation techniques and monitored the flames, they did not hesitate to pose questions to Qin Anyu. Eldest brother, with such an abundance of high-quality herbs for second brother's healing, is it solely for that purpose? Young master, it appears that your concoction seems suited for a secret realm. Will it be painful? Qin Anyu elucidated that Qin Wushuang's injuries, while unfortunate, had inadvertently provided a fortuitous opportunity. These herbs could replenish much of what he had missed in the Qi nourishing realm, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. Though it was impossible to achieve the extreme state once more, as he had already reached the Qi cultivation stage, a recovery beyond reach. Some opportunities, if not seized at a certain juncture, cannot be regained. He refrained from divulging too much about his own condition, understanding that they lacked comprehension of his unique physique and wishing to keep that secret to himself. The concoction he was preparing today, the celestial elixir and the pivotal ointment, differed from the last. The herbs were of a higher grade, more potent, and with broader applications. The ingredients used in the previous concoction were predominantly sourced from the secret realm, with only a few from the Listening Wind Pavilion, mostly mundane items, albeit aged, yet vastly inferior to the quality of the current selection. Once his medicinal brew was completed, he consumed the celestial elixir and promptly submerged himself in the pivotal ointment. The pain persisted, infiltrating every pore of his being. However, with the activation of 3 energy centers, the effects of the opening the heavens and primordial technique began to manifest. Not only was his vital energy accelerating into his body, but the true energy within the 3 centers was also rapidly increasing, with his meridians being activated. Yet this time, it was not merely pain, there was an insatiable itch as well. Although the cooling sensation from the previous 2 experiences alleviated some discomfort, the itch resulting from the meridian activation was inescapable. The activation of the meridians did not imply they were fully open, it merely indicated that they were responsive to stimulation, suggesting potential for future use and a sign of cultivational progress. There remained a long, arduous journey ahead, along with a considerable amount of suffering yet to endure. The pain was akin to a relentless tide, while the itch felt like the initial scabbing of wounds both inside and out, intolerable in its intensity. He endeavored to suppress his agony, slowly releasing air bubbles to allow the medicinal brew to digest his muffled groans, striving to keep his presence minimal, ensuring each of his 5 million pores received equitable treatment. Amidst enduring this torment, he focused on discerning his meridians, ensuring that his future cultivation would be targeted and effective. Occasionally, he pondered how fortunate it would have been had that esteemed predecessor been able to acquire such a technique from the Qin clan. Perhaps the subsequent cultivation would not have been so arduous. Nonetheless, such musings were mere idle thoughts, had that individual truly desired it. The Qin clan would not have been inclined to share, for they regarded him as an outsider, a mere novice. And the formidable Qin clan would scarcely concern themselves with a Qi cultivator of such limited stature. As he persevered through this ordeal, he remained vigilant to the sounds around him, not within the courtyard, but beyond its confines. After all, this was the domain of the Wu Yuan sect, where they had slain their elite without a shred of regard for their ancestors or the high echelons of the sect. At that moment, the Wu Yuan sect was indeed seething with rage. Their elite disciples had brazenly intruded upon the inner sanctum, disregarding the authority of the elders and ancestors, yet they remained, tending to Qin Wushuang's injuries. Consequently, some elite disciples sought the upper echelons, requesting to engage in battle. While the sect leaders privately scorned such behavior, having remained hidden during the prior carnage, now that the adversary had taken residence and the elders had approved a course of action, these disciples sought to display their sincerity. Despite their disdain, the leaders could not afford to conceal their sentiments, as the elder had not expressed a desire for retribution. However, to demonstrate their discontent with the current state of affairs, they approached Fu Peng to convey the disciples' wishes for battle. It was a performance for the sake of appearances. Fu Peng, an ancient presence, was acutely aware of their intentions but chose not to indulge in their theatrics. He inquired indifferently, "What did you observe when he slaughtered those disciples?" His combat prowess was formidable. 3 or 5 disciples were no match for him. He regards murder as trivial, while our disciples displayed either reticence or tears, with only a handful daring to charge forward. What does this signify? He is a slayer, while our disciples exhibit mercy. This is a grave error. As cultivators, one must possess a spirit of striving. Striving inevitably entails killing. You remain ensconced in ignorance, unaware of the external circumstances. Such scenes of slaughter are commonplace in the Qinchao dimension. His strikes are lethal, indicating either a continual engagement in slaughter or that his faction is immensely powerful, perpetually immersed in violence. Alternatively, his master may be exceptionally strong, eliminating those who defy him. I initially intended to bring a contingent, but upon witnessing your inadequacy today, it is clear you fall far short. Elder, why did you slay Xie Fu and his companions? Had they advanced even slightly, I would have endeavored to protect them. Yet they lingered in the rear, merely spectating, while others charged forth, lacking capability yet provoking trouble over a trivial matter. Individuals like these are not only of no use to the sect, but may also bring about unwarranted calamity. I must inform you that in the Qinchao dimension, sects like ours abound. If even one individual provokes the wrong person, our sect could face annihilation. Elder, shall we simply allow them to be humiliated? It is my hope that this humiliation will prompt the sect to reflect upon its actions, discerning what is permissible and what is not, to avoid the specter of total annihilation. Elder, are you unable to deal with that Qin on you? We have learned that he is merely the eldest son of a city lord. During the selection process, our sect dismissed him due to his poor aptitude. Subsequently, he trained under the Linxiao sect, and, having failed to advance to the 6th stage of Qi nourishing by age 14, he departed. Stop. Is this how you conduct your investigations? Do you believe he merely relied on luck to slay our inner disciples? Do you suppose I could best him? Please, Elder, clarify. You altogether could not possibly contend with him. Furthermore, he is not merely a Qi nourishing cultivator, he is genuinely at the Qi cultivation stage. And the concentration of vital energy surrounding him surpasses that of any one of you. Not only him, but the 2 young girls accompanying him possess similar attributes, both at the Qi cultivation stage with a rich concentration of vital energy. Is that so? The girl who spoke is named Qin Lingxue. She just departed from our Wu Yuan sect 2 months ago, at which point she was merely at the 9th stage of Qi nourishing. The other girl is Qin Anyu's maid, whose parents were captured by the Putian sect and had never practiced cultivation. This indicates that they have encountered fortuitous circumstances during this interval. Wait, did you say the Putian sect captured his parents? Indeed. Previously, we did not pay much attention, but after his intrusion today, we compiled this information. No wonder he has been inquiring about the Putian sect. I now discern his intentions. The Qinqiao dimension is poised to become tumultuous. Chapter 48. The unparalleled transformation of hostility. 4 youths raced onward, traversing mountains and fording rivers, making their way southwest. Having just crossed a river, the eldest among them suggested a brief respite to prepare for an assault on the distant peaks. Before he could finish his sentence, the second eldest collapsed onto the riverbank, reclining against his burden and gazing skyward. These 4 were Qin Anyu, Qin Wushuang, Qin Lingxue, and Qin Yuqin. Except for Qin Wushuang, the other 3 were at the mid-stage of Qi training. Their destination was the kingdom of Dali, and in a bid to avoid detours, as well as to hone their physiques and unearth their latent potentials, they opted for this method of travel, which not only strengthened their bodies but also allowed them to gather medicinal herbs along the way. Initially, the 3 had little knowledge of medicinal herbs. However, after spending a few months in the secret realm, Qin Yuqin and Qin Lingxue had gained some understanding, while Qin Wushuang could only recognize certain herbs by their age. Lying on the ground, panting heavily, Qin Wushuang inquired, "Brother, does this method truly aid in unlocking our bodily potential?" Upon hearing his question, Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin exchanged glances filled with joy. After their healing journey, it was the first time he had called out to his brother. Following nearly 2 days at Wu Yuan's sect and a brief conversation with Fu Ping, they departed. Qin Wushuang's injuries had fully healed, and he now felt 3 to 4 times stronger than before. Qin Anyu had absorbed all the medicinal energy, unblocking 9 meridians and opening 6 acupoints beyond the 3 dantians, thus entering the mid-stage of Qi training as well. Remarkably, they achieved this in just 1 day. However, they waited 2 days longer for Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin. Knowing that their ascension was imminent, they decided to remain until the sisters reached the mid-stage of Qi training. For the elemental energy here was significantly more concentrated than in the outside world. Upon exiting Wu Yuan's sect, they began to run under Qin Anyu's lead. After a while, he increased the weight of his clumsy sword from 200 to 400 pounds. Noticing their burdens felt too light, Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin picked up stones to add to their packs. Realizing the reason behind their heavy loads, Qin Wushuang also retrieved a pack and added several stones. Yet, he felt disheartened, believing his stones were lighter than theirs. Not only was his load lighter, but his speed and endurance in running were also considerably inferior, leading him to rest more frequently, feeling inadequate. Despite his fatigue, he refrained from voicing his exhaustion to Qin Anyu, only confiding in Qin Lingxue. He felt embarrassed, as he had always regarded himself and his sister as the true prodigies, viewing his brother as inept. Now, not only had his brother stormed into the sect to rescue him, but even Qin Yuqin surpassed him in running, leaving him feeling utterly useless. After his recovery, he sensed his physical body had grown immensely stronger. Upon hearing Qin Lingxue recount the events of the past day, he learned that his brother had bravely entered the sect to save him, even securing compensation from the high-ranking members, and that the medicinal concoction had been prepared by his elder brother. After Qin Lingxue briefly shared the story, she began her training. With nothing else to occupy him, Qin Wushuang wandered the courtyard, observing his brother vigorously striking himself with a broken sword, targeting every part of his body. Qin Yuqin was also engaged in her training, so he settled down to join them. After a day of practice, his elder brother announced they would be leaving, prompting him to gather his efforts and prepare to depart with them. However, upon opening the courtyard door, They were met with the sight of high-ranking sect members and an elderly man waiting outside, who greeted his brother with an amiable demeanor, expressing a desire to converse. This shocked him greatly. Within the sect, he spoke cautiously with the higher-ups, having never encountered an ancestor before. Yet these figures displayed such care and deference before Qin Anyu. Their faces full of flattery. Much of their conversation was lost on him, filled with terms he had never heard. Elemental energy, the Pu Tian Gate, elemental stones, golden elixirs, heavenly laws, and many others. However, since Qin Lingxue had mentioned that his elder brother had forcefully infiltrated the sect to rescue him and even demanded healing herbs, he began to realize that this brother was not the man he once thought he was. He was no longer the so-called prodigy. The experiences of these past few days had only served to underscore the gap between him and his companions, gradually eroding the little sense of superiority he had held on to. It was a return to childhood, where brother remained brother, and the elder sibling was still a source of support for the younger. Qin Anyu suggested, "You might want to assess your own body and see how you feel now." Qin Wushuang quickly settled his mind to reflect, exclaiming in surprise, "I feel stronger already." Qin Anyu nodded. "Your body has accumulated some medicinal energy, which can only be fully harnessed through this approach, preventing any loss. Little sister and Yu Qin have just ascended to mid-stage, without combat. This method is the only way to stabilize and continually enhance their cultivation." Qin Wushuang flipped over and lay flat on the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Little sister, you're at mid-stage of Qi training now?" Qin Lingxue blinked proudly. "What do you think?" Qin Wushuang felt a profound blow to his confidence. "How could you advance to mid-stage of Qi training so quickly?" Qin Lingxue giggled. "Second brother, if you don't put in more effort, you'll be left far behind. I plan to journey to higher realms alongside brother and Yu Qin." Qin Wushuang asked in amazement, "Are we going to the Qinxiao realm?" Qin Lingxue scoffed. "The Qinxiao realm is only slightly superior to the Lingxiao realm. It hardly qualifies as higher or further." Qin Wushuang protested, "But the high-ranking members of our sect say that many predecessors have attained immortality at Wei Yuan's sect. Did you not see that ancestor? He is indeed an immortal." Qin Lingxue laughed derisively. "Second brother, he is merely at the foundation establishment stage. What kind of immortal is that? If he were truly an immortal, he wouldn't be subdued by my brother, compelled to offer up those medicinal herbs and elemental stones willingly. Let me tell you, the stages of cultivation are divided into nurturing qi, practicing qi, establishing foundations, forming elixirs, infant transformation, divine transformation, void refinement, merging with the Tao, and great ascension." Qin Wushuang questioned incredulously, "Little sister, how do you know so much?" Qin Lingxue chuckled. "Brother told me. You were asking why we could all advance in qi training, right? I'll tell you, brother discovered a secret realm where the elemental energy is even more abundant than that of Wei Yuan's sect's inner door. There, we battled numerous beasts at the nurturing and qi training stages. Right now, you're no match for me and Yu Qin. It's a pity that brother wanted you to join us, but you refused. However, let us not dwell on that. When brother ascended, that secret realm collapsed, and we were trapped inside for over 3 days. By the way, all those medicinal herbs brother gifted us came from that secret realm." Qin Wushuang was instantly filled with regret. Had it not been for his arrogance and disregard for his brother's feelings, he would at least be at mid-stage of qi training by now. Just as he was lost in remorse, Qin Yu Qin interjected, "Young master, there are people gathering on the mountaintop, and their numbers are increasing." Qin Anyu immediately opened his eyes to assess the situation. Indeed, many individuals were pointing at the 4 of them, and he swiftly made a decision. "Quickly recover your strength. I'll scout ahead. If they mean us harm, we'll strike first. You can handle any stragglers." Qin Lingxue handed Qin Wushuang a ginseng of noble grade, saying, "Second brother, take this and eat a bit to expedite your recovery. There will be a battle soon." Qin Wushuang took the ginseng and bit into it, mumbling, "This is for killing. How can it be your turn?" Qin Lingxue shot him an exasperated glance. "Second brother, I am a cultivator, in the face of an enemy. It doesn't matter whose turn it is. Besides, have you ever killed anyone?" Qin Wushuang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had spent most of his time in the sect training, having hardly slain any beasts, let alone humans. Chapter 49. A single defeat awakens the unmatched with the Kaidian Hongmingju in his possession and the primordial stones acquired from Fu Ping. Qin Anyu's recovery was remarkably swift. The individuals atop the mountain seemed unable to contain their impatience, dividing into small squads as they descended, their gazes fixed upon the 4. This location could serve as their final resting place. Their eyes brimmed with malice, leading him to conclude that they were either members of Putiangmen or associated with it, ultimately. Individuals bent on bringing harm to the trio of siblings. Such adversaries could only be dealt with through decisive action. As one squad approached the mountain's base, he rose, admonishing them to remain vigilant, particularly cautioning against the possibility of a surprise attack. During his own advance toward Huai Mountain, he had faced a cold arrow from a practitioner at the Qi gathering stage. Regarding direct confrontation, he held firm confidence in Ling Xue and Yu Qin, for they battled beasts daily and would undoubtedly surpass these foes. When the squad drew near, the four stood resolute. Qin Anyu unsheathed the sword from his back, while the others discarded the stones from their packs, stowing their belongings in spatial rings, swords now firmly in hand. Ah, splendid, all three were present, along with an additional mate. Seeing their arrival, yet choosing not to flee, did they truly believe in their own strength? Had they forgotten that they had captured Qin Zhuan and his wife? Could they truly outmatch two practitioners of the Qi gathering stage? Previously, their pursuers were mere outer members, inflating their arrogance. Brothers, let them witness the true prowess of Putiangmen disciples. Such arrogance was astounding, and yet, Qin Anyu, Qin Ling Xue, and Qin Yu Qin remained composed. Their eyes icy. Qin Wushuang, however, could no longer endure their scorn and reckless bravado, roaring, "Thieves of Putiangmen, return my parents." His cry elicited laughter from the adversaries. Isn't this the genius of the Qin Zhuan family? I hear he has just entered the Qi gathering stage. Do not underestimate him. A mere sect with a smattering of fame in the Song Kingdom was nothing in the grand scheme. Do not fret. You shall soon reunite with them. Behave, and you may even arrive on time. His own words drew jeers, and unable to contain himself, Qin Wushuang charged at the squad with his sword drawn. Qin Lingxue followed suit. Qin Yu Qin remained still, having discerned that none could stand against Lingxue alone. She opted to wait for the entire group to surround them before launching her surprise attack. Qin Anyu too held his ground. Having grasped a critical piece of information, you shall soon reunite with them. This could imply either that they or one among them had already been slain, or that they would soon be relocated to the Qinqiao plain. He paid no heed to the 10 or so individuals before them. Their movements and the concentration of their qi betrayed their weakness, far inferior to the beasts within the secret realm, which fought daily for survival. They lacked such peril, and thus Lingxue was momentarily safe. Qin Wushuang lunged at the foremost practitioner of the qi gathering mid-stage, delivering a powerful strike. The opponent parried with his blade, causing Wushuang to be sent reeling backward. The foe, reveling in his success, instinctively swung his sword again, aiming to replicate his earlier triumph. In the next instant, a pained howl escaped him. His sword hand severed, followed swiftly by the shattering of his leg on that side. He stumbled, collapsing to the ground. As Qin Wushuang was hurled back, pain coursed through his body, blood spewing forth as he found himself dazed. Was this truly his younger sister? How could such a small figure vanquish such a formidable adversary? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Lingxue was oblivious to her brother's astonishment. After dispatching the mid-stage practitioner, she surged toward the next, cleaving him in half amidst their astonished expressions. Now, the squad fell silent, dispersing with grave expressions as they encircled her. The other squads hastened down the mountain, their roars and shouts echoing ominously. Rumors spoke of Qin Zhuan's eldest son as a fool with immense strength, while his second son was a genius. Yet, with the elder yet to engage and the genius sent flying by a single strike, it was the daughter who proved most formidable, an unsettling revelation for them. As the squads descended, Qin Anyu inquired, "Yu Qin, are there any remaining atop the mountain?" His eyesight was not as keen as hers, prompting the question. Qin Yu Qin shook her head. "There are 2 left. Young master, I shall assist Miss Lingxue." Qin Anyu nodded in agreement. "Very well, but exercise caution." She replied, "I understand." Clearly, she aimed to swiftly resolve this skirmish before focusing on the more substantial threat ahead. Observing Lingxue incapacitate the highest-ranking member of the squad, Qin Anyu felt assured that she would face no further challengers. However, as she eliminated another opponent, the remaining members encircled her, potentially leading to a situation where she might feel hindered. This was precisely what Yu Qin had sensed, prompting her to provide support. Ideally, he wished for Lingxue to adapt and perhaps even unleash her hidden potential, but if she sought aid, he would acquiesce. With Yu Qin's timely intervention, the encirclement was swiftly dismantled, leaving behind a trail of either death or grievous injury. Qin Wushuang, now sprawled on the ground, gazed at the battlefield ahead, momentarily forgetting his pain and the instinct to rise. Inside him, a tumultuous wave surged, leading to a profound self-realization. Among the 4, he was indeed the weakest. He could not comprehend the steps taken by his sister and Yu Qin, their combat techniques foreign yet oddly familiar, executed with the ferocity of thunder and the swiftness of lightning. Their movements as elusive as a gazelle's horns. What had transpired over these past months? Had they truly encountered such extraordinary fortunes within that so-called secret realm? Regardless of acceptance or disdain, he recognized that without diligent effort, he would inevitably fall further behind. Thus, he steeled himself, grasping his sword and rising to confront a lone adversary. Although Qin Anyu's attention was primarily on the descending foes, his peripheral vision remained attuned to the trio, keenly observing their combat and planning to offer counsel post-battle, all while monitoring Wu Shuang's psychological transformation following this trial. The performance of his sisters was commendable, exhibiting the same relentless focus they had employed against beasts in the secret realm, striking with lethal intent. Qin Wushuang's demeanor reflected a similar trajectory. First, he had been struck and sent flying, leaving him bewildered. Then, witnessing Lingshue's decisive blows, he became entranced. Observing her escape from encirclement without panic, he was astonished, and finally, seeing Yu Qin break through to aid Lingxue, he was left in a state of confusion. After a brief moment of uncertainty, his gaze sharpened, and he stood, sword in hand, charging forth once more, regaining his composure. Fortunately, his resolve remained steadfast. In his mind, Qin Anyu offered this assessment of Wu Shuang before advancing toward the descending squats. Chapter 50. A forceful assault on the enemy's retreat. The adversary numbered over 40, that could not be allowed to escape unscathed. For even a multitude of ants might bring down an elephant. This group was not lacking in skill, all being at the chi refinement stage. While he himself was unperturbed by their potential encirclement, they were not so fortunate. Tactically, there exists a significant disparity between humans and beasts. The latter are far inferior. The swiftest among them was at the mid-chi refinement stage, yet they were also the most vulnerable. As one such individual descended the slope and reached the plain, he beheld Qin Anyu charging towards him. In a panic, he swung his large blade, but before it could descend, a sharp clang echoed in his ears, and he felt a constriction in his throat, followed swiftly by unconsciousness. The three mid-chi refinement practitioners trailing him accelerated, roaring in fury, "Qin Ganshi, you shall perish." Their fallen comrade had been caught off guard, his weapon immobilized by a single sword strike, while his neck was seized in a vice-like grip. And then he was discarded like refuse. Such humiliation ignited their anger, overshadowing their fear, leaving only a singular thought: to kill him. He was but one man, having exploited the element of surprise, but now they had three. Escape was not an option. In the next moment, a head soared through the air, and the remaining two instinctively recoiled. Qin Ganshi pivoted sharply, his left foot pivoting on the ground as he deftly severed the head of the mid-chi refinement practitioner in the middle. The spinning head sent chills down their spines. His combat prowess was undeniably formidable, not merely a stroke of luck. As these realizations dawned upon them, they unconsciously distanced themselves from him. Yet Qin Ganshi did not relent. If they would not approach, he would advance. With a swift step, he lunged at the left mid-chi refinement practitioner. The latter, seeing the approach, hastily adjusted his stance, gripping his blade tightly and fixating his gaze upon his opponent. This instinctive decision filled him with the foreboding sense of impending doom. What a gaze it was! Replete with malevolence and the scent of bloodshed, ensnaring his very spirit, leaving him chilled to the bone. In a haze, he beheld the sword descending towards him and raised his weapon in a desperate defense. However, this act merely drew him away from the looming dread. And it was too late. The dilapidated sword cleaved through his blade and continued its descent, delivering a sudden chill to his face before plunging him into an abyss of excruciating darkness. The third mid-chi refinement practitioner, witnessing the swift demise of his comrade, finally displayed a countenance of terror, retreating while bellowing, "Kill him! Surround him! Form a circle and eliminate him! Archers, attack from a distance!" Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the four of them were at the mid-tier, capable of swifter movement than the rest. While Qin Anyu's strikes were executed with such rapidity that even the fastest among them was still 30 paces away, Qin Anyu had already identified his next target and charged towards him. This mid-chi refinement practitioner, realizing the peril, turned and fled up the hill, seeking to escape. But did he have permission from the Celestial Emperor to flee? Qin Anyu swiftly drew his bow, releasing an arrow that found its mark as the fleeing practitioner fell, pierced through the chest. Qin Ganshi surveyed the bow in his hands, satisfied with its performance, knowing it could withstand 60% of his current strength. This bow and arrow, acquired from Huai Mountain, had exceeded his expectations, proving to be quite robust. He moved swiftly to capture the mid-chi refinement practitioner, for a living source of information was invaluable. Just as he grasped the practitioner's ankle, 2 arrows were loosed from the left and directly ahead. The arrows flew with alarming slowness. With a flick of his wrist, he caught both, noting their superior craftsmanship compared to his own. It was only natural, given that the archer from Huai Mountain was merely at the Chi Refinement 9th stage, while these two were at the Chi Refinement initial stage. A sudden thought struck him. He turned and hurled the 2 arrows toward the archer ahead while charging towards the one on the left. The arrows flew like meteors. The archer, having just released an arrow, attempted to sidestep for another shot, only to be struck by the 2 incoming arrows, one embedding in his lower abdomen and the other piercing his chest. The archer to the left was also on the move, seeking a better vantage point. But he encountered Qin Anyu mid-stride, who reached out to intercept him. Had he anticipated my trajectory, lying in wait for me? This thought sent shivers down his spine. Yet he instinctively drew his bow to retaliate. Qin Anyu disregarded the bow hurled at him, grasping the arrow aimed at him instead. With a sharp tug, he yanked the archer forward. The archer, desperate to avoid being pulled, relinquished his grip, but Qin Anyu seized the momentum, advancing with a powerful punch. The archer was sent hurtling backward, blood erupting from his orifices, his skull shattered. At this juncture, the disparity in physical strength was still not overwhelmingly pronounced, preventing a complete obliteration. Qin Anyu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at this outcome, his emotions swirling as he surveyed his surroundings. It was then that he noticed nearly 40 practitioners of the Chi refinement stage hastily ascending the mountain, their speed surpassing that of their descent, exerting every ounce of strength, fully unlocking their latent potential. One by one, they raced forward, silent save for their labored breathing, no longer uttering cries. The battle by the riverside had concluded. Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin were methodically clearing the battlefield, while Qin Wushuang lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and gasping for air. Qin Anyu shook his head, collecting the archer's bow and storing it away. He approached another archer, crouching to seize his bow and arrows, coldly demanding, "State your purpose in coming here, and I shall grant you a swift end." The archer, pierced by 2 arrows, found it a struggle to die quickly, and Qin Anyu had no interest in idle chatter about sparing him for the sake of information. The archer attempted to hold on, his expression resolute. Without uttering a word, Qin Anyu drew his sword and severed the fingers of his right hand. As a storage ring fell free, a curse erupted from the archer's lips. Qin Anyu deftly flicked the sword, dislodging the ring, which landed in his grasp. Within it were 9 elemental stones, indicating his significance to the Pu Tian sect. Zhang Yuan, the overseer of the capital, had no elemental stones in his possession. Neither did Qin Qi and Hulan, both mid-Chi refinement practitioners. The presence of these stones in his possession highlighted the disparity in their standing. As the archer coughed blood, disbelief etched across his face, he stammered, "I did not relinquish my bond. How could you peer into my storage ring?" Qin Anyu scoffed. "What are you, a mere insect? Know of the celestial powers from the heavens?" Chapter 51. Acquiring information through the 9 transformations faced with such a formidable opponent. The archer had no intention of resisting any longer. Like being spilling from a bamboo tube, he divulged everything he knew, seeking merely a swift end. Qin Anyu did not renege on his promise, delivering a single strike to ensure the archer's swift departure from this world. While it is often said that a good death is preferable to a miserable existence, there comes a point when a quick demise may indeed preserve a shred of dignity. Upon reaching the fleeing, arrow-stricken cultivator, Qin Anyu discovered he had already succumbed to death. A sense of frustration washed over him. He had hoped to extract some information from the man, only to find that a careless shot had ended his life. After collecting the deceased weapon and storage ring, he did the same with the 2 other slain mid-stage Qi practitioners, only to find, much like the first archer, that they too possessed no essence stones. Approaching the first mid-stage cultivator still lying on the ground, he severed 4 fingers from the man's right hand. The mid-stage cultivator awoke, emitting a terrified scream. Upon recognizing his assailant, he attempted to spring to his feet, but only succeeded in howling in pain, unable to rise. In his charge toward the trio of mid-stage Qi practitioners, Qin Anyu had inadvertently crushed the man's right thigh, having just mutilated his hand. The cultivator was left with no ability to leap, reduced instead to a pitiful struggle. Qin Anyu inspected the storage ring, reiterating his demand, "Speak of your purpose here, and I shall grant you a swift end." The mid-stage cultivator, however, remained resolute, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination as he declared, "I will not yield, no matter your methods." Noticing the over 90 essence stones within the man's storage ring, Qin Anyu chuckled indifferently, I have dispatched several mid-stage Qi practitioners from your Pu-Tian sect. The presence of so many essence stones within your ring suggests you are held in high regard. In that instant, as Qin Anyu probed the contents of the ring, the mid-stage cultivator felt as if his head would split open, blood gushing from his orifices. He could not comprehend why this was happening. Yet he recognized that his spiritual power was utterly inadequate before his foe. When he had received the storage ring, the attendant had assured him that as long as he dripped blood to acknowledge its ownership, no one could pry into its contents. However, he had later come across a note stating that those with formidable spiritual power could forcibly erase another's claim to an item, and those possessing strange spiritual forces could silently spy on other storage rings, even absconding with their belongings. Now he understood. Qin Anyu's spiritual power far exceeded his own. A sense of sorrow enveloped him. The sect's announcements had branded Qin Anyu as foolish, yet possessing great strength, capable of contending against mid-stage Qi practitioners. However, the reality was that he was not merely at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, but rather a mid-stage practitioner himself. His strength was not merely great, but astonishingly vast, and his spiritual power was incomparably immense. Reflecting on these revelations brought him a measure of clarity. In his despair, he accepted the truth. You are formidable, and my Pu-Tian sect has severely misjudged you. Our provocation may lead to catastrophic repercussions for our sect, yet despite this, you shall not extract any information from me. Qin Anyu smiled faintly. You are mistaken. My intention in asking is merely to spare you some agony. After all, a life worse than death is devoid of dignity. Qin Yuqin approached, inquiring, Young master, may I assist you? Turning to her, he asked, You can do this too? She nodded. Having witnessed Zhang Qili and Qin Datong applying similar methods, brutal beatings, Qin Anyu immediately shook his head. This matter does not require your involvement. Focus on your recovery. When he had first encountered her, her arm had been broken, presumably from such abuse, and he wished to shield her from witnessing such brutality again. Nevertheless, he would not employ those methods himself. A dignified celestial emperor ought not resort to such tactics. He sought a more ruthless approach. With a swift swing of his blade, he struck again, eliciting a muffled groan from the mid-stage cultivator, shattering another leg. So do you wish to speak now? The man remained tight-lipped, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. Qin Anyu chuckled. There is no rush. Continue to endure. Once I have shattered all your limbs, I shall take you to the kingdom of Dali and display you at the gates of Kun City. If you have family, I shall invite them to witness your plight. Qin Anyu, do not involve my family. Qin Zhuan is my father. Dai Linglong is my mother. They are my kin. My Pu-Tian sect will not overlook this. Incorrect. Qin Anyu retorted. I shall not spare the Pu-Tian sect. I have already declared that anyone who dares to harm a single hair on their heads will face the annihilation of their entire lineage. The wicked shall be eradicated down to their 9 clans. As for the Pu-Tian sect, any attempt to capture them renders your existence unnecessary. How many will survive depends entirely on their condition. Haha, a delusional dreamer, a child's prattle. Young Jishio, I shall escort you to Kun City. However, first, you must endure excruciating suffering. With that, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, pulverizing the remaining limbs of his captive before producing a hemostatic pill and forcing it into his mouth. This is your own hemostatic pill. It should allow you to see your family in Kun City. Through prior interrogations, he had already gleaned that the man's name was Yang Jishio, an attendant of the Pu-Tian sect who had led a team into the Song Kingdom for the dual purpose of covertly capturing the 3 siblings and expanding their influence in the region. Upon hearing Qin Anyu utter his name, Yang Jishio's face turned ashen. The knowledge of his name implied that Qin Anyu was aware of his family's whereabouts, raising the likelihood that they would be brought to witness his humiliation. The final outcome of the situation was closely tied to his own performance. Without much hesitation, he divulged everything he knew. True to his word, Qin Anyu granted him a swift end. Approaching the 3 others, he remarked, The atmosphere here is unpleasant. Let us relocate. Qin Lingxue replied, Elder brother, those individuals have fled. If they return to attack us, we may not be able to hold out for long. He chuckled. With the mid-stage cultivators gone and the archer eliminated, if they dare to return, it would indeed be our blessing. Qin Yuqin widened her eyes, asking, Does the young master mean to suggest we seek them out for practice? Qin Anyu nodded, quite astute. Your cultivation levels surpass theirs. Although your absolute power may be comparable or slightly less, these opponents are far more agile than the beasts found within secret realms. He continued, However, given your current state, it is most suitable to practice a body refinement technique known as the 9 transformations. He then began to demonstrate and explain the technique, with the three of them following his lead. Their movements were slow and fluid, resembling stretching yet distinctly different, leaving them with a sense of awkwardness. By the time they reached the third movement, Qin Wushuang could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, her limbs convulsing. As the fourth movement began, Qin Lingxue also succumbed. Her petite face contorted in agony as her body trembled uncontrollably. The moment the fourth movement was initiated, Qin Yuqin followed suit, collapsing without distinction. Before completing the fifth movement, Qin Anyu too fell to the ground, internally lamenting his carelessness. Such lapses in vigilance must not occur again. Yet he endeavored to maintain an air of composure. After all, a celestial emperor must uphold his dignity. Inwardly, he pondered the nature of his ancestor, who had perfected such a torturous body refinement technique. As a direct descendant of the Qin clan and a prodigious talent, he had perused all the clan's techniques, memorizing the origins of each. The essence of the family's legacy was to thoroughly study myriad techniques from the world and then innovate. This 9 transformations was acquired by his ancestor, Qin Mian, in a perilous realm of the lower world. Later, he had encountered a mural that merged the two, leading to his cultivation until ascension. After becoming a celestial emperor, he summarized, organized, and extrapolated the techniques he had mastered, refining some, including the heavenly creation and chaos sutra and the 9 transformations. He had examined the 9 transformations from the lower world as secret realm and had viewed the version depicted in the mural. Yet he still found Qin Mian's perfected iteration of the 9 transformations to be the most excruciatingly extraordinary, due to the arduous and painful nature of cultivation. He devised a new technique called the 9 transformations after a period of practice. Although its efficacy was somewhat inferior, it proved beneficial for body refinement. This celestial emperor failed in his tribulation, primarily due to physical inadequacies. Thus, in this lifetime, he resolved to cultivate the extraordinary 9 transformations of his ancestors. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, a middle-aged man sneezed, causing a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Beside him, a spirited young woman waved her hand to restore calm, playfully exclaiming, "Father, please do not ruin this beautiful little realm." Nearby, a plump middle-aged woman smiled coyly and remarked, "Mian Gu, someone is longing for you." The middle-aged man surveyed his surroundings with an expansive gaze, muttering, "Which brat dares to insult me?" Chapter 52. Replanting the Path of Cultivation on the Riverbank. Qin Anyu and his 3 companions lay in various postures, enveloped in silence. After enduring a fierce battle followed by the exhausting exertion of the 9 transformations body, their bodies ached profoundly. Every pore, muscle, joint, and meridian screamed in pain, making even the act of speaking a challenge. They longed to remain there, lying still. Yet, only Qin Wushuang remained truly at rest, while Qin Anyu, Qin Lingxue, and Qin Yuqin diligently practiced the Kaitian Hongmengju. Before long, the sounds of battle from beyond the mountains grew increasingly intense. Qin Anyu struggled to sit up, declaring, "We must leave this place." With that, he produced a piece of red ginseng and took a bite, tossing each of them 30 pieces of elemental stone. Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin also managed to sit up, stowing the stones in their spatial rings before biting into their own ginseng. However, Qin Wushuang was unable to do the same, though he collected the stones. He could only emit muffled sounds. I can't. Qin Anyu slapped his hands on the ground and sprang to his feet, insisting, "We must move quickly." Despite feeling utterly drained, he managed to stand, albeit unsteadily, regretting the haste that had led them here. This was no place for such intense cultivation, nor for excessive movement. Qin Yuqin, now standing, managed a wry smile. "Young master, I feel as though I am floating on water." Qin Lingxue, still swaying as if a gust of wind could topple her, managed to stand for a few minutes before Qin Anyu felt he could effectively command his body. He reached over to grasp Qin Wushuang's left arm, pulling him up as they began to walk along the foot of the mountain. The 4 of them traversed silently along the mountain's base, heading towards the battlefield. Upon reaching a sharp bend in the river, which mirrored the mountain's steep turn, Qin Yuqin, nearly recovered, suggested, "Young master, there are some caves above. Shall we rest there for a while?" Qin Anyu glanced at his companions and then at the caves in the cliffside before agreeing, "Can you both climb that high?" Though Qin Lingxue and Qin Wushuang had not fully regained their strength, he worried that encountering any dangers could render them liabilities, potentially endangering them further. Qin Lingxue nodded. "My body feels much better. I just lack strength, but climbing should not be an issue." Qin Wushuang echoed, "I can control my body well enough. I should be able to ascend." With that, Qin Anyu instructed Qin Yuqin to lead them up while he fetched water from the river. Upon returning to the base of the cliff with water in hand, he found Qin Lingxue already inside one of the caves. While Qin Yuqin was assisting Qin Wushuang in climbing, he did not immediately follow them up but instead scoured the base of the cliff for dead trees and branches. Once he had filled 5 spatial rings, he climbed up, finding that they had all entered the cave. Once inside, Qin Lingxue exclaimed with excitement, "Elder brother, this cave is enormous, with several chambers. If we weren't in such a hurry to reach Dali Kingdom, I would truly wish to stay here for a while. Facing the great river daily while cultivating would surely be invigorating, and I imagine it would enhance our progress." Qin Anyu surveyed the cave, noting its impressive size. The main chamber spanned approximately 50 square meters, with 3 adjoining rooms, each about 20 square meters. The majority of the main hall appeared to have been naturally eroded. While the rooms were clearly crafted by human hands, it was evident that the previous occupants had been swept away by time, leaving no trace of their existence behind. "Let us cultivate here for a day," Qin Yuqin suggested. "What if they discover us? We won't have time to cultivate," Qin Anyu countered, shaking his head. "This place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. As long as we guard the entrance, no one can intrude." Turning to Qin Yuqin, he instructed, "Fetch the clay pot. We shall brew a pot of medicine." Having resolved to practice the extraordinary 9 transformations body, they set their plans into motion. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the Qi refinement stage merely involved sensing the world's vital energy and drawing it into the body to convert internal energy into true energy. However, for those who had achieved success in cultivation, it was merely the foundational phase, essential for constructing future advancements. Consider a building that has reached 3 or 4 stories. If one discovers that the first floor is lacking, attempting to rectify it later, no matter how perfectly it is done, it will never be a cohesive whole, forever marred by flaws that could erupt during times of crisis. As the Immortal Emperor devoid of self, he understood this truth well. To traverse far, every stage must be mastered to perfection, a necessity especially crucial for his crude physique. During the Qi nourishing stage, when the acupoints remain closed, all cultivators practice the same method, strengthening their bodies through rigorous training. The differences lay in the speed of progress, where those with greater affinity for vital energy advanced more swiftly. His crude body, however, lacked any such affinity. Upon ascending to the Qi refinement stage, the distinctions became apparent. Under equal conditions, those with better affinity for vital energy would experience faster growth. His crude body, with its closed acupoints and locked channels, found it exceedingly difficult to transition to this stage unless one pursued a path of physical refinement. Qin Anyu's foundation in the Qi nourishing stage was particularly solid, as the original owner had been exceedingly diligent in cultivation. Upon the Immortal Emperor's ascent, he had meticulously refined his physique to reach a state of utmost excellence. A rarity in the lower realms and scarcely seen even in the celestial realm, for few factions possessed knowledge of this stage, unless one encountered fortuitous circumstances during cultivation. The preface of the 9 transformations body indicated that the optimal time for practicing this body refinement technique was post-foundation establishment. Yet, he had already executed the 4th movement flawlessly, while his companions could manage 2 or 3, signifying their readiness to cultivate, with only the need for medicinal assistance remaining. Qin Yuqin retrieved all the pots and pans and produced the spatial rings acquired after defeating the disciples of the Putnians. Qin Anyu did not require her ring, merely requesting her to gather herbs and minerals. He also extracted materials and minerals from his own, Qin Lingshue's, and the acquired spatial rings, along with firewood. Qin Anyu meticulously categorized the extensive collection of herbs, dividing them into 2 piles for separate brews. Qin Lingxue inquired, "Elder brother, why do these 2 piles of herbs differ? Do we need to use both?" He shook his head. "This pot is for me, while that one is for the 3 of you." Qin Wushuang, unusually vocal, asked, "Brother, why do you add so many minerals to your pot?" Qin Anyu chuckled, "My constitution differs from yours. My medicinal brew may be beneficial to you. You can sample a bit later." Before they could voice further thoughts, he revealed the solution. In truth, it was a concoction known as Pill of Opening Meridians, promoting the unblocking of channels and beneficial even to ordinary cultivators, albeit the pain endured from this method surpassed that of forced expansion. After brewing the Pill of Opening Meridians, he commenced practicing the 9 transformations body again, albeit with greater restraint than by the river, executing the 5th movement with careful slowness and precision. Chapter 53. Concerns arising from body-quenching effects after undergoing transformation. Qin Anyu felt that his gains were far greater than those experienced previously on the riverbank. The process was slower and the pain lessened. The more he honed his skills, the more opportunities his muscles, bones, skin, and internal organs had to be exercised. He wondered how the ancestors had managed their training, as the later generations seemed to practice in a manner that was increasingly distorted, leading to a gradual decline in the practice of this technique. He believed this to be the case. Yet he failed to recognize that his eagerness was the root cause of their ultimate weakness. Nonetheless, this approach was indeed time-consuming, a sentiment shared by Qin Yuqin and the other two. When he reached the fifth movement and could not proceed further, the two concoctions had already been prepared. Qin Lingxue announced, "Elder brother, the medicinal broth is ready for use." The next question followed. "Elder brother, will such a slow pace yield results?" Qin Ganshi took the opportunity to gather his energy, slowly reflecting on the key points I had mentioned, thus discerning the effectiveness of the endeavor. Although his entire body ached, the warmth amidst the pain indicated remarkable results. After consuming a bowl of the heavenly broth, he immersed himself in the quenching ointment. Amidst enduring various tortures, he faintly heard Qin Wushuang's anguished cries. He was the first to agree to add a spoonful of the quenching ointment to his body-quenching broth. And now he must have begun to feel the suffering. Instead of rushing out to witness the chaos, he focused on channeling his energy, calmly observing the changes in his body, casting aside all pain as if it belonged to another. During the soul-splitting ordeal, he had adopted a similar approach, rooted in the teachings of his ancestors, who advocated for breaking conventions and tearing down barriers to achieve a clearer self-understanding. This method proved effective, as he split his soul at an accelerated pace and gained a deeper self-awareness than others. Regrettably, he later discovered a certain frailty in his body, and by the time he sought to rectify it, it was too late. He was forced to undergo a divine tribulation, striving to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors, which nearly led to his demise, only to find survival in this clumsy form. Within less than an hour, Qin Anyu emerged from the clear medicinal broth, his face a portrait of despondency. The results of this body-quenching session fell woefully short of expectations, only stimulating 3 meridians and 2 acupoints, yielding a mere 30% of the previous outcome, with the cellular activation rate plummeting to merely 10% of the last session. The lack of cow tendon grass, the absence of bone-covering tendons, and the low-grade and limited variety of minerals and herbs hindered progress. The existing inventory could not be relied upon for improvement. He needed to seek new herbs and minerals. This realm remained too primitive. "Young master, what seems to be the problem?" Upon seeing his dejected demeanor, Qin Yuqin and Qin Lingxue inquired in unison. He quickly dispelled those negative thoughts, forcing a smile. "The effects were not as good as before, hence my disappointment." Turning to glance at another room, he asked, "Is Wushuang not out yet?" Qin Lingxue replied with a smile. He couldn't bear it and came out immediately after entering. "Seeing you still inside," he went back, and after several trips, he finally settled down. Qin Anyu cautioned, "If you continue in that manner, the efficacy will diminish. It would be wise not to emulate him. If possible, try to perceive your body as another's, observing the changes from the perspective of a bystander." As he articulated this, he realized that the level of training here was too rudimentary, lacking systematic methodologies and advanced philosophies. Thus, some of the training ideologies he deemed fundamental were unheard of in this context. This indicated the necessity for more communication in the future to impart some systematic training techniques. Though it would undoubtedly be more exhausting for him, he felt compelled to endure. After all, their remarkable training potential and close bond made the effort worthwhile. He withdrew, allowing them to begin concocting their medicinal brews while performing the 9 transformations movements. Unfazed by their activities, Qin Anyu wielded his clumsy sword, striking his body fiercely from head to toe, then from toe to head, alternating back and forth, ensuring not a single pore or surface was overlooked. The hall echoed with the dull thuds of his self-inflicted punishment. Witnessing his self-destructive behavior, the two could not suppress their concern, their movements faltering momentarily. However, determination soon replaced their worry, and they resumed their focus, concentrating solely on the effects of their own actions. It dawned on him that the training of a clumsy body was far more arduous than that of his ancestors. While the latter claimed that body refinement required a degree of humility, this clumsy cultivation seemed to demand a penchant for self-flagellation. Without the meridians opened, the absence of pain was insufficient to sustain cellular vitality, risking regression into stagnation. As he relentlessly struck his body, the completion of their medicinal concoction signaled the end of their 9 transformations movements. "Young master, we must heed your advice." Though our movements were slow, the results surpassed those from the riverbank, one remarked. "Indeed, elder brother, why didn't you suggest we slow down earlier?" I could barely stand afterward. Now, although my body aches all over, I can still control it. He could not confess that he had not considered such details. Nor could he admit that he had unknowingly become like that. It was evident he could not. Since they had reaped benefits, they would need to practice whenever possible, striving to enhance their physical resilience swiftly. After the two retreated to brew their medicinal broth, Qin Wushuang emerged to find him vigorously striking his body with the sword. He stared in bewilderment for a while before asking, "Brother, what are you doing? Is this a remedy for your pain?" To such a seemingly amusing yet foolish question for a cultivator, he could only respond, "I am seizing the moment. Won't you strike a blow as well?" Qin Wushuang shook his head. "I feel significantly stronger. The influx of essence into my body has accelerated. I need a moment to reflect." Qin Anyu, continuing to strike himself, queried, "What were you thinking during the medicinal bath?" "What else could I think of but the pain? Surely the pain must have subsided. Did you not contemplate other matters?" "I did think, why do you know so much? And how are younger sister and you Qin so strong?" Qin Anyu nearly choked at his words, almost losing his composure. Rather than seizing the opportunity to understand his own transformation, he pondered such frivolities, oblivious to the cultivation practices of Wu Yuan's sect. "Forget it. I shall wait for Ling Xue to emerge and let her instruct you." He truly was a nemesis of his own. Chapter 54. Wild Chicken Vine on the Cliff in a Stone Cave atop the sheer cliff. Qin Anyu and his companions engaged in rigorous training for a day and a half before resuming their journey. After refining their bodies once more, each felt a notable increase in confidence and combat prowess, prompting them to ascend the summit rather than traverse the foothills. Upon descending, they encountered the battlefield they had heard about 2 days prior, a grim sight indeed. From the halfway mark to the valley floor, more than 20 corpses lay scattered, all belonging to the group from Pushunmen. They recognized them as they had previously witnessed the fleeing figures, more than half of whom were now displayed here. Qin Yuqing inquired, "Young master, it appears their adversaries were formidable as well. Not a single one lay dead." Qin Anyu tousled her hair. "How can you be so sure none perished? They wouldn't simply carry away their dead." Qin Yuqing blinked, realization dawning. How could I have overlooked that?" Qin Anyu chuckled. "That's because you didn't think it through, nor was it necessary." She looked up at him, asking, "Why not?" He patted her head, "Because your young master, am invincible and will lead you into battle across myriad realms." Staring at the mangled corpses, Qin Wushuang stood in a daze, while Qin Lingxue began to turn over the bodies, searching for something, muttering, "No spatial rings, no intact weapons, everything has been taken away, not a trace remains." Qin Anyu approached her, saying, "Little sister, stop looking. These bodies have been disturbed, indicating they were thoroughly cleaned up." Qin Lingxue, filled with indignation, replied, 26 cultivators of the Qi gathering realm. How could they be so thoroughly disposed of?" Qin Anyu asked, "From the current scene, what do you observe?" Qin Lingxue raised her gaze. "What? The bundles. They were all carrying packages before, yet now not a single one remains." Qin Yuqing exclaimed in sudden understanding, "Indeed. I sensed something was amiss. It was the absence of packages." The victorious side, in a bid to save time, neglected to check and simply took the bundles away. Qin Anyu pointed towards the distant mountains. That mountain marks the boundary between the Song and Dali kingdoms. The victors, fearing reinforcements from Dali or Pushunmen, aimed for a swift resolution and departed immediately after the battle. To these seemingly simple matters, Qin Anyu, unperturbed, patiently explained, for they had all grown up in sheltered environments, never having witnessed such scenes. Experience is gleaned through observation and exposure, allowing one to draw inferences. As they reached the mountains marking the two kingdoms' boundary, Qin Yuqing pointed at a distant sheer cliff, saying, "Young master, there's a stone cave over there, housing a large snake, comparable in size to those in the secret realm." Following her gesture, Qin Anyu indeed spotted a stone cave. Although he did not see the snake she mentioned, he noticed a cluster of vines at the cave's entrance adorned with golden flowers. His heart stirred. Was that the wild chicken vine? The wild chicken vine, originally known as leaf-activating vine, features leaves that layer upon one another and contract tightly when threatened by intruders, forming a dense mass resembling pages, hence its name. Over time, it became known as the wild chicken vine. Flowers, fruits, leaves, vines, and roots possess medicinal properties. The flowers and fruits benefit soul cultivation, while the leaves, vines, and roots enhance affinity with wood elements and strengthen tendons, with the roots also fostering affinity with earth elements. Remarkably, as a terrestrial plant, its flowers harmonize with water elements, and its stems align with fire elements. qualities not found in other medicinal herbs. This uniqueness renders it exceedingly rare, often inciting fierce competition for its possession in the wild. Though it can be found in the gardens of some powerful factions, its cultivation is arduous, requiring stringent growth conditions, thus it never reaches the market. If this discovery proves authentic, it would be a monumental gain, allowing them to forego the use of both bull tendon grass and overbone tendon, which merely serve as substitutes for the wild chicken vine. Their combined effects inferior. Even if it were not, slaying a chi-gathering realm snake for its meat would still be advantageous. Let us investigate further. As he turned to proceed, Qin Wushuang's lips twitched. But she ultimately remained silent and trailed behind the group. Upon reaching the cliff space, they were astonished by the sight before them. Below lay a vast pit, adjacent to which was a large opening, the pit's bottom and cave mouth teeming with snakes, an overwhelming sight that sent shivers down their spines. Among them were common snakes, those of the chi-nourishing realm, and even chi-gathering realm serpents, all intertwined, their tongues flickering in the air. Amidst the writhing mass of serpents, 2 specimens of the wild chicken vine, each over 300 years old, alongside several younger plants, stood out. Qin Wushuang felt her legs tremble. Brother, let us leave. We shouldn't attempt to harvest either above or below. I see now, if we climb up, we'll either be devoured by the snake or pushed into the pit ourselves. Either way, it spells doom. No wonder the wild chicken vine has thrived for so long, becoming a medicinal treasure. Qin Anyu replied coolly, one of those wild chicken vines could be worth more than a dozen varieties of basic medicinal herbs, while the one above could rival dozens of advanced types without such efficacy. Why should we not take them? Qin Lingshuid chimed in, second brother, we are cultivators now. We must strive for what we can claim. They are merely snakes, nothing to fear. We can slay them if need be. Though Qin Wushuang felt they could not win, she hesitated to voice her concerns again. After a thorough observation, Qin Anyu concluded, we shall first use smoke to drive away the majority of the snakes. Then deal with the few that dare to attack us. Let us divide our tasks. I will fetch water, while you gather firewood, ensuring we have both dry and damp materials. Qin Yuqing promptly responded, I understand. It's to create smoke to drive the snakes away. With her comprehension of his intentions, Qin Anyu refrained from further elaboration, and they quickly dispersed to fulfill their respective duties. Chapter 55, The Serpent's Den and the Wild Chicken Vine. Qin Anyu returned with the water from 2 spatial rings, while Qin Yuqing and the others had gathered firewood from 6 rings. Brother, what is our next step? Surround them, leaving an escape route. First, throw some firewood in. Then toss in some ignited kindling. Anyone who dares approach us, eliminate them. Be cautious not to throw firewood near the wild chicken vine. The 4 acted swiftly, encircling the massive pit and began tossing in the firewood. Ultimately, they were not of a high enough realm. These snakes exhibited no strong territorial instincts. Upon seeing the firewood, the chi-nurturing and chi-refining level snakes would whip their tails in defense, while the ordinary ones simply fled. The 6 spatial rings of firewood were insufficient, failing to cover 3/4 of the pit's perimeter, so they continued to gather more. Upon returning to the pit's edge, they spotted 2 chi-refining level snakes slithering onto the ground, eyeing them menacingly. Qin Anyu drew the bow and arrows he had seized from the chi-refining level snakes, knocking an arrow and shooting. One arrow struck a snake squarely in its snout, while another pierced the jaw of the second snake, causing both to thrash violently. Qin Yuqing charged at one snake with his sword, swinging fiercely. The first strike landed on the snake's snout, cracking its skull, while the second struck its teeth, shattering them and breaking his sword in the process. The sudden turn of events momentarily stunned her, but she quickly regained her composure, retreating swiftly to join the others and narrowly avoiding the snake's thrashing tail. Turning to Qin Anyu, she sheepishly remarked, Young master, could it be that my technique was flawed, leading to the sword's breakage? He chuckled lightly, that was merely a mundane sword. You are now at the mid-stage of chi refining. Naturally, such a weapon is unsuitable. Your rapid advancement has left you without the proper armament. Saying this, he tossed her a large blade. This is suitable for your level. Make do with it for now. Qin Wushuang, with a bold demeanor, chimed in, Brother, could you provide me with a bow? Your archery is quite impressive and can inflict damage on our foes. Qin Anyu tossed her a spatial ring. Utilize these for now. Inside the ring lay a bow and over 40 arrows, captured from Huai Mountain. Now equipped with a bow suitable for chi refining practitioners, she was grateful. Taking the large sword, Qin Yuqing charged forward again, followed closely by Qin Lingxue, each targeting a snake for battle. After observing their skirmish for a time, Qin Anyu resumed throwing firewood while Qin Wushuang practiced with her bow, diligently refining her technique. Before long, both of them had vanquished their adversaries, and Qin Anyu finished tossing in the firewood. Qin Yuqin called out, "Young master, I shall refrain from igniting the fire. It is best to skin the snakes immediately after they perish." This girl was fierce in battle, yet unreserved when it came to feasting. With the two chi refining level snakes slain, the remaining serpents in the pit became increasingly desperate. As ignited firewood was tossed inside, some managed to escape through a gap, while others burrowed into a crevice beneath the precipice. They continued gathering firewood, primarily aiming for that opening, unaware that several snakes were emerging from it. Thinking the crevice was deep, they persisted in their efforts. At one moment, upon returning with more firewood, Qin Anyu noticed smoke billowing from the crevice in the cliff, which was tightly blocked by the heads of the snakes. Realizing that this crevice was connected to the other, indicating a passageway within, he was relieved. With this revelation, matters became simpler. Qin Anyu readied his bow and arrows, alongside Qin Wushuang, to shoot at the serpents peeking out from the upper crevice. Meanwhile, Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin began to chop down trees, tossing them into the pit's opening to stoke a great fire, subsequently excavating the wild chicken vine, leaving only two 30-year-old specimens. Dense smoke billowed through the passageway, causing the snakes above to hesitate, wounded by the brothers' arrows. As the heads of the serpents at the entrance clustered tighter together, the nature of the passage within remained a mystery, as not a single snake dared to emerge from that opening. Feeling a bit bored, Qin Yuqin joined Qin Lingxue in processing the snake meat. After confirming the demise of the mid-stage chi refining snake, Qin Anyu resolved to excavate the wild chicken vine of initial human-grade quality. He did not ascend from the small pits on the right, where a thick layer of snake blood coated the rocky surface, making it slippery and foul-smelling. Instead, he climbed from the left side. With experience scaling the death cliff and having improved his cultivation, he ascended swiftly. Upon nearing the wild chicken vine, he confirmed it was indeed the vine he sought. Noticing its roots had cracked the stone beneath, he sensed something was amiss. Such a vine would not grow in such a location unless the rock contained particularly rich energy. The Qin clan of the celestial realm cultivated wild chicken vines using degraded chaos soil, as ordinary soil was often inadequate for successful growth. Even if the environment here were harsh, leading to stronger adaptability, it would not thrive on this rocky surface, nor could it attain initial human-grade quality. With numerous doubts swirling in his mind, he proceeded to excavate the wild chicken vine, believing that uncovering the orientation of the roots would yield answers. Facing the sheer cliff, he opted not to use a sword, but instead employed his fists and palms to break through. Now at the chi refining level, his physical prowess could shatter stone, and he had long been training his physique. With each punch and slap, the cracked stones were obliterated, revealing golden roots before him. As the crown of the vine coiled into a mass, with flowers entwined, exhibiting a state of stress, gradually he discerned that this cliff was no ordinary one. The fissures he had shattered were not solely caused by the roots of the wild chicken vine, as they all grew inward. This wild chicken vine was mutated, approaching the mid-stage of human-grade quality. After exposing all the major roots, he muttered to himself and turned to observe the conditions of the stone cave. Indeed, he had excavated nearly 4 feet deep, allowing a section of the wild chicken vine's roots to be fully revealed, clearly showing a distinct reddish-yellow ring at the juncture of its stem and roots, while another was beginning to form, albeit faintly. The classification of medicinal ingredients is based on such rings, with the color of the ring reflecting a combination of the root and stem. For instance, if the root is yellow and the stem red, it forms a reddish-golden ring, making it easily distinguishable. The initial roots of this wild chicken vine were oriented straight inward, while the others grew along the fissures, but after 3 feet, they all turned inward, resembling hands reaching for something. Clearly, there was something within that it sought. Digging 3 feet deeper, the rock softened, and he sensed a rich presence of primordial energy, along with traces of iron, titanium, copper, gold, silver, and other minerals, as smaller roots began to appear. Indeed, this was as it should be, due to the ample primordial energy and mineral resources. The wild chicken vine could thrive to such a degree in this barren realm, and it explained the presence of so many chi refining level snakes. Continuing to excavate a foot deeper, the roots could no longer support the weight of the wild chicken vine's body, and the crown showed signs of sagging. This could not be. No root could be lost. He hurriedly exited the cave, calling for them to bring wood for support. But they insisted he first join them for the snake meat and broth, which was already cooked. This was unacceptable. Even a gentle breeze could sever the roots. Upon his insistence, they all climbed back up, bringing small trees, snake meat, and broth, while the three of them propped up the wild chicken vine with the small trees. Anew gathered several large stones at the cave entrance. Looking at the lifeless heads of the four snakes, he declared, to prevent you from being displaced by other snakes, consume the wild chicken vine. I, the Immortal Emperor, have decided to provide you with a few stones for support. He moved the snake heads aside and placed stones in the center, then secured them tightly, ensuring that the snakes inside could neither push out nor pull in. And even if they could, it would create a significant noise that they would hear. After completing this task, he returned to the roots of the wild chicken vine, joining them to relish the feast. Chapter 56. The transmission of cultivation techniques in the cliff cave. Qin Wushuang could no longer contain her drool. The first bowl of soup was devoured before she even had the chance to savor it. In contrast, Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin displayed a more refined demeanor while consuming their meals, yet neither uttered a word as they polished off a generous bowl of soup. After finishing, Qin Lingxue sighed, stating, "This is the most delectable soup I have ever tasted, without exception." Qin Wushuang, halfway through her second bowl, chuckled and replied, "I would like to say the same, but I fear you might mock me." Qin Lingxue retorted, "A cultivator should follow their heart. Why should one be burdened by such concerns? If you like it, then admit it. If you don't, that is equally valid. Simply act in accordance with your true feelings." Qin Wushuang smiled awkwardly. "Little sister, you are quite knowledgeable." Qin Lingxue raised her chin. "This wisdom comes from our elder brother. He knows far more than those in the sect." The four of them indulged in a sumptuous feast, consuming an entire spirit cheese snake, leaving not a drop of soup or a morsel of meat behind. They leaned against the stone wall, content to remain silent and motionless, eyes closed, relishing the warmth enveloping their bodies. However, Qin Wushuang was the only one fully immersed in this bliss, while Qin Anyu and the others focused intently on circulating their cultivation techniques, striving to absorb the ambient spiritual energy. After a while, Qin Wushuang sensed something amiss. The air around them began to stir. She opened her eyes and observed faint whirlpools of energy swirling around the three of them, her heart brimming with astonishment. She eventually voiced her curiosity, "Little sister, how do you cultivate to create such whirlpools?" Without opening her eyes, Qin Lingxue replied, "This is taught by our elder brother." Qin Wushuang turned to Qin Anyu, "Brother, do you have a suitable cultivation technique for me? Please teach me a set." Qin Anyu heard her request, and Qin Lingxue's response. The reason he had yet to instruct her in cultivation techniques was that he had not fully discerned her character. Initially, when they first met, she was proud and aloof, lacking familial affection. After being rescued, she appeared to have lost all confidence. Through their time together, he discovered that she was not only impulsive and lacked initiative, but also lacked resolute will. The heavenly creation and primordial technique could not be imparted to her. And even the second strongest technique of the Qin clan, the starlight technique, was deemed unreliable to share with her. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that her golden spiritual root was quite impressive. Had she been in the celestial realm, she would undoubtedly be considered a moderate talent. Thus, he resolved not to refine her spiritual root further and decided to allow her to cultivate the mixed heaven golden essence technique with diligence in her practice. Achieving immortality should not pose a problem. The cultivation of a singular spiritual root would not be slower than their progression with the heavenly creation and primordial technique. He then opened his eyes and stated, "Very well, but the technique must not be disclosed without permission. Can you adhere to this?" The mixed heaven golden essence technique was a unique cultivation method tailored for those with golden spiritual roots, developed by their ancestors and their matriarch, and was not to be shared indiscriminately. Only elite clan members were permitted to exchange it. Qin Wushuang hesitated before inquiring, "What would happen if it were to be accidentally leaked?" Qin Anyu coldly replied, "It could lead to the annihilation of our clan. Have you not heard that techniques must not be shared carelessly?" Qin Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, then why are you allowed to share it?" This question prompted Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin to open their eyes, anxiety etched on their faces as they looked at him. Qin Anyu maintained his icy demeanor. "I am permitted to share it because I have my own means. You, however, do not. Every clan possesses its unique techniques. Once they are leaked, it poses significant risks to the clan. Consequently, if a clan's techniques were to be divulged, there would be efforts to hunt down the cultivator and hold the leaker accountable. The transmission of clan techniques is such that even parents cannot pass them to their descendants. Those wishing to cultivate must seek to exchange for them at the clan's transmission hall. Failure to do so could lead to severe consequences, including becoming a waste of potential or, in the worst case, the extermination of the clan. These rules gradually emerged after humanity established dominance in the celestial realm. Previously, if one could acquire a technique, they could cultivate it. His ability to pass the technique to them stemmed from his status as a fallen member of the clan, allowing him to impart it to those closest to him to build his own influence and expand the Qin clan's presence in the lower realms. Upon witnessing Qin Anyu's demeanor, particularly his gaze, Qin Wushuang felt a surge of fear. Pondering why her brother exhibited such a side to him, was it a result of his experiences in that secret realm? After a brief yet intense internal struggle, she finally gritted her teeth and declared, "Brother, I promise I will not impart this technique to anyone without your permission." She then raised her right hand. "Otherwise, I would rather die without a burial place." As soon as she uttered these words, the sky darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously above. This scene terrified Qin Wushuang. Was it truly this prophetic? Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin's expressions grew grave, mentally reinforcing their commitment. Without the eldest brother's, young master's, permission, they would never share this technique with others. Seeing their reactions, Qin Anyu nodded. "You have witnessed this. It is the binding nature of oaths. If you violate it, the heavens will exact punishment. Do not take oaths lightly. I will impart to you the mixed heaven golden essence technique, which is best suited for your golden spiritual root. Now listen closely." He then recited in a calm voice, "Boundless as the universe, like a dream, like an illusion, primordial chaos abounds with golden light. The path is obscure, yet I alone shall enjoy. In the vastness of heaven and earth, observe the minutiae. It is often said that secrets should not be shared with ears of six. However, such a concern did not exist here with the Immortal Emperor. Both women had already cultivated the heavenly creation and primordial technique, so they would not be concerned with this technique. On the contrary, knowing more about such techniques would greatly benefit them in creating their own methods, ultimately providing them with greater assistance in the future. Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin yearned to resist the sound of Qin Anyu imparting the technique, yet the resonance of his voice was too powerful to withstand. Their attempts to block it only led to near reversal of their internal energy, prompting them to cease their cultivation of the heavenly creation and primordial technique and instead focus intently on this new technique. Qin Anyu remained unaffected, simultaneously circulating the heavenly creation and primordial technique while imparting the mixed heaven golden essence technique. With the foundation of his Immortal Emperor soul force, he could multitask effortlessly. However, he remained oblivious to the increasingly loose stone wall where the wild chicken vine's roots lay, with grains of sand occasionally trickling down. In this exceedingly lowly realm, he did not perceive any threats to himself. Thus, to conserve his soul force, he had not developed the habit of multitasking. After reciting the technique, Qin Wushuang silently repeated it, but as she progressed, her memory faltered more. Qin Anyu, noticing her struggle, understood that she, like Qin Yuqin, had only retained the portion corresponding to the mid-stage of foundation building. He did not elaborate, but simply said, "Remember what you can for now and cultivate that. Anything you forget, you can inquire about later." Techniques are matched to cultivation stages, aside from oneself, that is. As he was elucidating some queries they encountered during their cultivation, a sudden rustling sound erupted from within, prompting him to turn and see two cold eyes gazing intently at them. Chapter 57, Beneath the Essence. Venom of the Serpent. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Anyu immediately deduced that the stone wall had collapsed. Turning to look, he beheld a large gaping hole where the wall had fallen. Amidst the rubble, he discovered a plethora of mineral deposits, alongside dense white stones exuding a rich vitality. These stones contained less energy than the elemental stones but were no less potent than those found in secret realms. From within the cave, a serpent's head emerged, one belonging to a creature of the late Qi refining stage. Instead of succumbing to panic, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement coursing through him. Finally, he had encountered a beast of the late Qi refining stage, allowing him to utilize the beast blood he had previously collected. His ancestors had imparted the wisdom that the blood of foreign races, with their diverse survival conditions and inherent talents, served as excellent materials for body refinement. This knowledge, however, was a closely guarded secret among the upper echelons of the Qin clan, unknown to the outside world. Even the lower-ranking members who practiced such methods only understood the results, not the underlying principles. Drawing the crude sword from his back, he lunged forward, piercing the serpent's head with a swift thrust until only the hilt remained outside. The serpent, agitated by the smoke in the passage, attempted to retreat but inadvertently collided with the stone wall, creating a hole that allowed it to catch a whiff of fresh air and glimpse the four humans outside. Recognizing that they were excavating the precious wild chicken vines, it became alarmed. Its clan depended on these vines for sustenance, and it rarely consumed them directly, preferring to feast on the fallen flowers and fruits instead. In a moment of urgency, the serpent prepared to attack the intruders, intending to devour them and subsequently consume the vines. However, just as it adjusted its body, a human charged forward, piercing its brain and clouding its vision, causing it to convulse uncontrollably. Realizing its imminent demise, the serpent resolved to take its assailant down with it. With great effort, it opened its mouth, unleashing a spray of pale blue venom. Upon witnessing this, Qin Anyu shouted in alarm, "Beware of the serpent's venom." He did not evade. Instead, he positioned himself before the serpent's maw, absorbing the brunt of the toxic spray. The venom coursed through him, igniting an intense itch that rapidly escalated into excruciating pain. He watched in horror as his skin began to smoke and melt, followed by his muscles and bones. His abdomen disintegrated almost instantly, as the venom corroded his insides. Was this how he would meet his end? Instinctively, he activated the Kaitian Hongmeng-ju. Meanwhile, Qin Lingxue cried out in agony, "Big brother, Yoken and I have been poisoned. The toxin spreads within us, and it hurts terribly." Struggling to turn his head, he noticed that they too bore signs of corrosion, with visible patches of bone. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang had managed to avoid the venom, though he stood in a daze, staring blankly at the smoking bodies of his companions. In those fleeting seconds, Qin Anyu sensed the potency of the venom waning, a testament to the efficacy of the ancestral technique that he practiced. "Stay strong, little sister. Yoken, this is an opportunity," he urged. "Wushuang, boil 3 pots of water." Upon hearing this, Qin Yoken immediately understood his intent and began to channel the Kaitian Hongmeng-ju while retrieving 3 large pots. Qin Wushuang snapped from his stupor and hastily gathered stones to construct a makeshift stove. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Lingxue activated the Kaitian Hongmeng-ju. Her panic dissipating, Qin Anyu filled the 3 pots with water, initially intended for dousing the serpent's lair, which he had fortuitously carried with him. After filling the pots, he turned to drag the serpent's body, aware that the precious blood it contained was urgently needed and should not go to waste. Qin Lingxue rushed to assist, her heart breaking at the sight of her brother's exposed insides. "Big brother, you must not succumb," she wept. Qin Anyu managed a pained smile, assuring her, "There is no cause for alarm. This is our chance, perhaps the greatest one we'll encounter in the spirit bridge realm." After dragging the serpent halfway, he swiftly eviscerated it to extract its heart blood, the essence of its vitality. He then fervently tossed herbs and shards of stone into one of the pots. As the contents reached a third full, his strength waned, and he collapsed onto the ground, yet his voice persisted, "Quickly, gather those white stones. Take as many as you can. Yoken, pull out the wild chicken vines and place them in the second pot. Do not fear breaking their roots. The losses are negligible." While Qin Yoken complied, stuffing the vines into the pot, Qin Anyu continued to manage the third pot, while Qin Wushuang assisted in excavating the white stones. As they worked tirelessly, they ultimately breached the stone wall, connecting with the interior passage, revealing a vast expanse of white and a multitude of serpents, some unconscious or incapacitated. This time, Qin Wushuang remained unperturbed as he, along with Qin Yoken and Qin Lingxue, eliminated the remaining conscious serpents, discarding them into the passage below and sealing both ends to create a more spacious area. As the medicinal broth neared completion, Qin Anyu retrieved his bathtub, instructing them to bring theirs as well, arranging a bed of white stones around the tubs. They soon recognized the abundance of vitality within the white stones, their excitement almost leveling the rugged ground. Subsequently, Qin Anyu divided the medicinal broth. The second and third pots contained identical mixtures, while the first pot differed, yielding the least for Qin Wushuang, who received only half a portion, whereas Qin Anyu claimed the lion's share at 80%. After blending the 9 types of beast blood with the serpent's essence and distributing the mixture, Qin Anyu retained 60%, with Qin Wushuang receiving 10%, and the remaining 30% split between Qin Lingxue and Qin Yoken. As Qin Wushuang gazed at the final concoction, a look of conflict crossed his face, but he steeled himself and consumed it. Before entering the bathtub, Qin Yoken, filled with concern, asked, "Young master, I can see your intestines. Will you be all right?" With a reassuring smile, he replied, "The fascia remains intact. I shall be fine." To his astonishment, he discovered that the abdominal fascia, previously dissolved, had miraculously regenerated. Truly, the foremost technique of the celestial realm, the foundation upon which the Qin clan had thrived for eons. As they all immersed themselves in the medicinal bath, he refrained from practicing the 9 transformations, instead mixing a bowl of wild chicken vine broth with the third pot's concoction and drinking it before submerging in the tub. The pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced. As the serpent's venom-corroded wounds began to heal, they were assaulted by the even more potent refining concoction. Despite attempting to separate his spirit from his body, the agony remained unbearable. Unbeknownst to them, they had attracted the attention of others lurking nearby. Chapter 58. Conditions of the Chi-Huang Pharmacy. The wild chicken vine had long been coveted, particularly by the Chi-Huang Pharmacy, the largest apothecary in the Dali Kingdom. On one occasion, a pharmacist from the pharmacy ventured to the precipice and spotted this vibrant yellow-flowered vine. Recognizing its potential for research, he promptly ordered his accompanying guards to descend and collect it. However, as they approached the vine, they were unexpectedly seized by a serpent's head and vanished without a trace. Realizing that a serpent capable of devouring initial-stage Qi practitioners was guarding the vine, he understood it was beyond his reach and swiftly returned to report. Upon hearing about the plant protected by a Qi practitioner-level serpent, the pharmacy's higher-ups immediately recognized its extraordinary nature, suspecting it possessed unique medicinal properties and a high grade. As such, protection was not typical. They dispatched a skilled team of guards, comprising 6 mid-stage and 12 initial-stage Qi practitioners, yet they suffered the loss of 3 lives. 2 were fatally injured, and 4 others were severely wounded, returning in disgrace. During their retreat, they observed more of the coveted plant in a massive pit below, prompting them to return equipped with snake-repelling drugs like Realgar. Alas, they were again met with disaster, forced to flee in disarray. After reflecting on their failures, they sought the assistance of the pharmacy's only late-stage Qi practitioner, but he too succumbed to the serpent's venom, corroding half of his body before plummeting from the cliff. In his dying breath, he urgently warned, "There is a late-stage Qi serpent. It is not to be trifled with." Such declarations only intensified the pharmacy's resolve to acquire the herb. Over the ensuing years, they repeatedly enlisted the aid of late-stage Qi practitioners from outside. Yet each time ended in similar disaster, with practitioners either dead or near death. After several such failures, the higher-ups finally grasped that the herb was unattainable and gradually quelled their aggressive ambitions. Though they could not forcefully seize the herb, their thoughts lingered on the possibility of one day excavating the plants, leading them to send observers to monitor the area, hoping the great serpent might venture beyond its lair. Unfortunately, the serpent remained steadfastly in place, diminishing their hopes, yet they continued to send scouts, yearning for a stroke of fortune. Today, tasked with reconnaissance was Chen Fan, an 8th-stage Qi practitioner. While excavating a century-old common herb at the mountain's summit, he noticed smoke wafting upwards. He swiftly unearthed the herb and dashed down the slope to peer around a massive boulder, only to display disdain upon spotting a few small figures. They believe smoke can drive away the serpent. How naive. After Qin Anyu successfully shot down a massive serpent of mid-stage Qi, he felt they might indeed succeed. Racing back to inform others, when he returned with 2 high-ranking sect members and 6 mid-stage Qi practitioners, they found the cliffside cave teeming with severed snake heads, while the coveted plant had mysteriously vanished. "Chen Fan, did you say they were merely children?" asked the second steward. Indeed, they were 2 boys and 2 girls. Though not small in stature, their faces still bore the innocence of youth. Yet the eldest exhibited remarkable strength, striking down a large serpent with a single arrow. How could this be? Here lies a serpent of late-stage Qi, and we could not even fend it off with Realgar, suffering significant losses. How could they have succeeded in just 4 short hours? Steward 3, I assure you it is true. The eldest boy shot down 2 serpents, after which a girl rushed in to slay them. Not wishing to miss any details, I hastily returned to report. From a distance, a guard interjected, "Masters, there are still 2 plants left in the pit, though a few serpents linger nearby." The group promptly approached him, and the second steward exclaimed, "Indeed, there are still 2 plants. Let us excavate them for further study." Having previously visited, he recognized the wild chicken vine. At this moment, another guard, Zhou Yikong, inhaled deeply and inquired, "Do you all smell something?" "Smell what?" asked Steward 3. "A faint smell of smoke." Zhou Yikong pointed downward, indicating the source. Steward 3 approached and sniffed, gesturing toward the ashes on the ground below the cliff. "Could it be that fire has traveled up from there?" Zhou Yikong confidently replied, "No. I am sensitive to such things. The warmth of the smoke carries a medicinal scent, and from this distance, it is improbable." Steward 3, dismissively, stated, "That merely indicates they had a fire in the cave. It bears no further significance." "I wish to descend and investigate," Zhou Yikong insisted. Steward 3 shook his head. deeming it unnecessary. Instead, let us quickly extract the 2 plants and see if we can catch up with them. Anyone capable of such feats must possess valuable knowledge. Reluctantly, Zhou Yikong complied, descending swiftly with the others toward the pit's edge. Along the way, they encountered numerous serpents, yet none dared confront them. Upon sight, they fled in terror. This was of no concern, as among the 9, only Qin Fan was of lesser rank. Upon reaching the pit's edge, the second steward expressed confusion. Why do these serpents seem so listless? Is the fire's effect truly that powerful? Steward 3 waved his hand dismissively. Kill them all. Let us extract 1. No. 2 plants to cultivate. The second steward pondered, but what of the late-stage Qi serpent? Has it departed? Zhou Yikong and the others soon dispatched the serpents. Then approached the 2 stewards, saying, Masters, I wish to inspect the cave. Perhaps I might uncover something of interest. The second steward waved his hand dismissively. They have all left. There is nothing of value. Suddenly, he fell silent, as laughter erupted from within the cave. For figures emerged from the cavern entrance, appearing as children, albeit taller than typical youths. The quartet seemed oblivious to their presence, swiftly climbing towards the mountain's peak with the agility of monkeys. Zhou Yikong exchanged glances with Steward 3, as if to assert, See, I told you there were people inside. Steward 3 opened his mouth, but remained speechless, astonished that indeed there were occupants within the cave. Witnessing this, the second steward sprinted along the cliff space, calling out, Young friends, might you inform us what herbs you excavated from that cave? These 4 were undoubtedly Qin Anyu and his companions. Hearing the call, none responded, continuing their ascent. Seeing this, the second steward persisted, Young friends, we are from the Qi Wang Pharmacy, the foremost in the Dali Kingdom. Should you share the names and uses of those herbs, we could offer you the greatest discounts on any herbal needs you may have. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyu, recognizing the opportunity, replied, Come up, and I shall tell you. Chapter 59. A thought-provoking statement. Qin Anyu and his companions swiftly ascended to the summit, awaiting the arrival of the second shopkeeper. Qin Wushuang inquired, Brother, we must rescue our parents. Engaging too much with outsiders may reveal our whereabouts and endanger them. Qin Anyu replied nonchalantly, There are myriad ways to save someone. Stealth is one, while open confrontation is another. 2 months ago, I declared that if a single hair were harmed, I would annihilate their entire clan. Qin Wushuang's eyes widened, swallowing hard, but they are a sect. Qin Anyu responded indifferently, The Wu Yuan sect is also a sect, and you are well. Qin Wushuang fell silent. For that was a painful scar, a reminder of a time when he was lured into a trap due to a spatial ring, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Had Qin Anyu not intervened, it was uncertain whether he would have survived to this day, let alone rescue their parents. Although sects presented a united front against outsiders, their internal strife was far from negligible. The second shopkeeper soon scaled the cliff, accompanied by 4 guards, presenting Qin Anyu with a wooden token. Young friend, I am the second shopkeeper of the Qi Huang Apothecary. This is our VIP card, which grants a 20% discount on all purchases. Could you enlighten me on the names and uses of those herbs? Qin Anyu did not take the token but gazed into his eyes, asking, Do you believe that we do not know their names? The shopkeeper was taken aback. If you do not know the names, then what were you doing? Battling snakes and extracting from the pit, while plucking this herb from the cliff. He thought to himself, yet he retained his grip on the token, smiling. You jest. Young friend, such promising youth would not squander their time idly. Deciding to cease the jesting, Qin Anyu accepted the token and stated, The herb is called leaf-activated vine, which is entirely medicinal. He derived some satisfaction from his playful teasing, and neither the shopkeeper nor the guards appeared offended, indicating that the apothecary maintained a respectable manner. Upon hearing of its remarkable properties, the shopkeeper lamented, Had I known of its extraordinary efficacy, no price would have been too great to reclaim it. He then asked, Young friend, could you possibly part with a couple of these plants? Particularly the one on the cliff. I am open to negotiation. Qin Anyu smiled, I can offer you younger specimens, but that particular one is out of the question. It has already been utilized. We do possess 2 others. Is that insufficient? Having used that particular leaf-activated vine for several hours of body refining, he not only healed his wounds but also reaped substantial benefits. Though his cultivation level remained at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, his previously formidable spiritual power had noticeably increased. The exact extent of this enhancement was indiscernible at his current level, yet it was palpably greater. As for his physique, the damage to his skin, muscles, and bones had fully recovered and undergone significant transformation. Signs of activation were evident in 12 meridians and 36 acupoints, with one channel intermittently flowing with internal energy, awaiting full unblocking to convert that energy into true qi. His companions had similarly thrived, with Qin Lingxue and Qin Yu reaching the later stages of qi refinement, while Qin Wushuang attained the pinnacle of the mid-stage. However, the level of their cultivation was not the primary concern. The most crucial aspect was the enhancement of their spiritual power and the fortification of their bodies, which would lay a solid foundation for their future endeavors. The shopkeeper chuckled ruefully. Though it possesses remarkable effects, the short age renders it insufficient. We must cultivate those two plants. Qin Anyu was aware of the challenges associated with cultivating leaf-activated vine, but did not underestimate these forces, as they specialized in such activities. We have specimens over 200 years old, some over a century, and a few decades old. We have only recently excavated them. If you desire to cultivate them, that is possible. However, we are not looking to sell. We wish to exchange for some premium-grade herbs and common herbs over 100 years old. The shopkeeper smiled and requested the names of the herbs. Qin Anyu replied coolly, cow tendon grass, bone-covering tendon, long bone flower, intent entwining grass, pomegranate gold fruit. All of these require premium-grade quality, and I request 5 of each. As the shopkeeper's expression grew increasingly grave upon hearing the names, he finally could not contain himself. Young friend, to be honest, not only are these premium-grade herbs unfamiliar to me, but even the names of many, such as Tianji Winter, I am hearing for the first time today. Qin Anyu took no offense at the shopkeeper's ignorance regarding some herb names. Perhaps the nomenclature varied across dimensions. Do you have any literature on herbs? I would like to peruse it. Although the shopkeeper did not have any on hand, he promised to take them to the apothecary for a look. Without delay, they set off, disregarding those still excavating leaf-activated vine in the pit. Upon learning that the 4 were not mounted, the shopkeeper joined them on foot. Qin Anyu urged them to descend first and wait at the foot of the mountain. Yet they were reluctant, fearing they might flee. Qin Anyu felt quite vexed. They were not attempting to escape. Running down the mountain would serve to strengthen their bodies and awaken their cellular potential. He could not abandon them, as he still needed to exchange herbs. Blindly searching yielded nowhere near the efficiency of trading with a specialized organization. Nonetheless, he still made minor gains. While descending near a waterfall, he spotted a vast expanse of long bone flowers, among which one was premium grade and 5 over 200 years old, with several hundred of various ages. Seeing him direct Qin Wushuang and the others to excavate the long bone flowers, he joined in, prompting the shopkeeper to ask curiously, "Young friend, why do you excavate this toxic iris?" Qin Anyu, taken aback, did not answer but asked, "Is this the long bone flower? Does the Qiwang apothecary possess any premium grade specimens?" The shopkeeper nodded and shook his head. "There are only a few, and they are quite inexpensive. If you desire them, we can assist in acquiring a large quantity." Qin Anyu chuckled. No need for a large quantity. Just 10 premium-grade specimens will suffice. These were essential materials for his humble body refining, and it was entirely reasonable for them to be aware of their toxicity. The shopkeeper patted his chest, assuring, "I will ensure you receive 10 premium-grade specimens. If you could share their uses, I would provide them free of charge." His thirst for knowledge was indeed palpable. Qin Anyu nodded, "Prepare them first, and I will discuss it after reviewing your herbal compendium." Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he spotted a massive rock beneath which grew a cluster of Tianji Winter, approaching premium grade. Excited, he unearthed it for its stem. Observing his enthusiasm, the shopkeeper did not comment further but remarked in confusion, "Although this Qiu Tiandong is premium grade, its use is rather singular, primarily for treating pulmonary ailments." A flash of realization struck Qin Anyu, and he inwardly chastised himself. This was a low-tier dimension. The primary application of herbs was for healing. How many would be used for cultivation? His previous rigid thinking had clouded his judgment. He had been foolish. One could indeed gain profound insights from the words of others, for a single statement could open the floodgates of thought. Chapter 60. Preparations turned to farce as Qin Anyu conversed with the second shopkeeper while strolling. He primarily listened to the latter's tales about the medicinal herbs, picturesque landscapes, and exquisite cuisine of the Dali Kingdom, alongside the formidable powers that resided therein. After traversing over 30 miles, upon sighting a city in the distance, Qin Anyu suddenly inquired, "Second shopkeeper, what is the nature of your relationship with the Putian Gate?" As he posed this question, he fixated his gaze on the second shopkeeper, though his peripheral vision remained attuned to the expressions of the 4 guards accompanying them. For a fleeting moment, the second shopkeeper's eyes darkened, before he responded, "The Putian Gate can be considered one of our major clients. procuring substantial quantities of medicinal herbs from our Huang apothecary each year. Concurrently, the faces of the 4 guards revealed a flash of anger, which dissipated after a brief pause. Observing these subtle expressions, Anew understood the underlying tension. "You may proceed ahead on horseback," he instructed the second shopkeeper, receiving a message via carrier pigeon. The second shopkeeper expressed his reluctance to return without the valuable medicinal herbs he had unearthed for research, insisting on accompanying them. Only after Anew urged them to return and prepare the herbs, citing pressing matters to attend to, did they reluctantly agree to ride back first. As they distanced themselves, Qin Lingxue queried, "Elder brother, do you intend to eliminate the Putian Gate's stronghold in this city?" Her astuteness was commendable, as she quickly grasped Anew's intentions. Qin candidly remarked that the young master required an abundance of medicinal herbs, some of which were unavailable at Huang apothecary, yet the Putian Gate, hailing from a higher realm, might possess them. Anew chuckled, "Are you suggesting we seize them?" She shook her head, clarifying that it could hardly be deemed theft, as they were being relentlessly pursued by agents of the Song Kingdom, and compensation was warranted. This clever girl had grasped the essence of the cultivation world, albeit at an accelerated pace. Nevertheless, with the Immortal Emperor by their side, there was little to fear. Unlike the Song Kingdom, which was ruled by an emperor with appointed officials across provinces and cities wielding absolute authority, the Dali Kingdom's emperor held a more nominal power, with actual authority largely controlled by various families and factions. The city lords were elected by local powers, merely requiring the emperor's acknowledgement. This divergence in governance resulted in varied administrative practices across cities. For instance, in the city they were about to enter, every individual was required to pay a Dali copper coin upon entry. Fortunately, the second shopkeeper had forewarned them, and they exchanged 1 tael of silver for 100 copper coins, thus entering at a favorable rate. The copper coins, crudely minted from copper, had a conversion rate of 1 tael of silver for 100 coins. Without the coins, one would only be able to exchange for 50 upon entering. As they approached the city gates, Qin Lingxue quietly remarked, "Elder brother, 2 individuals are watching us, and they appear quite menacing." Anew smiled lightly, retorting, "Would an elephant concern itself with ants? It is said that a multitude of ants can overwhelm an elephant, yet no one has ever witnessed such an occurrence. It remains a mere fanciful notion. In truth, an elephant, if careless, might inadvertently crush an ant hill. However, an abundance of ants can indeed be quite bothersome." As they continued down the street, the presence of those trailing them caused local merchants to shutter their shops. Anew exhaled a sigh of frustration and headed directly toward the Putian Gate stronghold. Upon entering the alley leading to their base, those trailing them surprisingly formed a protective barrier, blocking both ends of the alley and scolding any passerby or resident who dared to glance their way. Upon arriving at the entrance of the stronghold, they found the gates wide open, revealing over 40 cultivators, all at the qi refining stage, with the most formidable among them at the later stages of qi refining, seated alone while others stood, mockingly observing the 4 of them. Clearly, they had been well prepared and were awaiting their arrival for quite some time. With a smile, Anew stepped boldly through the gates and, upon reaching a distance of 10 feet from the seated cultivator, remarked, "Indeed, your demeanor is commendable." Then he coldly inquired, "Where is Zhou Wuqi? Where are my parents?" At the mention of his parents, the qi refining cultivator, initially amused, suddenly found his expression turning to one of fury, as he realized the gravity of the situation. "How dare you enter the territory of the Putian Gate and speak so arrogantly?" he bellowed, waving his hand to signal the closing of the gates and the encirclement of the intruders. Remaining seated, he exuded an air of calm confidence. Anew surveyed the surrounding walls, noting their modest height of only 2 meters, allowing for potential escape for those at the early qi refining stage. He then coolly stated, "Those at the early stage may flee, but those at the mid and late stages must remain." In unison, Qin and Qin Lingxue replied, "Understood." At that moment, the throng of individuals who had followed them also entered the gates, sealing them behind, and took their positions, weapons drawn in readiness, evidently to prevent Anew and his companions from fleeing. This perplexed him. If one wished to escape, would they not consider scaling the courtyard walls? However, it was clear that it was the Putian Gate members who were truly at risk of fleeing. Anew unsheathed his broadsword, instantly alleviating a burden of 500 pounds, adjusting the sword's weight to 50 pounds for ease of movement. Altering the weight while walking was beneficial for physical training. Lightening it before combat facilitated the defeat of adversaries. Just as Anew opened his mouth to inquire further, he was interrupted by the late-stage cultivator's command, "Attack." Such an air of superiority rivaled even that of the Immortal Emperor. 12 mid-stage cultivators brandishing weapons charged forth. 6 targeting Qin Anyu while the other 6 circled him to assault Qin Lingxue and Qin Wushuang. One could not deny the formidable strength of the Putian Gate. Even in this small city, such a stronghold boasted numerous qi refining cultivators, including a late-stage one. In the entire Tanzhou prefecture, he had yet to encounter a single late-stage qi refining individual. In an instant, he moved with the speed of lightning, as agile as a leopard. His memories of various techniques merged seamlessly, prompting instinctive execution of the swiftest and most nimble maneuvers without conscious thought. Surely, this was a benefit of his possession. The sounds of clashing metal echoed through the courtyard as the 6 mid-stage cultivators fell, while 2 others who attempted to circumvent him were swiftly dispatched due to their insufficient speed. Around him, 8 arms wielding weapons and 8 legs detached from their owners, leaving a cacophony of anguished cries resonating throughout the courtyard, with the clanging continuing unabated. Chapter 61. Cleansing the stronghold. Qin Anyu returned to his original position, and the clanging sound ceased, leaving only the echo of 8 anguished cries in the courtyard. The battle concluded within 10 seconds. Qin Anyu severely injured 8 adversaries. Qin Yuqing personally dispatched 1, frightened another into retreat, while Qin Lingxue eliminated 1 more. Qin Wushuang's opponent, despite having a slight advantage, chose to withdraw. A palpable terror enveloped the courtyard, instilled by Qin Anyu. Qin Yuqing, Qin Lingxue, and Qin Wushuang stood in stunned disbelief. They had never anticipated such formidable prowess from him. Particularly for Qin Wushuang, his mind was in a daze, grappling with the realization of his brother's staggering growth and combat strength. The members of Putiangmen were equally bewildered. 8 mid-stage practitioners, typically regarded as a moderate force in the Dali Kingdom, had been easily bested by Qin Anyu. The mid-stage practitioner was left in a state of disarray. It was over. If 8 could not prevail, neither could he. The task they had painstakingly secured was destined for failure. What should he do? Flee? Such cowardice in battle would surely implicate his clan. What good was the clan to him? If he could hide away, he could forge a new lineage after escaping. But no, the vitality concentration in the Lingxiao Plain was too low, barely sustaining his current level even in the Dali Kingdom and the Qinqiao Plain. He would be forced to retreat to the fringes with no hope for advancement, and establishing a new family was uncertain at best. He had the power to incapacitate the 8, yet he was not guaranteed victory over me, for I am at the later stage. Soon, clarity returned to his mind. He rose steadily, brandishing a long spear. Qin Anyu, I must concede your strength. I underestimated you. However, he declared, you shall not leave this courtyard. Everyone, attack. Witnessing the shift in his demeanor from confusion to clarity, and the audacity to wield a weapon despite knowing he was outmatched, Qin Anyu felt a measure of admiration. Unless one sought death with single-minded intent, anyone confronting a formidable opponent inevitably experiences such a process. Those who can rekindle their fighting spirit afterward are invariably of resolute will. However, he had allied with the wrong faction, placing himself on the opposing side, thus ensuring a grim fate. He wished to test the waters, unafraid of death, unconcerned about injury. The response was a battle cry, kill. Charging forward with his spear, he bore the momentum of a colossal boulder, unstoppable and thunderous. He was indeed a skilled combatant, moving with purpose, each step firm upon the ground, leaving imprints of determination. As he advanced, the others followed suit. The remaining 5 mid-stage practitioners surged alongside him toward Qin Anyu, while the others set their sights on Qin Yuqing and the 2 companions. They employed a pack-of-wolves strategy, hoping for one successful assault to lead to overall victory. In the center stood the late-stage practitioner, flanked by either 2 or 3 mid-stage adversaries, creating an ostensibly impenetrable encirclement. Yet to Qin Anyu's discerning gaze, vulnerabilities were apparent. In footwork, attacks, and coordination, flaws abounded. Thus, he wielded his sword, effortlessly passing through each opponent, severing arms and legs as if slicing through tofu. Having dispatched 6 foes, he pivoted and plunged into the fray surrounding the trio, the task becoming increasingly effortless. Qin Yuqing, alongside Qin Lingxue and Qin Wushuang, stood back to back, countering attacks until one charged forth, only to witness the assailant's momentum falter. Upon closer inspection, they beheld Qin Anyu advancing, and their spirits soared. As he breached the encirclement, those trapped within perceived the carnage left in his wake, a pathway strewn with the remnants of their comrades. He had not slain a single mid-stage or late-stage opponent, yet had decimated over 10 early-stage ones. Was there purpose behind this? Terror-stricken, they turned to flee, each racing towards the courtyard walls. Qin Anyu did not pursue. Instead, he turned, grasping the late-stage practitioner's head with his left hand while playfully toying with his spatial ring in his right. Speak, divulge everything you know. The late-stage practitioner opened his mouth, weakly uttering two words, dream on. Just as Qin Anyu was about to administer torture, he noticed the man's complexion shift to a pallid gray. Rising, he remarked coolly, I did not anticipate your resolve to die, opting for poison. Realizing the futility of interrogation, he ceased further inquiry. 10 minutes later, the four had finished cleansing the battlefield. Qin Anyu stated, since we are here, we cannot depart empty-handed. We must seize their treasures, lest we lack the gold to procure medicinal herbs from the Qi Wang apothecary. Under his guidance, the quartet swiftly located the stronghold's treasury, amassing not only considerable wealth but also a variety of herbs, two of which even the second manager had never heard of. In a common storage area, they discovered ample food supplies and resolved to prepare a meal before their departure. They chose to cook for themselves rather than dine at an outside establishment. For Qin Anyu sought to impart a three-talented battle formation during the cooking process. Compared to the others, Qin Wushuang's combat strength was notably lacking. Without his protection, only Qin Lingxue could offer him any safeguard. This formation would alleviate some of their burdens, though the alleyways were blocked at both ends by Putiangman members. There remained residents in between. These inhabitants soon heard the wails emanating from the courtyard, lamenting the navet of the four youths who had ventured into such a den of wolves. What a pity. However, moments later, they were startled to hear the anguished cries mingled with frantic shouts, the latter not belonging to youths, but rather to adults, igniting a flicker of curiosity and a glimmer of hope. Shortly thereafter, the residents on both sides heard the sound of bodies landing atop their roofs, tiles shattering along the way. They dared not voice their grievances, merely observing the direction of the falling debris as it moved away from the courtyard. When the sound of crumbling tiles ceased and the wailing quieted, some cautiously emerged from their homes, pulling open their doors and peeking outside. To their astonishment, the Putiangman disciples who had blocked the alley were nowhere to be seen. Only then did they step outside. Upon inspecting their roofs and noting the considerable damage, they erupted in furious exclamations, cursing the culprits responsible for the destruction of their tiles. As one voice rose, so too did another. And soon the chorus of indignation grew louder. A multitude of residents emerged from their homes, examining their rooftops and voicing their outrage. After a time, the majority of them huddled together, seeking to uncover the truth of the matter, while a few ventured cautiously to the entrance of the courtyard. Peering through the cracks in the door, what they beheld left them utterly aghast. A scene of dismembered limbs and fetid odors painted a nightmarish tableau. Some rushed to the city lord's office to report the incident, while others gently pushed the door ajar, revealing the harrowing reality within. The patrol team from the city lord's office soon arrived, their expressions grave yet their eyes betraying a sense of relief. Captain Wulin directed his subordinates to clear away the limbs and corpses, while he and a few others conducted a thorough search of the premises. Upon reaching the back kitchen, they were stunned to find the four youths seated at a table, dining. A neighbor who trailed behind exclaimed in surprise, "How are you still here? You're unharmed?" Chapter 62. A relentless advance to the mountain gate. Qin Anyu and Qin Wushuang were dining when they noticed several individuals clad in uniform, accompanied by two others in distinct attire, entering the room. They intended to greet them but were preempted, prompting them to simply respond, "We are certainly fine." Wu Linpu inquired, "What is your name?" Qin Anyu had no intention of concealing his identity and readily divulged his name. Wu Linpu continued, "Did you witness the fighting outside?" After taking a mouthful of rice and a piece of spirit-boosting beast meat, Qin Anyu cleared his mouth and replied, "We did the killing." His response caused the others to instinctively step back, while the guards of the city lord's mansion gripped their weapons more tightly. These individuals possessed remarkable audacity. Having slain so many, they showed no desire to escape, instead opting to continue their meal. Wu Linpu furrowed his brow and asked, "Why did you kill them?" Qin Anyu replied nonchalantly, "We merely came to collect a debt, yet they sought to kill us." Wu Linpu clearly found his words hard to believe. "Do you not realize they are from the Putian Gate?" The Putian Gate wields significant influence not only in the Dali Kingdom but also in the Qinqiao dimension. Qin Anyu nodded, acknowledging his awareness. However, he was unaware that Wu Linpu not only knew of the Qinqiao dimension but also of the Putian Gate, indicating that such information had been concealed from the higher echelons of the Song Kingdom and the cultivation community. Wu Linpu promptly asked, "Did you also come from the Qinqiao dimension?" Qin Anyu chuckled, "No, we just arrived from the Song Kingdom today." This response left Wu Linpu momentarily speechless. The combat prowess of the Song Kingdom was reputedly inferior to that of the Dali Kingdom. How had such powerful youths emerged? After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "When do you plan to leave?" He had deduced that since enmity existed between them, and they were aware of Qin On Yu's name, even if the Putian Gate sought trouble, he could find a way to evade responsibility, given that the forces of the Putian Gate were too numerous to contend with. And the city lord's mansion was even less capable. Qin On Yu recognized Wu Linpu's concern regarding potential retaliation from the Putian Gate and assured him they would depart after their meal. With this assurance, Wu Linpu ceased his inquiries and exited the dining hall with his companions, allowing them to finish their meal undisturbed. After dining, they resumed their journey, setting out with weighted strides. Along the way, they gathered any scarce or high-level medicinal herbs they encountered, and upon reaching towns, they sought out the strongholds of the Putian Gate to clear various warehouses. However, by the time they reached the summit of a mountain outside of Bijiri City, they had only managed to clear 3 warehouses, as the strongholds in the towns along the route had already been stripped bare. With the inhabitants gone, there was naturally nothing left to salvage. Nevertheless, Qin On Yu had accumulated considerable gains. First, in medicinal herbs, most of which he had reported to the second shopkeeper. With only 6 varieties, including Chieni grass and Lujin fruit, remaining undiscovered. Second, in ores, having exchanged some seized weapons and gold for dozens of high-quality ores, including early-grade iron and copper essence. While traversing a volcanic region, he had also recovered several pieces of celestial stones weighing 3,000 jin. Observing these celestial stones, he concluded they were not from the Qinxiao dimension, but rather from a more distant realm. With these celestial stones, if he could also find the remaining 6 medicinal herbs, he would be able to establish a solid foundation. Noticing Qin On Yu meticulously counting his spatial ring, Qin Wushuang inquired, "Brother, have you not finished counting? I've seen you tally several times." Qin On Yu playfully kicked him. "Why are you watching me if you're not cultivating?" As they journeyed on, he noted the changes in Qin Wushuang. The haughty demeanor had largely dissipated, and the burgeoning self-doubt was slowly fading. Most striking was the apparent deepening of familial bonds, as if Wushuang valued family even more than he did. At this moment, Qin Yuqin opened his eyes and asked, "Young master, shall we head to the Putian Gate first, or to the Qiwang apothecary in the city?" Qin Lingxue interjected, "I believe brother will choose to visit the Putian Gate first." Qin On Yu queried, "Why is that?" Qin Lingxue replied with pride, "We gathered quite a bit along the way and made several purchases. If we can find the missing herbs at the Putian Gate, there is no need to barter with them." Qin On Yu shook his head, asserting that even if it wasn't necessary to trade, they should still pay a visit, as one should uphold their promises. As they continued, he reflected on his journey. Having traversed the Lingxiao dimension, he ought to leave behind some mark. Although he did not seek fame, he could certainly leave behind echoes. The Qiwang apothecary was not a sect focused on cultivation. Instead, he could share insights on medicinal herbs and pharmacology that better aligned with practical realities, thereby aiding more people. Once the group felt sufficiently recovered, they set off again, heading toward the location of the Putian Gate. Gradually, Qin On Yu noticed several riders, either in the spirit-enhancing or qi-training realms, observing them with intent. Some galloped away upon spotting them, confirming that the Putian Gate had indeed set its sights on them. Qin Yuqin and the others also began to recognize this unusual behavior and asked him what they should do. Qin On Yu calmly replied, "Pay them no mind. Those who obstruct shall perish." A dignified Immortal Emperor would not concern himself with such trivial factions. Only 2 miles from the Putian Gate, 3 small teams patrolled nearby. Qin On Yu chuckled. "Look, they're anxious. It's as if they're welcoming us." He turned and loudly proclaimed to the patrols, "Go back and inform your sect leader. If you do not release my parents, we shall annihilate the Putian Gate, and those who wish them harm shall face extermination." The members of the patrol seethed with rage, one of them bellowing, "Qin On Yu, do not be arrogant. If you dare come, we shall not hesitate to kill." Qin On Yu drew his bow and shot an arrow. The man, startled, swung his large blade in an attempt to block and evade. Due to the ancestral lineage of the Qin clan, archery was a tradition. The starry sky archery technique was practiced by all until they reached the void refining stage. The Immortal Emperor's aspirations lay not in archery, but rather in swordsmanship. Thus his archery skills, while ranking among the top 10 within the clan, were still formidable. Although this bow paled in comparison to the Tianqing bow and the Pobi bow, and the original owner had never mastered archery techniques after several attempts, he had fully grasped the essence of shooting with this bow. Such a skilled archer could not be impeded. With a soft thud, the man fell from his horse, emitting a piercing scream as the arrow pierced through his abdomen. Qin Anyu stowed his bow and continued his advance toward the mountain gate of the Putian Gate. Qin Lingxue inquired, "Brother, they have all fled. Shall we not collect our spoils?" Qin Anyu chuckled as he tucked his bow away. An early-stage Qi trainer without a spatial ring or burdens. What spoils could there be, aside from that horse and blade? We shall save our spatial rings for the Putian Gate, where there will be plenty more. Qin Wushuang chimed in. The Putian Gate is bound to hold many spatial rings. Qin Anyu's readiness to act without provocation left the patrol members incensed but speechless. He was indeed reckless, unafraid of the sect potentially using his parents against him. With no one to disturb them and no trouble sought, Qin Anyu led the trio with unwavering focus to the front of the Putian Gate. Surveying the surroundings before proclaiming loudly, "Release my parents, otherwise I will obliterate the Putian Gate." Chapter 63. The sword intent of the nascent soul slaughters the masses within and around the gates of Pushman. 300 to 400 individuals stood armed and vigilant. Among them, over 30 powerful practitioners at the late stage of Qi refinement. Upon hearing the audacious words of Qin Anyu, their anger flared, yet none responded, merely casting him hostile glares. Observing this, Qin Anyu drew his bow, nocking an arrow and aiming it at one of the late-stage practitioners. Another late-stage practitioner roared, "Kill!" and all armed individuals surged forward. Qin Anyu swiftly shifted his target, releasing the arrow. The practitioner who had shouted felt the arrow aimed at him and immediately summoned all his focus. Unfortunately, the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered his efforts futile. Even with heightened alertness, he was powerless against the impending threat. The iron arrow pierced through his neck, continued on to obliterate the chest of another mid-stage practitioner, and ultimately embedded itself in the abdomen of a third. Despite this, none of the remaining attackers faltered. They pressed forward relentlessly. Witnessing this, Qin Anyu's gaze turned frigid as he unsheathed his crude sword. Resorting to a formidable technique became imperative. Gripping the sword tightly, he channeled his soul energy into it, activating a sword intent. The moment the sword intent was awakened, he was immediately seized by excruciating pain. A small portion of the activated sword intent coursed through his body, wreaking havoc within him. The gap in their cultivation levels was too vast. Having not cultivated his own sword intent, utilizing another's resulted in mutual injury. However, he had no choice. These adversaries disregarded martial ethics, charging en masse rather than in an orderly fashion. Mutual harm it would be. He would sacrifice 1,000 foes to see how many he would lose. Suppressing the agonizing pain, he bellowed, "All of you shall perish." With a sweeping motion of his sword, a radiant white light erupted momentarily before vanishing. Silence enveloped the world. The gates of Pushman lay in ruin. Debris and shattered wood obstructing the thoroughfare, while the trees flanking the path within 30 yards of the gate were all severed. The throng of 300 to 400 felt as though time itself had frozen. They could not move, their consciousness stilled, their voices silenced. Despair flooding their hearts in that instant. In the depths of their minds, a singular thought arose. What manner of opponent is this? As the light dissipated, the gates transformed into a scene of carnage, with dismembered bodies and severed limbs littering the ground. The dead could not utter a sound, and the living had forgotten how to scream. Such a sight instilled profound terror. One strike, merely one strike. The elite of the sect had been annihilated in an instant. Yet they could not discern how the attack had transpired. Qin Wushuang and the others stood in stunned silence, initially contemplating utilizing the three talents formation to vanquish their foes, only to be overwhelmed by an immense pressure that rendered them motionless. They could only watch as Qin Anyu unleashed his sword, incapacitating such a multitude. At that moment, Qin Anyu felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. His mind swam, his body grew weak, and blood seeped from his pores. He had to plant his sword into the ground to steady himself. Not bothering to feign strength, he simply sat down, taking a few bites of a premium-grade ginseng while grasping 5 pieces of origin stone in hand, hastily circulating the Kai Dian Hongming formula. In the celestial realm, a nascent soul sword was of little consequence, yet, in this lower realm, its power proved formidable. Had it not been for his immense soul energy, he could not have unleashed such might. Nevertheless, it had drained 60% of his soul energy and 90% of his true qi. Moments later, the remnants of the soldiers erupted into harrowing wails, pain jolting them back to reality. Their agonized cries roused Qin Wushuang and the others, who immediately surged forward to engage. Having already seized 4 strongholds of Pushman, they possessed ample experience in delivering the final blow. However, this time, they did not slay the wailing individuals immediately. Instead, They inquired about the whereabouts of the Qin Zhuan couple. After absorbing 5 pieces of origin stone, Qin Anyu produced another 5 to continue his recovery. Upon reaching the third intake, he detected signs of activation in 3 meridians and 18 acupoints, filling him with excitement. It turned out that refining his crude body required self-discipline akin to that of his ancestors. Along the treacherous cliffs at the border between Song and Dali kingdoms, he had opened 2 meridians using wild chicken vines and a plethora of minerals, stimulating additional meridians and acupoints, thus reaching a total of 31 activated meridians and 96 acupoints. Yet, realizing the vast number of unactivated meridians and acupoints still lay ahead, his exhilaration tempered, for the path ahead was long and arduous. After discarding the 35th to 40th pieces of origin stone dust, he stood, once again clutching 5 pieces of origin stone, and slowly advanced towards the scene of slaughter. The interrogation by Qin Wushuang and the others was progressing too slowly, resulting in some of the dismembered practitioners succumbing to their wounds. Even though his soul energy had not yet fully recovered, he could not afford to wait any longer. He scoured through the corpses until he found a gravely injured late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, hoping to attempt a soul search. After a brief period, disappointment washed over him as he found it impossible to conduct the search, though an unusual sensation began to emerge. True Qi and soul energy were rapidly replenishing. He understood in an instant that this was due to the continuous operation of his cultivation technique, the Kaitian Hongming formula. Reputed to absorb all under heaven for one's own use, including soul energy, was indeed at work. Although his family strictly forbade such practices, the circumstances were exceptional. He justified his actions to himself and continued to operate the technique, persisting in the soul search. Continuing the interrogation, uncertainty gnawed at him as he sought further information to validate his previous findings, even though he had already gleaned much. The situation was peculiar. More individuals appeared within Pushman. Though late-stage Qi refinement practitioners were scarce, there were still some, and behind them, others continued to arrive, possibly drawn by the commotion, yet they must be approached with caution. After conducting soul searches on 2 late-stage and 3 mid-stage practitioners, Qin Anyu arrived before the shattered gates and called out to those inside, "You may leave. From this day forth, Pushman shall no longer exist in the Lingqiao dimension." He had already discerned that on the very day they entered the Dali kingdom, the Qin Zhuan couple had been relocated to the Qinqiao dimension, escorted by the likes of Zhou Wuqi and others. Thus, keeping these individuals was futile. It was better to allow them to depart. Not only had Zhou Wuqi and his companions escorted the Qin Zhuan couple, but they had also taken away a substantial amount of medicinal herbs and minerals. The Pushman in the Qinqiao dimension did not prioritize the Lingqiao dimension, focusing instead on the local resources and a few talented practitioners. The faces of those inside the gates turned pale, terror-stricken. With the gate collapsed and so many Qi refinement practitioners slain, their sect's faith crumbled. Upon hearing his declaration, they all fled toward the gates. As they reached the entrance, Qin Anyu shouted once more, "Individuals may leave, but the belongings of Pushman must remain." Having cleared the battlefield, Qin Wushuang and the others rushed forward, leaving behind their storage rings and the possessions of Pushman. Some raised their bundles, exclaiming, "I only took a few articles of clothing. I didn't even take bedding." Others unwrapped their bundles, placing items on the ground before departing. A late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, unwilling to part with his storage ring, attempted to escape from the side, shouting, "I am an elder of the sect. This storage ring was purchased with my own funds. Why must I relinquish it to you?" Furious, Qin Wushuang retorted, "All that belongs to Pushman is ours. We merely wish to spare your life." Qin Yuqing moved swiftly, blocking his escape route, while Qin Lingxue and Qin Wushuang employed the 3 talents formation, repelling him with a single strike, gravely injuring him in 2, and ultimately delivering the fatal blow in 3. Such an example rendered those with ulterior motives docile, as they hastily relinquished all they ought not to keep. The ruthless execution of an elder instilled fear in the onlookers, making them wary of the quartet's formidable strength, extinguishing any thoughts of opportunism amidst the chaos. Chapter 64, Gathering Medicinal Herbs at Pushman. Upon entering Pushman, Qin Anyu instructed his companions to scour several locations for supplies, while he ventured into the treasure vault. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a twinge of disappointment upon entering the vault. It lay barren, with the valuable items mostly taken away by Zhou Wuqi and his entourage. Among the missing medicinal herbs, there were 3 types, including the precious Lujin fruit, while the remaining 2 were merely common herbs, with the highest being of 300 years in age. it became evident that Pushmin did not hold the spiritual bridge realm in high regard, as they had plundered all the valuable resources. Nonetheless, he collected what he could, for in the absence of superior alternatives, these would suffice for the time being. With the Kaitian Hongming Ju in his possession, no useless items would taint his body with impurities. The array of weapons was considerable, but he found particular satisfaction in the bows and arrows. 3 bows that would fully meet his needs, accompanied by 600 arrows. Additionally, he discovered 2 ordinary-grade alchemical furnaces and a copious supply of white carbon, both of which were of great necessity to him. Previously, he had relied on ceramic pots for alchemy and herb preparation, which were difficult to manage. This new equipment would allow for significant improvement. While alchemy was not the forte of the Immortal Emperor Wu, he would nonetheless uphold his reputation. He also found an ordinary-grade forging furnace and a substantial quantity of carbon crystals and ores, which would assist in crafting suitable weapons in the future. Although the ores were all of common grade, their variety was commendable, exceeding 30 types. While the quality was lacking, the quantity could compensate, aiding in the activation of meridians and the refinement of the body, and it was even possible to forge weapons of initial human-grade quality. Surprisingly, the precious metals were untouched. There were hundreds of thousands of taels of gold and over 30 million taels of silver. Qin Anyu, however, was not particularly interested and only took 30,000 taels of gold and 5,000 taels of silver. He could not take more, as he had only a 10-foot spatial ring suitable for a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, and he wished to leave some room for the medicinal herbs. The collection of texts in the library was sparse. He dismissed the martial arts manuals but found several intriguing travelogues and notes, which he decided to take with him. After informing his companions of the remaining items, he proceeded to the medicinal herb garden, where he discovered a far greater bounty than in the treasure vault. In this garden, he spotted 2 human-grade chini herbs, alongside freshly turned soil indicating that a few had been excavated. Without hesitation, he collected them. Not long after, the trio arrived at the herb garden, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of over 100 acres of lush medicinal plants. Qin Wushuang's disbelief was palpable as she exclaimed, "Such an expanse of medicinal herbs. Is Pushmin truly this formidable?" Qin Yuqing quickly gathered his thoughts, noting that while the quantity and variety were abundant, the quality paled in comparison to that of the secret realm. Qin Lingxue nodded in agreement, observing that the essence of the region was indeed denser than outside, yet still lacking compared to the secret realm, making the lower quality understandable. Seeing Qin Anyu meticulously searching the rows without any signs of excavation, Qin Yuqing suggested, "Let us dig up a few specimens of each type." The young master mentioned that they could be stored in the ring for several years and still thrive. Qin Lingxue readily concurred, "Yes, let us collect some. Once we locate our parents, we may stay in one place for several years and can plant them then. Having our own medicinal herb garden would be a wonderful boon." After completing his survey of the herb garden, Qin Anyu also acquired a human-grade initial stage Guilian herb and 6 common-grade herbs, each over 100 years old. This herb was a key ingredient for foundation-building elixirs, serving as an essential daily tonic for meridian cleansing, even though it was not listed in the pharmacopoeia, and thus, even the Wind Listening Tower could not procure it for him. Having finished his exploration of the herb garden, he approached a nearby cliff with a hopeful mindset and was rewarded with a discovery. On the cliff, he spotted a Lu Jin fruit tree, although it bore no fruits. The tree had reached a mid-stage human grade, causing his heart to race. It was said that Lu Jin fruits were excellent for enhancing affinity with gold and wood elements and transforming the bodies of practitioners. Yet few acknowledged the superiority of the tree itself. This was likely to prevent herb gatherers from decimating the trees indiscriminately. However, he held no such reservations. As he was merely a passerby, the urgency of enhancing his power took precedence. After uprooting the Lu Jin fruit tree, Qin Anyu descended into the canyon in search of more herbs. Perhaps the Lu Jin fruit tree was the greatest stroke of luck in his expedition, as he found nothing particularly desirable thereafter, even after circling the surrounding mountains. Returning to the herb garden, he found his companions engaged in cultivation. Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqing sat at the center of the garden, while Qin Wushuang perched atop a massive iron ore. Qin Wushuang, possessing a golden spiritual root, practiced the Huntian Jinyuan Ju, thus seeking ores. Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqing practiced the Kaitian Hongming Ju, capable of absorbing the energies of all things and the laws of the world, allowing them to cultivate anywhere. They chose to cultivate in the herb garden due to its abundant wood element energy and fresher air. Gazing into the distance, He noticed the second manager of the Chi Wang pharmacy and 5 unfamiliar elders, along with several guards including Zhou Yikong. Standing beneath a large tree not far from the herb garden, their faces etched with tension as they watched. He approached them. To his surprise, such a seemingly simple person harbored such a lethal intent. It was a matter of human lives. Indeed, to kill so indiscriminately was against the natural order. The third manager and fifth manager, along with several others, observed the scene, realizing that the people from Pushman intended to harm them. Enough of this talk. Our purpose is to save lives, not to condemn others for their actions, spoke the second manager solemnly as he walked directly toward Qin Anyu. Qin Xiaoyu. Pushman no longer exists. What are your plans for this herb garden? Qin Anyu smiled, replying, most of the aged herbs have been taken to the spiritual bridge realm. What remains holds no value for us. The second manager produced a thick pharmacopoeia, stating, to avoid wasting your time, I have brought this book. I humbly seek your guidance. Ever since Qin Anyu enlightened him on the medicinal value and mechanisms of the wild chicken vine, it became clear to the second manager that his knowledge of herbs paled in comparison, prompting him to approach with sincerity. Qin Anyu quickly perused the pharmacopoeia and noted the absence of the bitter fruit, while it also lacked the other herb known here as Feishing Zibin star. He proceeded to sketch the shape of the bitter fruit tree and its fruit. Upon seeing the drawings, the managers acknowledged, while this item is rare, it does exist and is known as bitter fruit. The second manager inquired, young friend, after thorough investigation, we find this bitter fruit of little use. What do you require it for? Qin Anyu then elucidated the benefits of the bitter fruit. Though it lacks medicinal properties on its own, it serves as an excellent harmonizer, alleviating pain, with its greatest asset being the enhancement of the efficacy of other herbs. For practitioners like us who need to broaden our meridians, this is crucial. The process of broadening meridians is quite painful, and with it, the discomfort can be reduced by 30%. Having identified the bitter fruit, he had successfully located all the herbs he needed for the near future. Second manager, esteemed friends, I would like to request your assistance in locating human-grade bitter fruits. If those are not available, a human-grade bitter fruit tree will suffice. Additionally, I require. He proceeded to list the herbs that were lacking in age or quantity, seeking their valuation. Chapter 65. Overcoming hardships to forge connections having traversed from the state of Song to this point. Qin Anyu and his companions have gathered a considerable assortment of medicinal herbs. Although the varieties he requires are limited to merely 9, and their quantities are not vast. The demand for these herbs, all of human-grade quality, totals an impressive sum of 130,000 taels of gold. Initially taken aback by this figure, he soon regained his composure. In this realm, human-grade medicinal herbs are of the utmost caliber, particularly 3 exceedingly rare varieties, of which he has only managed to procure a single specimen. After a round of haggling led by Qin Yuqing, they ultimately settled on a payment of 40,000 taels of gold. The herbs from the Pu Tianmin treasury were valued at 15,000 taels, while those from the medicinal garden were estimated at 18,000 taels, with the remainder offset by Qin Anyu imparting knowledge on pharmacology and efficacy. The second steward was among the first to be convinced by him. Swayed by a wild chicken vine, the other elders, upon learning of the bitter fruit's properties, relinquished their initial skepticism. Consequently, after Qin Anyu's teachings, which cost them 57,000 taels of gold, they all acquiesced. As the saying goes, a single conversation with a master is worth more than a decade of study. Thus, paying 57,000 taels of gold for such education seemed a worthy investment. Qin Yuqing readily produced 40,000 taels of gold, while the second steward dispatched 2 guards to retrieve the medicinal herbs and then divided their tasks. One to collect the required herbs and bring personnel to excavate from the medicinal garden, and another to locate the human-grade bitter fruit and its corresponding tree. As for seizing control of the medicinal garden, they dared not take full ownership, only to remove the majority. Even though Qin Anyu proposed to eradicate the Pu Tianmin from the Qinxiao realm, they remained apprehensive. For it is one thing to face a myriad of challenges, yet quite another to risk the slightest misstep. Qin Anyu did not dwell on their hesitance, selling 18,000 taels worth of herbs was merely a fortunate windfall, and the authenticity of their fears was of no concern to him. Once arrangements were complete, Qin Anyu sought a room to commence his lectures. Prior to beginning, all 6 stewards of the Chi Huang apothecary produced paper, ink, and brushes, settling down attentively. Qin Wushuang, Qin Lingxue, and Qin Yuqing, upon witnessing this, likewise retrieved their writing materials, their expressions alight with enthusiasm. After days of experiencing the profound effects of medicinal baths on their formidable physiques, they lamented their ignorance of herbal knowledge, seizing this invaluable opportunity without hesitation. He began his discourse in accordance with the sequence outlined in the herbal compendium, elucidating each medicinal herb. As a member of the Qin clan, he possessed a comprehensive understanding of conventional herbs, a requisite instilled by their ancestors, who emphasized self-preservation in the face of peril. Additionally, the family's growth necessitated an ample supply of herbs. Cultivation alone may not suffice, so encountering them in the wild could yield merits. Within the clan, merit points held immense significance, influencing the exchange of techniques, weapons, materials, and elixirs. His access to a vast array of family techniques stemmed not only from his innate prowess but also from his substantial merit points. Even after ascending to the status of an immortal emperor, he remained vigilant in gathering herbs during his journeys. Positioned at such a lofty vantage, his grasp of pharmacology and efficacy deepened, enabling him to elucidate their essence with clarity. For instance, the longbone flower, known as iris in the compendium, is merely noted for its toxicity and its limited efficacy in treating bone injuries. However, Qin Anyu elaborated that the longbone flower is rich in water, wood, and earth elements, possessing not only benefits for bone injuries but also a potent nourishing effect on the liver and kidneys. By employing a judicious combination of elements to achieve a balance, one could mitigate its toxicity, rendering it an exceptional herb. Similarly, the Tianji winter herb, abundant in earth, metal, and water elements, typically reveals only its metal element, leading many to underestimate its multifaceted utility. Yet, through astute herbal configurations, one could activate its earth and water elements, thereby enhancing lung functionality and fortifying the spleen, kidneys, and bones. His teachings were both insightful and practical, broadening the listener's perspectives while reinforcing foundational knowledge. The delivery was captivating, leaving the audience entranced. Time slipped away unnoticed until Zhou Yikong entered, observing the steward's fierce expressions, and cautiously suggested, "Esteemed stewards and friends, the lunch hour has long passed, and dinner has been reheated thrice. Might we pause to dine before resuming?" At this, Qin Anyu realized his own hunger and promptly agreed. "Let us eat first." Having consumed only 3 flatbreads and 2 bites of ginseng over the course of 4 hours, he was indeed famished. Zhou Yikong immediately beckoned outside, and soon a group entered with pots and dishes. True to the apothecary's reputation, the meal was exquisite, consisting of medicinal cuisine. The vegetables were of ordinary-grade medicinal herbs, while the meats were sourced from chi-refining beasts, enriched further with various ordinary-grade herbs, providing ample energy and a balanced array of elements. After the meal, Qin Anyu, eager to resume his training, requested their return the following day. Though he wished to leave behind some teachings, he knew the priority lay with his own progress. His immediate goal was to activate and expand all his meridians and acupoints, enhancing the strength of his physique. He could not linger in the lower realm for long. He needed to locate the Qin Zhuang couple swiftly, then ascend to the celestial realm to understand the circumstances of the Qin clan, before ultimately striving for ascension to the divine realm. After distributing the herbs required by the 3 of them, he began concocting medicinal brews while practicing the 9 transformations body technique. Having harnessed sword intent today, he managed to complete the 6th movement and even half of the 7th. Amid the intense pain induced by the Tongtian soup, the Pifu ointment, and the 9 transformations body technique, he adopted an observer's perspective to widen the already open meridians and eliminate blockages within. During this arduous process, he nearly lost consciousness from the pain. This endeavor was a brute force assault, akin to a bone-scraping treatment, with no alternatives available. Only those who have endured such experiences fully comprehend. He could not recall how long he persevered before succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he examined his body and discovered that 2 of the open meridians could now channel true energy, albeit in minimal quantities. They were indeed unblocked, and the 3 dantians had expanded by a 10th. He felt a surge of excitement. He was no longer entirely clumsy. Even if he remained stagnant, he could still potentially lay a foundation. Yet, stagnation was not his intention. He had already devised a long-term plan, with the next step being to unblock and expand the 3 meridians leading to the Metal Palace, Wood Palace, and Water Palace, followed by activating and enlarging the 5 palaces to ensure a seamless foundation-laying process. The 5 palaces of the human body correspond to the Metal Palace, lungs, Wood Palace, liver, Water Palace, kidneys, Fire Palace, heart, and Earth Palace, spleen. Mastery of the 5 palaces is foundational to cultivation. The perfection of the foundation determines the future trajectory of development. Achieving a flawless foundation demands enduring tremendous suffering, as one must expand the meridians and acupoints to their utmost limits. The perfection of the golden core hinges upon a flawless foundation, which is a prerequisite. The ancestors of the Qin clan may not have understood these principles. Yet through sheer willpower, they expanded their meridians and acupoints, ultimately achieving unparalleled combat prowess and successfully emerging from the celestial realm. With such illustrious examples before him, he could not afford to lag behind. Encumbered by a clumsy physique, he had no choice but to strive onward. Chapter 66. Qin knows in U.S. Constitution. After examining his own changes, Qin Anyu picked up his clumsy sword and resumed his self-inflicted torment by vigorously slapping his body. He continued until every inch of him throbbed with pain, and only then did he cease, stepping out of the room. The members of Pushman had departed, leaving the courtyard entirely empty. Last night, the 4 of them had sought refuge in a large courtyard, while the practitioners from Chiwang Pharmacy found alternative accommodations. Qin Yuqin was in the courtyard performing the movements of the 9 transformations, currently executing the 5th. To avoid disturbing her, Qin Anyu stood quietly at the door, astonished in his heart. In just a few short days, she had perfected the 5th movement, and her initiation into the 6th was equally impressive. A remarkable feat, however. As she reached 1.5 phases of the 6th movement, her expression twisted in agony, and she staggered and fell. In that fleeting moment, she caught sight of Qin Anyu, and her face flushed crimson. The position in which she collapsed was undeniably ungraceful, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. With a smile, Qin Anyu remarked, "To have reached this point is commendable. You are merely a step behind me. Persist, and your body will become extraordinarily strong." Qin Yuqin lay helplessly on the ground, her voice weak as she replied, "Yes." Qin Anyu paid her no further heed and instead drew his clumsy sword, beginning to practice the 13 fundamental sword techniques. These daily exercises offered him a renewed understanding of these basic movements. Previously, his practice was merely to refine his form. Now, he realized how superficial that perspective had been. Though the fundamental movements appeared simple and conventional, they formed the bedrock of swordsmanship. Every intricate technique evolved from these basic actions. His own creation, the drawing sword technique, was a synthesis of 6 foundational movements: sweep, draw, intercept, wipe, lift, and hang. Before conceptualizing this technique, he had considered employing previous attack maneuvers, but was abruptly deterred, leading to a moment of clarity that instinctively birthed this technique. The efficacy of this technique was undeniable. Had it not been for the unprincipled assault by Pushman, he was confident he could have vanquished those 300 practitioners of the Qi refinement stage without the need for sword intent. After completing the 3rd fundamental movement, Qin Yuqin finally managed to rise, approaching him to inquire, "Young master, does the flow of true energy through the meridians and acupoints hurt terribly?" Qin Anyu sheathed his sword behind him, questioning, "What do you mean? Last night, I heard the 2nd young master and Miss crying out in pain. Yet you seem to have increased the elasticity of your meridians by 1.5 times without feeling much discomfort." Qin Anyu gazed at her in astonishment. "You felt no pain?" "Just a little, but within tolerable limits." "How did you manage that? Did you experience any abnormalities? Please, share everything with me." Her cultivation level remained at the Qi refinement stage. Despite possessing a vast soul force, her consciousness could not leave her body, thus inhibiting her ability to assess the situation herself. Upon hearing her account, he extended his thumb in admiration. "Impressive." Their daily body tempering significantly enhanced their soul force. After utilizing the wild chicken vine for body tempering, all 3 had gained the ability for introspection, prompting him to share the method for expanding their meridians, allowing them to grasp it independently. This technique, developed by the Qin clan, was deceptively simple: condense true energy into a cone, then push that cone along the meridians to widen them. While this method appeared straightforward, it was not easily achievable. First, one needed to cultivate the ability to condense energy into a cone. Second, the excruciating pain experienced during the process must be mitigated. Third, any potential damage to the meridians required healing, and even without injury, nurturing was essential, making this a comprehensive endeavor. As a clumsy body, he faced immense pain due to his tightly constricted and blocked meridians during the expansion process. In contrast, she was naturally endowed with robust and resilient meridians. Even under such favorable conditions, she found the expansion to 1.5 times intolerable. Previously, he had only perceived her talent as commendable, unaware of its true magnitude. He then encouraged Yu Qin, continue expanding until you reach your limits. With broader meridians, you can accommodate more true energy, with deeper and wider acupoints. You will later be able to contain more primordial essence. Your endurance will surpass that of others, granting you greater explosive power and superior survivability. Yu Qin nodded, young master. I will strive to do my best. Yu smiled. You are already working very hard. She pouted. I feel I am far inferior to you, young master. Why do you require so many minerals? Is your constitution different from ours? Yu decided against concealing the truth from her, revealing that he was a clumsy body, leaving her utterly astonished. So the young master is a clumsy body. No wonder your path of cultivation is so arduous, she said, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. After a moment, she asked, young master, was your previous slow progress due to your constitution? With a bitter smile, he replied, what else could it be? She clapped her hands, relieved that he had found a method to improve so rapidly, attributing her own ability to cultivate to the secret realm beneath the deathly cliffs. However, she recognized that such a transformation must have a source. She then inquired, young master, how long will you continue this body tempering? Yu responded with a smile. Until every acupoint is activated and every meridian is unblocked. When will that be? He replied with a wry smile. Who knows? Oh dear young master, you are the true embodiment of strength. If I possessed such a constitution, I would have surely given up long ago. Yu offered no reply, instead picking up his clumsy sword to continue practicing the fundamental movements. Regardless of how long it took, he would not relent, with a method in hand. As the Immortal Emperor of Selflessness, how could he ever consider giving up? Upon exiting, Lingxue observed the two practicing their basic movements and joined them with her own sword. In the secret realm beneath the deathly cliffs, she had grown accustomed to this method of cultivation. Breakfast was prepared by the practitioners from Chihuang Pharmacy, following their meal. Yu continued to elucidate the properties of various medicinal herbs. What seemed like mere instruction to others proved to be immensely beneficial for him. As he spoke, memories of herbal knowledge resurfaced, effectively serving as a revision, and more significantly, he felt the expansion of his soul see and consciousness see. This was a result of numerous memories being recalled, leading to the gradual increase of his brain capacity, further enhanced by the potent essence of the medicinal herbs he had previously absorbed. By the afternoon of the second day, he had finished explaining all the herbs listed in the pharmacopoeia and introduced 9 additional herbs he had encountered on his journey, such as the wild chicken vine and the gui lian. This revelation astounded his audience. They had believed he could only discuss the pharmacopoeia, or at most, the bitter fruit he had mentioned. They were utterly unprepared for the breadth of his knowledge, which brought them to tears, openly expressing their desire to become his disciples. However, Yu had no intention of accepting them as apprentices. He wouldn't even entertain the idea of registered disciples. Thus, after their meal, he promptly sent them away. Chapter 67. Identifying medicinal herbs with utmost confidence. As dawn broke gently, Yu and his companions set out quietly. Rising early, they embarked on a journey northward towards the Dali Kingdom, unnoticed by anyone. Rather than taking the main road, they traversed through the mountains behind Putian Gate. Yu adjusted the weight of the clumsy sword on his back to 400 pounds, while Lingxue and Yu Qin carried 250 pounds of iron blocks, and Wu Shuang bore 200 pounds. They resembled ascetic monks in their appearance. The trio's burden was not imposed by Yu, but was a testament to their own resolve. In a single file, they climbed the towering mountains behind Putian Gate, diligently practicing their techniques while foraging for medicinal herbs. After spending 2.5 days discussing the pharmacological properties of various herbs with the proprietors of Chihuang Apothecary, they were eager to put their knowledge to the test. After crossing 2 high peaks and navigating a vast canyon, they reached the summit of a mountain. Utterly exhausted and unable to proceed, they decided to take a moment to rest and enjoy their midday meal. Everyone pitched in, gathering firewood, building a stove, setting up a pot, and cooking rice. As for meat, they had slaughtered 6 captive training beasts at Putian Gate, portioning it into manageable pieces. Vegetables were plentiful in this remote mountain area, as they were all adept at identifying medicinal herbs. While the meal was still cooking, Wu Shuang presented the herbs she had collected along the way, asking her brother to help her examine them. This is a 260-year-old purple blood vine, rich in earth and wood elements, with pure but scarce gold and water elements, beneficial for strengthening the spleen and liver. This is a low-grade underground gallbladder, rich in earth and gold elements, with minimal but pure wood and water elements, good for enhancing the spleen and lungs. She elaborated on each herb, akin to a student presenting her findings to a teacher. Listening intently, Qin Yu occasionally pointed out discrepancies and errors, but overall, her identification of 12 herbs was impressively accurate, with 7 being fundamentally correct. Qin Yuqing and Qin Lingxue, encouraged by this, presented their own findings, achieving slightly higher accuracy rates, 75% for Qin Lingxue and 85% for Qin Yuqing. From this perspective, it was evident that Qin Yuqing possessed a superior memory, as her spiritual power, soul C, and consciousness C were notably stronger than those of her 2 companions. In his final assessment, he remarked, for commoners, medicinal herbs serve to heal ailments, yet for cultivators, they hold additional significance, enhancing overall physical capabilities. Each night, we must use medicinal soups to refine our bodies. And you have already experienced the benefits. Thus, the ability to identify herbs is paramount for cultivators. Qin Wushuang exclaimed, "Brother, how do you know so much?" Qin Lingxue interjected, slightly annoyed, "Second brother, my elder brother discovered a secret realm, once a training ground for low-tier disciples of his sect. When you went there, you pretended to." Upon hearing that, Qin Wushuang's face flushed with embarrassment. Who could have predicted he would uncover such a remarkable place? With her explanation, Qin Yu felt no need to elaborate further. Just then, Qin Yuqing announced that the meal was ready, breaking the awkwardness, and everyone hurried to assist. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them reclined on the ground to digest their food and recuperate from their fatigue. At that moment, no one took out any spirit stones to absorb energy. Qin Yu had advised against using them for recovery, citing their limited quantity and low quality, which could be detrimental to their cultivation in the long run. Naturally, this counsel was directed particularly at Qin Wushuang, whose cultivation method was less adept at handling impurities compared to the others. However, the trio had fewer issues with impurities, as most could be expelled, and any remaining could be addressed post-foundation establishment. Moreover, by refraining from absorbing spirit stones, they were reinforcing their cultivation techniques and solidifying their physical capabilities. Quick success was never as robust as natural growth. Lying on the ground, gazing at the sky, Qin Wushuang remarked, "Brother, I feel that my progress has been rapid during this period. My internal qi is abundant, and my meridians and 5 palaces are expanding swiftly. Yet you constantly urge us to broaden our meridians, acupoints, and 5 palaces. When will this end? When can we establish our foundations? The ancestor of Wu Yuan sect has established his foundation, and surely Putian Gate has its own, if not more. If we do not establish our foundations, we cannot rescue our parents." Qin Lingxue echoed this sentiment, saying, "Indeed, elder brother, while we can easily defeat qi training cultivators, I feel uncertain against those who have established their foundations, perhaps even completely unprepared." Qin Yuqing shared the same feelings but kept them to herself. Her gaze fixed intently on him. They envisioned that cultivators with established foundations could soar through the skies, believing them to be overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond their reach. Qin Yu understood their apprehensions were rooted in fear of the unknown and found it reasonable. The Immortal Emperor of Wu never had to contemplate such matters, as he never encountered them. However, now that the situation demanded, he needed to instill confidence in them. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. Establishing a foundation is not to be feared. It merely signifies greater strength, enabling one to traverse further distances and perceive more. For instance, a qi training cultivator can exert a maximum force of 1,000 pounds, while the minimum force of a foundational cultivator is only 500 pounds. Should they engage in direct conflict, a qi training cultivator could potentially defeat a foundational one. But if the latter chooses to flee, they cannot be pursued. With 3 months remaining until they reach the Qinxiao realm, he emphasized, during these months, we shall refine our bodies daily, expanding our meridians, acupoints, and 5 palaces to their utmost. The standard of perfection is to fill the 5 palaces with qi, suffusing the already open meridians and acupoints to the point of slight discomfort. Achieving this level will ensure a flawless foundation establishment. A cultivator with a perfect foundation can easily vanquish typical foundational cultivators and may even evade those in the early stages of Golden Core. Remember, do not rush to elevate your ranks. Instead, focus on solidifying your foundation. The stronger your foundation, the further you can go. If we do not reach a perfect foundation state within these 3 months, worry not. I will devise a way to rescue our parents. Having expended one of his 3 Yuanying sword intent at Putian Gate, he still possessed 2. And he could not fathom that the Putian Gate and the Qinxiao realm could withstand both. Should he expend the remaining 2, The worst outcome would be extending their stay in the Qinchao realm, advancing to Golden Core before departing, and exercising greater caution in future endeavors. Though they remained unaware of his plans to rescue Qin Zhuan and his spouse, his earnest demeanor inspired confidence in their hearts. After all, throughout their journey, even the formidable Putian Gate had not hindered his progress, allowing their anxious feelings to gradually dissipate. Chapter 68. The dual nature of medicinal compounds. As Qin Anew and his companions traversed the rugged terrain, they found themselves constantly climbing mountains, crossing rivers, foraging for medicinal herbs, and engaging in fierce battles, allowing them to truly grasp the essence of cultivation. After their midday meal, they descended the slopes and discovered a mid-tier medicinal herb known as the Chai Wei Long, a substance rich in earth element, highly beneficial for Qin Anew, Qin Lingxue, and Qin Yuqin. However, two armored pangolins from the Qi realm guarded the herb, inevitably leading to a fierce confrontation. Qin Anew chose to observe rather than intervene directly. The pangolins possessed thick scales, rendering their attacks largely ineffective against them, and the trio found themselves retreating under the relentless assault, nearly causing their formation to collapse. Fortunately, their intelligence shone through. Just as their formation was about to disintegrate and Qin Wuxuan was on the verge of injury, Qin Yuqin erupted with a burst of energy, reinforcing their faltering battle array and identifying the flaws in their coordination. With her guidance, the two quickly grasped the underlying principles, refining their cooperation and positioning. And within 5 minutes, they managed to vanquish the two pangolins. After defeating the pangolins, the trio collapsed in laughter, exhilarated by their triumph over such formidable beasts, which had proven challenging to defeat in this secret realm. They recognized that only by forming their battle array could they defeat such opponents. Had they encountered them individually, retreat would have been their only option, as their individual combat prowess still had considerable room for improvement, as did their formation. Today marked a significant realization of the array's power. He felt a strong premonition that even if they faced an opponent at the Foundation establishment stage, their trio formation could withstand the onslaught for a time, and if the adversary were somewhat weaker, they could even turn the tables. Qin Anew extracted the essence blood from the pangolins before proceeding to harvest the Chai Wei Long, listening intently to his companions' discussions without interjecting. How does a cultivator grow? It is through such experiences. Immersing oneself fully in battle reveals imperfections. Post-battle reflections unveil strengths and weaknesses, facilitating continuous improvement. As they journeyed further north, the landscape grew sparser. The beasts more abundant, the trees shorter, and the rivers more numerous. Occasionally, they encountered others in search of herbs, but with their 4-member team, no one dared to rob them. Upon sight, others would change course, making beasts their primary adversaries. When confronted with unarmored foes, they preferred to engage individually against armored creatures. They fought in formation. As they advanced, their trio formation became increasingly refined, and their individual fighting capability strengthened. After a month of travel, they reached a halfway point down the slope, where they halted in unison, for trouble lay ahead. The valley was strewn with jagged rocks, teeming with serpents. They beheld a swarm of giant viper snakes, numbering over 100 at the Qi realm, 6 of which were at the late Qi stage. Qin Wuxuan expressed her anxiety. There are too many snakes here. Unlike last time, there are no deep pits to shield us, and they could ascend the slope to attack. She suggested a detour, estimating they would need to traverse an additional 40 to 50 miles. Her companions seemed to share her sentiment, turning their gazes toward Qin Anew. He did not respond immediately, but surveyed the valley intently before decisively stating, "We must press forward. There are essential herbs here, one being the Chui Lian and the other, the long yin grass. You know their effects." Qin Lingxue immediately shielded her eyes and scanned the valley. "Where are they?" Qin Yuqin quickly pointed to a towering rock at the base, where 2 long yin grasses could be seen. Upon spotting the long yin grass, Qin Lingxue declared, "We must acquire it. It is the finest herb for strengthening tendons and ligaments, also beneficial to the Water Palace and Wood Palace." Qin Yuqin added, "It significantly enhances the soul C and soul power, and is a potent antidote." The pair elaborated on the efficacy of the long yin grass. In truth, these grasses could not be classified as genuine long yin grass, for they were nourished by serpents, not dragons. Although often bathed in the serpent's saliva, their potency remained uncertain compared to authentic long yin grass. Nonetheless, for cultivators at their level, such herbs were exceedingly rare and could be deemed miraculous. The Chui Lian was equally precious, known for its ability to fortify the soul barrier. When included in the concoction of Foundation establishment pills, It accelerated the integration of the mind and soul into the divine soul, achieving greater perfection. However, at their stage, they could not perceive this effect. And as the medicinal compendium in the hands of the second shopkeeper lacked this information, they remained unaware and did not mention it. Qin Anyu, upon seeing these two medicinal herbs, felt a surge of excitement. Throughout their journey, he had been preparing for foundation establishment materials. Although he had amassed a considerable collection from the Pu Tianmin treasury, their quality was subpar. Later, at the Qi Wang pharmacy, he exchanged several crucial herbs for mid-tier varieties yet still felt it insufficient. The goal of foundation establishment transcended merely compressing true energy into true essence. The key lay in the fusion of mind and soul into the divine soul. Smaller factions, lacking foundation, remained oblivious to this, but as a member of the Qin clan, he was acutely aware. Now, fortune smiled upon them with the appearance of these two herbs, capable of rectifying all deficiencies, steering their foundation establishment towards perfection. As they recuperated, Qin Anyu elaborated on the medicinal properties of the Chui Lian and subsequently outlined their battle strategy. Once their energy was restored, he readied his bow and led them toward the nearest location of the coveted herbs, the atmosphere thick with tension. Not only were there 6 late Qi stage vipers, but 11 in total. Yet, their desire for the two herbs intensified, as there were over 20 mid-tier specimens of Chui Lian and Long Yin grass, with no fewer than 5 being mid-tier. Qin Anyu glanced at his companions. Their ability to ascend flawlessly hinged upon securing these mid-tier herbs. With that thought, he nocked an arrow, targeting one of the late Qi stage giant vipers. As the arrow struck its abdomen, a tearing sound resonated, calming his nerves. They could indeed procure these herbs. Having carried a weight of 700 pounds and drawing with a force of 500 pounds, he could effortlessly pierce the serpent's hide. He followed up with another shot, hitting the 7th inch of another late Qi stage viper. His actions ignited the ire of the other late Qi stage vipers, who, enraged, hissed and lunged toward them. In an instant, the stone forest erupted into chaos, serpents slithering furiously, their elongated tongues flickering like tangible crimson silk. The cacophony of hissing disrupting the tranquility of their minds. Qin Anyu continued to shoot, targeting the mid to late stages, each arrow either striking the 7th inch or the viper's jaw. Qin Wushuang swiftly retreated, taking position on the slope and also knocking arrows, her strength somewhat lesser, primarily targeting the early to mid stages. Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqin positioned themselves between the two, igniting dry branches to create a fire, releasing smoke to deter the serpents, obscuring their vision and disrupting their sense of smell, inducing discomfort and confusion among the beasts. Chapter 69. The interplay of creation and destruction before the wisdom of humankind. Lower-grade beasts can only yield in submission. During the latter half of the battle, Qin Anyu shot down the giant viper, while Qin Wushuang struck in the mid-face. Qin Lingxue and Qin Yuqing employed snake-repelling medicine, smoke, and fire to swiftly dismantle the serpent's offensive. The serpents exhibited an innate fear of fire, a primal aversion to the repellent, and an uncontrollable pain from arrows embedded in their bodies. Consequently, when a giant viper at the late stage of Qi refinement was still 5 paces away, it turned and fled, prompting a complete collapse of the attack. One by one, the other serpents followed suit, leaving only those severely injured, unable to escape, and the dead behind. With their retreat, Qin Anyu also sheathed his bow, no longer concerning himself with them. Though he aimed to sweep through, he would not pursue those who posed no further trouble. To continue slaying would be indiscriminate killing, which could adversely affect his future cultivation. However, he did not spare the 3 critically wounded ones, 2 at the late stage of Qi refinement and 1 at the mid-stage. They were the vanguards and thus must be slain for their blood and flesh. Upon reaching the center, he discovered a prior miscalculation in the tally of the 2 types of medicinal herbs. In the center of the canyon lay a small pit, within which were 6 stalks of the rare Huailian and 11 of the coveted long-skinned grass, exceeding their expectations significantly. Even among the Dragon Clan, such density was unheard of. Overjoyed, the 4 divided their tasks to excavate, only collecting the human-grade herbs. After igniting withered branches and snake-repelling herbs at both ends of the canyon, they commenced their digging. The other 3 focused on the scattered herbs while Qin Anyu took charge of the pit. This location was the core territory of the giant vipers, essentially their den. Following the attack, other areas began to converge here. Yet, before they could arrive, they witnessed the slaughter of the giant vipers. In a late-stage Qi refinement serpent inquired about the retreat of its comrades, learning of their defeat. However, with the majority of high-grade herbs concentrated here, they remained reluctant and continued to approach. Before their arrival, A massive flame emerged before them. At the chi refinement stage, they could suppress the typical fear induced by common fire, and thus were not overly intimidated by the flames. Yet, the aura emitted by the snake-repelling herbs was uncomfortable for them. Consequently, they ceased their advance, slowly retreating and forming a surrounding circle. Should any of them emerge, they would be swarmed and slaughtered. Qin Anyu paid no heed to their movements, meticulously excavating the two types of herbs, ensuring not a single root tip was lost, emphasizing a complete collection. With the long-stemmed grass in hand, he could open all 5 palaces tonight, further expanding his meridians. For him, as long as the meridians and acupoints were activated, ascending in level would pose no challenge. As the wombing Immortal Emperor, he had to maintain confidence in this regard. Upon excavating all 6 stalks of the mid-grade Hualian and 11 of the long-skinned grass from the pit, the other 3 had already gathered the scattered herbs in the area and approached the pit, ready to assist in the excavation. Qin Anyu then inquired, "Do you know why these 2 types of herbs are excellent antidotes?" Qin Wushuang promptly responded, "It is inherent. Talent determines the outcome." Her reply was almost instinctual. Qin Yuqin added thoughtfully, "Perhaps it is due to their frequent exposure to such an environment. They must possess some inherent resistance to toxins and have survived the constant onslaught of snake venom, gradually strengthening that resistance." Qin Lingxue concurred. "I believe that is indeed the case." Qin Anyu nodded, stating, "In this world, no toxin is insurmountable. The antidote often lies in proximity to the poison. The Hualian and long-skinned grass are excellent herbs for us, yet to the serpents, they are poison, and they would not dare to brush against them." Qin Wushuang interjected, "Thus, they thrive so well. The serpents dare not bite or press against them. They only wish to spit venom, inadvertently nourishing the growth of these herbs." One must admit, while this reasoning was somewhat peculiar, it held a kernel of truth. Qin Yuqin, eyes sparkling with insight, exclaimed, "Master, do you imply that we can use these 2 types of herbs to drive away the serpents?" With a smile, Qin Anyu affirmed, "Your assertions are correct." After excavating all the human-grade herbs from the pit, the 4 crushed 1 stalk each of the initial-grade Hualian and Longxian grass, diluting them in water before spraying the concoction along their path. Upon application, the giant vipers in the chi refinement stage immediately turned and fled in a frenzy moments later. The same occurred for the chi refinement serpents, who no longer dared to extend their forked tongues. Those fleeing were in a state of utter panic. Seeing this, Qin Wushuang laughed heartily. "The scent of this medicine is delightful. Why does it frighten them so? The principle of nature prevails. We are witnessing a miracle today." Qin Yuqing pondered, "Master, the relationship between the giant vipers and the Hualian, long-skinned grass is one of love and enmity. They fear these 2 herbs yet linger here, likely to enhance their resistance or other aspects, allowing their kind to evolve." Qin Lingxue also grasped the implication. With these 2 herbs present, the environment here will improve, and elemental energy will gradually flourish, benefiting them in turn. Brother, this represents a survival strategy of mutual creation and destruction. Qin Anyu felt a sense of satisfaction at their reasoning, realizing that his previous fragmentary teachings had not gone to waste. As the wombing Immortal Emperor, he could provide them with a systematic explanation, yet he remained their elder brother, their master, and could not do so. Nevertheless, he was pleased that they absorbed his scattered knowledge and could abstract it, reflecting their respect for him and their eagerness to learn. Having driven the serpents away with the medicinal scent, a late-stage chi refinement giant viper, unwilling to concede defeat, attempted to launch an attack. However, upon reaching the 5-foot boundary of the medicinal spray, it too turned tail and fled, not daring to expose its tongue. Under the cold gaze of the serpents, Qin Anyu and his companions swiftly ascended the mountain, continuing their journey until they arrived at the base of a sheer cliff, where they discovered 2 adjacent natural caves to rest. From the outside, these 2 caves appeared separate, yet they were interconnected within. After the 4 moved some stones to essentially seal the entrances, they began to concoct their medicines. Since Qin Anyu had already explained the pharmacological properties and effects to them, and they had observed his preparation methods, they now prepared their own concoctions. Today, they incorporated a stock of initial-grade long-stemmed grass into their medicinal brews. Logically, Qin Wushuang and the others could have foregone this at this juncture, but the bounty of the day was too substantial, totaling 96 stalks of initial-grade long-stemmed grass, making a little waste permissible. However, Qin Anyu refrained from allowing them to use the Hualian, as this herb was scarce, with only 27 stalks remaining. Reserved for refining foundational pills, their spiritual seas had yet to reach the point of requiring such herbs. During the preparation of the medicine, they practiced the 9 transformations of the body, pushing themselves to the brink of collapse before ceasing, followed by body tempering. Chapter 70. A new approach to body refinement. Qin Anyu did not directly practice the 9 transformations, but instead began by striking himself vigorously with a sword, touching every cell and pore of his skin. Upon successfully completing the 9th movement, his heart raced, compelling him to pause. His ancestor, during the late stage of foundation establishment, had only managed a simplified version to this extent, making him as formidable as his ancestor at that stage. His ancestor's body had been invincible among peers, and this realization brought him great joy. Once his excitement settled, he refrained from continuing and instead drank the celestial brew, immersing himself in the medicinal concoction. The experience was such that one either fully committed or did not attempt it at all. There was no room for interruption, emphasizing a seamless execution. With internal absorption and external immersion, the technique circulated, allowing the essence of the herbs and minerals to diffuse rapidly through every cell, pore, and meridian. The anticipated intense pain arrived, yet he observed the transformation of his body from a detached perspective. The active skin cells absorbed the mineral and herbal essences, enhancing their vitality. Each pore absorbed these essences, invigorating the already activated cells while also spreading outward to awaken deeper, dormant cells. Witnessing this, an idea struck him. Could he expand the pores into acupoints, thereby creating new meridians that would connect with the existing ones? Those within his clan who practiced the Heavenly Genesis technique were exceptional talents, with robust meridians and prominent acupoints, never needing to ponder such matters. They merely focused on their cultivation, allowing energy, rules, and pathways to naturally elevate. His situation was different. He possessed a clumsy physique, inferior even to ordinary bodies. And to succeed, he needed to endure more pain, exert greater effort, and seek out alternative methods. The aforementioned senior had a clumsy body and lacked this technique. While his ancestor and the Qin clan were endowed with it, they were all prodigies. Only he held the unique position of possessing the technique, while also being a clumsy body. Thus he ought not to tread the conventional path. Yes, he would establish this direction and explore step by step. If successful, 5 million pores could translate into 5 million acupoints, whereas the total number of acupoints in the body was merely 1,024. At that time, the strength of his body, the rapidity of his cultivation, and the speed of his recovery would be unparalleled. Contemplating these thoughts filled him with excitement, and even the pain felt significantly lessened. Then, he realized his error. It was not the new idea that alleviated his suffering, but rather the expansion of his soul sea. What had once been an unremarkable soul sea now shrouded in mist, signifying the vaporization of soul power, an indication that he was nearing the successful advancement to the golden core stage. This was intriguing. Although his acupoints and meridians were still in the qi refinement stage, his strength and physical form had reached the foundation establishment stage, while his soul sea approached the level of the golden core. 3 distinct paths of cultivation, 3 different realms, perhaps only manifest in someone like him, a usurper. The effects of dragon spittlegrass and Tue lotus were substantial. Regrettably, the Qin clan would not bestow such rare treasures upon lower-tier disciples, likely not having considered this aspect. However, whether this was beneficial or detrimental would take a long time to reveal. He decided to observe and practice further. After observing the condition of his soul sea for a while, he murmured to himself before examining the 5 palaces and meridians. Due to the high quality of the herbs and minerals, combined with the addition of Tue lotus and dragon spittlegrass, evidence of activation appeared in 31 meridians and 96 acupoints, with 3 of the previously activated meridians astonishingly opening spontaneously. These 3 meridians connected the spleen to the lungs to the kidneys, and the kidneys to the liver, indicating that under various powerful influences, the 5 elements could now circulate. Although the flow of true qi was not smooth, it had nonetheless opened, which exhilarated him. He immediately ceased all other thoughts and began to clear and expand these 3 newly opened meridians. With the emergence of the soul sea's initial form, his capacity to endure pain had significantly increased, and after successfully unblocking these 3 meridians, he found himself still alert, not succumbing to natural sleep. Thus, he continued to expand the 5 palaces. Feeling that the medicinal concoction had no effect, he exited the bathtub and lay on the prepared wooden board, continuing his expansion. Time passed unnoticed until he heard voices calling out. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that the large stone blocking the cave entrance had been moved aside, and the smaller stones were nowhere to be found. His companions were absent. Having relaxed his vigilance due to the blockage, he felt regret. Approaching the entrance, he discovered they were all engaged in their own practice, performing basic movements, striking and kicking a tree trunk. In a hollow beneath the rock, 2 pots simmered with breakfast. Checking the time, he realized he had slept for over 3 hours. He then retreated to the wooden board to assess the progress made the previous day, which left him exceptionally pleased. 62 meridians and 192 acupoints had been activated, half of which were attributed to this session. If the diameter of the 5 palaces during the period of the unmatched Immortal Emperor was 1 inch, he had expanded it to 1 inch last night. The newly opened 3 meridians had been cleared and enlarged to match the size of the previous 2. While circulating his technique, he moved through the sequence of the Gold Palace, Water Palace, Wood Palace, Fire Palace, Earth Palace, and back to the Gold Palace, finding the flow small yet smooth. This indicated that the current 5 palaces were functional, allowing the 5 elements to circulate unhindered. This represented a significant advancement. As long as he continued to expand the 3 danshians, the 5 palaces, and the connecting meridians, he would be able to establish a solid foundation. There was no room for haste. The foundation was omnipresent, and he needed to perfect the expansion of the 5 palaces and the 3 danshians while ensuring the connected meridians were cleared and enlarged. With methods and resources at hand, he was certain to achieve this. It was imperative. As the unmatched Immortal Emperor, he could not tolerate even the slightest imperfection. Grasping his clumsy sword, he resumed striking himself, ensuring that every skin cell and pore was thoroughly engaged. The sound of his blows echoed throughout the stone cave, reverberating into the valley. Qin Wushuang soon appeared at the cave entrance, grinning broadly. "Brother, you are awake." Upon hearing his tone, Qin Anyu discerned his intent to show off and chose not to respond. Indeed, Qin Wushuang continued, "Brother, I feel ready to establish my foundation. This cave is 18 zhang high. I can leap up with just 2 jumps. Moreover, my meridians and acupoints have expanded to their limits, fully qualifying me for advancement." Qin Anyu continued his self-striking, responding nonchalantly, "We travel as a group of 4, yet you are always the first to suggest resting. Where do you believe your shortcomings lie?" His brother's face flushed instantly, revealing his embarrassment. Despite having journeyed for so long, Qin Yu and Qin Lingxiu had consistently borne heavier burdens. Yet he always lagged behind and was the first to propose breaks. Had it been anyone else, Qin Anyu would have remained silent, merely providing a foundation pill. However, as his biological brother, with a personality somewhat changed and commendable talent, he felt compelled to encourage him to strive further. Chapter 71. Reflection of Qin Wushuang encountering the flowing lotus. Upon hearing Qin Anyu's words, Qin Wushuang fell into silence. Indeed, within this quartet, his performance was the most lacking, deficient in combat prowess, endurance, and comprehension. Where did the shortcomings lie? He began to ponder deeply. Qin Anyu did not concern himself with him, having descended from the precipice to practice fundamental movements. By the time he completed the 13 basic maneuvers, Qin Wushuang had yet to join them. Qin Yu and Qin Lingxiu were still waiting to dine together. Aware of his entry into the cave, Qin Lingxiu inquired about the situation, to which Qin Anyu recounted their dialogue. Qin Lingxiu felt a twinge of anger, as did Qin Yu. With their current deficiencies, how could they accept such shortcomings? What would it matter even if they established a foundation? Qin Anyu replied coolly, "This matter should not be overly discussed. If he himself cannot discern the truth, any external remarks may be misconstrued as hindrances to his progress." Qin Lingxiu nodded. "Eldest brother, I understand. I, too, wish to refrain from discussion, but we cannot avoid it until we rescue our parents. You are right, cultivation must rely on oneself. However, our parents do not share his mindset. They will always strive diligently." Qin Anyu nodded in agreement. "Let us eat. We shall not wait for him." As they neared the conclusion of their meal, Qin Wushuang finally appeared, awkwardly addressing Qin Anyu. "Brother, I was wrong." Qin Anyu averted his gaze, merely stating, "One must engage in the tasks appropriate to their current stage. It is time for dining, so let us eat promptly. Yesterday we fell short by 200 miles. Today we must endeavor to make up for it." After their meal, the 4 resumed their journey. Qin Wushuang remained silent, trailing at the rear of the group. Noticing this, Qin Lingxiu fell back to accompany him, and they exchanged words occasionally. Qin Anyu paid little mind, leading the way with his crude sword, consciously practicing some agility techniques. Prior to their departure, he subconsciously adjusted the weight of his crude sword to 600 pounds, realizing it offered little challenge. He continued to modify it, finally settling on 800 pounds. During this adjustment, he discovered his arm strength reached 600 pounds, indicative of a mid-stage foundation establishment level. Possessing such arm strength, He reminded himself, the maximum load of those bows is only 600 pounds. Until he acquires a new bow or forges one, he must exercise caution in their use. While confident in his swordsmanship, archery remains the optimal choice for ranged attacks. Ranged assaults can intimidate foes and, at the very least, diminish their numbers. Thus, in this stage of their journey, the effective utilization of bows and arrows is significantly more advantageous than foregoing them. Today, Qin Wushuang pushed his limits. Carrying a burden of 300 pounds of iron, he kept pace with the trio, refraining from requesting breaks, only resting discreetly while they gathered medicinal herbs. He felt quite embarrassed. Through conversations with Qin Lingxue, he learned she bore 400 pounds, and Qin Yu carried 450. He realized he was carrying 100 pounds less than his sister, a disheartening revelation. Reflecting on a few months prior, he had been the favored son of the Wu Yuan sect, while his sister was merely at the 9th stage of qi cultivation, and Qin Yu had not practiced at all. Comparing himself to Qin Anyu was even more daunting. Qin Anyu could effortlessly slay those at the qi cultivation stage and had demonstrated the ability to defeat 400 of them with a single stroke of his sword. He possessed profound techniques and extensive knowledge of medicinal properties. He consistently gathered the most herbs during their travels, never appearing fatigued, and he was the most diligent during cultivation, always finding time to hone his skills. In just a few months, he had inexplicably become the least proficient among them. His sister had mentioned that she aimed to ascend to higher realms alongside her elder brother and Qin Yu. If he did not exert himself, he would inevitably be left behind. Why was this so? He contemplated deeply. He reflected on Qin Anyu, Qin Yu, and Qin Lingxue as they sought medicinal herbs and battled beasts. The further north they ventured, the scarcer human presence became, and the more beasts they encountered, along with a greater variety of herbs, many previously unencountered. After traversing 3 great mountains, Qin Anyu discovered an open mine where a misty gold tree was flourishing. This tree, rich in gold elements, bore fruits that served as excellent affinity agents for gold. Fortuitously, it was the season for the ripening of misty gold fruits, and there were 27 fully matured or nearly matured fruits, shimmering with golden threads. However, inauspiciously, 9 qi cultivation lizards and over 30 at the nurturing qi stage surrounded the fruit tree. Encountering such a valuable herb meant a battle was inevitable. Ultimately, Qin Anyu dispatched 3 lizards of the late qi cultivation stage, while Qin Yu eliminated 1 late stage and 4 mid-stage lizards. And Qin Lingxue took down 4 mid-stage and 2 early-stage lizards, causing the others to flee in panic. They gathered all the misty gold fruits. After harvesting the fruits, Qin Anyu uprooted the entire tree. He refrained from complete destruction, as not far off were 2 smaller misty gold trees that would likely bear fruit in a few years. Upon crossing 2 more mountains, they arrived at a dormant volcano. Atop this volcano, they beheld 2 human-grade fire-flowing lotuses, a herb capable of enhancing affinity with fire elements. Though referred to as lotuses, they more closely resembled a connection, with leaves and stems appearing as if flames flowed without binding together. It was said that this phenomenon embodies the essence of longing, initially intended as fire-flowing lotus, but given the resemblance of the leaves to lotus leaves, a homophone was adopted. In truth, the leaves bore more resemblance to those of the Paulownia tree, starkly different from true lotus leaves. The fire-flowing lotuses also bore seeds, and on these 2 plants rested 6 seeds, when they should have had 24. The others only bore fruit husks, devoid of seeds. Coiling around these 2 fire-flowing lotuses were 2 crimson small snakes at the qi cultivation stage, and numerous small holes dotted the ground nearby. These tiny crimson snakes, born from the volcano, possessed a chilling name, annihilation serpents, the implication being that a single bite would lead to certain demise, resulting in complete annihilation. These serpents were quite diminutive. Throughout their journey, they had encountered qi cultivation snakes with substantial girth, the smallest measuring 3 feet, whereas these were merely 2 inches long, highlighting the vast disparity. Their venom was highly potent, their bodies resilient, and their agility remarkable, capable of launching attacks that transcended stages. A moment of inattention could lead to a fatal encounter. Despite the formidable nature of the annihilation serpent, it remained largely a myth in the immortal realm, nearly unseen. Should anyone discover one, a multitude of cultivators would converge to hunt it down for its gall and flesh, as the meat was renowned as the finest among serpents, and the gall possessed immense utility. If the fire-flowing lotus could harmonize both water and fire elements, the gall of the annihilation serpent facilitated fusion, allowing water and fire to merge. Upon learning of the annihilation serpent's prowess, both Qin Yu and Qin Lingxue quietly urged Qin Anyu not to provoke it. However, upon hearing of its gall's properties, they swiftly reconsidered, engaging in discussions on how to slay it for its gall and meat. Qin Anyu circled around the 2 human-grade fire-flowing lotuses from a distance of 15 zhang, observing that there were 11 fire-flowing lotuses in total, 4 of which were of human grade. There were more annihilation serpents, with 9 heads peeking from nearby holes, 3 of which were at the qi cultivation stage, indicating that 5 visible snakes were of the qi cultivation stage. Upon hearing of such a concentration of qi cultivation beings, the 2 women appeared visibly tense, revealing their inclination to retreat. Qin Anyu did not expose their thoughts, saying, "You both take a moment to recover. I shall prepare." Chapter 72. The Hunt for the Annihilation Serpent and the Flowing Lotus. The preparations made by Qin Anyu were rather straightforward. He intended to utilize the dragon spittle grass. The Immortal Emperor had neither encountered the Annihilation Serpent nor heard of any effective countermeasures against it. His knowledge was confined to what he had gleaned from ancient texts. Thus, the only means he could conceive to diminish the serpent's offensive capabilities was through this particular herb. As both creatures were serpentine in nature, it stood to reason that they would detest such a medicinal plant. After crushing a specimen of early-grade dragon spittle grass and mixing it with water, he produced 2 bows for his companions, providing each with 10 arrows suitable for cultivating one's qi to practice their archery skills. While he instructed Qin Wushuang in the starry sky archery technique, the others listened attentively, posing questions that indicated their understanding, though they had yet to practice. As for Qin Wushuang, she had not participated in a single battle thus far, so expectations were tempered. Once their archery skills reached a satisfactory level, he ascended the steep slope, brandishing the dragon spittle grass juice, and drew near to the fire-flowing lotus, which was situated 8 zhang away. He then scattered the medicinal liquid. Upon his approach, the 2 annihilation serpents entwined around the lotus flicked their tongues at him, while 3 more serpents lurking in a nearby cave mirrored their actions. Yet, they made no further movements, easing his anxiety. After dispersing the fluid, he felt somewhat awkward as the serpents exhibited no reaction. When he charged forth, a gentle breeze had been blowing up the slope. However, upon dispersing the juice, the wind abruptly shifted direction, intensifying and preventing the liquid from reaching them. Retreating to a distance of 15 zhang, he instructed his companions, "Be vigilant. Use arrows from afar and swords up close." He, too, preferred archery and sought to avoid close combat. Rather than aiming at the 2 serpents coiled around the fire-flowing lotus, he targeted the one in the cave that was at the later stage of qi cultivation. The arrow flew true, resulting in a resounding clang as it struck. Though it did not penetrate, it deflected the serpent's head without breaking the skin. What on earth? If 600 gene of force cannot pierce it, how resilient must the skin of this qi-cultivating annihilation serpent be? A thought surged in his mind, yet his hands remained steady as he readied another arrow. This time, he aimed at a qi-cultivating serpent, and to his satisfaction, the arrow not only pierced the skin but nearly severed its head. Taking a couple of steps closer, he launched another arrow at the second qi-cultivating serpent. Just as the arrow was released, the serpent lunged forward, resulting in the arrow striking its rear half, sending it spiraling through the air. As this serpent was propelled away, the 2 serpents coiled around the fire-flowing lotus sprang forth, landing on the ground and charging towards him. The 2 smaller serpents formed brilliant crimson streaks in midair, hurtling directly at Qin Anyu. Then, a miracle occurred. Upon entering the area where the dragon spittle grass juice had been sprayed, their trajectories curved, their velocity diminished, yet they continued to approach him due to inertia. Their tongues ceased flicking, their mouths closed, and their heads drooped slightly, their bodies twisting in midair. It was evident that serpents, even annihilation serpents, harbored an aversion to the dragon spittle grass. If they could have altered their course midair, they would have fled from this repulsive area. Observing this, Qin Anyu sheathed his bow and drew his crude sword, rushing forward to deliver swift strikes. Thud, thud. The 2 serpents crashed heavily to the ground, their once fierce eyes extinguished. He swiftly severed their heads, slashed open their skin, and tossed the carcasses aside, entrusting the task of collecting their essence and extracting their gallbladders to his companions. Annihilation serpents were notably brave. Perhaps the fate of their comrades enraged them, or they were simply determined to protect the fire-flowing lotus, for soon 4 more emerged, 2 of which were at the qi cultivation stage. This time, his concerns were less pronounced. He advanced while they remained silent, delivering rapid sword strikes that drove them into the earth, dispatching them one by one. However, his freedom of movement became restricted as 5 additional annihilation serpents appeared. Yet, they ceased their assault, coiling at the roots of the fire-flowing lotus, all flicking their tongues at him in a provocative manner, seeking to incite his ire. He would not fall for such a ruse. Retreating back to a distance of 15 zhang to prepare once more, this time to concoct more dragon spittle grass juice. As he retrieved a water bucket, the previously silent Qin Wushuang finally spoke. "Brother, allow me." The two engaged in collecting gallbladders smiled and turned their gazes toward her. Qin Wushuang, feeling a bit shy, asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Qin Lingxue playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "I thought you might remain taciturn and accompany us to the Qin Bridge realm." Qin Wushuang laughed awkwardly. "How could that be? I was merely pondering and have only just come to a conclusion." Qin Lingxue inquired, "Could you share what thoughts occupied your mind throughout the day?" Qin Wushuang feigned annoyance. "That is my secret. How could I disclose it?" Such a demeanor indicated that he had indeed overcome his internal barriers. Qin Anyu, appreciating his goodwill, permitted him to prepare the dragon spittle grass juice. Once he had completed the task, he brought the bucket to the forefront of the area previously covered in medicinal liquid and began to scatter it with a spoon. This time, fortune favored him. The wind shifted, blowing upward toward the mountain peak. This sudden change caused the 5 serpents on the ground to turn tail and flee, while those remaining in the cave retreated downward. Qin Anyu hurried forward, wielding his crude sword to forcefully cleave the ground, collecting both the fire-flowing lotus and its seeds. As he prepared to depart, he noticed the chi-cultivating serpent he had struck with an arrow still writhing. He approached and swiftly decapitated it, leaving the task of handling it to his companions. Just as he was about to turn back, he spotted the second serpent he had struck lying not far ahead, still contorting. After a brief moment of mental preparation, he cautiously navigated between several serpent holes, executed a swift beheading, and retreated with equal speed. Qin Yoshin giggled, "Eldest master, 8 serpents are hardly sufficient for 2 bowls of meat. It is rather meager." Qin Anyu handed her 4 spatial rings, stating, "I possess 2 of those chi-cultivating serpents from the valley. Please give me one of the chi-cultivating ones. I wish to test its effects." Qin Lingxue cautioned, "Eldest brother, this area remains perilous. Once the scent reaches the annihilation serpent's threshold of tolerance, they are likely to retaliate. We should find a safer location first." Qin Anyu did not insist on his viewpoint, and the group quickly departed the area. They maintained their previous formation, walking in a line. And with Qin Wushuang no longer silent, the atmosphere improved considerably. As they entered the canyon ahead, they encountered a herd of wild cattle, eager for beef. They dispatched 4 of the 6 chi-cultivating beasts, leaving 2 to ensure the herd's survival. Wherever there are chi-cultivating beasts, one can invariably find excellent medicinal herbs. This principle is irrefutable. Qin Anyu discovered cow tendon grass, bone-covering grass, and 2 other blood-boosting herbs, all at mid-grade human quality. Having gathered these precious materials, he felt a sense of fulfillment for the day. The canyon walls were steep, devoid of caves, only fissures remained. They chose a long and deep crevice, gathering stones of various sizes from the canyon to block the opening, creating a simple barrier within. Chapter 73. A new refinement. Qin Anyu took a demise serpent's gallbladder and consumed it whole. The cool essence slid down his esophagus and into his stomach. Soon, the gallbladder ruptured, releasing bile that brought forth a burning sensation, mingled with a refreshing coolness. This contradictory feeling would be incomprehensible to an ordinary cultivator. Yet the Immortal Emperor understood it to be the powerful interplay of fire and water elements. It seemed that the term fusion was somewhat exaggerated. It was merely a forced aggregation. Perhaps his cultivation level was simply too low. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he began to circulate the Kaidianha Mingju. This technique allowed him to absorb and assimilate all energies, rules, laws, and principles of the environment. However, his current level was too low to fully perceive its effects. Even with the soul of the Immortal Emperor, as the bile disintegrated, various essences were absorbed and transferred, each beginning to exert its influence. The Fire Palace and Water Palace autonomously expanded, and the previously dormant meridians connecting to these palaces showed signs of activation. Before activation, the meridians were indistinct, invisible to the crude body. Even inner vision would reveal nothing unless stimulated by strong energy flow, which would only provide a vague glimpse of their existence. As the essence of the bile continuously entered his body, not only did the meridians connecting to the 2 palaces become vaguely apparent, but those linked to his bones, tongue, and ears did as well. Gradually, he felt the resilience of the activated meridians strengthening, while those still dormant became increasingly clear. His soul sea and entire body also underwent changes. Although the nature of these changes was not immediately visible, they were undoubtedly positive. He began to broaden the meridians, discovering that he could expand them to 1.5 times their original size without discomfort, but at 2.1 times, he could no longer tolerate it. Truly, It was a remarkable medicine. If that elder could obtain such a material, he would endure significantly less suffering. After an indeterminate time, he slowly opened his eyes to find 3 individuals before him, gazing at him with deep concern. He smiled gently and remarked, "Indeed, it is a potent remedy, significantly affecting the aspects related to the water and fire elements." The trio breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. Qin Yuqin spoke up, "Young master, we saw your expression of pain and feared you were in danger." So that was their worry. He felt a surge of gratitude and replied with a smile. The intensity of the fire element was overwhelming at first, but it quickly improved. The later discomfort was due to the expansion of the meridians. Qin Wushuang exclaimed, "Since you're fine, you should eat first. We've already dined and are simply awaiting your results." Qin Lingxua chuckled, "Brother, you've been sitting here for 3 hours. Time truly flies for cultivators." Ravenous, Qin Anyu immediately set about his meal. Upon awakening, a gnawing emptiness in his stomach brought forth a wave of discomfort, and cold sweat broke out instantly. Meanwhile, the others retreated to their respective chambers to brew medicinal soup, practice body refinement techniques, and consume their own demise serpent gallbladders, soon releasing pain groans. This time, Qin Wushuang refrained from loud cries, suppressing her sounds throughout the ordeal. Hearing Qin Anyu's muffled grunts while he struck his body with a crude sword, he nodded subtly. The change in temperament was evident in the smallest of details. He was indeed transforming. After completing his body conditioning, Qin Anyu commenced practicing the 9 transformations technique. To his astonishment, he successfully executed the 12th movement, and even managed to accomplish half of the 13th. According to the records of the Qin clan, this level corresponded to the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. The Wuyo Immortal Emperor, at the peak of his foundation, could only complete the 10th movement, with the 11th merely in preparatory stance. This indicated that his physical strength had reached a level far surpassing that of the Wuyo Immortal Emperor at the same stage. Lying on the ground, he let out a hoarse laugh. Was this the power of crude body cultivation? In this lifetime, he was determined to go further. Once he regained some strength, he swallowed a demise serpent gallbladder suited for mid-level cultivation and followed it with a bowl of an enhanced heavenly elixir, then immersed himself in an upgraded version of the cleansing ointment. The pain persisted, yet he maintained an observer's perspective on his body's transformations. His soul sea, once hazy, was now expanding and clarifying. The 5 palaces were enlarging, and the meridians leading outward were activating and opening. 5 million pores absorbed diverse energies. While the activation of surrounding cells deepened, hair follicles became lively, hair grew longer and sturdier. His once coarse visage transformed, the skin becoming delicate and fair. His body was also growing taller. He watched in fascination as these changes unfolded. And once the medicinal soup turned gray, he exited the bath, casting aside all distractions to begin expanding his acupoints and meridians. In the valley, Qin Wushuang, Qin Lingxua, and Qin Yuqin diligently practiced the 13 fundamental sword movements, a task he had previously deemed beneath him. Having observed them, he occasionally scoffed, considering them foolish. He preferred to practice the techniques learned in the sect. After completing their basic movements, the trio gathered at the dining table to eat and converse. "Second brother, you've truly changed. The basic movements you once looked down upon are now performed quite skillfully," Qin Lingxua commented. "Little sister, you think my foundational movements are merely adequate? They are far more than just passable." "Well, there's still a slight deficiency, as if something is missing," she replied. "You're right, it should possess a smoothness and fluidity. Unstoppable and as solid as a rock," suggested Yuqin. "Precisely," they chorused. Yet these notions felt ethereal and lacked specificity. "Second young master, these qualities are cultivated through practice. Only through undistracted repetition of these foundational movements can one gradually attain them. You see, when faced with the demise serpent, I felt a moment of hesitation. Upon reflection, it was due to a lack of confidence. I felt the same. Hearing brother speak of the serpent's prowess instilled a sense of fear in me. That's a matter of will, a mindset of facing death unflinchingly. Second brother, you are mistaken. It stems from self-doubt. We previously overcame the giant viper with ease using dragon saliva grass. Why did we falter against the demise serpent? It was because we focused solely on its strength and forgot our strategies. As for the mentality of facing death, it should only manifest in dire circumstances. Displaying such an attitude against the fire flow lotus and demise serpent would be sheer folly. I concur with the young lady's perspective. Had the young master lacked assurance? He would never risk his life for these 2 medicinal materials. You are not him. How can you know? The young master once stated, unless absolutely necessary. One should not seek mutual destruction. It seems you have strayed from the topic. We were discussing momentum. Second, young master. It is simply that your movements lack precision, failing to convey the essence. Chapter 74. Checking the progress of Foundation Establishment pills, Qin Anyu slowly opened his eyes and turned his head towards the crack, peering into the inky darkness outside. Unaware of how much time had elapsed. Straining to listen, he discerned that the adjacent compartment was silent, but there were sounds emanating from outside. He approached the crack and beheld a campfire in the valley, where the three of them sat roasting meat. A pang of hunger gripped him, and he realized he was ravenously famished. Such was the plight of low-tier cultivators. They were akin to ordinary mortals, unable to function without a full stomach. He glanced at the tree before the crack, leaped into its canopy, and then plummeted downward like a stone, snapping branches and scattering leaves, the rustling sounds trailing behind him. He grasped at branches as they broke under his weight, continuing his descent. Finally, after the 9th branch he held onto shattered, his rapid descent was mitigated. The 10th branch held firm. The trio roasting meat heard the commotion from above and swiftly drew their swords, forming a defensive stance. In the next moment, Qin Wushuang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Brother, your entrance is truly original." Qin Lingshui chimed in, "Elder brother, you startled us." Qin Anyu descended swiftly to the ground, chuckling. "I merely sought to test your alertness and your ability to respond in a crisis. You performed admirably." In truth, he had simply wished to avoid the arduous climb down and find a shortcut. "How's the meat coming along? I'm about to faint from hunger." "Young master, it will be ready soon." "Elder brother, do you know how long you've been cultivating?" 2 days? "Oh, how did you know?" Qin Anyu smiled enigmatically. Such a question certainly implied more than just a few hours. The layers of ash around the campfire hinted at more than just a few meals. After expanding his 3 dantians and the meridians between them and within the 5 palaces, he had inadvertently fallen asleep while clearing his Rin meridian. Upon awakening and checking, he found that the Rin meridian was half open. Given the extensive tasks he had undertaken, it was evident that a single day would not suffice. Qin Anyu accepted the roasted meat handed to him by Qin Yuqing, took several hearty bites, and then inquired about the effects of their body tempering. This question ignited their excitement, and they each took turns recounting their experiences. Qin Wushuang, being the eldest and most animated, was the first to speak. As he recounted his tale, he occasionally cast proud glances at Qin Yuqing and Qin Lingshui. "Brother, I have come to fully realize my previous superficiality. During this body tempering, I resolved not to withdraw, regardless of the pain I endured. I remained immersed in the medicinal liquid. The gains were monumental. My 5 palaces and meridians have all expanded by nearly double, especially the Golden Palace, which has nearly increased by 1.5 times. Through this tempering, my physical strength has significantly augmented, and I can now execute the 7th movement of the 9 transformations body. Moreover, due to the expansion of my meridians and acupoints, my original true energy was insufficient, compelling me to absorb 12 essence stones just to fill it halfway. Even at half capacity, my strength has greatly increased, allowing me to run with a 500-pound weight quite comfortably." After a lengthy discourse, he concluded with a triumphant air. Following his narration, a silence ensued. After finishing a large piece of roasted beef, Qin Anyu turned to Qin Lingshui and asked, "How about you, little sister?" Qin Lingshui glanced at Qin Wushuang and cautiously replied, "Second brother, please don't be upset." Qin Wushuang waved his hand dismissively. "How could I be?" Qin Lingshui continued, "Elder brother, my 5 palaces, meridians, and acupoints have expanded nearly twice as fast, achieving an overall increase of 4.5 times. The 5 palaces are well balanced. After expanding my meridians, I didn't immediately withdraw. Instead, I absorbed the ambient essence of heaven and earth to convert it into true energy within my body while continuing to expand my meridians and acupoints. Post-tempering, my physical resilience has dramatically improved, and my capacity for load-bearing has significantly increased. I can now easily complete the 9th movement of the 9 transformations body while bearing an 800-pound weight." Though Qin Lingshui succinctly shared her advancements, Qin Wushuang's expression quickly soured. Not for any other reason than embarrassment. He had believed his progress substantial, only to find the gap widening before his younger sister. Qin Yuqing's explanation was even more straightforward, deepening his discomfort. Her meridians and acupoints had expanded to 5 times their original size. The 5 palaces were balanced, and she could now complete the 10th movement of the 9 transformations body. Today, she practiced foundational movements with a 900-pound load, before seeking herbs in the valley. Listening to Qin Yuqing's succinct account, Qin Anyu marveled at her innate talent and was further impressed by her diligence. Her physical strength had reached a level comparable to that of the peak foundation establishment of the unfettered Immortal Emperor. The sharpness of a sword is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. The resilience of those who ascended to the celestial realm far surpassed that of the indigenous cultivators. And he now understood how such strength was cultivated. After all three had shared their stories, Qin Anyu calmly stated, "Continue to expand, if you truly cannot extend further. Then advance to the next level. I shall prepare the foundation establishment pills today, and you may ascend at any moment. Now, I will teach you the art of alchemy." According to the celestial realm standards, Qin Yoqing's meridians had already reached their utmost expansion. As long as other conditions were met, she could advance. He himself might be the slowest to ascend, as his current meridian and acupoint expansion was only at 20% of the unfettered Immortal Emperor's level at that time. To reach that standard, he would have to endure considerable suffering, and furthermore, he did not merely wish to attain that level but to surpass it. They were all on the cusp of ascension. Thus, the foundation establishment pills needed to be prepared. He had previously only concocted the clear poison pill outside the secret realm, a relatively simple elixir requiring minimal tools. If he had not obtained an alchemical furnace at Putian Gate, he would have intended to purchase one from the Chinchao dimension beforehand. Although this would delay their ascension, it would ensure the purity of the pills, enabling them to establish their foundations flawlessly. Though the unfettered Immortal Emperor was not particularly skilled in alchemy, he still occasionally practiced it even after becoming an emperor, with more frequent attempts prior to his ascension. Generally, the success rate of alchemy before establishing a foundation was quite low, yet many cultivators were willing to waste vast amounts of materials on it, as the process could sharpen the spirit and expand the soul's sea. Thus, the demand for alchemy heightened at this stage, necessitating precise control over temperature, timing, and color changes, all of which required immediate adjustment. Mastery of the characteristics of medicinal materials was essential. Some required high temperatures, while others could not tolerate heat. Some could be processed over extended periods, while others needed just a brief moment, as they were yet unable to project their consciousness outward. The only way to enhance the utilization of materials was to extract their essence one by one. The medicinal juice of the gualian plant was yellow, but it needed to be concentrated to a golden hue for effective use, reducing impurities and preparing for subsequent mixing. The purple blood vine could not withstand high temperatures, thus necessitating extraction with water. Had they been capable of projecting their consciousness, they could have refined it directly. The fire flow lotus could endure higher temperatures, but not excessively so. Most wood elementals were intolerant to high heat. Brother, why does my foundation establishment pill contain more medicinal liquid from the Lujin fruit tree and the Liuwu fruit than yours? Second brother, think before you speak. Elder brother already stated that we all possess 5 elemental roots and must maintain balance. You have a metal root, and these 2 types of medicinal materials have a strong affinity for metal elements, which is meant to reinforce you. Chapter 75. Resolute in establishing foundations. The highest mountain in the Dali Kingdom is a snow-capped peak in the north, soaring over 10,000 feet, perpetually cloaked in snow. On this day, 4 youths, each bearing swords, ascended rapidly, ultimately reaching the mountain's summit at 35,000 feet, where they exuberantly shouted various declarations. "We have emerged from the Spirit Bridge realm. I, Qin Wushuang, have arrived. Father, Mother, Ling Xue is here to rescue you." After a flurry of exclamations, the 4 fell into a momentary silence before speaking again. The snow-capped mountain seemed to stretch endlessly, with no visible end in sight. Look at the direction we've come from. It resembles a labyrinth of ravines, merely obscured by trees. Upon reaching this point, one realizes those lofty mountains are hardly worthy of the name. At best, mere mounds of earth. Brother, why does it feel like we are staring into an endless desert ahead? Without these treacherous barriers, all from the Spirit Bridge realm would undoubtedly venture to the Chinchao realm. Here, we encounter forests, towering mountains, and deserts, while the Song Kingdom lies beyond the sea, all serving as impediments for those from the Spirit Bridge realm. Indeed, brother, if not for your formidable combat prowess, we would never have made it this far. Yet we must not relax. A vast desert still lies ahead. Brother, I sense I am on the cusp of reaching my limits. If I manage to slay a few bears on the descent, I could establish my foundation. Precisely, for a cultivator to progress further, each stage's foundation must be solidly laid without any oversight. While the realm of cultivation is indeed useful, it is not an absolute measure. Alas, I have squandered considerable time. Otherwise, I would have joined our younger sister, Yu Qin, in becoming a foundational cultivator by now. Second brother, Why do you lament when even eldest brother remains unperturbed? The four youths were Qin Anyu, Qin Wushuang, Qin Yuqin, and Qin Lingxue. On the sixth day after concocting the foundation-building elixir, Qin Yuqin ascended to the foundational stage. By the 11th day, Qin Lingxue followed suit, both achieving perfect foundations. After reflecting on that day, Qin Wushuang no longer harbored an obsession with hastening his ascension. His demeanor had grown considerably more composed as he diligently expanded his meridians and acupoints, experiencing daily progress while feeling that he had yet to reach his limits. Qin Anyu 2. Faced challenges. His meridians and acupoints were inherently difficult to open, and widening them proved even more arduous. On the day Qin Lingxue established her foundation, his meridian breadth barely reached that of the Wugong Immortal Emperor's level, yet he believed there was still potential for further expansion, thus continuing his efforts daily. Today marked the 6th day since Qin Lingxue's successful foundation establishment, and he remained relentless in his cultivation and expansion. After surveying the surroundings, the group descended the northern slope. After descending 3,000 feet, Qin Wushuang exclaimed, "That white bear is mine. No one dare claim it. If I defeat it, I can establish my foundation." Qin Lingxue chuckled. "Fear not, second brother. No one will contest you. Just hope you do not call for help." He replied coolly, "Every battle I engage in leads to progress. If I did not confront it on the ascent, I shall certainly prevail on the descent." Qin Anyu inquired nonchalantly, "Are you certain you can defeat it?" The 4 previous encounters had revealed 6 bears, the strongest being at the late stage of qi cultivation, while this one was at the foundational stage, hence the question. Qin Yuqin gasped, "It is not qi cultivation but rather at the foundational stage." Qin Lingxue echoed her surprise, "Indeed, it truly is at the foundational stage. Second brother, you must not take unnecessary risks. Let me and Yuqin handle it." Qin Wushuang stowed away the heavy iron blocks in his storage ring, unsheathed his sword with determination, and declared, "No, I must first test myself. A battle with it will enable me to establish my foundation." Before Qin Lingxue could voice another concern, Qin Anyu shook his head. As for the dangers, there would undoubtedly be some, but they were minimal. After both girls achieved their foundations, he had taught them a technique, and he too had learned one that matched the bear in agility. Currently, he could walk while bearing 800 pounds, with an arm strength of 600 pounds, making him well equipped to handle a typical foundational opponent. It was merely a matter of application. What Qin Anyu valued most was the confidence he painstakingly cultivated and the willpower he had rebuilt. It was crucial for him to exhibit these qualities at that moment to fortify himself for future cultivation. No one attempted to dissuade him further, nor would he heed any objections. With sword in hand, he leaped through the snow and rocks, charging towards the white bear. Qin Anyu and the others did not linger to spectate, but rather followed closely to support him. Reaching the bear's side, Qin Wushuang swung his sword to strike. The white bear swiftly turned, its claws striking out while unleashing a fearsome roar. Qin Wushuang's sword was sent flying, and he was propelled alongside it. The force of the roar and the strike caught him off guard. His sword plunged into the snow as he tumbled a yard away. Qin Yuqin and Qin Lingxue, swords drawn, attempted to rush forward but were halted by Qin Anyu, who urged them not to hurry. "Wushuang is not in danger. Tell me, how should one deal with such an opponent?" After a moment's contemplation, both replied almost in unison, "One must not aspire to defeat the opponent with a single strike, especially when there is a significant disparity in strength. The eldest young master and the second young master are both too eager, seeking to end the battle in one blow. When faced with such an opponent, one must first observe the environment, ensuring the ability to advance or retreat." The bear's roar startled the second young master. Otherwise, the sword would not have left his hand. Qin Anyu nodded in acknowledgement, but offered no further comment. His gaze focused on Qin Wushuang. This time, Qin Wushuang displayed remarkable bravery. After rising and checking for injuries, he retrieved his sword and re-engaged the white bear. Drawing from his accumulated battle experience, he maneuvered with purpose, unafraid of the bear's roars. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, occasionally falling or being swatted away, he never faltered, fully embodying the spirit of a cultivator willing to face death. Seeing this, Qin Anyu nodded. This was the true essence of a cultivator. After nearly 15 minutes of combat, he delivered a decisive strike, cleaving through the bear's paw as it attempted to block. Then, using the bear's momentum, he retreated, laughter escaping his lips. "White bear, I tire of this. I must find a place to establish my foundation." After running a few paces, he called out, "Brother, this white bear guards a purple golden white lotus, complete with lotus seeds. The white lotus, thriving in the snowy highlands, is rich in water elements. The purple golden white lotus not only contains pure water elements but also pure golden elements, making it an exceedingly rare medicinal treasure. Upon hearing of such a medicinal herb, Qin Anyu felt a surge of joy but restrained his excitement to inquire, "Do you wish to battle it?" Qin Lingxue, eager for the challenge, had yet to face a foundational beast and was keen to test her mettle. Qin Anyu nodded, "Go ahead." With Qin Wushuang having encountered no dangers, the two would certainly be safe. Qin Lingxue's attacks were more agile and fierce than Qin Wushuang's, her strength significantly greater, causing the white bear to sustain numerous injuries. Its white fur gradually drenched in blood, with wounds increasingly exposing bone. Unable to withstand their assault, the white bear attempted to flee. Despite its injuries, its foundational strength allowed it to escape, leaving Qin Lingxue unable to catch up. After a fruitless pursuit, she returned, disappointment etched on her face. "I still wanted its essence blood, but it got away. Eldest brother, why did you not shoot it with arrows?" Qin Anyu replied, "It is unnecessary. We already possess the essence blood of a qi cultivation white bear. With it present, the people of the Qinchao realm cannot easily approach." The trio arrived at the entrance of the white bear's cave, discovering several purple golden white lotuses of considerable quality. Among them was one at the late stage of human grade, accompanied by 3 at the mid-stage and 15 at the early stage. Next to the late-stage human-grade lotus lay a pit, suggesting that one had been consumed by the bear. Qin Anyu was astonished to find such high-grade medicinal materials in this remote location, and that they had acquired them with relative ease. It appeared that even in this secluded lower realm, opportunities abounded. Might it be that every realm contains a similar variety of medicinal herbs? Yet these lower realms are dismissed as mere weeds due to ignorance or lack of strength, preventing their acquisition? Or perhaps it is merely a matter of insufficient understanding. Chapter 76. Here to break limits, Qin Wushuang successfully advanced, attaining the perfection of foundational cultivation. After his promotion, he exhibited a notable lack of the excitement that had previously characterized him, becoming significantly more taciturn, which left Qin Anyu and Qin Lingxue feeling somewhat out of sorts. Qin Anyu had yet to establish his foundation. He sensed that his meridians and acupoints, as well as his 5 palaces, still held potential for expansion. He contemplated why the Immortal Emperor of No Self had failed his tribulation. Perhaps it was due to not pushing himself to his utmost limits. The process of establishing a foundation was merely the beginning. Every subsequent stage demanded the same relentless effort. Born into a position of privilege, he had encountered far too few life and death struggles. Lacking hardship, he possessed talent but failed to actualize it, which might explain why scions of noble families rarely achieved greatness. The Qin clan had its own beast realm and puppet combat zones for disciples of all ranks to engage in practical battles. However, the protective measures were stringent, and the beasts, having been defeated numerous times, had lost their primal ferocity, rendering them incapable of instilling a genuine sense of peril in the disciples. In this second chance, the adversaries he faced sought either to capture or to eliminate him, thereby forcing him into a corner and even inspiring him to create a sword-drawing technique, an unprecedented feat within the Qin clan. As they embarked once more, his companions wished to proceed as before, burdened, but he halted them. "You are foundational cultivators and should swiftly adapt to your current realm, familiarizing yourselves with your bodies, strength, and speed. Utilize your spiritual awareness and learn to master flight. Fear not, I shall catch up to you. Do not concern yourselves with my pride." He currently bore a weight of 1,200 pounds while maintaining his previous speed, with more meridians and opened acupoints than they possessed, the only difference being his current realm. If he were to reduce the weight slightly, his speed and endurance would undoubtedly improve, and the gap would not be insurmountable. Observing Qin Lingxue's inner turmoil, Qin Wushuang remained unmoved, prompting Qin Yuqin to say, "Listen to our eldest young master." Only she understood the nature of Qin Anyu's physique and recognized the intensity with which he cultivated, knowing that he endeavored to push himself further. Qin Yuqin, bearing 1,200 pounds, soared into the air, gliding down the mountain for 3 miles. Upon landing, she propelled herself forward again, covering another 3 miles. The stone she had previously landed upon shattered upon her descent. Qin Anyu remained silent, neither conversing with Qin Wushuang nor Qin Lingxue. Nor did he lighten the weight of his clumsy sword. He exerted all his strength, covering 8 zhang with each step in pursuit of Qin Yuqin. At that moment, Qin Lingxue realized that her elder brother had been suppressing his true power. Though he only covered 8 zhang per step, he had already taken 6 steps before Qin Yuqin landed, each step slightly longer than the last, and by the time she touched down, he had completed his 7th step. Second brother, let us go. Do not worry about eldest brother. He is far stronger than we could imagine. He has said that cultivators cannot indulge the weak. Our eldest brother is not only no weakling, but a formidable powerhouse. He simply has yet to establish his foundation. She ascended into the air, and Qin Wushuang gritted his teeth. Following suit, the two pursued Qin Yuqin, swiftly overtaking Qin Anyu. As they passed him, Qin Lingxue giggled, eldest brother. We shall wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Qin Anyu responded, go ahead. Soon, only his solitary figure remained upon the snowy mountain. Yet this solitude granted him the opportunity for a full exertion. His first step spanned 8 zhang, but by the second, it reached 8.5, the third, 9. And by the 5th, 10 zhang, maintaining this length for a considerable duration, an achievement purportedly attainable only in the legendary qi refining stage. He found it hard to believe that with a weight of 1,200 pounds, he could reach 10 zhang. Reducing the load would yield similar results. No. This is unrelated to rules or laws. Something must be misaligned. Embracing the thought patterns of the Immortal Emperor, he experimented with the force and method of his exertion. Adjusting his posture during and after each step, combining what he believed to be the optimal solution, and with one step, he leapt 12 zhang. He smiled. The Immortal Emperor of No Self had returned to shatter all limits. At the mountain's base, Qin Yuqin awaited the arrival of Qin Lingxue and Qin Wushuang. Sister Yuqin, your speed is astonishing. We cannot keep up with you. Miss, I set off before you. It is not solely due to departing first. I observed you practicing the aerial maneuvers that eldest brother taught. You are significantly faster than us. I may be somewhat slow. I have not successfully executed a single one. You are not slow at all. Eldest brother has stated those maneuvers can only be mastered in the latter stages of foundation establishment, and we have only recently advanced. I wonder if our actions might dishearten my brother. He has always been the strongest among us, and now we have established our foundations before him. Second young master. Eldest brother will not mind such matters. He has always cultivated more diligently than others, and he has said that while realm stages are important, a solid foundation is paramount. Once he establishes his foundation, he will leave us far behind, so we must strive to improve. Though she spoke these words, her heart sighed, lamenting how eldest brother's path was fraught with difficulty due to his inferior physique. Barely a quarter of an hour had passed since their reunion when they spotted Qin Anyu appear 10 miles away, each of his steps measuring only 8 zhang. As he entered the 3-mile range, each step diminished to 6 zhang. By the time he reached their side, each step barely spanned 3 zhang. His complexion was pale, drenched in sweat, and his steps were unsteady. Seeing his condition, the three inquired with concern, asking if he could persist. He lay upon the ground, swallowed a couple of times, and laughed. I need to rest for several hours. The exertion of over 200 miles had drained all his energy and fully tapped his potential, significantly enhancing the activation of his cells, meridians, and acupoints. This extreme mode of training proved far more effective than mere body strikes or performing the 9 transformations. Hearing no further issues, and merely needing to rest for a few hours, they discreetly exhaled in relief and promptly sought a place to recuperate. In nearly 400 miles, my brother arrived only a quarter of an hour later than us. One can only imagine how swift he is. Throughout this journey, he has yet to reveal his true strength. Sister Yuqin is correct. Once eldest brother establishes his foundation, we will be left far behind. Hence, we must diligently cultivate to ensure we can assist in the future. There are no suitable places to hide nearby. What should we do? Ah, there is a cave over there. It seems to house a steel sand dragon. If we slay it, we can seize the cave for ourselves. The steel sand dragon is at the foundational level. We do not know if there are others inside. Regardless of that, we must occupy this place to provide eldest brother with a resting spot. We need to fight as well. If one cannot, then we shall form the 3 talents formation. Today, we must slay a foundational cultivator. Chapter 77, delving into the depths for steel backbone after a brief recovery of his strength. Qin Anyu rose and began to stretch his limbs, soon hearing a cacophony of shouts in the distance. Turning to investigate, he saw nothing but hastened toward the source of the commotion. The sound originated from Qin Wushuang, indicating a battle was underway. Roaring during combat serves to bolster one's courage and distract the opponent. After all, a biting dog seldom barks, only springing into action during ambushes. Upon reaching a small hillock, he observed the 3 of them surrounding and attacking 2 foundational steel sand dragons, and thus took a seat atop the mound to watch. They needed to engage in combat to enhance their synergy within the 3 talents formation, while their coordination was commendable in the Qi refinement stage. It did not guarantee the same effectiveness in the foundation establishment stage, as the elevation in rank introduced new possibilities for their formation. Indeed, the trio still operated with the mindset of the chi refinement stage, employing strategies suited to that level, while the two steel sand dragons exhibited a more harmonious coordination, occasionally causing the trio to falter. This forced them to rely on individual prowess rather than the formation's collective strength, rendering the three talents formation somewhat ineffective. After a quarter of an hour in this state, Qin Yuqin shouted, "This won't do. We must connect our energies." Upon hearing this, the other two immediately understood and released their energies. Although their cooperation was still somewhat unrefined, it markedly improved upon their earlier disarray, at least allowing them to suppress their adversaries. 15 minutes later, their coordination reached a commendably high level, and the two steel sand dragons were thoroughly restrained, unable to break free from the three talents formation. Another 15 minutes passed, and they succeeded in slaying one steel sand dragon. The remaining one succumbed shortly thereafter. With both steel sand dragons defeated, the trio found themselves utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Spotting Qin Anyu observing from the hilltop, Qin Wushuang erupted in laughter. "Brother, we have slain two foundational steel sand dragons. Their tough hides and robust physiques are quite formidable, aren't they?" This exuberance echoed their earlier performances. Qin Anyu approached them, pleased to see not only their combat prowess had improved, but also their strategic thinking had become more comprehensive. Qin Lingxue giggled. It was all thanks to Sister Yu Qin's timely insight. Otherwise, they might have escaped. "Brother, does every ascension require us to recalibrate the three talents formation?" With a smile, Qin Anyu replied, "I am still at the chi refinement stage. How would I know such intricacies? However, I did observe the changes in your cooperation, which suggests it is indeed necessary. As they say, the pinnacle of battle formations functions as one, striking wherever desired with effortless movements. When you reach the foundation establishment stage, the instructions will be fewer and more focused on critical elements, allowing you to gain further insights on your own." Qin Yuqin nodded. "I believe that is accurate. We are still far from that level. Second young master and miss, we must practice diligently and engage in more real combat." Qin Lingxue quickly responded. "There are steel sand dragons here, and surely many more in the desert. If we enhance our cooperation, once we traverse this desert, the three talents formation will undoubtedly reach greater heights, alleviating some of the burden from brother during our rescue of our parents." Qin Anyu extracted the essence blood of the steel sand dragons, dividing it into 4 portions, and took one toward the underground cave. "I will go temper my body." Qin Yuqin promptly stood. "Young master, you should eat first." Upon mentioning food, Qin Anyu felt a pang of hunger, but continued into the cave. "I will prepare the medicinal soup." Qin Yuqin and Qin Lingxue immediately began to prepare a meal, while Qin Wushuang reclined to rest her eyes. As Qin Anyu ventured deeper into the cave, it grew increasingly spacious. After walking for roughly 50 paces, he understood the reason for such expansiveness. A group of steel sand dragons, all at the chi refinement stage or below, inhabited the cavern. The two steel sand dragons had ventured out to protect this weaker group, ultimately failing to return. Upon his entrance, all the steel sand dragons bared their menacing teeth and emitted rapid hissing sounds, with two chi refinement stage dragons charging at him. Such a scene and threat posed no danger to him. Wielding his crude sword, he dispatched them with ease, sending them crashing in different directions. This display stirred not a ripple of concern within him. As an Immortal Emperor, what had he not encountered? He regarded opponents at the chi refinement stage with disdain, for even beasts could not withstand his strike. With a strength of 1,200 pounds and an arm's might of 700 pounds, even those in the mid-foundation establishment stage would falter. The two late chi refinement steel sand dragons were sent sprawling, one with a shattered skull and the other with a broken neck, both crashing into their kin, resulting in several being knocked down. With one chi nourishing stage dragon crushed instantly. This assault incited panic among the remaining steel sand dragons, causing them to scatter in fear. Qin Anyu had no intention of slaughtering them. Rather, he consciously stepped aside, creating an escape route. One chi refinement dragon, seeing him move aside, dashed toward the passageway, successfully fleeing. The others followed suit. Even the two injured ones staggered toward the exit. Qin Yuqin, who had just begun cooking, heard the hissing from the cave and exclaimed, "Oh no, there are still steel sand dragons inside. Young master is in danger." This time, Qin Wushuang reacted swiftly, springing to her feet and brandishing her sword as she charged toward the cave. Just as she neared the entrance, two chi refinement steel sand dragons burst forth. Upon sighting her, they immediately turned to flee, showing no inclination to linger. This unexpected turn caused her to pause momentarily. As a result of this brief hesitation, a stream of steel sand dragons surged from within, both chi refinement and chi nourishing stages, with the wounded trailing behind. "Young master is fine. I'm going back to cook," Qin Yuqin remarked, turning away. At the cave's mouth, the absence of battle sounds indicated the young master had allowed the injured to escape rather than slay them. However, Qin Wushuang and Qin Lingxue remained uneasy and desired to investigate further. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became, yet luminous specks began to appear within the tunnel walls, allowing them to discern their path, albeit dimly. Upon reaching the largest chamber, they spotted 3 substantial shadows, and as they approached cautiously, they realized there were 3 steel sand dragons, with no sign of Qin Anyu. Qin Lingxue shouted, "Brother, are you all right? Where are you?" The resounding echo made her head throb. Such a loud call. Did she not fear it would deafen her? A voice emerged from their left rear. "I've discovered something remarkable. Come take a look." Qin Lingxue turned and hurried over, embracing Qin Anyu's arm with a smile. "Brother, it's so dark here. I didn't see you and felt quite anxious." Qin Anyu chuckled. "What difference does it make from the night?" "Very much so. There is light, but it is cold and dim, rendering everything hazy." "Brother, what marvelous thing have you found?" "Today we have struck gold. There exists a rare herb here, known as steel backbone, which possesses extraordinary properties for fortifying bones." And Chapter 78, The Assault on the Steel Spine Elixir. The 4 individuals dined in the subterranean hall. After their meal, each began to concoct their own medicinal brews, during which they practiced body refinement techniques under the guidance of Qin Anyu. Qin Anyu successfully completed the 13th technique, while Qin Yuqin followed closely with the 12th. Qin Lingxue and Qin Wushuang managed only the 11th and 10th respectively, revealing a growing disparity in their progress. Nevertheless, Qin Anyu felt a sense of satisfaction. For even the least proficient, Qin Wushuang had attained the pinnacle level of the Immortal Emperor's foundational stage. Although childhood plumpness is not truly deemed as such until one matures, the foundational skills were present. As long as they remained diligent and received guidance from the Immortal Emperor, their achievements might rival his. Regrettably, the level of cultivation in this realm was woefully inadequate, lacking even the means to assess spiritual roots. Otherwise, predictions could have been made. Once Qin Anyu regained a measure of mobility, he inquired about their conditions and learned that they had all recovered to at least 30%. He then declared, "Prepare yourselves. We are to retrieve the steel spine." The acquisition of the steel spine required no special preparations, yet he wished for them to refine their bodies once more. The steel spine possesses remarkable fortifying properties for the skeletal structure, particularly the spine, hence its name. It is regarded as an exceedingly rare medicinal ingredient, one that cannot be cultivated or stored, and must be consumed immediately upon discovery, for if touched, it must be ingested or it will vanish. Another notable characteristic of the steel spine is its clustered appearance. Each cluster consists of 8 spines, yet only one can be consumed at a time. Exceeding this limit would result in catastrophic consequences, whereas consuming less would yield no benefits. The 4 stood around the steel spine, their expressions ablaze with eagerness. Contrary to its name implying a long form, it resembled an octopus with a diminutive head, akin to a small stem. The spine itself was egg-shaped, smaller than a chicken egg yet larger than a pigeon egg, with one end connected to the stem. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang queried, "Brother, how did this item come to be here? Why haven't those steel sand dragons consumed it?" Qin Anyu replied nonchalantly, "This is a wondrous creation of nature. It appears wherever it desires. Our ancestors have encountered rootless seedlings in perilous locales. Who can truly ascertain the reasons?" Qin Yuqin chuckled. "This is the fortune of the young master. By following him, we too share in this fortune. Alas, it is unfortunate that there are only 4 of us, for spines will go to waste." Qin Anyu instructed, "We shall extend our hands simultaneously. When I say 1, we reach out. At 2, we grasp, and at 3, we break." Under his command, they executed the actions in swift succession. 1, reach; 2, grasp; 3, break. After breaking off their portions, they swiftly consumed them, witnessing the remaining 4 spines dissolve into nothingness. Expressions of regret etched upon their faces. Such a precious resource vanishing before their eyes was indeed painful. However, there was no time for lamentation. They promptly immersed themselves in their brews to commence body refinement. Before submerging, Qin Anyu drank a substantial bowl of celestial broth. This refinement session, owing to the consistent composition and dosage of the brew, was anticipated to be agonizing. However, instead of pain, A warm sensation enveloped them, inducing a state of drowsiness, making this the most effortless session of body refinement thus far. Yet, they all resisted sleep, determined to remain alert as they would expand their meridians, acupoints, and 5 palaces. Qin Anyu had additional tasks to open and clear. Qin Yuqin was the first to emerge from the bath, noticing that the bed seemed shorter. After a moment of confusion, he realized he had grown taller by 3 inches, no less. Oh, my clothes are too short. I shall need new ones. Qin Wushuang was the second to emerge, also noting his height increase, and opened his mouth to laugh but promptly stifled it, while Qin Yuqin practiced on the bed. Qin Anyu and Qin Lingxue remained in the bathtub, ensuring not to disturb anyone. Qin Anyu was the last to exit, upon observing his own height increase. He merely smiled. At least now he did not appear as a mere youth, though his robe had grown short. Short or not, I shall buy a new one upon leaving the desert. Upon reaching the bed, he turned inward to inspect his body, and was pleasantly surprised. This immersion had naturally opened 82 meridians and 69 acupoints, all without pain, and all related to the spine. Such an effect was not mentioned in the alchemical text of the immortal realm. Yet, it was understandable. Their meridians and acupoints were already open, whereas his own body was an exception. The essence of the awkward body might never encounter such fortune, and even if it did, it would remain unspoken. Much like his own experience, thus ensuring that none would know, and the text would remain devoid of such information. Though Qin Yuqin was aware of her physical condition, she refrained from disclosing it, and even if she comprehended the implications of the steel spine on her meridians and acupoints, she would not reveal it. Shaking off these musings, he began to expand his Dantian, 5 palaces, and the open meridians along with their acupoints. Upon awakening, he heard the sounds of combat. It was not the clash of beasts but rather the tumult of human conflict, marked by the clanging of weapons and a cacophony of shouts and roars. This was dire. They were engaged in battle with other humans. Without pausing to examine his recent gains, he rushed toward the cave entrance. Not far from the entrance, a brutal battle raged. The term brutal aptly described the situation from the perspective of the adversaries. Indeed, it was harrowing. 7 foundation stage practitioners and several more in the Qi refinement stage lay dead or wounded, while the 4 engaged in battle bore injuries as well. Though they were hurt, their wounds were not severe, unlike the opposing side, where 1 foundation stage practitioner had lost an arm, while they had merely sustained fractures. Upon his arrival, their expressions relaxed significantly, and Qin Wushuang shouted, "Brother, there's no need for your assistance. We can eliminate them ourselves." He had assumed Qin Anyu intended to intervene. Qin Anyu replied, "I had no intention of assisting." He would not partake in such lowly skirmishes unless absolutely necessary, as it would tarnish the dignity of the Immortal Emperor. Nonetheless, while he would not engage, he still sought to gather information. He approached the wounded cultivators, coolly inquiring, "Who are you, and why have you attacked us?" By not questioning the reasons, he implied their culpability in the assault. Reaching the periphery of a Qi refinement stage practitioner, the individual glared at him defiantly, remaining silent. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, stating coldly, "I have little tolerance for such insolent gazes." The next adversary, a dying Qi refinement stage practitioner, could only gaze vacantly at him. He dispatched this one swiftly as well, granting a merciful death. The third was a legless, toothless Qi refinement stage practitioner, who, upon seeing his approach, crawled away in a pitiful manner. Qin Anyu coldly remarked, "Why prolong your suffering? It would be better to die and seek rebirth sooner." At last, some began to retaliate. Some assailed him, while others targeted their companions. Yet none dared to strike at him directly, perhaps deterred by his formidable demeanor. They would rather perish than divulge anything to him. Qin Anyu found this situation undesirable. He wished to extract information. He swiftly moved, incapacitating 2 late-stage Qi refinement practitioners and 1 early-stage foundation practitioner, while disregarding the others. Gathering them together, he gently caressed the head of the early-stage foundation practitioner and softly inquired, "What are you prepared to share with me? How much soul power can you provide me?" Chapter 79. Harvesting and refining. As Qin Yuqin and his companions vanquished 4 adversaries, Qin Anyu concluded his inquiries with the trio. After tidying the battlefield, they proceeded to the cave to tend to their injuries. "Young master, it seems that the Putian sect holds us in high regard. Having dispatched 6 foundation establishment cultivators accompanied by 20 Qi refinement practitioners to ambush us. This indicates their fear," remarked one of them. "Do you think they might attempt to harm father and mother?" Another questioned. "As long as they dare to act, I shall eradicate their entire lineage," Qin Yuqin asserted firmly. However, There are no buts. Knowing our formidable strength, they will contemplate their actions. Some will undoubtedly fear death, while others will wish to preserve their lineage. Moreover, we have yet to reveal ourselves, and some still cling to hope. My elder brother, those from the Putian sect appear rather weak. 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators. One of them late stage, were all defeated by us. They are not weak. Rather, you are exceedingly strong. They are merely of average caliber, while you are exceptional. Young master, is the disparity between perfect and average Foundation Establishment cultivators truly that vast? Have you not already verified this? It is said that the gap between cultivators can be bridged by a perfect distance. Who inflicted the injury on that early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator? It seems he fell after just 2 strikes. My second brother, 2 strikes were sufficient to incapacitate him. Second brother, you may now show off a little. Little sister, do not underestimate your second brother. I may have wounded one with 2 strikes, but Yuqin dispatched one with a single blow. It was she who severed that late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator's arm with a single stroke. I am currently contemplating the gap between us. Upon entering the grand hall of the cave, they began to sort through the spoils collected from their adversaries, emptying all contents from the storage rings. It was evident that Foundation Establishment cultivators possessed greater wealth than their Qi refinement counterparts. The least among them had no less than 60,000 taels of gold, along with a greater variety of techniques. Qin Anyu, however, was indifferent to gold and techniques, focusing instead on medicinal herbs, notes, travelogues, and various other tomes, as well as ores. Quite commendable. We have procured 3 notebooks and travelogues, alongside 37 varieties of superior-grade medicinal herbs, 6 of which consist of 11 high-quality specimens. Additionally, we have acquired 22 types of ores, of which 16 are of superior grade, including 3 types previously unseen in the Spirit Bridge realm. Qin Lingxue expressed her dissatisfaction, pouting. These are merely common herbs. I have yet to see anything extraordinary. Qin Yuqin chuckled. Miss, they are not the young master, and thus lack extensive knowledge. These herbs are indeed valuable, at least some are of superior grade, and their efficacy is incomparable to that of ordinary herbs. Qin Lingxue turned to Qin Anyu, elder brother. Why cannot those 300-year-old ordinary herbs ascend to superior grade? Qin Anyu replied, logically, a 100-year-old ordinary herb should suffice for promotion to superior grade. Yet, there are some that, despite aging 300 to 500 years, remain stagnant. This parallels the ascension from Qi refinement to Foundation Establishment. Without external stimulation, they merely wither away. Qin Yuqin interjected. Young master, does this stimulation refer to the kind that can trigger mutations, akin to our necessity to consume Foundation Establishment pills? Qin Anyu shook his head. Foundation Establishment pills are not an absolute requirement. Some cultivators, lacking these pills, can still advance to Foundation Establishment when faced with overwhelming external pressure. Do you recall the transformation process following the consumption of Foundation Establishment pills? Indeed, the gold element flows to the Golden Palace, organizing the previously chaotic energies within the meridians into a coherent and orderly structure. Especially during the integration of the spirit and body, one initially feels lost, yet gradually, the fusion occurs naturally. Correct, the 5 elements act as a guiding force, creating a harmonious cycle. Qin Anyu elucidated. The role of the Foundation Establishment pill is akin to casting bait, instilling order into the chaos. Those who achieve Foundation Establishment under immense pressure generally cannot attain such organization. Without investing considerable time in refining their energies, their future paths will be limited. As they conversed, he instructed them to concoct their own healing potions, merely observing and later pointing out any discrepancies. The universal formula for healing had already been shared with them. Now was the time for them to adjust the formula according to their specific injuries, testing their comprehension of the concoction process. The severity and location of their injuries warranted different herb combinations. They immersed themselves in medicinal baths while Qin Anyu, undistracted, practiced body refinement techniques with his rudimentary sword. To his surprise, he discovered he could complete the 14th movement and accomplish most of the 15th. Collapsing to the ground, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to examine the results of this body refinement. His dantian and 5 palaces had expanded to twice their original size, with the connecting meridians also thickened to double, an achievement beyond that of the Wuyo Immortal Emperor at the same stage. Was this due to the Immortal Emperor's lack of effort? Feeling disheartened, he pondered the disparity. In the Qin clan, they enjoyed the finest resources, diligently emulating their ancestors' cultivation practices. How could the gap be so wide? After a prolonged period of contemplation, he jolted back to clarity. No, At that time, he had reached his limits, having expanded to the utmost. The progress he achieved today stemmed from possessing a rudimentary body and fortuitous opportunities. As a rudimentary body, he refused to languish among the masses, compelling himself to train relentlessly, practicing the body refinement technique at least once daily, engaging in full-body strikes every day, and practicing foundational movements incessantly. If he neglected the foundational movements, he would resort to combat, pushing himself to exhaustion. Additionally, he had encountered significant fortuitous events, such as the Lugine fruit tree, dragon saliva grass, and purple gold white lotus. Not to mention the wild chicken vine and steel backbone. While some of these resources were available to the Qin clan, they were unattainable at their current stage and were substituted with alternatives. Others were entirely absent, necessitating similar substitutions. His current achievements were attributed to the Immortal Emperor's insights, his own diligent perseverance, unyielding will, and ample opportunities, each element indispensable and collectively forming a harmonious whole. With these realizations, he felt a newfound clarity in his mind. Each stage of cultivation presents its own tasks and challenges. Only by addressing the issues faced at each stage can one forge a clear path forward, minimizing or even eliminating futile efforts. I am the Wuyo Immortal Emperor, yet the Wuyo Immortal Emperor is no longer me. He pales in comparison to me. With this thought, a slight smile graced his lips, a moment of self-affirmation. Qin Yuqin and Qin Lingxue swiftly emerged from their medicinal baths, and Qin Anyu instructed them to practice concocting healing elixirs. Having gathered a substantial amount of herbs, they had ample opportunity to hone their skills. Upon witnessing the formulas he provided, Qin Lingxue queried, "Elder brother, I propose we categorize them and create targeted remedies for specific ailments, such as external injuries, internal injuries, fractures, and fascia injuries." Qin Anyu responded nonchalantly, "We lack the luxury of time, nor is it necessary. Healing elixirs are merely for emergency use." Qin Yuqin assisted in clarifying. During combat, general healing elixirs can be employed to rapidly restore some combat efficacy. Once the battle concludes and time permits, we can undertake specialized treatments. Qin Lingxue refrained from further protest, focusing on practicing with the ordinary grade herbs. Her spiritual consciousness could detach from her body, and she had fundamentally acquired the basics of alchemy. It was now a matter of honing her ability to control her spiritual awareness. Qin Anyu could not help but acknowledge their swift adaptability and strong comprehension, as well as their formidable spiritual awareness. Within less than 8 hours, they successfully concocted healing elixirs of initial superior grade. Chapter 80. I am the brand new Qin Anyu in the desert. The remnants of a great battle lingered, as the weary Qin Anyu and his companions roasted meat at the edge of the battlefield. As before they entered the desert, 3 of them were at the foundation establishment stage, while Qin Anyu remained at the Qi refinement stage. After entering the desert, Qin Anyu expressed his need for an exhilarating battle, and they quickly understood that he sought to advance to foundation establishment. Thus, whenever they encountered conflict, they let him take the lead. Along their journey, he had vanquished numerous beasts of the Qi refinement stage and even single foundation establishment beasts. Just moments ago, he had slain 3 initial stage steel sand dragons, yet still had not reached foundation establishment, claiming he had not grasped that elusive essence. This situation left his companions astonished and profoundly shaken. For anyone, facing a single initial stage steel sand dragon posed no challenge, but confronting 3 simultaneously would compel retreat. "Brother, we have traversed almost half the distance. The beasts here possess the highest density and stages of this caliber. If this cannot lead you to that essence, I fear what lies ahead will be even more daunting. What if we traverse this desert and still cannot perceive that essence? Should we then resort to slaughtering at the Putian Gate?" Qin Anyu responded verbally, yet internally he felt a sense of discontent. Upon emerging from the cavern, he had anticipated achieving foundation establishment swiftly, believing that one grand battle could bring him to the threshold. His meridians and acupoints had been expanded to their utmost, and he could no longer make any further progress at this stage. What he lacked was but a sliver of the undefined essence, known in the celestial realm as the extreme intention, a state of unity between mind and spirit. Though aptly named, it merely described an ineffable state, a fusion of body, spirit, and martial techniques, unique to each individual. Qin Yuqing and Qin Lingxue had attained their extreme intentions through fierce combat with formidable late-stage Qi refinement beasts, while Qin Wushuang's came from battling foundation establishment white bears. He also placed his hopes on a grand battle, yet his opponents were simply too weak, unable to withstand even a single strike. Having just faced 3 initial stage steel sand dragons, he had expected some progress. Yet he had dispatched them in 3 strokes without feeling a thing. As he contemplated, a sudden realization struck him. What is extreme intention? It is not merely the pursuit of dispatching foes in one blow. Rather, it is about discovering that state. One can reach that state without defeating an adversary. Just like Qin Wushuang. Due to the prowess of my weapon, I have swiftly eliminated my opponents, thus squandering a rare opportunity. My weapon is too formidable, preventing me from entering that state. With this epiphany, he understood what he needed to do. He quickly finished his meal, hoisted his rudimentary sword onto his back, and retrieved a captured longsword. You all continue eating. I shall seek an opponent. With a piercing howl, he dashed towards the left, soon vanishing behind the sand dunes. His 3 companions gazed at Qin Anyu's departing figure, momentarily forgetting their meal. Isn't my elder brother in danger? No, with that sword, he strikes with lethal intent. Now that he has switched it out, he must be quite confident. After finishing their meal and tidying up, they decided to follow him, ready to assist should their young master require help. Ah, look over there. A dust cloud is rising. It must be our young master engaged in battle. They hastily set off, clutching the roasted steel sand dragon meat. To Qin Anyu's surprise, he encountered an opponent so swiftly. After traversing 2 sand dunes, he stumbled upon a pack of around 30 lizards, all at the chi refinement stage. Their inferior cultivation and combat prowess made him hesitant to engage, fearing he might not fully unleash his potential against them. Yet, as they prepared to attack, he had no choice but to respond. He could use this opportunity to practice his footwork and offensive techniques. Charging into the throng of lizards, he adjusted the weight of his rudimentary sword to 800 pounds, specifically targeting the late-stage chi refinement beasts. Even so, one by one, the lizards were sent flying or slain, with many tongues severed, and none managed to land a blow on him. Throughout the melee, he remained silent, while the lizards emitted frantic sounds. To his delight, he recognized their cries. They were in a state of panic and desperation. The Qin clan possessed a tome detailing the characteristics and traits of various races, including the meanings behind the sounds they made. This cacophony indicated that they were indeed seeking help, yet summoning aid from late-stage chi refinement beasts was impossible. At the very least, the callers should have been at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. As expected, a group of Foundation establishment lizards emerged from behind the dunes, darting forward like arrows, stirring up a cloud of sand in their wake. The fastest among them were 2 late-stage Foundation establishment lizards, causing the chi refinement beasts to retreat and yield the battlefield to them. Qin Anyu adjusted his stance to face them, contemplating whether to lighten the weight of his sword to a mere 50 pounds, but quickly dismissed the idea. 600 pounds was already quite manageable. He should impose greater pressure upon himself to unlock greater potential. I must forget that I was once the Immortal Emperor without self, and also forget that I was once Qin Anyu, and instead embrace a completely new identity as Qin Anyu. The perspective of the Immortal Emperor was too lofty, while his former self's view was too narrow. The entanglement and conflict between the two hindered his grasp of the extreme intention. With this thought, he felt a transformation within himself, indescribable yet profound. On the battlefield, the lizards' bodies had not yet arrived, but their tongues had. He swung his sword to deflect one tongue and sidestepped another. He deflected a claw aimed at him and collided with a flying lizard. Yes, this was the sensation. As the onslaught of lizards grew more intense and their attacks more relentless, forming a rhythm akin to human coordination, he did not flinch or shy away. His offensive and defensive techniques began to diversify, incorporating punches, kicks, and various sword techniques in a fluid exchange. Qin Yuqing and his companions, having followed closely, were awestruck as they beheld the battlefield between the sand dunes. Are the beast clans truly this unified? 2 late-stage Foundation establishment beasts, 6 mid-stage Foundation establishment beasts, and 11 at the initial stage surrounded him. His combat prowess was astonishing, navigating through the barrage of lizard attacks with ease, remaining calm even when struck, never retreating. Qin Yuqing remarked slowly, "Our young master must have entered the state of extreme intention." Qin Lingshuan nodded in agreement, affirming his observation. But why do I feel that his killing intent has diminished? Qin Wushuang mused. In previous encounters, his killing intent was palpable, instilling fear in those around him. His perception was accurate. Qin Anyu's killing intent had indeed lightened. With the emergence of the thought that he was the brand new Qin Anyu, his spirit became remarkably clear. The entanglements that had once plagued him faded rapidly, and his mastery over his body deepened. The skills of the Immortal Emperor, without self, swiftly permeated his very bones. enhancing his reflexes and agility significantly. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered the state of extreme intention, effortlessly dispatching lizards one after another. At a certain moment, he noticed several opponents fleeing and, upon surveying his surroundings, realized that the battle had come to an end. Qin Yu Qin and the others soared from the dunes, exclaiming, "Young master, brother, elder brother, you have maintained the state of extreme intention for quite some time." He glanced at them, instructing, "Tidy up the battlefield. I will commence my foundation establishment." With that, he produced a foundation establishment pill and swallowed it before settling down to meditate. Chapter 81. The perfect foundation of Qin Anyu, a battle of exhilarating intensity that lasted no less than an hour and a half left Qin Anyu utterly drained. Yet, he had no time to recuperate. He needed to establish his foundation swiftly. The state of supreme intent was a profound fusion of body, spirit, and martial skills. And only by cultivating in such a state could one achieve a flawless foundation. To ensure a steady flow of vital energy, he seated himself cross-legged and positioned 100 essence stones between his legs, activating the Kaitian Hongmeng Ju while simultaneously assessing his physical condition. The superficial cells of his body were all remarkably active, surpassing the peak numbers he had previously achieved during body tempering. His 5 palaces and 3 dantians were nearly depleted of true qi, yet the rate of influx and efflux was unprecedentedly swift. The vitality of his organs surged with fervor, emitting a strong desire for more energy. Within the mist of his soul sea, liquid began to coalesce, hinting at the imminent formation of a true soul sea. The essence of the foundation pill rapidly spread from within to the organs and the surface of his body, initiating a transformative process. With a resounding pop, droplets of true essence liquid materialized simultaneously in all 3 dantians, marking the completion of the first step in foundation establishment. However, what thrilled Qin Anyu was not merely this initial success, but the simultaneous emergence of true essence liquid in all 3 dantians. After enduring such arduous cultivation and expending numerous medicinal materials, he had finally carved a unique path in his practice, the simultaneous manifestation of true essence liquid in all 3 dantians during foundation establishment. A feat unheard of in the celestial realm, not even accomplished by the esteemed predecessor with the clumsy body. With the insights of the unfettered celestial emperor, the unique persistence of the new Qin Anyu had led him to forge an extraordinary path in cultivation. The dantians, also known as the seas of essence, spirit, and celestial energy, were designated based on the type of liquid they contained. The accumulation of true essence liquid signified the sea of essence. The spirit liquid indicated the sea of spirit, while the celestial liquid denoted the sea of celestial energy. The more liquid contained within the dantians, the greater the explosive power and endurance, directly correlating to combat prowess. With the presence of true essence liquid in all 3 dantians, it signified an unparalleled endurance for an extended period and a significantly shorter time needed to open meridians, as well as a rapid expansion of the meridians and acupoints. The emergence of true essence liquid prompted the dantians to grow autonomously, expanding gradually. The 5 palaces underwent swift transformations. Not only did they grow larger, but their appearances also changed distinctly. The Fire Palace, once shrouded in confusion, now emanated a faint red hue that gradually spread throughout, enveloping the entire palace in a soft crimson glow. Similarly, the other 4 palaces transformed. The Earth Palace took on a light brown shade. The Metal Palace glowed with a soft red, the Water Palace remained crystal clear, and the Wood Palace turned a gentle green, all devoid of any impurities. Beyond mere color change, the 5 palaces expanded further. Externally, the vitality of the organs surged dramatically, indicating a leap in life force. The 5 palaces and 3 dantians formed the foundation of foundation establishment. Perfection was not merely measured by size or the presence of true essence liquid, but rather by the purity of colors within the 5 palaces. Even the slightest hint of impurity would signify imperfection. Their pursuit of supreme intent aimed to purify the 5 palaces in this ultimate state. After inspecting the conditions of the 5 palaces, he shifted his focus to the Soul Sea. The Soul Sea served as a secret realm, a reservoir for the soul primordial spirit. At this moment, his soul, destined to become the primordial spirit, was vulnerable to external attacks, and injuries to the soul were arduous to heal, with fragmentation leading to immediate death. A robust Soul Sea could buffer against such attacks, prompting cultivators to seek ways to expand or protect their Soul Sea. The embryonic form of the Soul Sea had begun to manifest, yet it astonished him greatly. A Soul Sea measuring 7.5 miles. exhibiting the characteristics of a golden core stage, was beyond his expectations. His excitement quickly tempered into calm. The presence of the unfettered celestial emperor's spirit was no trivial matter. Were it not for concerns about his body's capacity, it might have expanded even further. However, the state of the soul dam surprised him. It resembled forehead wrinkles, adorned with thick folds. The soul liquid within the soul sea was shallow, merely a thin layer, and the soul appeared ethereal, entirely fitting the designation of this stage of spiritual existence. Yet, was it conceivable for the soul of the unfettered celestial emperor to be so insubstantial? In his puzzlement, he probed around the soul and discovered that what he believed to be shadows beneath the soul was, in fact, a more solid substance. The soul emerged from the shadows, which seemed to contain sealed elements or perhaps entities in slumber. With the emergence of the soul sea, the consciousness sea formed as well. The consciousness sea, a companion realm to the soul sea, also equated to a secret realm, matching the dimensions of the soul sea. Thus his consciousness sea was also 7.5 miles in diameter. The consciousness sea was divided into 3 regions, each corresponding to memory, vision, and hearing. In the memory zone, numerous memory fragments were visible. Soul searching involved entering another's memory zone to peruse these fragments, requiring one to suppress the opponent's soul and prevent their soul sea from stirring. Turning his attention to the meridians, he noted that over 100 had been activated, with signs of automatic opening in those already activated. Am I truly a clumsy body? Observing this situation, he began to doubt the authenticity of his clumsiness. According to the previous elder, activating each meridian and acupoint in a clumsy body was exceptionally challenging, and once activated, further opening and expanding them was even more difficult. Yet, for him, it appeared to be a different story. Initially, activation had indeed been arduous, but as more meridians opened, the process seemed to grow increasingly effortless. Those already opened and expanded began to thicken on their own. Could it be that the original owner was a false clumsy body? This seemed unlikely. The initial signs and the arduous nature of the cultivation indicated that he was indeed a true clumsy body. Therefore, the only explanation remained that the Kaitian Hongming Ju and fortuitous encounters had altered everything. What of the clumsy body? I have already paved a road to the heavens. In a moment of clarity, he perceived luminous white light emanating from the activated acupoints. Goodness, this is sword intent. I haven't even cultivated yet. So how did sword intent manifest and integrate into my being? It must be from the earlier usage of sword intent from the clumsy sword at the entrance of the Putian gate. At that time, I felt a surge of pain throughout my body, and it likely entered then, remaining unexpelled until now, coinciding with the formation of my consciousness. How splendid it is to possess a clumsy body that can accommodate such energies without any apparent anomaly, fully assimilating it as one's own, truly a serendipitous opportunity. Excellent. To have sword intent without any cultivation provides me with an additional means of surprise attack. Nearby, Qin and a few others were roasting meat and engaging in soft-spoken exchanges. Sister Yu Qin, why does my elder brother's aura fluctuate so much? At times it feels soft, at times sharp, and at times violent. What could be happening? Indeed, his foundation establishment has taken quite a while. We have not exceeded 5 hours. Yet he has been at it for over 10. The young master possesses such formidable combat prowess. The process he undergoes is beyond our comprehension. If we understood it, perhaps we too could match his strength. Indeed, I engaged in a battle with a late-stage Qi refinement realm-spotted leopard and entered the state of supreme intent. While my elder brother requires a group of foundation establishment practitioners, including those in the late foundation establishment stage. You all are here roasting meat and making it smell so enticing, tempting me. Is this a ploy to lure me? Not only are you tempting me, but you are also gossiping about me behind my back. What is your intention? Upon hearing the voice, the 3 turned to see Qin Anyu's eyes wide open, a smirk dancing on his lips. Elder brother, we weren't speaking ill of you. We were merely roasting meat here, hoping you could enjoy the delicious warm roasted beef immediately after your successful foundation establishment, and we could also replenish your essence stones at any time. You all are unaware that after establishing a foundation, one can enter a state of fasting? Young master, you previously stated that delightful food could quell all desires. Haha, I am nearly starving. Will you not toss a piece my way? Elder brother, catch. Brother, we have bestowed upon you 3-dimensional essence, each one of us contributing 100. Do remember to return the favor. As for this essence, in the future, there will be an abundance at your disposal. Chapter 82. Enhancing equipment and setting off again after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Qin Anyu assessed his physical capabilities. He discovered he could bear a weight of 2,200 pounds, with an arm strength of 1,200 pounds, firmly placing him at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Having practiced the 9 transformations of the body, he flawlessly completed the 20th movement, while the 21st was nearly perfected, showcasing a level comparable to the late stage of the Golden Core of the unfettered Immortal Emperor. His soul power was at the early Golden Core stage, and his physical prowess was at the late Golden Core stage, with his cultivation at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Additionally, he possessed 2 strands of sword intent within his crude sword, which should allow him to navigate the Spirit Bridge realm with ease. However, he did not succumb to arrogance. Instead, he prepared to proceed with utmost caution. In such a realm, there could be hidden Golden Core monsters lurking, and while he was not overly concerned, he did not wish to waste his Yuan sword intent. After completing his body refining technique, he took advantage of his temporarily weakened state to impart the sword control technique to his 3 companions. This technique, co-created by the human race in the immortal realm, had been refined and enhanced by various factions, and he taught them the universally applicable version while employing a modified Qin clan technique himself. Once they became familiar with the technique, each of them began to soar through the air on their swords. Initially, their movements were clumsy, punctuated by exclamations of surprise, but as they gained confidence, their astonishment transformed into boisterous laughter. As they grew more proficient, Qin Anyu's own body also recovered, allowing him to navigate the skies on his crude sword. He noted that, despite using the unfettered Immortal Emperor's sword control technique, it did not perfectly align with his current physique. The universal version provided a more stable and fluid experience. This realization confirmed that his cultivation journey in this life would diverge from that of the unfettered Immortal Emperor, necessitating modifications to the techniques to suit his body's unique situation. As they became increasingly adept at flying with their swords, he instructed them to practice alchemy. He guided Qin Yuqin in concocting the 5 elements pill, while Qin Lingxue focused on producing the Golden Yuan pill. As the name suggests, the 5 elements pill was crafted from herbs rich in the 5 elemental essences of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It not only contained abundant energy but also facilitated a significantly faster recovery compared to ordinary Yuan stones, which merely held energy. The Golden Yuan pill served a similar purpose, but its gold content was more pronounced, making it ideal for those with gold spiritual roots. Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, one could project their spiritual consciousness outward, making alchemy considerably easier than in the Qi refining stage. To ensure a high success rate with advanced materials, they first practiced with the common herbs they had collected, extracting the essence of the medicines. Observing a century-old herb yield only a minuscule drop of essence left him disheartened for those cultivators in lower realms. Without a solid inheritance or sufficient energy assurance, pursuing the path of cultivation was indeed more challenging than reaching the heavens. The impurities present in such herbs were excessive. Without a superior technique to refine them, these impurities would infiltrate the body, tainting the true qi within, and, in severe cases, even corrupting the spiritual roots. Once the spiritual roots were polluted, one's innate talents would deteriorate, and many prodigies fell from grace due to this. The Qin clan's Heavenly Genesis technique and mixed Heavenly Golden Yuan technique were exempt from such issues. The former allowed one to harness the energy of the world for their own use, transforming any spiritual root into an all-encompassing spiritual root, while the latter held a particular fondness for the gold element. Qin Yuqin quickly recognized this predicament, exclaiming, "Young master, if a single herb can only yield such a small drop, does that mean the pills we consumed previously were riddled with impurities?" Qin Anyu replied, "Hence, alchemy is not suitable for those in the qi refining or nourishing qi stages." He observed Qin Yuqin's extracted liquid. She had managed to extract a slightly larger droplet from the same century-old herb. His own liquid contained about 10% impurities, while hers had over 20%. Due to limitations of soul power, his extraction had reached its peak, and he wondered if she faced similar constraints. Upon realizing that her liquid contained over 20% impurities, Qin Yuqin was incredulous, asking, "Young master, how can one discern the presence of impurities?" Qin Anyu explained, "Your soul power is insufficient. You may not be able to identify them yet. If a pill contains only 10% impurities, it qualifies as a low-grade pill." Below the immortal realm, herbs were categorized into 6 grades: mortal, human, earth, heavenly, profound, and spiritual, each further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional levels. Low-grade pills required a purity level of 90%, medium grade at 98%, superior grade at 99%, and exceptional grade at 99.8%. Young master, does that mean I am currently unfit for alchemy? Qin inquired. If you were to sell what you've produced, it would be considered a fine pill. However, if you intend to consume it yourself, there is no rush to refine more. My objective in having you practice alchemy is to hone your soul power, solidify your soul C, and enable you to wield soul power in combat in the future. Listening from the side, Qin Wushuang remarked, Brother, you truly possess vast knowledge. Qin Lingxue, ever the devoted sister, added, such a secret realm is not something any ordinary sect could create. Upon hearing this, a spark of insight illuminated Qin Anyu's mind. A force capable of creating such a secret realm must indeed be formidable. He pondered the current location of that power and the nature of the spirit bridge realm, which had existed for hundreds of years. How had it come into being, and why was it in its current state? He chided himself for focusing solely on cultivation and searching for clues, neglecting to consider these aspects. Realizing he was in such a realm, he resolved to observe and ensure that his journey was not in vain. After extracting some medicinal liquid, the three of them felt dizzy, a clear sign of excessive soul power consumption. Qin Anyu, however, remained unaffected. His soul level had reached the early golden core stage, far surpassing theirs. Still, he had only refined 3 batches of 5 elements pills and 1 batch of golden yuan pills, each containing 9 pills, all of which were classified as low grade. He recognized the need to enhance the quality of the pills, strengthen his soul power, and elevate his soul level, or invest more time in eliminating impurities, conditions that were evidently not feasible at present. After providing each of them with a batch of pills, he began crafting weapons. His strength had surged, rendering the bows he previously possessed unsuitable for his current capabilities. Even bows meant for the chi refining stage could not withstand 2/5 of his arm strength, resulting in broken strings and shattered bows. He needed to forge bows that matched his present circumstances. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of the celestial stones, he inadvertently overcompensated, resulting in excessive toughness and insufficient rigidity. He decided to forge a bow for each of his companions, adding more diverse ores into the mix. Having 3,000 pounds of celestial stones, he had exchanged for a considerable amount of, or during his journey, and had gathered even more from the Putian Min warehouse, providing ample material for forging. After slaying several Foundation Establishment stage steel sand dragons and lizards, he had sufficient sinews for bowstrings. Ultimately, he crafted a 2,000-pound bow and a 1,000-pound bow for himself, along with 800-pound and 500-pound bows for his companions. With a surplus of mineral solutions remaining, he also forged various swords and arrows of differing weights to upgrade their weapons. During this process, he attempted to replicate the celestial star arrows but was unsuccessful, as his spiritual consciousness was too weak to maintain control, no matter how hard he tried. With no choice but to abandon the endeavor, he awaited the full recovery of his physical capabilities before stating, "Let us set forth. It is time to rescue my parents." Continuing their journey through the desert, they refrained from soaring through the skies on their swords. Instead, they measured the vast expanse of sand with their feet, choosing not to actively hunt the desert beasts unless they were particularly foolish and aggressive. Chapter 83. The pushing gate of Zhenma Town. At the edge of the desert lies a town named Zhenma, which originally meant to suppress the desert, but has evolved into a garrison for it. Though referred to as a town, it is quite substantial and bustling with activity. It serves as a resting point for those who emerge from the Lingxiao realm, allowing them to pause before continuing to their destinations or embarking on their journeys across the sands. The desert is home to various beasts, rare medicinal herbs, and minerals, attracting many adventurers seeking to hone their skills, gather herbs, or mine resources, thus increasing the number of travelers who pause here. The indigenous population is sparse, yet recognizing the advantageous circumstances, they began engaging in commerce. Some factions have also taken note of the town's strategic importance, establishing shops or contact points here. One day, 4 ragged youths emerged from the desert and entered Zhenma Town. These 4 are Qin Anyu and his companions. During their journey through the remaining stretches of the desert, Qin Anyu had taught them the concealment technique, allowing them to mask their cultivation levels from prying eyes. This technique, unique to the Qin clan of the Celestial Realm, is suitable for cultivation before ascension, enabling one to adopt a guise of weakness or refrain from imposing their might. Its application lies entirely within the practitioner's intent. Upon entering Zhenma Town, they were immediately approached by several individuals of the Qi circulation stage. "Young friends, might you require lodgings? Our Zhenma Inn is the largest in town and guarantees a peaceful stay," said one. "Hu Laosi, when did your Zhenma Inn become the largest?" "What of my Tianxiao Inn?" countered another. "Ignore him, young friends. Our Tianxian is the true sanctuary for rest. What brings you here? Our Jungue merchants is renowned in the Qi country for fair prices and honest dealings. Faced with the swarm of solicitors, Qin Wushuang and Qin Lingxue were somewhat at a loss. Having previously cultivated in Wu Yuan sect, they had never encountered such fervent hospitality and instinctively stepped back, trailing behind Qin Anyu and Qin Yuqing. In contrast, Qin Yuqing remained composed. She had often ventured out to procure supplies and frequently delivered cultivation resources to Qin Anyu. Encountering a myriad of characters, noticing his silence, she simply pushed the crowd aside, clearing a path. Qin Anyu bore no aversion to the solicitors, provided they did not press too hard or obstruct their way. Rather than engaging in their chatter, he extended his consciousness to survey the entirety of Zhenma town. His soul sea extended 7.5 miles, signifying the vast range of his spiritual probe. With Zhenma town measuring only over 5 miles in length and 3 miles in width, it fell entirely within his mental grasp. In other realms, such behavior could invite dire consequences, yet here he felt no trepidation. The highest cultivation level permissible in this realm was merely foundation establishment. Unless a golden core lay hidden in a remote corner of this world, making it undetectable. His soul level had already reached the initial stage of golden core, far beyond the perception of foundation establishment practitioners. Even if discovered, he could simply offer an apology. If that was refused, they could resort to conflict. Having completed his reconnaissance, Qin Anyu turned to the crowd still chattering and said blandly, "You may return to your own affairs. We have made our decision." With that, he deftly maneuvered past the two individuals in front of him, setting his sights on a tailor shop. Their tattered and ill-fitting garments required immediate attention. Upon arriving at the tailor, they ordered 4 sets of clothing each, 2 tailored to fit their current forms and 2 slightly larger, anticipating future growth in the desolate wilderness. As the garments required time for crafting, they left a deposit and continued on their way, traversing 2 more streets until they halted before a courtyard marked with the sign of the Pushing Gate. This establishment serves as a stronghold at the desert's edge, where approximately 17 individuals were present, one of whom was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. They were already aware of Qin Anyu's arrival, standing at the entrance or within the courtyard, while the foundation establishment member remained seated at the main house's doorway. A late-stage Qi circulation disciple, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "Qin Anyu, I didn't expect you to be so bold as to come here. It seems fortune is on your side, as you haven't encountered our seniors." Qin Anyu replied coolly, "I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of my parents and how long they have been gone." The audacity of the Qi circulation disciple was remarkable, as he burst into laughter. "I've heard you are a fool." Boom. He was sent flying, struck by Qin Yuqing. A punch to his chest created a gaping hole, sending him reeling backward, crashing into several other cultivators and clearing a path. Qin Yuqing's expression darkened as she scolded, "My young master kindly inquires, and you dare to insult him? Prepare to be punished." She cast a furtive glance at Qin Anyu, wary of overstepping her bounds. Qin Anyu smiled faintly and stepped forward through the path created by the chaos, traversing over fallen bodies as he approached the foundation establishment member. The latter remained in a daze, unable to comprehend how a late-stage disciple could be defeated by a young girl in a single blow. It was astonishing that the 8th-ranked late-stage disciple of their sect had been slain so effortlessly. As the realization dawned upon them, Qin Anyu had already entered the courtyard. Standing before the steward Wu Yifu, who was now startled and shouted, "Qin Anyu, you have committed a grave offense. Your actions will bring greater calamity upon your parents." Qin Anyu coldly retorted, "Send word to the Pushing Gate, informing them that we have arrived. And let it be known, should my parents be harmed, we will annihilate the Pushing Gate." Wu Yifu bellowed, "Are you all foolish? Allowing a fool to spout nonsense here with 3 children?" With that, he lunged forward, hand raised to strike Qin Anyu. The distance was too short, and the attack was too sudden. He had no time to draw his weapon. With him leading the charge, over a dozen disciples of the Pushing Gate surged towards Qin Yuqing and her companions. How audacious, a mere insignificant sect daring to provoke us. Kill them. For the glory of our sect, eliminate them. As Qin Anyu stepped deeper into the courtyard, Qin Yuqing and the others hesitated for a moment. But upon seeing the path blocked, they had no choice but to remain outside. With the assailants charging at them, they felt a sense of relief. Initially reluctant to kill, they now bore no psychological burden. 3 swords danced like serpents, and the trio wove effortlessly through the crowd. In less than 50 breaths, the entrance and courtyard lay strewn with dismembered limbs and bodies, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Inside the main house, Qin Anyu sat calmly upon a stool, while Wu Yifu crouched on the ground, his head gripped tightly by Qin Anyu, also crying out in agony. This scene left those who had gathered to watch utterly astonished. Chapter 84. Information acquired by Puyuan Gate. These four young men are indeed audacious, daring to slay the members of Puyuan Gate. Are they unaware of the formidable power that Puyuan Gate possesses? It is evident that they came here with a singular purpose. Upon entering the town, after ordering their garments, they made their way directly here, clearly well acquainted with Puyuan Gate, having come specifically for them. I overheard that Wu Yifu mention his parents. Could it be that they are here for revenge? If that is the case, they are merely brave without wisdom. If Puyuan Gate takes his parents hostage, it would result in either their demise or his own. I had initially intended to intercept them to earn some commission, yet I did not anticipate their ferocity. Fortunately, there was no scuffle, otherwise, it could have ended in grievous injury. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Wu Yifu's anguished cries ceased. Qin Anyu removed his spatial ring, clasped his fists in salute, and then calmly stated, "Esteemed guests, if any among you are familiar with Puyuan Gate, kindly relay a message. Qin Anyu has arrived. Should my parents bear any injuries, I shall annihilate Puyuan Gate. I am immensely grateful." Qin Sheyu, your parents are still in their grasp. Are you not afraid that, in desperation, they may harm them? Qin Anyu's demeanor was imposing. If my parents are lost, Qin Anyu, swear by the heavens, I shall eradicate the families of everyone within Puyuan Gate. Qin Anyu, your bloodlust is excessive. Among cultivators, there is a saying, disaster does not befall family. Qin Anyu regarded the speaker with indifference. My parents are my family. If they can slay my kin, am I not entitled to retaliate? The individual, merely at the initial stage of chi refinement, felt a chill as he met Qin Anyu's cold gaze, stammering, I apologize for my presumptuousness. Qin Anyu chose not to respond further, instead bowing once more. If there are any who would convey my message, my sincere thanks. If not, I kindly ask you to depart. Upon witnessing this, the assembly dispersed. Qin Lingxue, with a troubled expression, whispered, Elder brother, they do have a point. If they act out of desperation against our parents, we may be unable to save them. Qin Anyu replied coolly, if we do not threaten them, the chance of rescue diminishes further. But they have already left, she countered. Departure does not imply that no one will relay the message. Puyuan Gate is the second most powerful force in the Qinchao realm, with its members and minions spread across the entire dimension. Among those who were merely spectating earlier, 2 were from this outpost. They left for shopping, but upon returning with news of the massacre, they would certainly relay the information back. Once the crowd had dispersed, Qin Anyu instructed, let us wait here until our garments are ready. Qin Lingxue pouted, it reeks of blood and dismembered limbs. How can we possibly remain here? Qin Anyu produced a 3-foot spatial ring, his thoughts flickering as all remnants of the carnage vanished into the ring, and he washed the ground with water. As a cultivator, one must create their own environment and adapt to various harsh conditions. Qin Yuqin promptly fetched water to cleanse the area, and upon witnessing this, Qin Wushuang and Qin Lingxue joined in to assist. They extracted the contents from the spatial ring, revealing a plethora of medicinal herbs that filled half the room. Among them were over 60 varieties, totaling more than 500 plants, alongside over 5,000 yuan stones, numerous ores, weapons, and a collection of combat techniques and cultivation methods. Seeing their ecstatic expressions, Qin Anyu remarked with a smile, I told you, the yuan stones will be as plentiful as one desires. Qin Yuqin inquired, eldest young master. When we entered the desert, we defeated more foundation establishment and chi refinement cultivators than here, including some in the late foundation establishment stage. Why is it that their spoils do not compare? He responded, those we encountered previously were relatively weak, and it is likely some of their possessions remained at home. These individuals, however, ventured forth specifically to seek medicinal herbs and mine ores, thus bringing a vast array of resources, with no time to return their gains. With the soul seed taking shape, and directly reaching the initial stage of golden core, he could now perform soul searching. From Wu Yifu's memories, he gleaned that the combat strength of that group was the weakest within their sect. Sending them forth was a strategy to leverage their realm advantage to capture living foes. He also acquired information that among Zhou Wuqi's group was a Qin Huitong. Had it not been for the memories, he might have forgotten the entire Qin Fong family. Surprised to discover that he was one of the escorts for Qin Zhuang and his wife, under the pretense of mediation. However, he paid no mind to such minor characters. As long as they did not provoke him directly, no punishment would be warranted. The current group consisted of the sect's young and robust members, with generally considerable combat strength. And Wu Yifu could indeed defeat that elder in the later stage. Thus, Wu Yifu held a low opinion of such elders, merely respecting their position due to their realm status, not the individuals themselves. Within the sect, such nuances must be navigated carefully lest one be treated similarly in old age. Unless they solidified into a golden core and ascended, Wu Yifu could not fathom that Qin Yuqin and the others had annihilated that entire group. While he himself had been soul-searched by Qin Anyu and drained of his soul sea and bodily energy. Once they had finished their inventory, the group briefly divided the spoils before commencing their individual cultivation. Wu Yifu's memories would not err, thus the intelligence Qin Anyu acquired would be accurate. The two Qi refinement cultivators were indeed remnants of Puyuan Gate. Upon their departure, they swiftly purchased 2 superior steeds in the town, hastily leaving Mojing Town and heading to the nearest city to find a base, where they utilized a communication talisman to relay the information back to the sect. The overseer of information collection within Puyuan Gate, upon receiving the news, promptly reported it to the steward, who then relayed it to the elder, without wasting a moment. Upon reading the message, the elder dismissed the steward and pondered aloud. Did they not say the eldest son was a wastrel? How could he have slain Wu Yifu? The son and daughter, while remarkable, should not possess the capacity to eliminate 15 or 16 Qi refinement cultivators. This family is peculiar. He subsequently summoned individuals to investigate further, soon learning that Qin Zhuang and his wife had not yet been escorted back, prompting him to seek the sect leader. This is the current situation. It pertains to the family of the Supreme Elder. Your decision is crucial. Third Elder, how should we proceed? Though Puyuan Gate wields immense power, I believe we must proceed with caution in the face of such an adversary. I am unclear on why the Supreme Elder's clan would seek to capture the Dai family. To be honest, I do not know either. Let us first send individuals to ensure their safe return, while I consult the Supreme Elder. Chapter 85. Flight with swords at Putian Gate. After half a day of cultivation within the courtyard of Putian Gate, Qin Anyu and his companions prepared their own meal. It was not due to a reluctance to part with a few pieces of gold, but rather because they possessed a considerable amount of foundational beast meat, along with medicinal herbs of both ordinary and even superior quality. Cooking for themselves enriched their nourishment, proving more beneficial for their cultivation with such exceptional ingredients. The taste was equally delightful. Once they finished their meal, it was time to retrieve their garments. In the dim twilight, the 4 of them confidently opened the door and strolled towards the tailor shop amidst the gazes of onlookers. The news of their slaughter at the Putian Gate stronghold had already spread through the town of Jinma, and as they walked nonchalantly down the street, no one dared to approach them. While they remained aloof, Qin Anyu felt compelled to engage with the surroundings. He was drawn to the herbal shop and the weapons store, wanting to explore and purchase even those items that were beyond his current level. Qin Lingxue, on the other hand, tugged at Qin Yuqin, eager to sample every snack she had never tried before and to buy a few of the ones she had enjoyed in the past. Even when passing by a toy shop, she paused to consider purchasing items that caught her fancy. Their behavior caused the shopkeepers to feel a sense of trepidation, fearing that a single misstep could lead to violence. However, there was a silver lining. The fear of reprisal kept the prices reasonable, making it difficult for them to haggle. Upon arriving at the tailor shop, their garments were already completed. Upon hearing of their exploits at the Putian Gate, the shopkeeper hastily set aside other customers' orders to focus on them, meticulously checking the finished garments multiple times with different tailors to ensure perfection. The shopkeeper greeted them with a fawning smile, though his eyes betrayed his apprehension, as he quickly retrieved the clothes from the wooden box and ushered them into a private room to try them on. Qin Anyu observed the shopkeeper's demeanor with mild disdain. After a brief fitting, he handed over the remaining silver, discarded his old clothes, and donned the new attire before returning to their courtyard. Unfolding the fragmentary map of the Qinchao Plain acquired from Wu Yifu, he noted their location in relation to Putian Gate. Typically, travel would involve horses or camels, taking at least 12 days. However, they resolved to traverse the distance on their swords. Should their energy or spiritual power run low, they would take breaks as necessary. This way, they estimated they could reach Putian Gate in 5 to 6 days. This proposal was met with agreement from the others. They had just begun to master the art of sword flight and were eager to fully unleash their abilities, all the while saving precious time. Yet, Qin Anyu harbored a different intention. With only 9 days since Qin Zhuan's team had departed, there was a chance they could catch up. If uninjured, they could simply seek vengeance. If they had sustained injuries or encountered other complications, they would have ample time to prepare for an onslaught upon Putian Gate. After a brief discussion, Each drew their sword and silently ascended into the sky, heading toward Putian Gate. At the entrance of the cave dwelling of the Grand Elder, the Lord of Putian Gate waited for half an hour before being ushered inside. Upon seeing the robust elder, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Even a seasoned cultivator at the late foundational stage felt immense weight in the presence of a golden core elder. Du Musen, what brings you here? The elder inquired, respectfully reporting to the Grand Elder. According to news received by the sect, Dai Linglong's son has arrived in the Qinxiao Plain. I am not concerned with such juniors. I wish to know when that girl will arrive. In 50 days, Tianqi is to undergo his tribulation and ascend. This matter pertains not only to the Zhou clan, but also to Putian Gate, and must not be taken lightly. Reporting to the Grand Elder. The two of them have been apprehended and are being escorted back. The sect has sent personnel to assist, and they should return in 5 or 6 days. Very well. Such trivial matters do not warrant a special visit. You have stagnated in the late foundational stage for over 30 years. You should focus on your cultivation and strive for early ascension. Your wisdom is noted. However, Dai Linglong's eldest son is indeed peculiar, giving off an unsettling aura, which is why I sought the Grand Elder's judgment. Pray, elaborate. This young man appears dull and foolish. Just half a year ago, he was merely at the 5th stage of qi cultivation. Yet today, he has led his siblings to slaughter the stronghold in Zhima town, killing the steward Wu Yifu and slaying 17 disciples of our Putian Gate, many of whom were formidable fighters. Indeed, that is rather strange. Can you confirm he was at the 5th stage of qi cultivation just half a year ago? The information gathered by Wu Qi and the others should be accurate. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. No matter how strong he is, he cannot pose a threat before Putian Gate. However, he has made threats, declaring that if either Dai Linglong or her son is injured, he will annihilate Putian Gate. Such arrogance must not be tolerated. Not only should the Dai clan be eliminated, but the Qin clan as well. Rest assured, should he dare to come, seize him and execute him. If he can kill a steward, he has no right to challenge Putian Gate. Utterly absurd. As Du Musen exited the Grand Elder's residence, he was burdened with heavy thoughts. The fact that Wu Yifu had been killed within the courtyard suggested there had been no opportunity for escape, underscoring the formidable combat prowess of Qin Anyu. Engaging such an adversary could spell dire consequences for the sect. The Qinxiao Plain harbored more than just hidden golden core cultivators within Putian Gate. They too had their share. A misstep in decision-making could lead to catastrophic repercussions for the sect. The crux of the issue was that he himself did not comprehend why they had targeted the Dai clan. If the sect were to be pulled into a vortex of conflict, how would they respond? Nevertheless, with the Grand Elder present and Zhou Tianqi on the verge of transcending, the sect should remain secure. Yet, he hoped they would not distance themselves from responsibility, leaving Putian Gate to bear the consequences. On the journey to Putian Gate, a convoy was hastily making its way through the night, with a prison cart in the center containing 2 individuals bound hand and foot, a man and a woman, namely Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong. Dai Linglong's face bore a look of sorrow, while Qin Zhuan appeared expressionless. It was only after being ambushed and captured that Qin Zhuan learned of Dai Linglong's origins from the Qinxiao Plain. Realizing her cultivation level was not at the initial stage of qi, but rather the latter stage. Having first ventured from the Qinxiao Plain into the Dali Kingdom during her early qi cultivation, she entered the Song Kingdom, and by the time they wed, she had already reached the middle stage of qi cultivation. After their marriage, frequent childbirth slowed her advancement, taking over a decade to reach the late stage of qi cultivation. My dear, do you think Anyu and the others are in danger? She asked. The Song Kingdom is currently suppressing Putian Gate nationwide. They wouldn't dare act so brazenly. I doubt they will come to harm. I am not worried about Wu Shuang and Ling Xue. They are protected by Wu Yuan's sect, which they would not dare to confront. My only concern is for Anyu. Lin Shi's sect is too weak to ensure his safety. Fortunate souls are often protected by the heavens. Chapter 86. The Sect Within. The sect without Du Musen harbored a fervent desire for expansion. If he could not unify the Qinxiao realm, he would turn his ambitions toward the Lingxiao realm. This would allow him to recruit exceptionally talented disciples and amass substantial resources, both of which were vital for the long-term development of Puxianmen. His efforts were already beginning to bear fruit, as he received a steady supply of medicinal herbs and ores from the Dali Kingdom, outpacing the other sects within the Qinxiao realm. However, while he yearned for such expansion, he was keen to keep it concealed. For this approach contravened the unwritten laws of the Qinxiao realm's cultivation community, which dictated that one should refrain from plundering lower-level realms and instead allow them room for growth. Individual acts of plunder were difficult to regulate, and if an entire faction engaged in such activities, it would surely become a public enemy. Thus, he feared that any exposure of his plans might tarnish Pushmin's reputation within the Qinxiao realm. The current situation was further complicated by the arrival of Qin Anyu. Driven by his connection to Dai Linglong, who had made a powerful entrance, preventing a formidable early-stage foundation establishment cultivator from escaping the courtyard. This development left Du Muzin feeling anxious, not only about the potential repercussions for disciples of rival sects, but also about the risk of revealing Pushmin's intentions to establish a branch in the Lingxiao realm. In truth, he was overthinking the matter. Qin Anyu was not preoccupied with such considerations. His sole focus was on rescuing Qin Zhuang and Dai Linglong. As he approached Pushmin, merely 200 li away, he separated from Qin Wushuang and the others, opting to scout the sect alone while the trio recuperated before discussing their rescue plans outside the sect. While the captors demanded the surrender of their charges, their primary concern remained the safety of the two. If the objective was merely to kill, such an endeavor would be devoid of purpose. Soaring through the hills on his sword, Qin Anyu soon arrived at a hillock not far from the sect. He could not help but admire the grandeur of Pushmin. Sprawling across a vast expanse, it boasted numerous structures and a thriving population of disciples, with vibrant flora and fauna. After surveying the overall layout of Pushmin and cross-referencing it with the memories acquired from Wuifu, he activated the concealment technique to infiltrate the sect. Wuifu, a security officer tasked with overseeing the daily safety of the sect, was well acquainted with its operations, making it easier for Qin Anyu to navigate. He first made his way to the discipline hall, where errant disciples were imprisoned. According to Wu Yifu's recollections, he could not fathom why the sect had issued a capture order for Dai Linglong. For the Dai family was merely a small clan, and Dai Linglong herself was only at the Qi refinement stage. Armed with this knowledge, and considering that the time since their apprehension was relatively short, Qin Anyu resolved to investigate. Within the hall, 2 foundation establishment cultivators were stationed, one in the mid-stage and the other in the early stage, each confined to separate rooms, with only 3 chambers separating them. While the remaining rooms were filled with Qi refinement disciples, none of them ventured outside, presenting a challenge for Qin Anyu. Finding a secluded spot, he began to refine the essence of medicinal herbs and concoct a potion. Upon returning, he discreetly distributed the prepared elixir into each room. After completing his task, he approached the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator's chamber, where he found the man in a deep slumber, seated in meditation. Quietly, he entered, closed the door, and stifled the man's mouth before commencing a soul search. Gradually, the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator's face contorted in agony as he struggled in vain against the torment. Unfortunately, his efforts were futile. The concoction Qin Anyu had created acted as a powerful sedative, leaving him defenseless against the invasive search of his soul. After half an hour, a cryptic expression crossed Qin Anyu's face as he stored the lifeless body of the mid-stage cultivator in his storage ring. He had been on duty for 6 months without any knowledge of Zhou Wuqi's whereabouts. Zhou Wuqi was not at the Qi refinement stage, but rather a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator and a junior of the Grand Elder, whose surname was Zhou. This elder held significant sway over the fate of Pushmin and was shrouded in mystery. The Zhou clan produced many outstanding individuals, each generation yielding golden core cultivators who transcended their mortal bounds. It seemed that the order to capture Dai Linglong had originated from this Grand Elder, and further information could only be gleaned from the Zhou clan. With a plan forming, Qin Anyu dismissed the golden core cultivators from his considerations. Perhaps due to the formidable strength of their lineage, the Zhou clan's defenses were not as stringent as those of Pushmin. He swiftly apprehended a mid-stage Zhou cultivator, preparing to conduct a soul search when the resounding toll of the sect's bell echoed through the air, signaling that a team from his sect was under siege and urgently required assistance. He chose to ignore this alarm, focusing instead on the soul search. Meanwhile, Qin Yuqin and her companions hastened their recovery by absorbing elemental stones, eager to reach the vicinity of Pushmin. Once rejuvenated, they resumed their flight on swords, skimming the treetops in their haste. As they entered a gorge, Qin Yuqin suddenly inquired, "Is that person Qin Huitong?" Outside the gorge, a convoy of nearly 40 individuals was escorting a prison cart. Among them was a Qi refinement cultivator who bore a striking resemblance to Qin Huitong, prompting her question. Qin Wushuang and Qin Lingshu peered intently and confirmed that it indeed was Qin Huitong. Qin Yuqin asserted, The results of the eldest young master's interrogation reveal that Qin Huitong is traveling with the escort team. Therefore, the cart must be holding our father and mother. Qin Wushuang growled, "We must eliminate them and rescue our parents." Nodding in agreement, Qin Yuqin recognized that although the eldest young master was absent, such an opportunity could not be squandered. With only 100 li separating them from Puxianmen, they were poised to reach their destination in an hour. Consequently, the escorting personnel were in a relaxed state, including Zhou Wuqi. Among the 40 or so escorts, only Zhou Wuqi and a handful had returned from the Dali Kingdom. The rest were reinforcements sent by Du Muzin, all at the early to mid-stage of Foundation establishment. With the sect merely 100 li away, their fears were minimal. Alas, they had not anticipated the arrival of Qin Yuqin and her companions. As the prison cart entered the gorge, a barrage of arrows suddenly emerged from the thicket, striking down the 3 Foundation establishment guards surrounding the cart. Witnessing this, the remaining personnel turned to the gorge, only to be met with another volley of arrows. Though they attempted to evade, the arrows flew with such velocity that they swiftly followed in the fate of their fallen comrades. One mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator bellowed, "Wuqi, you take the cart and retreat. We will confront the enemy." No sooner had he spoken than an arrow found its mark in his throat. Zhou Wuqi dashed toward the cart, witnessing the demise of his comrade, and roared in fury, "Who dares to ambush us? Step forward and face me." There was no response. Only another trio of arrows flying toward him. He swung his blade to intercept one, but before he could connect, he felt the sting of an arrow piercing him, propelling him sideways with tremendous force. In a daze, 5 words flashed through his mind. Blurred before him, he beheld 3 youths, bows in hand, leaping atop the treetops. Another volley of arrows was released, and once they had discharged their quivers, they sheathed their bows and unsheathed their swords, charging forward. Chapter 87. 3 individuals rescue the Qin couple. The plan devised by Qin Yuqin and his companions for the rescue was rather straightforward. Initiate a distant assault followed by close combat. In the desert, after Qin Anew crafted the bows and arrows, they no longer regarded the previous arrows as mere projectiles, dedicating themselves entirely to practicing Starry Sky. Given their insufficient spiritual energy, they could not shoot multiple arrows simultaneously, thus focusing on enhancing the accuracy of a single arrow. As the rescue operation commenced, they first targeted the guards surrounding the prison cart from the treetops, descending to retrieve their arrows before launching another volley. Repeating this process, they successfully eliminated the guards near the prison cart, inducing panic among the assailants as they closed in swiftly. Of the 40 guards, 26 were at the Foundation establishment stage. And before they could react, 15 were struck by arrows, including several mid-stage cultivators like Zhou Wuqi, whose fates remained uncertain. This sudden turn of events caused chaos among the remaining guards. Some fled in disarray while others sought to retaliate against their attackers. In the midst of the turmoil, Qin Huitong was taken aback upon recognizing the 3 youths. How could it be them? He identified Qin Wushuang, Qin Lingxue, and Qin Yuqin. He was aware that Qin Wushuang had already advanced to the Qi refinement stage, but when had Qin Yuqin begun to fly among the trees, attaining the same level? Before he could process the shock, another wave of astonishment struck him. The 3 were now descending upon their foes, wielding swords with deadly precision, either repelling them with a single strike or outright slaying them. How could they, mere juniors, dare to confront seasoned cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage, particularly Qin Yuqin, who was capable of severing the swords of these seniors and even decapitating them? Instinctively, he turned his horse to flee, but after a few paces, he realized he could not abandon them. Qin Zhuang and Dai Ling Long were his uncle and aunt, and they had the ability to achieve such feats, implying that his future would also be promising. Thus, he turned his horse around, resolved to wait for the battle's conclusion. Within mere minutes, the skirmish reached its end. The trio had dispatched 7 and injured one of the Foundation establishment stage, after which the remaining members of Pu Tianmen lost their will to resist and fled rapidly, leaving only him behind. Once the 3 had chased away the Pu Tianmen members, they swiftly returned. Qin Lingxue swung her sword, shattering the prison cart and revealing its 2 tightly bound occupants. With tears in her eyes, she cried, "Father, Mother, is it truly you?" Standing beside the cart, Qin Wushuang felt a twinge of unease. A voice of skepticism emerged. "Lingxue, is that you?" Qin Yuqin deftly lifted the cloth covering their heads, revealing their true faces, those of the master and mistress. With another flick of his sword, the bindings that restrained them fell away. "Master, mistress, please converse. I shall attend to the battlefield." As the 2 began to sit up, Qin Lingxue collapsed into Dai Linglong's arms, weeping uncontrollably. "Mother, I feared I would never see you again." Qin Zhuang looked at the two, then at Qin Yuqin, filled with confusion. How could you kill Foundation Establishment cultivators? Where's Anyu? Amidst her tears, Qin Lingxue quickly responded, Father, brother entered a secret realm 6 months ago and learned many cultivation techniques. He took Yuqin first, then me. And now we are all at the Foundation Establishment stage. We thought you had been captured by Pu Tianmin, which is why brother went to gather information. Qin Zhuang surveyed the surrounding corpses in disbelief. You killed them with arrows? I do not recognize the others, but I know Zhou Wuqi. In Song Country. I couldn't defeat him, and after traversing the Great Snow Mountain, I learned he was at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, extinguishing any hope of victory. Now he lies there, unscathed except for a single arrow wound. How is this possible? Finally, Qin Wushuang seized the moment to speak. Father, our archery skills are exceptional. These are no ordinary arrows. My brother infused them with meteoric materials. Qin Lingxue nodded vigorously. Brother is incredibly skilled now. Not only can he refine pills, but he can also forge weapons. Our bows and swords were crafted by him. By the way, you both appear quite unwell. You should take a 5 elements pill. She retrieved a small wooden box from her interspatial ring, containing 9 glimmering pills, handing one to Dai Linglong and another to Qin Zhuang. The transformation of their children was astonishing. Qin Zhuang and Dai Linglong were still grappling with the reality of it all. Their earlier inquiries had been mere reflexes, but now, upon receiving the radiant pills, they had time to reflect deeply. As they fell silent, Qin Huidong perceived an opportunity. He urged his horse forward, dismounting a distance away before rushing to kneel beside Qin Zhuang, pleading earnestly, Uncle, Aunt, everything that transpired was my fault. I was coerced. Qin Wushuang kicked him, exclaiming, Get lost. Qin Huitong, bloodied from the kick, quickly knelt again, crawling back to his original spot. Uncle, you are my only remaining relative. I implore you. In light of my father's standing, grant me a chance for redemption. Qin Lingxue retorted, Did you not claim that my father's estate was to be handed down to you? He is no longer the lord of the estate. Go back and take up your duties. Qin Wushuang, with her sword pointed at his chin, added, You revealed my father's whereabouts to Pu Tianmin. After my parents' incident, your family seized control of the Qin residence, acting as the acting lord, injuring Yuqin and attempting to harm my brother. You were so eager to erase our family's existence. Qin Huitong hastily defended himself. Wushuang, I knew nothing of this. It was their doing. Qin Lingxue scoffed. Did you not use the stolen wealth from my family? Your mother recognized Zhang Yuan from Pu Tianmin, yet came to harm our family, abducting my parents. How utterly shameless. Her words struck Qin Huitong without impact. He could remain oblivious since it was his parents' doing. However, Qin Zhuang's expression darkened upon hearing this. Ultimately, it was he who had enabled such actions. And now to discover that Zhang Qili was behind his family's misfortune ignited a fury within him. Huitong, depart. From this day forth, let bridges be bridges and roads be roads. May we each find peace. Dai Linglong said coolly, You are now Zhang Huitong, severed from the Qin family. What you did before deserved death. We shall spare you now as a restitution for the blood ties of the past. Leave. This declaration astonished Qin Wushuang and Qin Lingxue. You no longer call him Qin Huitong, but Zhang Huitong? Qin Yuqin, having finished clearing the battlefield, approached and performed the customary greetings. Greetings, master. Greetings, mistress. Dai Linglong quickly grasped her hand. Do not do that. Anyu considers you a sister. You need not address us in such a manner. Qin Yuqin smiled gently. Mistress. Decorum must be observed. We should not dwell on such matters. We are near Pu Tianmin, and if someone has escaped, it is wise for us to take precautions. Chapter 88. The origin of events in you is filled with fury, while Qin Huitong, no, Zhang Huidong dared not follow them as Qin Wushuang slashed his sword, carving a clear divide in front of him, signaling unmistakably for him to stay back. He stood there, his expression fluctuating between darkness and light, his mind racing. Upon returning to the Zhang family, even after transporting Zhang Yuan's lifeless body back, he received neither gratitude nor the respect he deemed his due, feeling a profound estrangement. As a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage, he was treated as insignificant by the current populace, and he had not gained any resources. Upon entering the Dali kingdom, he quickly realized that the Qi refinement stage was far more common than in the Song kingdom, with the Zhang family boasting over 30 practitioners, 6 of whom were in the later stages. His own cultivation level seemed utterly inconsequential. Lacking resources for his own training, he felt suffocated by the presence of Zhang Qili, who had lost an arm, Zhang Fuyuan, who bore a broken back, and Qin Datong, who was only at the 7th stage of qi cultivation. For a period, he was consumed by anger towards Zhang Qili for betraying Qin Zhuan, which cut off his resources, anger towards Qin Feng for not becoming the lord of the manor, losing potential benefits, anger towards Zhang Fuyuan, the useless one, for not simply perishing, and anger towards Zhang Qili and the others for not remaining in the Song Kingdom, which would have relieved him of burdens and allowed him to extract some resources from the Zhang family. After a time of futile rage, he came to the realization that mere fury would not suffice. To gain a voice of authority, he needed to elevate his cultivation level. Advancement demanded resources, and with no one to rely on, he resolved to earn them himself. Hearing that foraging for herbs could yield resources, he set out to gather medicinal plants. Yet, during his very first outing, he stumbled upon a spirit-grade herb, and just as he was about to harvest it, a guardian striped tiger sprang forth, inflicting serious injuries upon him. Luckily, the creature dared not stray too far from the herb, allowing him to escape with his life. Upon returning home, he exhausted the remaining resources he had to heal his wounds. Once his body had mended, he ventured out again, this time accepting a position as a bodyguard, and fortune smiled upon him as he was selected. To his astonishment, he discovered that his employers were from the Putian sect. As he grappled with confusion, the members of the Putian sect clearly informed those chosen that they were mere servants, mere path clears. As the expedition commenced, he witnessed firsthand what it meant to be a servant and a path clearer, responsible for all menial tasks, from laundry to cooking, and even occasionally lifting the prisoner cart. They encountered beast hordes along the way, and it was they who engaged in combat, resulting in him sustaining injuries twice, though fortunately, neither was severe enough to warrant abandonment by the group. Approaching the snow-capped mountains, he inadvertently overheard members of the Putian sect discussing that the prisoners in the cart were none other than Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong, leaving him in shock for a considerable time. Thus, while carrying the cart up the mountainside, exhausted, he sat beside it and unleashed a tirade against the two for over 10 minutes, berating them for allowing themselves to be captured, for not choosing to die immediately, and ultimately expressing his true feelings, that had they not been apprehended, he would have enjoyed a steady stream of resources, enabling him to cultivate in peace without enduring such hardship. This outburst did not go unnoticed, and a member of the Putian sect struck him sharply, admonishing him that should any misfortune befall them, he would pay with his life. Terrified, he retreated to a corner to tend to his wounds and his wounded spirit. Once, he had relied on them, even as captives. He could not provoke them, which only deepened his anguish. After crossing the snow mountains, the bodyguard team diminished from 20 to 8, yet he remained alive. The subsequent days proved somewhat easier. Zhou Wuqi, who had been presenting himself as a late-stage qi cultivator, revealed his true mid-stage foundation establishment level, alongside two others in the early stage. Though he remained unaware of their reasons for such restraint, during their trek across the desert, none were lost, until they reached this point. For this escort mission, he had only received half of the payment, the remainder contingent upon delivering the prisoners to the Putian sect. Upon witnessing the three of them emerge victorious, dispatching Zhou Wuqi and his formidable companions with ease, he thought to himself that if he could remain in their company, he would gladly forfeit the second half of his reward. They collected a substantial number of storage rings containing abundant resources, and even a slight share would suffice for his cultivation needs. However, after being reprimanded by Qin Wushuang and Qin Lingxue, Qin Zhuan ceased to regard him, reigniting his anger. He seethed internally, questioning why they would withhold resources from him, and why he was denied access to the remaining half of his reward. Reflecting on the trials and tribulations he had endured, he could no longer contain himself, raising his voice in a primal scream. Ah, why? From the corner of his eye, he noticed a number of cultivators approaching from the right, their figures unmistakably those of Foundation establishment practitioners, all soaring towards him. A spark of realization ignited within him. These were members of the Putian sect, come to apprehend them. Suddenly, a rush of adrenaline coursed through him. He could seize the remaining half of his reward, possibly even more. In less than 10 seconds, however, a chill enveloped him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and bow. With this thought in mind, he immediately complied, dropping to his knees and prostrating himself 3 times before calling out, "Esteemed elders, I am responsible for escorting Qin Zhuan and his wife. We encountered an ambush here, and many esteemed elders perished in battle, while the 2 of them were captured by 3 petty thieves." He was astute enough not to mention the names of Qin Wushuang and the others, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet, no one paid him any heed as he lay prostrate on the ground. Over 30 Foundation establishment practitioners descended, inspecting the area, their expressions grave and astonished. Of the 20 or more cultivators, 15 had been slain by arrows, yet not a single arrow remained. What kind of arrow could fell a Foundation establishment practitioner in one shot? Such arrows must be exceedingly rare, otherwise they would have been retrieved. The ability to kill 15 was beyond their means to address. They needed to regroup at the sect. You 4, search the surroundings. We shall return to the sect to discuss our course of action and bring this Qi cultivator back for questioning. Zhang Huitong remained kneeling, his forehead pressed to the ground, too fearful to lift his gaze. He had no sense of how long he knelt when suddenly he felt a grip on his back, lifting him off the ground. In his panic, he nearly cried out, only to realize he was being carried away by someone on horseback, hastily swallowing his impending shout. Qin and Yu, having completed his soul search, gleaned the events leading to Dai Linglong's capture, and a rare anger flickered within him. It turned out that this incident stemmed from Dai Linglong's vivacity and charm during her childhood. When she was merely 10 years old, she caught the eye of Zhou Tianqi, a Foundation establishment practitioner from the Zhou family of the Putian sect, who was captivated by her beauty. Despite the Zhou family's formidable status, Zhou Tianqi refrained from forcibly taking her, bound by societal ethics, yet he could not shake her from his thoughts, often covertly observing her. When she reached the age of 15 or 16, having heard rumors that the century-old Zhou Tianqi took a fancy to her, she fled in terror during the night. At only 15 or 16, she was aware that he was over 100 years old. Although practitioners in the Qi refinement stage could live for up to 120 years and those in the Foundation establishment stage for 200. She had no acquaintance with him and, given the overwhelming power of his family, felt she had no choice but to escape. As Zhou Tianqi's cultivation level ascended, his obsession with Dai Linglong only deepened, and once he reached the later stages of Foundation establishment, he sought her out, only to learn that she had long since left home, and her family had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Chapter 89. The family gathers before Putian. Qin Anyu stealthily exited the Zhou residence and emerged from the gates of Putian, subsequently making his way toward the designated meeting point, a canyon situated before Putian. Upon entering the mountains, he revealed himself, promptly channeling his energy and consuming a 5 elements pill as he approached the canyon. The gains from this visit to Putian were rather meager. He absorbed the essence of 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioners, yet his soul sea did not expand. Only the liquid level within it increased by half an inch. The material acquisitions were even less impressive, as their storage rings were merely 5 feet in size, containing fewer than 1,000 spirit stones. With medicinal herbs and ores being quite commonplace, he had them all. However, the intelligence gathered proved somewhat useful, with information pertaining to both Putian and the Zhou family. What infuriated him was the reason behind the capture of Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong. Zhou Tianqi had been obsessively fixated on Dai Linglong, leading to his current unstable state of mind. In a bid to prevent him from succumbing to madness, the Golden Core patriarch of the Zhou family resorted to detaining all members of the Dai family, coercing them into revealing Dai Linglong's whereabouts. When no leads materialized, they were imprisoned, and a search was initiated across the Qinchao dimension. After failing to find anything there, the plan was to unify the spirit bridges within Putian to conduct further searches, with the underlying goal of hastening Zhou Tianqi's ascension. Currently, Zhou Tianqi had reached the perfected late-stage Foundation establishment and could trigger the heavenly tribulation at any moment. For safety's sake, he ordered the capture of Dai Linglong and her family to eliminate that lingering obsession. Qin Anyu felt indifferent about Zhou Tianqi's fixation on Dai Linglong. After all, a yearning for beauty is a universal sentiment, as long as it did not disrupt the normal lives of the family. However, the Zhou family's actions nearly led to the ruin of the Qin family, igniting Qin Anyu's wrath. A mere golden core, one who only dared to lurk in the shadows, could act so brazenly, it was utterly unforgivable. Upon ascending the mountain, he observed 2 Foundation establishment practitioners from Putian searching the area, one at mid-stage and the other at early stage, but he paid them no heed, releasing his soul power while continuing his search. The use of the stealth technique required soul power, yet having absorbed the essence from 2 mid-stage practitioners, he not only replenished his losses but also experienced an increase, allowing him to continue expending it. The 2 practitioners from Putian spotted him, and, upon realizing they did not recognize him, approached, asking, "Where do you hail from, friend? We have not seen you before." Qin Anyu regarded them with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. Did they truly not recognize him? To his surprise, they earnestly replied, "We truly do not know you." Sensing their sincerity, Qin Anyu coolly stated, "I am Qin Anyu, Please return and inform the Golden Core Elder of the Zhou family, as well as Du Muzin, that I, Qin Anyu, shall come to collect my debts tomorrow. Let them assess the worth of the Zhou family and Putian on their own. During his journey out of Putian, he received news that Qin Zhuan and her husband had been rescued by Qin Yu and their companions. With them safe, he felt unencumbered, free to act with force or diplomacy, depending on the cost they were willing to bear. Upon hearing his identity, the two Foundation establishment practitioners stepped back, drawing their weapons. Adopting a defensive stance, Qin Anyu regarded them with indifference, warning, "You should leave swiftly before I grow displeased. Otherwise, I shall seek another messenger." Their hearts quaked at his frigid gaze, which chilled their very spirits, extinguishing any flicker of courage. The two clasped their fists in respect and said, "In that case, we shall return to report to the sect leader." Their rank was insufficient to meet the elder directly, as that required the sect leader or alternative means, which they lacked. Qin Anyu waved dismissively, continuing along the ridge without concern for whether they might stage an ambush. The two had no such intentions. Once he turned away, they took to the skies, heading back to their sect. Had Qin Anyu glanced back, he would have seen their drenched backs. After traversing nearly 5 miles, Qin Anyu chuckled, unsheathing his humble sword to ride the currents of the air. Beneath the ridge ahead, a marked stone wall indicated their prearranged meeting spot, where they lay hidden nearby. Upon reaching the marked spot, he felt his heartbeat quicken. A flicker of surprise soon gave way to understanding. He was the son of Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong. Regardless of whether the original owner's lingering thoughts remained, the bond of blood was irrefutable. In fact, prior to his Foundation establishment, he had unraveled many questions. This body was neither the original owner nor the Immortal Emperor of Selflessness. It was simply Qin Anyu, the eldest son of Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong, the once naive son. Wholly devoted to cultivation, well, no longer naive, he had become quite astute. It was this clarity regarding his own identity that allowed him to achieve unity of mind and comprehend the ultimate essence. They discovered a stone cave and sat within, conversing softly, while Qin used to guard at the entrance, vigilant against any external threats. Suddenly, she observed an individual descending from above, preparing to draw her sword, only to break into a bright smile, joyfully exclaiming, "The young master has arrived." Qin Anyu entered the cave, patting her shoulder before offering a warm smile to Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong, greeting them, "Greetings, father and mother." Du Muzin, accompanied by the two Foundation establishment practitioners, ventured through a series of underground chambers, descending deeper into the earth, until they once again stood before Elder Zhou. Upon hearing the message from the two, he dared not tarry even for a moment. After listening to their account, Elder Zhou fell into silence. The particulars of being a golden core were known to very few even within the Zhou family. How had Qin Anyu acquired such knowledge? This young man, standing resolutely before Putian and the Zhou family, boldly proclaimed his intent to collect debts, leaving them to assess the stakes. Yet still had the audacity to remain on the mountainside. What audacity he possessed! Like Du Muzin, Elder Zhou found himself uncertain. He felt confident that Qin Anyu would not dare confront him, for the disparity between Golden Core and Foundation establishment was vast. Yet he also understood the peril of stepping outside. Doing so would invite the heavenly tribulation, one far more violent than that encountered during Ascension. After pondering for a while without clarity, he asked, "Du Muzin, what do you believe we should do?" Faced with Qin Anyu's unabashed threat, Du Muzin found himself equally troubled. He pondered what ought to be offered, what could be offered, and how to navigate such complexities. His mind was ensnared in a web of uncertainty. It was not fear that gripped him, but as the sect leader of Putian, he had to consider all angles. Since the other party expressed a desire to negotiate rather than sever ties, there was room for discussion. Yet, the means of such negotiation eluded him, as the question had been posed to them, with the Golden Core Elder at stake. Thus, upon hearing Elder Zhou's inquiry, he gently shook his head. "Elder, we do not know what he seeks, making it difficult to address." The rapid ascent from the 5th level of Qi cultivation to Foundation establishment within 6 months suggested that those three must have encountered remarkable opportunities. Chapter 90. Qin Anyu shatters the plaque. The entrance of Putian Gate was orderly, with only a couple of Foundation building attendants originally stationed there. Today, all had been replaced by elders on duty. The attendants and gatekeepers previously responsible for guarding the entrance had been dispatched to stand watch 10 miles away from the sect. The reason behind this unusual arrangement remained a mystery to them, yet they dutifully stood guard, refraining from any aggression or harsh words toward visitors, lest they face severe punishment from the sect. This scene puzzled the shops lining the street and astonished those who came to explore and shop. Had Putian Gate changed its nature? In truth, Putian Gate had not changed. Its essence was merely being temporarily suppressed. As noon approached, a group of 6 made their way toward Putian Gate, moving with deliberate calmness. Among them were 2 in the Qi training stage and 4 in the foundation building stage, with the 2 Qi training individuals walking at the center and the 4 foundation builders flanking them. The Qi training individuals displayed a hint of tension, while the 4 foundation builders appeared utterly relaxed. This group consisted of Qin Anyu and his companions, Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong in the Qi training stage, and Qin Anyu, Qin Lingxue, Qin Yuqin, and Qin Wushuang in the foundation building stage. After being rescued the previous day, Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong had trained their bodies and soaked in medicinal baths alongside Qin Anyu, greatly enhancing their physical capabilities, even if their cultivation levels remained unchanged. Today, they had come to collect a debt. Upon spotting the 6 approaching from a distance, an elder stationed at the forefront of the gate revealed a cryptic expression. So they truly came to collect a debt. Not only had the 4 foundation builders come, but the 2 Qi training individuals had also dared to show up. However, he quickly composed himself and approached them with a cupped fist salute, stating, "Elder Guichi of Putian Gate, at the behest of the Supreme Elder and the Sect Master, welcomes you all." The tension in Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong's eyes intensified, and they exchanged a glance with Qin Anyu. Qin Anyu replied calmly, "Lead the way." A flash of anger crossed Guichi's eyes, momentarily turning fierce before morphing into a suppressed frustration. "Please follow me," he said, turning swiftly, covering 30 yards in 3 strides. After a few steps, he sensed something was amiss. The 6 behind him had not kept pace, instead moving at a mortal's pace, each step only 3 feet long. Utterly unperturbed, "I must not be angry. I am not angry. We are here to resolve matters today," he chanted internally. He then turned around, laughing heartily. "My apologies. My apologies. I am simply accustomed to walking this way." Qin Anyu replied nonchalantly, "No matter, just have your Supreme Elder and Sect Master prepare the necessary items for us. We will take our compensation and leave, without disrupting your normal cultivation." Guichi's heart tightened. Had he provoked him? He had merely allowed his anger to surface for a moment, quickening his pace. Was this man so capricious? He needed to be cautious. He could not afford to show any faults, lest the responsibility fall upon him. He forced a smile, explaining, "Qin Xianyu." Qin Anyu interrupted him coolly. "To call me a fellow immortal, your knowledge at Putian Gate is rather lacking, or perhaps quite arrogant. If a foundation builder can claim to be an immortal, what then would your Golden Core Supreme Elder be called? Foundation builders live to be 200 years, Golden Cores 500, and true immortals 100,000 years. To be unaware of the rules and doctrines while still in the foundation building stage, how can one dare to claim the title of immortal? Such a claim is a disgrace to the name of immortals, and I find it quite intolerable." Guichi, taken aback by the interruption and ridicule, found himself reflecting instead of growing angry. He had never considered such matters before, simply because it was customary for foundation builders to refer to themselves this way. If foundation builders called themselves immortals, what title should the Golden Cores assume? He fell silent, dutifully leading the way. As they approached 5 miles from the gate, Elder Sun Judai joined them. Aware of Guichi's embarrassment, he introduced himself but remained quiet, walking alongside Guichi toward the gate. Upon reaching the entrance of Putian Gate, they were met by 16 late foundation builders, lined up to pay their respects to Qin Anyu and his companions. Noticing the absence of Du Muzin's presence, Qin Anyu, understanding the lack of seriousness displayed, asked indifferently, "Which of you is Sect Master Du Muzin, and who represents Supreme Elder Zhou?" One elder stepped forward, answering, "Qin Xiaoyu. Our Sect Master has prepared a humble feast and awaits your esteemed presence." Qin Anyu responded with an air of indifference. It seems Du Muzin holds himself in high regard. Does this young master truly need a meal? Since the Golden Core is too afraid to appear, surely there must be a representative. Who is it? His words were clearly dismissive, expressing dissatisfaction toward Du Muzin's failure to personally welcome them. This weighed heavily on the hearts of some elders while igniting anger in others. While they could afford to show respect to the Golden Core, it seemed they were being disrespected by the Sect Master. Finally, one elder could no longer contain his rage, shouting, "Qin Anyu, what do you want? Do you have the power to annihilate our Putian Gate and the Zhou family?" Qin Anyu asked coldly. "Are you the representative of that Supreme Elder?" The elder stiffened. "No, I am Wei Kong." Qin Anyu replied, "Indeed, you are quite arrogant. A mere 200-year-old foundation builder dares to call himself an immortal." He then inquired once more, "Is no one from the Zhou family here?" After a 10-second silence, No one responded. Qin Anyu unsheathed the shabby sword from his back, stating coldly, "It appears that the golden core, hiding in the shadows, is quite arrogant. And so too is the sect master of Putian Gate. If that is the case, allow me to show you the price of your misdeeds." With a swift motion of his sword, a flash of white light erupted. In the next moment, the large plaque inscribed with the characters Putian Gate shattered into pieces, crashing to the ground. Seeing the broken plaque, Qin Anyu felt a sense of satisfaction. He had discovered the presence of sword intent within certain acupoints during his foundation building, believing it to be a remnant of his actions against the Putian Gate of the Dali Kingdom. However, last night, he realized it was not entirely so. The Immortal Emperor Wu had also cultivated sword intent during his foundation building stage, which lingered in his subconscious. Thus, when he unleashed that sword intent, it was merely a catalyst that activated the sword intent lying dormant within him. This was also the reason he could manifest nascent soul-level sword intent despite being at the Qi training stage. Today, this sword intent was neither as hasty as Wu-Wu's nor as ferocious as that within the shabby sword. It was softer yet still fierce. A reflection of his evolving character, this was the essence of the new Qin Anyu, distinct from the Immortal Emperor Wu and the original owner of this body, whose personality had already taken shape. The elders, witnessing Qin Anyu draw a tattered sword, assumed he was about to attack them. To their astonishment, he merely executed a light slash, and as someone within their ranks was about to mock him, they suddenly heard the sound of shards hitting the ground. Turning to look, their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The plaque, a symbol of Putian Gate's image and dignity, had been shattered. How had he done this? Was it that fleeting white light? Wei Yikong stood frozen, staring at the broken plaque, before turning to Qin Anyu and shouting in fury, "Do you intend to make us of Putian Gate your eternal enemies with such actions?" Chapter 91. The deception of the Putian Gate compensation, the plaque of a formidable power, symbolizes its dignity. When the plaque shatters, so too does its face. Not only was Wei Yikong furious, but the elders, who had previously been patient, were now filled with rage, brandishing their weapons and glaring at Qin Anyu and his companions. The overwhelming fury sent chills down Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong's spines, leaving them trembling. Qin Anyu pointed his sword at them and declared, "Sheath your pitiful intimidation, or I shall not hesitate to wash the Putian Gate in blood." At this moment, Wei Yikong was consumed by wrath, rather than retreating. He lunged forward with his great sword, seeking his own demise, a wish that Qin Anyu was all too willing to fulfill. With a deft flick of his sword, a blade of intent sliced through the air. In an instant, Wei Yikong's body was cleaved in two, plummeting to the ground. As he gazed at his severed lower half, realization dawned upon him. His impulsiveness had led to this fate, and a wretched cry escaped his lips. Qin Anyu sighed inwardly, recognizing that Wei Yikong was a decent person, albeit one whose worth ended there. Qin and the others felt a surge of excitement, their eyes alight with awe at the sheer power of the sword intent. Had Qin Anyu been aware of their thoughts, he would not have felt compelled to elaborate. His soul tier was at the Golden Core stage, thus his sword intent could easily dispatch those at the Golden Core level, while those at the Foundation Establishment stage were no challenge at all. They lacked the capability to comprehend this, but such truths must be verified through their own experiences. Qin Zhuan and Dai Linglong stood in stunned silence. A powerful Foundation Establishment cultivator had been so effortlessly severed by their eldest son's blade. What sort of sword intent possessed such might? This singular strike instilled in them a profound sense of urgency. The Qin family had been informed by Qin Lingxue of their eldest son's discovery of a secret realm beneath the abyssal cliff, which had allowed them all to enter the Qi refinement stage. He had also mentioned plans to elevate the entire family to a higher realm. Now that they had established their foundations, they too must strive to keep pace. This strike halted the elders, who had been itching to act. The shattered plaque bore witness to the absence of damage to the mountain gate. The sword strike that felled Wei Yikong left no trace of excess. Should they charge forward, they could only imagine the toll it would take. It was not fear of death that restrained them, but rather the understanding that Qin Anyu had yet to exhibit a strong desire to kill, indicating that negotiations were still possible. They simply lacked the stature to engage him. Qin Anyu had no intention of lingering with them. He spoke with indifference, "Clear the path. I seek Du Musen and that rodent." Though Sun Judai and Guichi quickly stepped aside, they clasped their fists and said, "Qin, my young friend, Putian Gate holds sincere intentions. Perhaps our approach was misguided." He feared Qin Anyu would unleash carnage within the sect and sought to defend their honor. Qin Anyu replied coolly, "Mistakes warrant punishment, and one must stand ready to accept blows. Otherwise, anyone may act with impunity." Seeing the road ahead clear, he gestured and retrieved Wei Yikong's spatial ring. Upon inspection, he found it contained merely 1,000 cubic feet of space and tossed it to Qin Yu Qing, saying, "You are the one whose cultivation tier and combat prowess are advancing swiftly. Consider this a reward." Qin Yu Qing accepted the ring with a beaming smile. Expressing gratitude to the young master, Qin Lingxue picked up the great sword, grinning, "This blade can fetch a few spirit stones. I must not let this opportunity slip." This young girl had not enjoyed ample cultivation resources throughout her journey, yet refrained from sharing this with Qin Zhuan and his wife. After reaching the 5th stage of qi refinement, she had relied on Qin Wushuang for some resources to continue her advancement, only to fully appreciate the benefits of abundant resources after departing from Wu Yuan's sect. However, her frugality remained ingrained. Leading the way through the mountain gate devoid of a plaque, Qin Anyu took only a few steps before encountering Du Muzin, whose face bore a pallor of dread. "Qin, my friend, I apologize for not being able to greet you. I was occupied with collecting resources for compensation," he implored. After conferring with the elder Zhou, he resolved to preserve some semblance of dignity for the Putian Gate by dispatching the majority of elders to welcome Qin Anyu and afford him due respect. Though he had remained within the sect, monitoring the situation outside with his divine sense, witnessing the plaque's destruction made him realize his previous thoughts had been misguided. One cannot harbor such trivial concerns in the presence of the powerful. Upon witnessing Wei Yikong's demise at the hands of a single sword, his heart raced, prompting him to rush out. Qin Anyu said flatly, "Deliver the compensation resources to me." Du Muzin quickly complied, respectfully presenting 2 spatial rings. "Qin, my friend, these are the compensation items from Putian Gate." Qin Anyu did not approach, but instead stated coolly, "Toss them over." Upon receiving the 2 rings and inspecting their contents, displeasure washed over him. Is this truly the extent of Putian Gate's sincerity? If you are unwilling to compensate, I shall retrieve it personally. The 2 5-cubic-foot rings contained over 8,000 herbs of 300 varieties, yet only 60% were of human quality, with not a single superior grade among them. The other held millions of taels of gold, 5,000 spirit stones, and nearly 100 types of ores, none of which were of human quality. Was this a sign of disdain, or an attempt to deceive? Observing Du Muzin's panicked demeanor, he remarked coldly, "I shall first pay a visit to the Zhou family. I trust that upon my return, you will have prepared the compensation. And let me advise you, the spirit stones must not fall below 1 million. The herbs and ores must only increase in variety and quantity, with no reductions permissible. Furthermore, at least 100 herbs must be of superior human quality, and no fewer than 10 types of superior ores." Du Muzin spat a mouthful of blood, his face marred with crimson, and bellowed, "Qin Anyu, you might as well obliterate my Putian Gate." Qin Anyu turned on his heel, heading towards the Zhou family's territory, leaving behind a final remark. "Should you fail to meet my demands, I shall gladly fulfill your request." As Qin Anyu departed with his 5 companions, the elders did not follow but instead approached Du Muzin, inquiring about the situation. Du Muzin offered no reply, muttering to himself, "Not for the sake of being a son. Not for the sake of being a son." Qin Lingxue, chuckling, asked, "Big brother, what did you do to make a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator so furious that he spat blood?" Qin Anyu tossed the 2 rings to her, saying, "The items are here. Take a look." Catching the rings, Qin Lingxue gasped, "Brother, 5 million taels of gold and 5,000 spirit stones." Qin Anyu lightly tapped her forehead, admonishing, "You are now a foundation establishment cultivator. Do not place such value on mere gold and silver. When we venture out, do not speak to me. Pretend you do not know me." She pouted, "Brother, we need gold and silver for our daily needs. Now that our parents have been found, we should find a place to cultivate for a while, shouldn't we?" Qin Anyu queried, "Have you forgotten how we ascended rapidly?" Putian Gate had chosen this mountainous region. Avoiding the plains, she had no reason to be unaware of this. She merely sought to lighten her mood and had not considered residing in a bustling area. As they approached the Zhou family's territory, a palpable sense of murderous intent enveloped the area. Qin Anyu briefed Qin Yu Qing and the others before slowly striding to the Zhou family's gate, bellowing, "The despicable rat of the Zhou family, come forth to speak." Chapter 92, The Disintegration of the Mountain Gate. The Zhou family, known as the Zhou clan, boasts a remarkable reputation in the Qinshao realm, as members have ascended to immortality every few decades or centuries. Thus, no faction dares to offend them, and even the Putian sect refrains from crossing them. Although the Zhou family resides within the confines of the Putian sect, they merely occupy an additional gate, commanding a territory more expansive than that of the sect itself. Situated in the most spiritually enriched area, replete with 3 veins of spiritual stone mines. The Zhou family has consistently held the esteemed position of Grand Elder within the Pu-Tian sect, a necessity for both parties. The sect seeks to leverage the Zhou family's strength, while the Zhou family, in turn, has its own needs. The ancestral figure of the Zhou family ascended from the Pu-Tian sect, and with gifted descendants who are diligent, the family has cultivated a lineage that thrives perpetually, wielding considerable influence, compelling the sect to rely upon them. Yet, despite their formidable stature, the Zhou family remains but a single clan, with a population inferior to that of the Pu-Tian sect. Consequently, many tasks, such as the recent capture of Dailing Long, necessitate the involvement of Pu-Tian disciples. The Grand Elder did not anticipate that merely targeting a minor family would unleash significant trouble, as threats soon emerged. Upon receiving a report from Dumuzin, he resolved to disregard how the Pu-Tian sect might react, confident that the Zhou family would remain unresponsive, let them come if they dared. When he learned that the sect's mountain gate plaque had been shattered and Elder Wei Yi was slain by a single sword strike, his expression darkened, realizing he was confronting a tenacious opponent. However, he remained confident in the Zhou family's resources, believing they could eliminate the arrogant young man and restore their tarnished reputation. Qin Anyu, undeterred by the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators surrounding the Zhou family, shouted provocatively for the family's hidden rat to emerge and speak. This incited furious indignation among the Zhou clan members, with hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators surpassing even the Pu-Tian sect. They were appalled that a mere Foundation establishment cultivator would dare to belittle their ancestral figure. Zhou Yigu, the clan leader, bellowed, "Qin Anyu, how dare you belittle my Zhou family, unaware that we have dozens of golden core ascendants?" Qin Anyu, drawing his bow, replied indifferently, "Your golden core ascensions bear no relevance to me, but the capture of my parents is of utmost importance." With that, he released an arrow aimed directly at the plaque bearing the Zhou clan's name. The Zhou family anticipated his intentions and 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators soared into the air, weapons drawn to intercept the arrow. Clang, crack. The arrow was deflected slightly, piercing through the wooden panels of the gate, continuing its relentless trajectory. The cultivator who attempted to intercept it was thrown back in disbelief, staring at his shattered blade as he plummeted to the ground, unable to comprehend how a mere arrow had caused such a fate. Before he could process this, 2 anguished cries echoed from behind. He turned instinctively to see a clan member collapsing with a gaping wound in his chest, while another was struck in the abdomen by an arrow. The realization that one arrow had not only propelled him, but also struck 2 clan members left him gasping in horror. In that moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Qin Anyu launched another arrow, which, due to the hasty circumstances, was unimpeded, shattering the plaque and ravaging the upper section of the mountain gate. Their long-respected entrance had transformed into a symbol of humiliation for the Zhou family. A collective roar erupted from the Zhou clan, while arriving elders and stewards from the Pu-Tian sect gasped in astonishment. No one remained unaffected by the shocking display of audacity. As members of the Zhou family charged forward, they were met with arrows. Qin Anyu, with an expression devoid of mercy, either shot arrows that found their mark or knocked them, poised for further action. His prowess was on full display, each arrow a testament to his skill. Qin Zhuan and Dailing Long were utterly astounded, their expressions almost numb. Outside the Pu-Tian sect, he had already gained notoriety by severing the plaque and slaying a late Foundation cultivator. Now, at the Zhou family's gates, he had not only shattered a late Foundation cultivator's blade, but also struck down 2 more, culminating in the destruction of the plaque and mountain gate. Such overwhelming force was beyond comprehension. Had it not been for Qin Yu and Qin Lingshui mentioning his entry into a secret realm, where even they had ascended to the Qi refinement stage, they might have doubted that this extraordinary transformation occurred within just 6 months. Even so, Dailing Long felt an undercurrent of anxiety, fully aware of the Zhou family's might, her shock tinged with deep concern. Qin Yu, Qin Wushuang, and Qin Lingshui held no excessive thoughts. They simply followed Qin Anyu, confident in his invincibility, having witnessed him vanquish a late Foundation cultivator in the desert. As they observed the unfolding confrontation, they remained vigilant, bow in hand, prepared to deter any ambush. After unleashing 6 successive volleys of arrows, no one dared approach within 30 yards of Qin Anyu. A voice from the Zhou family shouted, "Do not throw your lives away." With that, the furious members retreated to the mountain gate. Qin Anyu lowered his bow, no longer pointing it at them. Though he remained unwearied, A slight dizziness overcame him. In his fervor to shatter the Zhou family's plaque, he regretted the second arrow, which had been accompanied by a soul arrow that drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Despite reaching the golden core stage in terms of soul cultivation, his soul energy was still insufficient. The expenditure for this one arrow felt excessive. His cultivation tier was too low. Had he been able to anchor his consciousness to the arrow, controlling its detonation, the energy consumed would have been significantly less. Fortunately, the Zhou family faltered first. He had released 20 arrows, claiming the lives of 6 late Foundation cultivators, injuring 14, and obliterating both the plaque and the mountain gate. A price too steep for them to bear. An elderly man with white hair emerged from the Zhou family's ranks, struggling to contain his fury as he inquired, "Qin Anyu, what do you intend to do? Are you seeking to bully my Zhou family? If that is your aim, you are sorely mistaken. My Zhou family is the largest clan in the Qinxiao realm." He commanded, "Quickly, block the arrows." Upon hearing the reproach, Qin Anyu raised his bow once more, knocking 2 arrows, leaving one poised to fly. With such foolishness on display, how dare they confront him? The arrow flew straight toward the elder. The white-haired man let out a terrified scream, realizing he could not withstand the assault, calling for assistance as he drew his weapon in defense. The sound of metal breaking echoed, and with a sickening thud, the arrow embedded itself into the elder's shoulder, sending him reeling backward. Those behind him rushed to prevent his fall, only to be dragged along by the force of his retreat. Another elder, also white-haired, stepped forward. His expression one of restrained frustration, yet he spoke calmly. "I am Zhou Tian, the clan leader of the Zhou family. I implore you, Qin young friend, to remain calm. My Zhou family will provide you with an explanation." With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Dai family members to bring forth reparations. Chapter 93. The Zhou family's generous compensation. Upon witnessing Zhou Tian's demeanor, Qin Anyu chose not to respond, instead directing his bow and arrow once more towards the ground. A family that dominates its domain inherently looks down upon others. Unless they feel pain, they will continue to indulge in their arrogance. In the realm of immortals, even the immensely powerful Qin clan conducts itself with utmost discretion, adhering to their ancestral teachings, which clearly state that no member of the Qin clan should ever bully the weak or seize others' resources. The rationale behind this is simple. One can never ascertain the potential strength of those they oppress, nor predict how formidable they may become in the future. It is wise not to cultivate unnecessary enmities. The Zhou family, having exerted their influence in the Qinxiao dimension for an extended period, had developed a tyrannical disposition, which displeased him greatly, especially as it now implicated him directly. Zhou Taishang was not merely displeased, he was enraged. He remained hidden deep underground, afraid to surface, even daring not to let a whisper escape his lips. Thus, he required a personal audience, necessitating passage through several secret chambers. Each chamber was secured by 2 tightly sealed stone doors, which remained closed unless there was a matter of urgency to report. When one door was opened, the other had to remain firmly shut. Today marked the day Qin Anyu had appointed to collect his dues, prompting Zhou Taishang to pay close attention and ensure that the family was promptly informed of any developments. The fact that a golden core individual was so invested in this matter underscored the significance Zhou Taishang placed upon Qin Anyu. However, the unfolding events took an unexpected turn. 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were unable to withstand the destruction of the plaque and mountain gate, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury. Further compounding his fury, news arrived that Qin Anyu had unleashed 6 waves of arrows, totaling 18 shots, eliminating 5 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and injuring 13. It was as if every arrow found its mark. What struck him to the core was the loss of 3 late-stage cultivators. He understood all too well the arduous task of nurturing a single one to such a level, realizing that these individuals could not even approach within 30 yards. He knew the Zhou family had suffered a grave setback. He hastily ordered the release of the Dai family members and compensation to be rendered to Qin Anyu. As an elder golden core cultivator in this dimension, Zhou Taishang possessed knowledge far beyond that of others. He recognized that someone like Qin Anyu was not to be trifled with. It was prudent to expedite his departure rather than risk incurring his wrath. Just as he issued this command, fresh news arrived. The family's 5th elder and the 3rd elder of Puxianmen had been gravely injured due to their extreme agitation, resulting in one shoulder being shattered. Among those injured, 8 late-stage cultivators were on the brink of death, while 3 others could no longer continue their cultivation. The loss of 5 late-stage cultivators, alongside 8 severely wounded and 3 incapacitated, equated to a 30% depletion of the Zhou family's elite forces. This revelation nearly sent him into a frenzy, compelling him to disregard all reason and confront Qin Anyu for mutual destruction. Ultimately, he managed to suppress his impulses. His eyes ablaze with fury as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Release the Dai family members and double the compensation." This matter was not to be disclosed to Tianqi under any circumstances. It should only be revealed upon his successful ascension. He conveyed his orders. And only then did Zhou Tian dare to comply. The Dai family members were soon brought forth, an assembly of elders, all practitioners of qi refinement. Dai Linglong scanned the crowd, spotting her anguished parents and sister, yet her two brothers were nowhere in sight. In a fit of anger, she demanded to know their whereabouts. Observing her eldest brother exerting pressure on Pushunman and then on the Zhou family, she felt emboldened. Zhou Tian, with a pained expression, explained that this situation was unrelated to them and was an internal matter within the Dai family. It turned out that upon learning of Zhou Tianqi's interest in Dai Linglong, some within the Dai family had taken it upon themselves to seek her out, intending to deliver her to the Zhou family. Her brothers and sister, incensed by this, had vehemently opposed these actions, resulting in the expulsion of her two brothers from the clan, while her sister was permitted to remain due to pleas for mercy. Enraged by this revelation, Dai Linglong berated her elders and retaliated against her peers, leaving her family without a word to avoid implicating them. She had not anticipated such treachery from her kin. After teaching each person a lesson that left them wailing, Dai Linglong bellowed, "I, Dai Linglong, representing the lineage of Dai Lujuan, hereby declare our separation from the Dai family and the establishment of a new clan registry." Hearing this, Dai Lujuan, who was also Qin Anyu's maternal grandfather, displayed a look of despair, but soon regained a semblance of authority. Dai Linglong's confidence stemmed from her offspring, while he drew strength from his daughter's resolve. Qin Anyu, having just reviewed the Zhou family's compensation, found them remarkably accommodating, far exceeding the compliance of Du Musen. One 10-foot spatial ring contained 156 varieties of medicinal herbs, each of the human-grade quality, with 10 specimens of each. And 30% of these were of superior quality. Another 10-foot ring held 500,000 essence stones, along with 60 types of human-grade ores, each weighing 2,000 pounds, and 1,000,000 taels of gold. Although the variety of the compensation was fewer than those from Pushunman, the superior quality was precisely what he desired. Upon hearing Dai Linglong's declaration, he was struck by her extraordinary resolve. As he contemplated offering her a supportive glance, she interjected, "Anyu, you must find a way to retrieve my two uncles and their family." Qin Anyu nodded and turned to Zhou Tian, expressing that he felt the compensation from the Zhou family still fell short. Zhou Tian quickly assured him, "Rest assured, young friend Qin, we will retrieve